The Venerable Swordsman Chapter 154 to Chapter 206. Besides Ling Han who'd charged over, Gan Wuwei, Yili, Nan Kaming, and Baizhe had stood up as well, the Divine Union Realm, all 5 of them had attained the Divine Union Realm, in next to no time. Baizhe and the others charged towards the nearby grey-clothed man and young man. At this moment, Baizhe and the others had extremely ferocious expressions on their faces. Because they were actually aware of everything that had occurred just now. When they saw Yixian being besieged to such a state, it felt like their hearts were being torn apart by blades. However, they had no other choice, they had to charge into the Divine Union Realm, because only at the Divine Union Realm could they fight the grey-clothed man and the others, otherwise, they would only be giving their lives away. 5 against 3, the grey-clothed man and the others were formidable indeed. Even if it was 3 against 5, they actually didn't fall into a disadvantageous position. After all, they were the most monstrous geniuses of the Central Divine Prefecture's younger generation. Not far away, Yixian sat on the ground. He seemed to be a little uncomfortable, so he simply lay on the ground, took out a golden sword pill, and swallowed it. He was exhausted. The battle from before was truly too exhausting. He was truly exhausted, because he'd severely overexerted his body. Coupled with the injuries he'd sustained, his body could be said to be on the verge of collapse. At this moment, he didn't even want to move a finger. Right at this moment, a black shadow suddenly assaulted him from the side at an extremely swift speed. Right at this moment, a figure suddenly flashed past behind Yixian. This figure was even swifter. Bang, along with an explosion, an afterimage retreated repeatedly, and it didn't take long for the afterimage to retreat into the darkness. Meanwhile, a man was standing by Yixian's side. Mo Yunqi gazed coldly at the darkness in the distance, and he held a golden throwing knife in his palm. Meanwhile, a few more men arrived by Yixian's side. At this moment, all the members of the bandit mercenary group had attained the Divine Union Realm, and not a single one of them had failed. Mo Yunqi and the other members of the bandit mercenary group stood on guard by Yixian's side. Yixian felt extremely exhausted, and he wanted to sleep. This time, he didn't force himself to stay awake because Mo Yunqi and the others were by his side. He was at ease. Soon, he fell asleep. Mo Yunqi and the others stood guard beside Yixian. They stared at the darkness around them, their eyes filled with cold killing intent. Not far away. Bang, with a muffled sound, a figure was directly sent flying. This figure was the middle-aged man who was fighting Lu Banzwang. This time, the middle-aged man flew more than 100 feet, and as soon as he stopped, Lu Banzwang appeared in front of him again. In the blink of an eye, Lu Banzwang leaped into the air and slammed her palm down. When her palm landed, her entire palm became illusory. The palm had not yet arrived, but the momentum had arrived first. The ground beneath the middle-aged man's feet turned to dust. The middle-aged man's pupils constricted abruptly when he sensed the might of this palm strike. He squatted down in a half-squat, crossed his arms, and blocked it in front of him. The profound energy within his body surged into his arms like tidewater. The palm fell. Bang, the middle-aged man's feet sank into the ground, and his arms were torn apart. At this moment, Lu Banzwang landed on the ground and raised his knee to the middle-aged man's chin. Bang, the middle-aged man's throat instantly shattered, and fresh blood sprayed. Lu Banzwang gestured with her right hand, and the spatial ring on the middle-aged man's finger flew into her grasp. A wisp of an arc arose on the corners of her mouth when she glanced at its contents. After she put it away, Lu Banzwang gazed at Lian Zhan who was fighting the woman in green clothes nearby. In the next moment, she suddenly vanished on the spot. Over 30 m away, Lian Zhan who was fighting the woman in green clothes suddenly turned around and punched. Bang, Lian Zhan retreated a few dozen steps. Lu Banzwang appeared by the woman's side. She glanced at Lian Zhan in the distance and was just about to attack when a voice suddenly resounded from the darkness in the distance. Retreat! Retreat! Lian Zhan pondered deeply for a moment, and then he turned around with the intention of leaving. Meanwhile, Lu Banzwang and the woman in green clothes suddenly vanished on the spot. Lian Zhan's eyes narrowed slightly when he witnessed this scene, and then he suddenly raised his hands. In an instant, 2 balls of strange black gas suddenly condensed on his palms. In the blink of an eye, a wisp of a ferocious smile arose on the corners of his mouth, and then he suddenly slapped his palms forward. The two balls of black gas shook violently before they exploded apart. Bang! Lu Banzwang and the woman in green clothes directly retreated to their original positions, and in front of them floated two balls of strange black gas. There was a trace of seriousness in the two women's eyes because they felt danger. However, the two of them did not have the slightest fear, and in the blink of an eye, they once again disappeared on the spot. In the distance, Lian Zhan's eyes narrowed slightly. He stretched out his right hand, and then suddenly clenched it. Break! His voice fell. In the distance, the two balls of black gas exploded with a loud bang. When Lu Banzwang and the woman in green clothes swept away the black gas, Lian Zhan had already disappeared, and on the other side, the man in grey clothes and the others had also disappeared. Lu Banzwang and the woman in green clothes rushed forward, but in the next moment, the two women suddenly stopped. The two women looked at each other, and it was unknown what they felt, but there was a trace of shock in their eyes. Ling Han and the others came to the two women's side, and Ling Han said in a low voice, "Do we chase?" The two women shook their heads at the same time. Ling Han still wanted to say something, but Lu Banzwang looked at Xian who was lying on the ground not far away. "Wait for him to recover." Hearing this, Ling Han nodded, and then came to Xian's side with Gan Wuwei and the others. They did not wake Xian, and instead stood around Xian just like that. In the distance, the woman in green clothes said in a low voice, "This matter is not simple." Lu Banzwang fell silent. The woman in green clothes looked at Lu Banzwang, her expression quite serious. "That aura. The Middle Divine Continent's Karaki Academy and the Dark Realm are not risking their lives, but risking their lives. Even if he has a sword immortal behind him, he cannot afford to play with them. Those two forces have existed in the Middle Divine Continent for thousands of years, and their resources are very deep. They are not something that a sword immortal can easily contend with. Moreover, they have come looking for him. You should know very well yourself." Lu Banzwang did not speak. The woman in green clothes frowned. "Are you really going to continue getting involved in this mess?" Lu Banzwang still did not speak. The woman in green clothes said slightly angrily, "How long have you known him? Do you really want to leave your life in Azure Province? And the Lu clan, even if you don't think for yourself, you should at least think for the Lu clan, right? If they are dragged into this, do you think it is a good thing for the Lu clan?" Lu Banzwang shook his head slightly, and then walked in front of Xian. He looked at Xian, who was lying in front of him, expressionless, and no one knew what he was thinking. Beside him, the woman in green clothes was so angry that she suddenly stomped on the ground. Everyone was dumbfounded by this sight. In next to no time, the horizon was suffused with a smear of dawn. The sky was bright. Meanwhile, Xian still did not wake up. It was not until noon that he slowly opened his eyes. When he saw that Ling Han and the others were still there, he grinned. "You're all here." Ling Han and the others also smiled. It was good that he was fine. Xian slowly stood up. He glanced at Ling Han and the others. At this moment, Ling Han and the others were already in the Divine Unity tier. Seeing that his brothers had all reached the Divine Unity tier, he was naturally happy. As for himself, he could actually start searching for spirit swords. However, he could only devour clear-grade swords now. A sword at the level of a superb spiritual sword would definitely not have a good effect on him. As for clear-grade swords, they were worth at least hundreds of millions of gold coins, and they were the kind that had a price but no supply. Poor, Xian sighed in his heart. He was not just poor. At this moment, the fifth-floor master of the Drunken Immortal Inn appeared not far from Xian and the others. The fifth-floor master glanced at Xian, and wanted to say something, but stopped. Xian said softly, "Senior, do you have something to say?" The fifth-floor master nodded, and his expression was rather unnatural. "Young friend, just now, the Drunken Immortal Inn suddenly recalled the Dao soldiers that had rushed over. Something might have happened." Hearing this, Xian frowned. "Do you know the reason?" The fifth-floor master shook his head. "I don't know the specific reason, but there must have been two voices at the headquarters. If I'm not wrong, it should be Karaki Academy and Dark Realm doing something." Xian's frown deepened. The Drunken Immortal Inn had always been supporting him, but now there were two voices within the Drunken Immortal Inn. What exactly did Karaki Academy and Dark Realm do? the fifth-floor master said in a low voice, young friend, don't worry. The drunken immortal inn has already decided to support you, and it will absolutely not change its mind under normal circumstances. I'll get to the bottom of this matter as soon as possible. Xian nodded. All right. There's one more thing, I hope that Senior can help me find a sword. It would be best if it's a clear-grade sword, just one will do. His current wealth was only enough to buy one, and he truly couldn't afford any more, even though he had quite a bit of money, his expenses were quite high as well. Especially for Xinglan Academy. Xinglan Academy hadn't completely gotten on the right track, and it had no source of income. If he couldn't produce the money, then the students of Xinglan Academy would probably have to starve. A clear-grade sword, the fifth-floor master thought for a moment and said, all right, I'll immediately notify the headquarters and the Azure Prefecture's Karaki Academy to find a clear-grade sword for you as soon as possible. He paused slightly at this point, and then he continued, Her Highness has already rushed to the southern border of the state of Jiang. However, the soldiers she brought over will probably be unable to resist the state of Yu and the state of Chu because the Great Cloud Empire is definitely supporting those two states. Young friend, it's best for you to hurry to the southern border immediately so that nothing happens to the ninth princess. The Great Cloud Empire, Xian said in a low voice, has the Great Cloud Empire sent troops over? The fifth-floor master replied, I don't know for now. However, you must be careful. The Great Cloud Empire has a history of almost 3,000 years in Azure Prefecture, and its resources are so deep that they aren't inferior to some powers in the Central Divine region at all. Xian nodded. He fell silent for a moment, and then he looked at Lingyu and the others. Do you need to rest? All of them shook their heads. Xian looked at Lu Banzwang, and Lu Banzwang whistled. Soon, a dozen black wolves rushed out of Two Realm City and stopped in front of Xian and the others. Xian and the others leaped onto the backs of the wolves. Xian faced the fifth-floor master. Senior, there are 30 demonic beasts in the city. Please bring them to the Azure Tide Academy. The fifth-floor master nodded. All right. Xian then turned to Baizhe, who was not far away. Go back with Senior. Remember to restrain these demonic beasts and the students of the academy. If anyone dares to cause trouble for me, I'll come back and break their legs. With that, he led the others and rushed out. In the blink of an eye, the group disappeared into the distance. Lingyu also followed, but the green-robed woman did not. Looking at Xian and the others in the distance, the green-robed woman sighed softly. The so-called Brotherhood will kill you. Not far away, Baizhe looked coldly at the green-robed woman. I can die for Bandit Yi and the others at any time. What is brotherhood? If we can't live and die together, how can we call each other brothers? With that, he turned and left. Brothers, the green-robed woman was expressionless, and said nothing. She naturally knew what brotherly love was, because she also had friends such as Lu Banzwang. If not for Lu Banzwang, she would not have rushed here from the Central Divine Continent. However, brotherly love was not the only thing in this world. The green-robed woman raised her head and looked into the distance, a complicated look in her eyes. She was naturally worried for Lu Banzwang, because she realized that this matter was no longer just a battle between the younger generation. In the Central Divine Continent, the battles between the younger generation would be controlled within a certain range, or they would not interfere, allowing the younger generation to fight and charge their own way. But now, Karaki Academy and the Dark Realm were not being controlled, and not only were they not being controlled, but they were also trying to kill each other. This was not targeted at Xian, this was targeted at Xian and his disciple. This was no longer a battle, but a battle to the death. A battle to the death between two great forces was relatively rare in the Central Divine Continent, because the implications were too great. It had to be known that forces of this level would definitely have allies, and once a battle to the death, it was very likely that several forces would be involved, and Karaki Academy and the Dark Realm had existed in the Central Divine Continent for thousands of years, so how deep their foundations were, once such forces fought to the death, how terrifying would it be? Could a single sword immortal stop them? Even two sword immortals might not be able to. After all, being a sword immortal did not mean being invincible. The green-robed woman sighed softly, and then followed them. She was not doing this for Xian, but for Lu Banzwang. Since persuasion was useless, she could only help. On a plain, Xian and the others were sprinting. Although Yi Xian and Lu Banzwang had not reached the divine combination tier, their strength could be said to have far surpassed it. Reinforcements: the southern side of the Jiang nation had already fallen, and the Great Cloud Empire was definitely involved. Under such circumstances, even if Xianxia went, he would not be of much use. He had to reach Xianxia's side as soon as possible. And now, Ling Han and the others were already at the divine reunion tier, and added with their top-grade equipment. If the 11 of them entered the battlefield, they would be like a sharp sword that could pierce a bloody path through tens of thousands of soldiers. Ning Nation. Tuo Bayan stood on a city wall. She wore a tight-fitting dragon robe with her right hand behind her back. Her long hair draped over her shoulders as she looked ahead. At this time an old woman appeared by her side. The old lady bowed slightly to Tuo Bayan. "Your Majesty, we found out that Great Cloud Empire has indeed made a move. There are soldiers of Great Cloud Empire in the armies of Chu and Yu." Tuo Bayan narrowed his eyes. "Is it the Black Flame Army?" The old woman shook her head. "I'm not sure." Tuo Bayan slowly closed his eyes. "Have the Golden Guards and the Shadows get ready." The old woman looked up at Tuo Bayan and said in shock, "Your Majesty." Tuo Bayan opened her eyes and looked at the distant horizon. A moment later, she softly said, "Without the lips, the teeth will be cold." Country of Jiang, Drunken Immortal Inn. In the room, the 5th floor master sat beside him. In front of him was the 8th floor master. Other than them, there was also an old man. The old man sat in the main seat. This person was the 4th floor master of the Drunken Immortal restaurant who had rushed over from the headquarters. An expert above the 10,000 laws realm, on the 4th floor, he took a sip of tea and said softly, "We should stop now." "Stop now," the 5th floor master frowned. "Is this the headquarters decision?" The 4th floor master nodded. "It's the decision of everyone." The 5th floor master shook his head. "I don't understand. Our Drunken Immortal Inn has been supporting little friend Yi Xian since the beginning, and we've offended Drunken Immortal Inn and Karaki Academy because of this. If we stop now, the gains don't make up for the losses." The 8th floor master also nodded. "Indeed. Since we've already supported him, why not do it to the end?" The 4th floor master glanced at the two of them. "You might not know this, but this time, Karaki Academy and Dark World have applied for the life and death writ from the Guardians. The Tao Protectors have already agreed." The life and death writ. Hearing this, the 8th floor master and 5th floor master's expressions changed. In the divine central continent, two factions could not casually start a war. It was possible to start a war, but they had to apply for the life and death writ. Once they applied for the life and death writ, it would be a fight to the death. To put it bluntly, Karaki Academy and Dark World could start an all-out war at any time. In the past, they could not start an all-out war at will, but now, they could suddenly attack any faction. This was no longer a matter that concerned the younger generation. The 4th floor master said softly, "They aren't just targeting Yi Xian this time, and they're targeting that sword immortal who stands behind him as well. If our Drunken Immortal Inn intends to continue participating, then we must prepare for an all-out war. If we really fight to the death, then our Drunken Immortal Inn will have no advantage at all, and we can't do that." The 5th floor master and 8th floor master fell silent when they heard this. An all-out war, to put it in simpler terms, if they were to fight now, then it wouldn't just be those below the Dharma realm. All of them might have to participate in the war, and it was even to the extent that experts above the Dharma realm might have to participate as well. If they fought like that, then many would die. The Drunken Immortal Inn didn't want to fight like that because the losses would be too great. A short while later, the 4th floor master sighed lightly. "Pulling one hair will affect everything. The Drunken Immortal Inn can't fight like that. Because once we do, then it won't just be a severe injury, it's very likely that we'll lose our lives. Of course, we should help him if it's within our ability. For example, if he needs to buy something, sell something, or even provide information. However, we can't send our forces to fight the Dark Dimension and Karaki Academy head-on." When he spoke up to this point, he gazed at the 5th floor master and said, "Once we're done here, return to the Central Divine Prefecture with me and focus on breaking through to the Dharma realm." The 5th floor master fell silent for a short while before he said, "He needs a light rank sword." The 4th floor master nodded slightly. Alright, I'll immediately send someone to search for one for him. As soon as he finished speaking, he stood up and walked towards the outside. But when he arrived at the door, he stopped once more. Remember, don't mix it with too much personal feelings. All of you represent the immortal indulgence inn, and the slightest bit of carelessness will bring calamity to our inn. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished through the door. In the room, the 5th floor master smiled bitterly. The 8th floor master spoke softly, "That's all that my drunken immortal inn can do." The 5th floor master nodded, "I naturally understand. Alas, I just never imagined that the Dark Dimension and Karaki Academy would actually be so determined." The 8th floor master said, "Yi Xian is truly too much of a monstrous genius. Most importantly, he has a sword immortal backing him. The Dark Dimension and Karaki Academy are too fearful of him, and they don't dare to allow Yi Xian to grow at all. Moreover, their actions are equivalent to cutting off all other paths of escape for Yi Xian." The 5th floor master gazed at the 8th floor master, and the latter spoke softly, "There's probably another reason why the Dark Dimension and Karaki Academy are so resolute, and it's because they're afraid that Yi Xian will head to the Central Divine Prefecture and join another power like the Azure Wave Academy. If Yi Xian really joins a power at that time, then Karaki Academy wouldn't just be targeting a sword immortal. But now that Karaki Academy and the Dark Dimension have made their stand clear, those powers in the Central Divine Prefecture will naturally not accept Yi Xian at a time like this." The 5th floor master sighed softly. Not to mention the other powers, even the Pavilion of Drunken Immortals wouldn't dare protect Yi Xian. Because if they did, then they would have to be prepared to fight to the death with Karaki Academy and the Dark Dimension. A short while later, the 5th floor master stood up, "I'll help as much as I can." With that, he turned around and vanished on the spot. At the southern border of the state of Jiang, Mizar City. Xianxia stood on the city wall and gazed ahead. There was a dense mass of cavalry at the end of the horizon. The Chu Kingdom's cavalry, there were over 100,000 of them. It could be said that the Chu Kingdom's cavalry had been mobilized. Besides that, there were some infantrymen around the cavalry. They were the infantry that would attack the city. There were around 100,000 soldiers in Mizar City as well, and they were waiting to be attacked. Naturally, they had many advantages. However, the expressions of everyone on the city wall were extremely solemn. Because the experts of the Great Cloud Empire of Azure Prefecture might be hidden amongst the cavalry in the distance. The Great Cloud Empire, the supreme overlord of Azure Prefecture. The most terrifying thing was that the empire had a mysterious and formidable army, the Black Flame Army. That army of less than 100 had destroyed an entire empire. How terrifying was that? Everyone was afraid of the Great Cloud Empire, but now, everyone in the state of Jiang had no choice but to fight. If they didn't fight, they would be beaten to death. Xianxia suddenly turned to look at a deputy general beside her. "How's the situation in the east?" The deputy general said in a deep voice, "Old Marshal Lin Shao has defended the area, but the situation is not good. There are some Divine Unity Realm experts among the Yu Kingdom's soldiers, and there are quite a number of them. These people are extremely powerful, and ordinary soldiers can't stop them." After Marshal Pei Xiaohu rushed over, the situation improved a little, but he only dares to defend and doesn't dare to attack. It's very passive. Xianxia nodded slightly, understood. At this moment, the cavalry in the distance suddenly moved. Everyone on the city wall quickly raised their heads. In front of the Chu Kingdom's cavalry was a group of infantry sieging the city. There were about 20,000 of them, and there were thousands of them. These people were not soldiers, but civilians, the civilians of the state of Jiang. Among them, there were old people, women, and children. Seeing this scene, Xianxia's expression instantly turned ugly. At this moment, the soldiers on the city wall also had extremely ugly expressions. Soon, the Chu Kingdom's soldiers forced the civilians to approach the city. When the civilians saw the soldiers of Jiang Kingdom, they immediately ran towards the city as if they had gone mad. Without a doubt, this was their last straw to clutch at. When they saw this scene, the soldiers on the city wall looked at Xianxia. The civilians were getting closer and closer, and behind them were the Chu Kingdom's sieging soldiers. Once the civilians got close, the sieging soldiers would seize the opportunity to break through the city gate. At that time, countless people in Mizar City would die. Not only Mizar City, but the Chu Kingdom's cavalry could even go all the way south to the imperial capital of Jiang Kingdom. The civilians were getting closer and closer to the Chu Kingdom's soldiers. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly took a step forward with an expressionless face. "Release the arrows. Release the arrows." When she shouted these two words, Xianxia was still expressionless, acting on her emotions. How could she act on her emotions? If the Chu soldiers broke into the city, countless soldiers in the city would die. Not only would the soldiers die, but the citizens in the city would also fall under the butcher knives of the Chu soldiers. More people would die. She had to be responsible for more people. Although it was cruel, she had no other choice. Xianxia stared at the Chu soldiers below. Her eyes were bloodshot and emotionless. On the city wall, the soldiers looked at the citizens of the Jiang country. They could not bear to see them. These were the citizens of the Jiang country. However, they had no choice but to act. Helplessness, deep helplessness. Just as the soldiers on the city wall were about to act, a deputy general beside Xianxia suddenly pointed to the right. "Marshal, look." Xianxia turned to look to the right. There, 12 people riding black wolves were charging over Yixian. Seeing that it was Yixian, the people on the city wall were in an uproar. "State Scholar Yi!" Someone suddenly shouted angrily. Very quickly, voices resounded from the city wall. "State Scholar Yi!" The sound of the city wall and the shouts pierced through the clouds. The moment she saw Yixian, Xianxia's expression instantly relaxed. Her tightly clenched fists loosened, and fresh blood dripped from her palms. In the distance, Yixian and the others were riding the big black wolves towards the Chu soldiers attacking the city. 10 Divine Union Realm experts, in addition to Yixian and Lu Banzwang, who far surpassed the Divine Union Realm. How terrifying was the aura of Yixian's group. Although there were only 12 of them, their aura was not inferior to a small army. Yixian's group was extremely fast. In a short period of time, they had already charged in front of the group of soldiers. The cavalry behind the Chu soldiers did not even have time to react. This was because Yixian's group was simply too fast. "Kill!" The leader, Yixian, roared angrily. A sword flew out from Yixian's body. The spirit-elegant sword was like a bolt of lightning as it pierced through the distance. In an instant, more than 10 heads flew. "Kill!" Behind Yixian, Ling Han and the others roared in anger. Unstoppable, when Yixian and the others rushed into the group of soldiers, they immediately started a massacre. Those soldiers were simply not their opponents. Of course, because they didn't react in time and didn't organize well, Yixian and the others were caught unprepared. At this moment, Xianxia, who was on the city wall, suddenly shouted, "Open the city gates." Below, the city gate was opened, and the citizens of the state of Jiang immediately rushed into the city, while countless soldiers rushed out of the city. "Don't panic." Among the Chu Kingdom's infantry, a middle-aged general suddenly roared, "Form groups of 5, immediately." Meanwhile, a ray of light suddenly flashed, and then it pierced through the center of the general's forehead, causing his voice to stop abruptly. Not only that, but some of the generals in the infantry had also fallen. To catch bandits, first capture the ringleader. The sleeping commanders were killed one after another, and the Chu soldiers were instantly thrown into chaos. Flee, countless soldiers fled into the distance, and Yixian's group and Xianxia naturally wouldn't let such an opportunity slip by. Immediately, Yixian and the others led the charge, and everywhere they passed, corpses were left behind. Ordinary soldiers couldn't stop them at all. Just like that, the group of Chu Kingdom's infantry continued to flee, while Yixian and the others madly pursued them. In the distance, the middle-aged man in the lead of the group of Chu Kingdom's cavalry suddenly raised the sword in his hand. "Kill!" Almost 100,000 cavalrymen suddenly roared in anger, and in the blink of an eye, 100,000 cavalrymen directly charged out. For a time, the entire ground shook violently as if there was a great earthquake. 100,000 cavalrymen charging in unison. How terrifying was that? Yixian suddenly stopped, and the moment he stopped, Ling Han and the others stopped as well. Xianxia arrived by his side, and said, "Retreat." Yixian nodded, and said, "Retreat." It wasn't long before Yixian's group and the soldiers of the state of Jiang retreated, and it wasn't long before they all retreated into the city. Meanwhile, the Chu Kingdom's cavalrymen outside the city had stopped as well. Cavalrymen naturally couldn't attack the city. Above and below the city walls, the two armies faced each other. Below the city walls, in front of the cavalrymen, a middle-aged man slowly rode his horse to a place not far from the city walls. He raised his head to look at Yixian, who was on the city walls, and asked, "You are state scholar Yi of the state of Jiang?" Beside Yixian, Jiangjiu said softly, "This person is the marshal of the Chu Kingdom's cavalry, Xianxia, and he is at the peak stage of the divine combination tier." Yixian nodded slightly, and looked down. "Do you have any advice for me?" Xianxia said calmly, "I have long heard that you are the most monstrous genius of the state of Jiang after Enlanqiu. Today, I would like to exchange a few moves with you." Hearing this, Jiangjiu, who was beside Yixian, frowned, and said, "It's a trap. He is the marshal of an army, so under normal circumstances, he wouldn't come alone to take such a risk." At this time, the countless soldiers of the state of Jiang on the city walls suddenly shouted in unison, "Fight! Fight!" Tens of thousands of soldiers roared in unison, their voices deafening like thunder. Countless soldiers looked at Yixian excitedly. In the state of Jiang, Yixian's prestige was undoubtedly extremely high, to the point that it was ridiculously high. And among the citizens and soldiers of the state of Jiang, Yixian was invincible, the swordsman of the state of Jiang. Everyone felt an indescribable sense of confidence and anticipation towards Yixian. Seeing the excited and worshipful gazes of the surrounding soldiers, Jiangjiu's face sank. If they didn't fight now, it would undoubtedly be a blow to their morale, but if they fought, she had a new worry. Yixian suddenly smiled, and said, "It's fine." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly leaped up and slashed his sword down towards Xianxia. Seeing Yixian jump down, Xianxia's mouth curled into a cold smile. He held his sword with both hands and soared into the sky, and similarly slashed his sword towards Yixian. Both of them had their own plans. Just like that, under the gazes of countless people, their swords were about to collide, and right at the instant that their swords were about to collide, Yixian suddenly changed the trajectory of his sword and stabbed it towards Xianxia's throat. A wisp of a savage smile appeared on the corners of Xianxia's mouth when he saw this. He actually didn't withdraw his sword, and he stabbed it towards Yixian's heart instead. A life for a life. Right when Yixian's sword was half an inch away from Xianxia's throat, Xianxia suddenly held tightly onto Yixian's sword with his left hand. At the same time, his sword stabbed directly into Yixian's abdomen where his heart was. When his sword stabbed into Yixian's body, Xianxia was instantly stunned. It was slightly unreal. Is Yixian that easy to kill? Right at this moment, the sword in his hand suddenly transformed into countless strands of energy that entered Yixian's body. Xianxia's expression changed drastically when he noticed this, and he was about to retreat when Yixian's sword suddenly spun. Hiss! Xianxia's entire arm instantly shattered. Yixian's sword pierced straight through, aiming straight for Xianxia's head. However, right at this moment, there was a sudden change. 3 strange black-robed men suddenly appeared behind Xianxia. They appeared without any warning. In the blink of an eye, a cold flash blocked Yixian's sword, while the other 2 cold flashes sliced towards Yixian's throat at an extremely fast speed. Extremely fast, however, Yixian was already mentally prepared. The instant the 3 black-robed men appeared, he suddenly withdrew his sword and retreated several meters. At this moment, Ling Han and the others leaped down the city wall and arrived beside Yixian. 12 peak stage divine unity tier elites, opposite Yixian and the others. After the 3 black-robed men failed in their first attack, they didn't continue to attack, and instead mysteriously disappeared on the spot. Yixian's right hand gripped the spirit elegant sword tightly, and he was just about to continue attacking when a white-robed old man suddenly appeared in front of him. Middle-earth Divine Continent Warehouse, the guardian of the Academy of Wood. The white-robed old man glanced at Yixian and the others. He didn't speak, and instead turned to look to the side. At this moment, a middle-aged man walked out from there. When they saw this middle-aged man, Ling Han and Ling Yu were immediately stunned, because this person was the patriarch of their Ling clan, Ling Tian. Ling Tian glanced at Ling Han and his brother. "Return to the Central Divine Continent." Ling Han said gravely, "Patriarch, what are you doing?" Ling Tian shook his head. "The Ling clan will not participate in this matter. The 2 of you, immediately return to the Central Divine Continent with me." Ling Han's expression turned cold. "No." Ling Tian said angrily, "There are 2,700 people in the Ling clan. Do you want the entire clan to die with you?" Ling Han clenched his fists tightly. At this moment, the sound transmission stones on Yili and the others all sounded, including Lu Banzwang. Everyone exchanged a look, and soon, the expressions of Yili, gone Wuwei, and the others became extremely ugly. Xian asked softly, "What is it?" Yili said gravely, "Something has happened to the clan. Tell me to return immediately." Gone Wuwei looked at Xian, and said, "Me too." The others all nodded. Xian fell silent. Nearby, the white-robed elder glanced at Ling Han and the others, and said, "It's not that our Karaki Academy and the Dark Realm don't have the ability to kill you. We just don't want to fight to the death with the forces behind you. If you retreat, the grudges between our Karaki Academy and the Dark Realm with you will be written off. If you don't retreat, then our Karaki Academy and the Dark Realm will fight to the death with your clans." Yili and the others' expressions became extremely ugly when they heard this. Their clans added together weren't weak, especially the Lu clan, which was a powerful clan of the current era. However, their clans wouldn't allow them to fight to the death with Karaki Academy and the Dark Realm for the sake of Xian. It wasn't worth it. The sound transmission stones in the arms of Yili and the others continued to ring. Beside the white-robed elder, Ling Tian suddenly sighed softly, and said, "You value your brothers, but what about your clans? Even if you don't value your clans, what about your parents? They gave birth to you and raised you, so do you not value them? Do you know how many people you're going to kill with this choice of yours?" Ling Han clenched his fists tightly, his expression livid. Around him, Yili and the others were the same. Karaki Academy and the Dark Realm were no longer targeting the younger generation. They were going to start a war, an all-out war. If they wanted to fight, then all the elites of the 10,000 Dharma tier and above would be mobilized. And the clans behind Ling Han and the others couldn't possibly start an all-out war with Karaki Academy and the Dark Realm. It really wasn't worth it. Moreover, if they fought, they could easily be wiped out. Right at this moment, Xian suddenly asked softly, "What do you think brothers are?" Everyone turned to look at Xian. Xian smiled, and said, "Understood. If brothers can't understand each other, then they aren't brothers, but rather selfish." As he said this, he turned to Ling Han and the others, and said, "Now, as the eldest brother, I order you to immediately return to your respective clans, and then wait for me in the Central Divine Continent. Wait for me to come find you. Believe me, there will be a day when we brothers will meet again." Brothers, in Xian's eyes, brothers should not only go through trials and tribulations, share prosperity, and live and die together, but they should also understand each other. Understand. If they couldn't understand each other, then that would be selfish. It was like asking a brother to borrow money. The brother himself couldn't even feed himself, yet you still wanted to borrow money from him. How could this be called brothers? No, this was selfishness. This was acting selfishly in the name of brothers. He, Xian, was a selfish person, but he would never be selfish to his own people. P.S. I recommend a book from my good friend, Chongming Imperial Army. It's a very good book, everyone can read it. Finally, please subscribe. Subscription, monthly ticket, decide whether I eat chicken drumsticks or instant noodles this month. Please support me on my knees. Friends from other websites can also come to Zongheng Chinese Network to support me. Genius 1 second remember website address. Mobile version. The surroundings suddenly fell silent. Ling Han and the others were all looking at Xian, and at this moment, their eyes were already slightly red. They would stay and advance and retreat with Xian. This was naturally what they were thinking. However, what about their clans? They were in a dilemma of loyalty and filial piety. At this moment, Xian walked up to Ling Han, patted his shoulder lightly, and said with a smile, "If you go back, are we not brothers? No, even if you don't stay here, we are still brothers who will live and die together. You understand me, just like I understand you." After saying this, he turned to Yili and the others, and said, "Your actions have already brought danger to your clans. Protect your clans, this is also your responsibility. In this world, there are not only brothers and friends, but also relatives. All of you, go back, and wait for me to come to the Central Divine Continent to find you." Ling Han shook his head, his eyes slightly red, and said, "Big brother, if we leave, what will you do?" Xian smiled, and said, "Don't worry. I still have some trump cards, it won't be a problem." None of Ling Han and the others left, and they just stood there. At this moment, the eyes of these 7-foot-tall men were red, and there were tears in their eyes. At this moment, Xian suddenly looked at the nearby Lu Banzwang. Lu Banzwang hadn't said a word since the beginning. Yi Xian walked up to Lu Banzwang, and Lu Banzwang glanced at him, still saying nothing. Yi Xian said softly, "Take them back, and wait for me to come to the central divine continent." Lu Banzwang fell silent. Yi Xian said, "They should shoulder their own responsibilities, and there is still time, we can wait for the future. Take them away, and live well in the central divine continent. Don't weaken the reputation of our bandit army." Lu Banzwang looked at Yi Xian for a long time, and finally said softly, "I can't not go back. If I don't, the Karaki Academy and the Dark Realm will declare war on the Lu clan, and many people in the clan will die." At this point, her eyes suddenly became wet, and she said, "But if we go back, who will help you? Who will help you?" Hearing Lu Banzwang's words, Ling Han and the others suddenly felt their noses sting. Who was going to help Yi Xian? The Karaki Academy and Dark World were clearly using their strength to bully others. Yi Xian was alone, and they were only barely able to resist them because of their presence. Now, if they were to leave, Yi Xian's situation would undoubtedly become even more difficult. Yi Xian smiled. "Do you still remember Xiangyu's words?" Everyone looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian said softly, "I'm a stubborn person. I can't stand being bullied, and I don't like to compromise. If anyone bullies me, I'll definitely bully them back. Even if I can't beat them, as long as they bully me, I won't tolerate it. I won't back down." At this point, he smiled faintly and continued, "My temper is just like that. It couldn't be changed. If one day I'm beaten to death because of this, then I, Yi Xian, deserve it. I'm not strong enough, so I don't blame anyone. After you return, cultivate well. I promise you, I'll definitely come to the central divine continent to find you. At that time, I hope you'll still recognize me as your big brother." "Big brother?" Ling Han looked straight at Yi Xian, and said, "Big brother Yi, you'll always be our big brother, always. And there will only be one big brother in the bandit mercenary group." Yili nodded, "Big brother once, big brother forever." The other members of the bandit mercenary group also nodded. Yi Xian smiled faintly, and said, "We'll meet again someday." After saying this, he looked at Lu Banzwang, and said, "You're the big sister, so you should have the demeanor of a big sister." Lu Banzwang glanced at Yi Xian, and then turned to walk toward the nearby black wolf. "Everyone, immediately follow me." Ling Han looked straight at Yi Xian, and said, "Big brother, the central divine continent will wait for you. Big brother, the central divine continent will wait for you. Big brother, we'll wait for you. Big brother, my name is Lin Yunxian." This chapter is not the end, please continue. Speak, but I don't know how to speak. In any case, the central divine continent will wait for you. Big brother, you have to stay alive, you have to, promise me, big brother, I'm sorry, I'm really, really sorry. My father threatened me with death, big brother. I really want to stay, really, really. Not long after, Lu Banzwang and the others disappeared on the black wolf. In the distance, Lu Banzwang was expressionless, and beside her, Ling Han and the others' faces were already covered in tears. Stay, everyone wanted to stay, however, there was nothing they could do. At this time, Ling Han suddenly roared, "When I return, I'll definitely become the patriarch, the patriarch." Yili nodded slightly, "I also want to be the patriarch," everyone nodded. If they were the patriarchs, they would have the right to speak, and could make decisions, and even mobilize the powerful forces of the clan. Only by becoming stronger would they have the right to speak, and the ability to control their own fate, below Mizar City. Only when Yili and the others had completely disappeared in the distance did Yi Xian turn around. They'd all left. In truth, he was a little reluctant. Because he really had feelings for them, fighting together with a group of brothers, this kind of feeling was actually very good. Unfortunately, all good things must come to an end. He could not selfishly leave Ling Han and the others here, as this would harm their families, just like Xiangyu. That youth wanted to live, really, really wanted to live, but in order not to drag everyone down, he decisively chose to commit suicide. At this time, Xianxia suddenly walked to Yi Xian's side. Xianxia said softly, "Me too, me too." Nearby, Mo Yunqi snickered. "Xianxia, Mo Yunqi." Yi Xian laughed loudly, his laughter like thunder, shaking the horizon. Nearby, the white-robed elder suddenly said, "Yi Xian, you can also be considered a talent." Those arrogant and unruly geniuses of the divine middle continent are willing to recognize you as their big brother, and are even willing to risk their lives for you. Unfortunately, this is of no use. Let me tell you, just like how the headmaster of Jiang Country's Karaki Academy, Li Xuanzong, said, not joining our Karaki Academy is the greatest loss of your life. Yi Xian shook his head with a smile, and said, don't say any more nonsense. Just be frank about how you want to fight. The white-robed old man nodded slightly, as you wish. As soon as he finished speaking, he moved to the side. Meanwhile, a man suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian recognized the man. It was the gray-cloaked man who'd fought him that day. The gray-cloaked man's arms were covered in black iron hoops. Yi Xian smiled. It seems like it isn't enough. The gray-cloaked man's eyes instantly narrowed when he heard Yi Xian. A moment later, he suddenly stomped his right foot against the ground, and he instantly appeared in front of Yi Xian. After that, he smashed his arms down towards Yi Xian. At this moment, the black iron hoops on his arms started to revolve violently and emanated strands of fierce energy. Yi Xian's face was emotionless as he raised his hand and stabbed. Bang! The gray-cloaked man was instantly blasted over 30 m back. As soon as he stopped moving, the ground beneath his feet instantly cracked apart, and his hands were trembling incessantly. Yi Xian walked towards the gray-cloaked man with his sword in hand, and a wisp of ridicule arose on the corners of his mouth. Is that all the monstrous geniuses of the Central Divine Prefecture are like this? The gray-cloaked man's expression instantly became ferocious when he heard this. Meanwhile, the white-robed old man spoke abruptly. Every single strike of his sword is filled with his full strength. You'll definitely suffer a loss if you hold back in the slightest. The gray-cloaked man clenched his fists tightly again. This chapter isn't finished, please continue to the next page. He squatted down in a half-squat. Crack, in an instant, the ground in an area of over 100 m cracked apart. At the same time, a formidable aura suddenly surged out from within him, and it pressed down towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian did not stop. He continued to walk forward, and his body was also emitting a powerful aura, his sword aura. He walked towards the gray-clothed man, and it didn't take long for his sword aura to collide with the gray-clothed man's aura. Bang! The ground around them trembled violently. Yi Xian stopped moving, but it didn't take long for him to continue forward. The gray-cloaked man's pupils constricted when he witnessed this scene. He'd underestimated Yi Xian's sword aura. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly sped up, and his speed was growing faster and faster. He just charged towards the gray-cloaked man with his sword in hand. Moreover, his aura was growing stronger and stronger. In the end, it was like a torrent that seemed capable of destroying everything. A single strike of the sword would decide life and death. The white-robed old man's expression changed when he witnessed this scene. It was aura, regardless of whether it was the cultivation of the martial arts or the sword, both of them condensed aura, and intent came after aura. Aura came before intent. Many people felt that intent was more important than aura, however, it wasn't. Aura could be said to be as important as intent, because aura could be gathered and borrowed. At this moment, Yi Xian had faintly started to borrow aura. At this moment, not far away, Yi Xian suddenly stopped. The white-robed old man heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. Obviously, Yi Xian hadn't comprehended this point. Borrowing aura wasn't something that could be understood just by talking about it, but one had to comprehend it himself. If one could comprehend it, then one could borrow it. If one couldn't, then one couldn't borrow it. Earlier, Yi Xian clearly had the aura to comprehend it, but now, that aura was gone. However, at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly frowned and said softly, aura. My battle intent and sword intent can fuse into this sword aura, but what about the others? Others, as he spoke, he held the sword in his right hand and spun it lightly. In an instant, a light breeze was stirred into a vortex by the sword, and soon, the light breeze fused into his sword. Yi Xian was overjoyed when he had seen that. It was really possible. On the other side, the white-robed old man suddenly roared furiously, "Kill him! Kill him!" At this moment, the white-robed old man's eyes were filled with shock, because once Yi Xian really comprehended the true profundities of aura, it meant that he might advance from a grandmaster of the sword to a sword master. Master, he could use the sword to control the wind, the sword to control the earth, and the sword to control everything in the world. Sword Master, when he thought of this, the white-robed old man was exasperated. Attack together! Attack together! As soon as the white-robed old man spoke, a few more people suddenly appeared. It was Li Mulan, who had stalled Ling Yu earlier, an archer with a longbow on his back, and a one-armed man. Yi Xian was familiar with this man as well. The red figure on the second floor belonged to this one-armed man. 3 monstrous geniuses on the monstrous genius rankings, and a middle-aged man. Other than that, there were also 6 ghost-like shadowy figures that quietly appeared around Yi Xian. These 6 people immediately surrounded Yi Xian. Elite Dao soldiers from the Dark World. Just how terrifying was this lineup? Naturally, Yi Xian could not continue comprehending at a time like this. Although it was a pity to lose this opportunity, he had no other choice. Just as he was about to exit that mysterious state, a jade-white hand suddenly landed lightly on his shoulder. Immediately after, a voice rang out in his ear. Continue. I'll deal with them. Hearing this voice, Yi Xian was stunned. Ended this chapter. What a familiar voice, a voice I haven't heard in a long time, and Xianxia, little Lin, when he heard this voice, even Yi Xian himself was stunned. Because he'd truly never imagined that Xianxia would actually make an appearance here at this critical moment, and Xianxia was standing before Yi Xian. She still wore a white dress that wasn't tainted by a speck of dust, and she was still so beautiful to the point it was suffocating, and Xianxia was once the most monstrous genius in the state of Jiang. What's she doing here? Yi Xian didn't think about this because he had more important things to do now. Comprehension. At most times, one had to grasp inspiration as soon as it arrived. Otherwise, once it vanished, then one wouldn't know when it would come again. This time, inspiration had suddenly appeared, and he'd entered such a state. It was undoubtedly a heaven-sent opportunity to him. I can't miss it. In next to no time, Yi Xian calmed his heart down completely. And Xianxia stood before Yi Xian with an emotionless expression as she gazed at the group that was charging towards her, and she held a spear in her hand. Her expression was extremely calm as she watched the gray-cloaked man and the others charge over, and there wasn't even the slightest ripple in her eyes. The person in the lead was the gray-cloaked man. He'd already gathered formidable force as he ran, and every single step he took caused the ground to instantly crack open. It was an extremely astounding sight. Right when the gray-cloaked man was around 10 m away from Xianxia, and Xianxia dashed forward swiftly with the spear in her hand. In the next moment, a spear had suddenly arrived in front of the gray-cloaked man. The gray-cloaked man's pupils constricted abruptly because the speed of Xianxia's spear had greatly exceeded his expectations. So, he could only instinctively use his arms to block it. Bang! Under the gazes of countless people, the gray-cloaked man instantly retreated explosively by 300 m. As soon as he stopped moving, he directly knelt on the ground, causing the ground to instantly explode apart. At the same time, the iron rings on his arms instantly transformed into a pile of fragments. Moreover, his arms had even been directly shattered into pieces and transformed into a pile of powder. The gray-cloaked man was slightly stunned as he gazed at Xianxia, who stood in the distance. I'm actually unable to resist a single spear strike? Not far away, and Lan didn't stop after she unleashed her spear. She pointed her spear diagonally at the ground, and in the next moment, she swept her spear. At this moment, the surrounding space actually became illusory. Space illusion. The nearby white-robed old man's expression changed drastically when he saw this scene, and he cried out involuntarily, Spear Master. You actually reached the level of Spear Master. You. Not far away. Bang 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 bang, in an instant, countless figures retreated. This retreat was no less than 1,000 feet. Among them, the one-armed man's left arm had been directly swept off by the spear, and he was now an armless man. As he looked at Xianxia, his eyes were also filled with terror. Spear owner. In the distance, the middle-aged man looked at Xianxia with slight astonishment. Who exactly are you? At this moment, he was beyond shocked. It wasn't that the Central Divine Continent didn't have spear masters, but it was the first time he'd seen such a young spear master, and Xianxia glanced at the middle-aged man but didn't reply, and she instead retreated to a spot not too far away from Yi Xian. She just stood there like that, like a god of war. On the other hand, no one dared to make a move. This was too terrifying. On the other side, the white-robed old man stared fixedly at Xianxia. Who exactly are you? Why are you interfering in the matters between my Karaki Academy and the Dark World? If this chapter is not finished, please turn the page. And Xianxia glanced at the white-robed old man. You're disgruntled? The white-robed old man's eyes narrowed slightly. Are you aware of the consequences? He naturally didn't dare to attack rashly. After all, he wouldn't believe that such a genius didn't have someone backing her. And Xianxia walked over to the white-robed old man with her spear in hand, and then she looked him in the eyes. Do you want a one-on-one battle or a group battle? One-on-one battle or a group battle? The surroundings were deathly silent. On the other hand, the white-robed old man's expression instantly turned savage. This was simply going too far. How could he endure this? He was about to attack right away, but right at this moment, numerous formidable auras suddenly enveloped him. All of them were above the peak of the myriad techniques realm. The white-robed old man's expression changed once more when he noticed this scene. Meanwhile, an old man appeared by Xianxia's side. The old man wore black clothes, and his hands were hidden within his sleeves. His gaze was sharp like an arrow, and he just stared fixedly at the white-robed old man while his eyes didn't carry a trace of emotion. The white-robed old man glanced at Xianxia and the black-clothed old man. Which power are both of you from? At this moment, he was naturally shocked because it was utterly impossible for an ordinary power to foster such a genius, and it was impossible for an ordinary power to casually foster a few experts at the peak of the Dharma realm or above. The black-clothed old man glanced at the white-robed old man and said in a hoarse voice, "Fuck off right now." His voice was extremely unpleasant and slightly ear-piercing. The white-robed old man's face instantly turned livid, and he was about to flare up. However, a voice suddenly entered his mind, and it didn't take long for his pupils to constrict. After that, he took a deep and long glance at Xianxia. And when he spoke up to hear, he didn't dare continue. After a short moment, the white-robed old man turned around and left, and the army of 100,000 cavalry left with him. They retreated very swiftly, and Xianxia, there was no one in the Central Divine Prefecture that didn't know this name, because this name was ranked at the 6th position on the Monstrous Genius rankings. Yet she'd merely used a single day to rise from the 30th position to the 6th position. The power that stood behind such a person was a mystery, and it was a mystery even to Karaki Academy. That was the most terrifying part. After all, Karaki Academy was a large power in the Central Divine Prefecture. While its information network couldn't be said to be the best in the Central Divine Prefecture, it was absolutely not bad. Moreover, even Karaki Academy hadn't been able to find any information about Xianxia's origins. The white-robed old man didn't dare threaten her with a life-and-death struggle because he didn't dare to. If he did, then perhaps Xianxia would really fight Karaki Academy to the death. Because she really wasn't afraid. So, the white-robed old man retreated decisively. After the white-robed old man and the others retreated, and Xianxia turned around. Meanwhile, Xian had suddenly put the spirit gray sword away, and then he arrived in front of her. And Xianxia was slightly stunned. He was interrupted. The corners of Xian's mouth curled up slightly. I think so. And Xianxia shook her head slightly. Be serious. Xian chuckled, and then he spoke with a serious expression. And, what are you doing here? Xiaoan, and Xianxia was stunned. Obviously, she'd never imagined that Xian would call her by her nickname because this nickname was something that only the 2 or 3 people closest to her could call her by. When the black-clothed old man heard Xian call Xianxia by her nickname, he immediately frowned, and his face instantly sank when he noticed that Xianxia wasn't angry. He just stared fixedly at Xian with an extremely gloomy expression. And Xianxia sized him up. If this chapter is not finished, please turn the page. She glanced at Xian and said softly, "Come with me." Xian nodded. Just like that, the 2 of them walked away. The black-robed old man's face was dark the entire time. No one knew what he was thinking. At first, the 2 of them didn't say anything and just walked on. Finally, Xian broke the silence. "Xiaoan, why are you here?" And Xianxia lightly combed her hair behind her ear and said, "The matter of Karaki Academy and the dark dimension targeting you has caused quite a stir in the Central Divine Prefecture." Xian smiled and said, "That's why you've come." And Xianxia stopped moving, and then she turned around to look at Xian. "I didn't want to come." Xian was stunned. And Xianxia shook her head. "My arrival will bring trouble to you, and this trouble isn't any less than the trouble that Karaki Academy and the Dark Dimension brought to you, and it might even be more. When she spoke up to hear, she walked slowly towards the distance and said, "Many troublesome matters will come successively when I meet you this time. You're unable to endure all of this now, and I don't want you to be swept into it as well. However, you have no choice but to be swept into it now." Xian said in a low voice, "Your clan?" And Lanxiao nodded. "Besides mine, there are others." When she spoke up to hear, she turned around to look at Xian. "I'll leave immediately. After I leave, I'll do my best to restrain the members of my clan, but I can't restrain anyone else. Since you've chosen to become friends with me, you won't be able to avoid some troubles. Do you understand?" Xian nodded. "I understand." And Lanxiao shook her head. "You don't understand. True great clans attach great importance to one's background and lineage, as well as bloodline and natural talent. All of this is very complicated." Xian smiled and said, "Do you want to break off all ties with me?" And Lanxiao looked at Xian. "If I promise to my clan that I won't see you in the future, then Karaki Academy and the Dark Dimension will vanish from this world tomorrow. On the other hand, if I choose to become friends with you, then your enemies won't just be Karaki Academy and the Dark Dimension, there'll be someone even stronger than them." Xian fell silent. And Lanxiao turned around and walked towards the black-robed old man, her expression very calm. Right at this moment, Xian's voice suddenly came from behind her. "I choose the latter." And Lanxiao stopped her steps. Xian smiled and said, "Little one, I know that choosing the latter will cause me to face many things, and I might even die. However, I don't regret it. I don't know what it means to like or love. I only know that meeting you in this lifetime is the happiest thing that has happened to me. For you, for the friendship between us, I'm willing to use my life to protect it." As he spoke up to hear, he walked behind Lanxiao. "I'm not afraid of Karaki Academy, I'm not afraid of your clan, and I'm not afraid of death. However, I'm truly afraid of becoming strangers with you from now on. I'm very afraid." And Lanxiao was silent for a very long time. In the end, she said in a light voice, "You're really stupid." Finished speaking, she walked towards the distance. No one noticed that the corners of her mouth slightly rose into an undetectable arc. At the side, the black-robed old man glanced coldly at Xian. Xian smiled faintly at the black-robed old man. "Actually, I'm not bad. Really, I'm already a Grandmaster of the Sword Dao and a Grandmaster of the Martial Dao. Although I'm only at the Nether Passage realm, killing divine fusion experts is like chopping vegetables. You won't be able to find a man more outstanding than me in Azure Province." As he spoke, he became incomparably serious. "Really, don't be prejudiced against me. Properly understand me. I believe that you'll accept me. I'm really outstanding." The black-robed old man. End of this chapter. The old man in black looked coldly at Xian and didn't say a word. Xian said seriously, "It's true. I'm not trying to brag, but your family can get a deeper understanding of me. As long as you get to know me, you'll realize that I'm an extremely outstanding person." The old man in black suddenly said, "I'm not from the Yin family." Xian. The old man in black glanced at Xian and didn't conceal the killing intent in his eyes, "But don't worry, we'll get a deeper understanding of you." With that, he glanced coldly at Xian and turned to leave. Xian was stunned and shook his head. "That's AF** king enemy." At this moment, Xianxia walked to Xian's side. She looked at the distant horizon and said softly, "Has she left?" Xian raised his head and looked into the distance. And Lanxiao had already disappeared into the horizon. "She really left?" "She didn't stop at all," Xianxia said softly. "She left in such a hurry, the matter might be very serious." Xian nodded, "I know." Xianxia looked at Xian and there was a trace of worry in her eyes. And Lanxiao's family wasn't ordinary. If Xian and Lanxiao were just ordinary friends, it might not be a big deal. But the problem was that Lanxiao's attitude towards Xian was indeed not ordinary. For example, the way she called him Little, she only knew that in the entire country of Jiang, only she could call Lanxiao Little. In the past, her big brother, the country of Jiang's crown prince, had also called her that. At that time Enlancio didn't give the crown prince any face and directly pointed a spear at his face. Since then, besides her, no one else dared to call Enlancio by her nickname. And just now, Xian had called her that. But Enlancio didn't feel any disgust towards it. Actually, as long as one wasn't blind, one could see that Enlancio's attitude towards Xian wasn't ordinary. Was Xian outstanding? He was definitely outstanding. However, in the eyes of these aristocratic families, this might not be enough. These aristocratic families had seen too many monstrous geniuses. Ordinary monstrous geniuses could not even enter their eyes. Moreover, to them, talent wasn't the only thing that mattered. Status and background were important as well. This was the so-called well-matched match in terms of social status. The rich and powerful clans attached great importance to this point. Xian and Enlancio were clearly of unequal social status. Meanwhile, Xian suddenly said, "Let's go." With that, he turned around and left. Xianxia glanced at the end of the horizon, yet she couldn't see Enlancio's figure any longer. After a short moment, she sighed lightly before turning around and leaving. Along with Enlancio's appearance, the entire state of Jiang suddenly calmed down. Although the armies of the Chu country and the Yu country didn't completely retreat from the Jiang country's territory, they didn't launch another attack. They didn't dare to attack because they still didn't know what Enlancio's intentions were. In short, Jiangwa could finally take a breather. Mizar City was not big, only having a population of 500,000 to 600,000. However, with the arrival of the Chu Empire's army, the population of Mizar City had been reduced by at least half. They had all escaped. After Xian returned to Mizar City, he walked along the streets alone. Thinking about many things. Actually, he'd already been interrupted outside the city. It hadn't been interrupted by external factors, but by himself, because he noticed that when he sensed his surroundings, such as the wind, he was actually unable to calm down, impetuous. When he wanted to calmly feel the wind around him, he realized how impetuous he was. He'd walked all the way since leaving Azure City. This chapter isn't finished, please continue to the next page. Because I've truly been too impetuous. In this world, there wasn't only fighting and killing, nor was there only cultivation. There were many other beautiful things, and he'd been neglecting all of them. Now, he just wanted to calm down and take a serious look at his surroundings. He wanted to seriously feel the wind, the streets, and everything in his surroundings. As he walked, he'd unknowingly arrived by a river. There were rows of small houses on both sides of the river. At this moment, there was no one in those houses. The houses on both sides of the street were empty. They'd fled. Once the war started, these ordinary people were simply as weak as a piece of paper in front of war. In Azure Province, the strong were respected, but not everyone could learn martial arts. Therefore, there were more ordinary people. Ordinary people who had never learned martial arts had no ability to resist in the face of war. And to those top forces, wasn't he also an ordinary person? At this moment, a little girl suddenly ran in front of him. The little girl was about 5 or 6 years old, and she was wearing an old tattered dress. The dress was really tattered, and there were small holes everywhere. There were 2 large scars on her knees, and the blood had already coagulated. The little girl was wearing a pair of worn-out straw sandals. The soles of the straw sandals had already been worn out, so the little girl's 5 toes were curled inward. This was because when she stretched them out, her toes would come into intimate contact with the ground. The little girl raised her head and looked at Xian. Her eyes were very watery as she said in a clear voice, "Brother Yi, thank you for saving us just now." Save? Xian was stunned. He turned his head. Not far away, there were several people, both men and women. Clearly, these people were the little girl's relatives. At this moment, a middle-aged man hurriedly walked in front of Xian. He knelt down and kowed out heavily. "We are the people who were chased by the Chu army outside the city. If State Scholar Yi had not appeared, we would have died outside the city. Thank you, State Scholar Yi, for saving our lives." Not far away, the few people also knelt down. The little girl in front of Xian also wanted to learn from the adults and kneel down, but she was carried by Xian. The middle-aged man's expression changed greatly. "Tong Tong, come down quickly. Don't dirty State Scholar Yi's clothes." The little girl was about to break free from Xian, but Xian smiled and said, "Don't move. Let me carry you. The little girl looked at Xian. Dirty. Xian gently kissed the little girl's cheek. He smiled and said, not dirty at all. The little girl blinked. Then she gently kissed Xian. Xian laughed. He faced the middle-aged man and said, get up. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment and then stood up. But his body was still half-bowed. This was not fear, but respect. Respect from the bottom of their hearts. Xian asked, do you have a place to go? The middle-aged man shook his head. I didn't know where to go before. Now I want to go to the imperial capital because it might be safer there. Safer? Xian was silent. After a moment, he said softly, the journey to the imperial capital is long. You don't have the ability to protect yourselves. It's too dangerous. How about staying in the city? The middle-aged man smiled bitterly. The army outside the city. Xian smiled and said, I promise you that this city will not be breached by the army of Chu. You can stay in the city without worry. How about it? The middle-aged man and the others looked at each other. Then, they all knelt down. The middle-aged man bowed deeply. We believe in state scholarship. Xian said softly, get up. The middle-aged man and the others got up. Xian placed the little girl in his arms on the ground. He gently rubbed the little girl's head. This chapter is not finished. Please continue. The child smiled and said, you are called Tong Tong? The little girl quickly nodded. Big brother, is it nice? Xian smiled and said, nice. Very nice. He opened his right hand. 2 scrolls appeared in his hand. Then, he pointed with his finger. The 2 scrolls turned into a white light and disappeared into the little girl's forehead. Cultivation method and martial skill inheritance. The little girl was stunned for a long time. Finally, she looked at Xian and said in a crisp voice, Big brother. What is this? Xian said softly, you can cultivate according to the method in your head. You have to cultivate slowly. In the future, you can be as powerful as Big brother. The little girl blinked. Really? Xian smiled and said, really. However, you can't tell others about this. Just treat it as a little secret between you and Big brother, okay? The little girl quickly nodded. Xian opened his right palm. A money bag appeared in his hand. He threw the money bag to the middle-aged man. Live well in the city. Treat Tong Tong well. Give her 2 sets of good clothes and shoes. I like this little girl very much. In the future, I will come to Kaiyang City to see her. The middle-aged man quickly said, okay. Then, he and the others bowed deeply to Xian. Then, they pulled Tong Tong and left. Not long after, Tong Tong suddenly turned to look at Xian. Big brother, will you come to find me? Xian smiled and said, yes. Tong Tong smiled sweetly. I will wait for Big brother to come. Then, she turned and left with the middle-aged man and others. Watching the little girl leave, Xian smiled slightly. He turned to face the river in front of him. Suddenly, he found that his one thought might be able to determine the life and death of many people. If it was an evil thought, many people might die. If it was a good thought, it might be able to change a person's life, or even the lives of countless people. Thinking of this. Boom, a sword intent suddenly swept out of his body. This sword intent scattered towards the small river. The surface of the small river in front of Xian suddenly surged with waves. But gradually, a strange phenomenon appeared on the river surface. The left side of the river, which was covered by the sword intent, was like boiling water. But the right side, which was covered by the sword intent, was extremely calm, with only slight ripples. One side of the river, one kind of sword intent. They were 2 extremes. Just like this, after an unknown period of time, the sword intent on the river surface suddenly surged back into Xian's body like a tide. But the next moment, the sword intent swept out of his body again. The sword intent followed the surface of the small river and vibrated into the distance. On the entire surface of the small river, the water on the left side was violently boiling, while the right side, which was covered by the sword intent, was extremely calm. After a few breaths, the sword intent suddenly disappeared. On the shore, Xian's lips curled up. So that's how it is. One good thought, thousands of mountains and rivers, one evil thought, the world will change, good and evil sword intent, good and evil sword Tao, if I do good, thousands of mountains and rivers, if I do evil, the world will change. When Yi Xian's mind was clear, in his body, at the top of the world prison pagoda, one of the three swords suddenly trembled. P.S. Let me recommend another book, Open a Clinic to Cultivate. It's also published by Vertical and Horizontal, in the city. It's very worth reading. Everyone should go read it. Finally, some people said that our Sword Supreme's book comment section is dead, there's not a single living person. Brothers, stop lurking. Come out and leave a comment like Boss Egg is the most handsome to prove that you all still exist. It also proves that there are still people reading my book, and it's not a standalone game. End of this chapter. At the top of the prison pagoda, the sword trembled for a moment before returning to normal. However, Yi Xian did not realize it. Outside the pagoda, Yi Xian spread his arms and greedily absorbed the fresh air around him. At this moment, he felt extremely relaxed. This relaxation was not only in his heart, but also in his mind. Previously, his understanding of his sword principle was somewhat vague. This vagueness meant that he did not have a clear understanding of his sword principle, not to mention his sword principle, he did not even have a concept of sword intent, but now, everything was clear. It felt like the clouds had parted and he could see the clear sky, good and evil, one thought could be good, and the other could be evil. Actually, previously, his sword intent was not considered good and evil sword intent. It was only the embryonic form of good and evil sword intent. However, the moment his mind was clear, his sword intent was considered to have reached the level of good and evil sword intent. Yi Xian realized that his sword intent was much stronger than before. If he were to encounter the man in gray who had fought with him previously, he was confident that he could kill him within 5 moves, and this was under the situation where he did not have to decide life and death with one strike. Was sword intent divided into realms? Yi Xian had some doubts in his mind, but unfortunately, he did not get an answer. This was because Sister Sword Celestial was still in a deep sleep. Without thinking too much, Yi Xian walked along the river. He extended his right hand to the right with his palm facing outwards. A light breeze brushed past and he felt a chill in his palm. Sensation, just like when he was cultivating the sword eye, he could sense everything around him. However, this time, he was not just sensing, he was also borrowing. When he was fighting with the gray-clothed man, he fused his battle will and sword intent into his sword force. At that moment, an idea popped into his mind. Since battle will and sword intent could be fused into his force, why couldn't other things do the same, for example, the wind, or the earth? Yi Xian stepped on the ground. This time, he did not activate the Tao Law, because the Tao Law belonged to someone else. It was ready-made and did not belong to him. Just like that, Duan Ling Tian's body emitted a strand of force as he walked. Sword momentum. Gradually, countless battle will and sword will melded into his force, and the wind that passed through his palm suddenly stopped and then gathered into his force. Not only that, but the ground under his feet suddenly trembled. Very soon, the power of the earth flowed from his feet to his body, and finally gathered into his force like a tide. At this moment, the aura emanating from his body was even more terrifying. On the surface of the river on his right, the water was boiling. At the same time, with every step he took, the ground in front of him would crumble. Force, take advantage of the situation. At this moment, Yi Xian was very excited because he realized that he could really borrow power. Not only could it be borrowed, but it could also be fused. He fused all of this into his force. For example, battle intent, sword intent. When all of these were integrated into his sword force, it was no longer just a sword force, the momentum had already transformed. More accurately, it was no longer just a person's momentum was still limited to him. It was like a cup of water. The capacity of the cup was limited, but if this cup was placed into a basin and broken, the water would increase. This force was like water. If he wanted to store more, he had to break through his own shackles. Yi Xian walked forward slowly. Gradually, on his right. This chapter is not finished, please continue to the next page. A powerful force appeared in the river, water force. The water force gathered towards him bit by bit. Bang, the ground under Yi Xian's feet was no longer collapsing, but completely shattered. The force that gathered on his body was so strong that the ground under his feet could no longer bear it. It was unstoppable. Together with his good and evil sword will, he could easily kill a Nether Passage realm expert with this force. If he fought against the man in grey again, he was confident that he could kill him in 3 strikes. If he used life and death with one sword, he could do it with 1 strike. A person's strength could not be measured by their realm. Concept, momentum, combat experience, and equipment. None of these could be lacking. At this moment, other than his realm, he had reached his peak in all other aspects. If he reached the Divine Unity realm, his strength would undergo a qualitative transformation. Xian suddenly stopped and pressed his right hand down. Disperse. As he spoke, the force that gathered on his body disappeared without a trace. The river regained its calm. Sword master, Xian's lips curled up slightly. He should be considered a sword master now. As if he thought of something, he pointed his finger forward and a ray of sword light flashed. 300 feet away, a tree branch fell with a crack. Just as it was about to hit the ground, the Spirit Elegance sword suddenly appeared. The tree branch landed firmly on the Spirit Elegance sword. The next moment, with a flash of sword light, the Spirit Elegance sword appeared in front of him. The smile on Xian's face gradually widened. Compared to before, his current Imperial sword technique had undergone a qualitative transformation, be it in terms of speed or strength. Most importantly, he was now able to control the sword with ease. It was not stiff at all. It was as if the sword was part of his hand. At this moment, an old man appeared in front of Xian. The 5th floor master of the Drunken Immortal Inn. Xian tapped his right foot lightly and activated the Tao Law. The aura on his body was instantly concealed by the Tao Law. To be precise, he was using the power of the earth to conceal himself. A long time ago, he had already discovered that this Tao Law could conceal his aura and realm. However, there was no need for him to conceal himself previously. But now, he didn't want to reveal his true strength. He wanted to keep a trump card as it would have an unexpected effect. The 5th floor master walked in front of Xian and smiled bitterly. Little friend, clasp your fists. My Drunken Immortal Inn has chosen to withdraw from this matter. Xian's expression was calm as he nodded slightly. I have expected it. The 5th floor master shook his head. Apologies. Xian smiled. Senior, please don't say that. I am already greatly indebted to the Drunken Immortal Inn. As he spoke, he said seriously, it is a favor for the Drunken Immortal Inn to help me. Even if you don't help me, it is also your duty. Moreover, during this period of time, the Drunken Immortal Inn has helped me several times when I was in danger. I, Xian, will never forget this favor. If the Drunken Immortal Inn needs anything in the future, I, Xian, will not shirk my duty. The 5th floor master had a complicated look in his eyes. If he helped Xian in the beginning because he wanted to rope in the sword immortal behind Xian, then now, he really admired Xian. Although Xian was impulsive at times, he was a very loyal person. Back then, Karaki Academy not accepting Xian was definitely the stupidest decision in 100 years. If such a genius was accepted, as long as you treated him well, he would use his life to repay you, just like Old Man G. Azure Billow Academy. The 5th floor master shook his head and sighed. He spread his hands, and a long box appeared in his hands. He handed the box to Xian. Young friend, this is what you need. Xian opened the box. Inside the box, there were 2 swords. 2 swords that looked exactly the same. The swords were longer, about 5 feet long. If this chapter is not finished, please continue. The swords were very narrow, less than a finger's length, thin swords. The 5th floor master said softly, these 2 swords are called Jiang. They are not ordinary swords, but flying swords. They are custom-made for sword immortals who mainly use sword kinesis. If young friend can use sword kinesis, with this sword, your power will increase by at least 2 times. My Drunken Immortal Inn has already erased Swordsman's imprint. Young friend, you can use it at any time. Jiang, Xian faced the box, and with a flick of his right hand's fingers, the 2 swords flew out of the box. Xian pointed his fingers forward. In an instant, the 2 swords appeared behind 2 trees 500 feet away. The next moment, the 2 swords returned to Xian. 500 feet away, at the top of the 2 trees, 2 leaves fell slowly. Seeing this scene, the 5th floor master was a little shocked. He knew that Yi Xian knew how to ride a sword, but he never imagined that the speed of Yi Xian's sword would be this fast. It was so fast that even he was a little shocked. This was not a speed that a Nether Passage realm cultivator could achieve. In front of the fifth floor master, Yi Xian gently stroked the two swords. He exclaimed, "Jiang, what a good sword." The two swords seemed to sense something. They trembled slightly, and let out a soft sword hum. Yi Xian laughed and put away the two swords. Then, he cupped his fists at the fifth floor master. "Senior, thank you." After saying this, he took out a gold card. At this moment, the fifth floor master suddenly shook his head. "No need. This sword is a gift from my drunken immortal inn." Yi Xian shook his head and said seriously, "Friendship is friendship, business is business." After saying this, he took out a gold card and placed it in front of the fifth floor master. Seeing that the fifth floor master did not accept it, he said seriously, "If senior does not accept it, I will not trouble the drunken immortal inn anymore." Hearing this, the fifth floor master smiled bitterly and put away the two gold cards. In the gold cards, there were 200 million gold coins. Yi Xian smiled. "Senior, if it is possible, I may have to trouble your inn for information in the future. Apart from that, if I want to sell anything, I may have to look for you." The fifth floor master said seriously, "The higher-ups have already instructed that as long as it is within the scope of the Drunken Immortal Inn's ability, the Drunken Immortal Inn will do its best to help you." However, this expert, Yi Xian smiled. "It is enough. Senior, we will meet again." After saying this, he turned and left. The fifth floor master glanced at Yi Xian and said softly, "If he does not fall, he will definitely become a sword immortal in the future." After saying this, he turned and disappeared on the spot. Yi Xian came to the city wall of Mizar City. Along the way, countless soldiers saluted and looked at Yi Xian with excitement. "Swordsman, the swordsman of Jiang country." This was the honor of Jiang country. Yi Xian came to Jiangzhou's side. Jiangzhou looked at the end of the city wall and said softly, "They have not retreated yet." Yi Xian looked into the distance. At the end of his sight, he could still see a dense army. Chu country's cavalry. At this moment, a group of cavalry suddenly came from afar. There were not many of them, only about 20 people. From their clothes, they were not Chu country's soldiers. Beside Yi Xian, Jiangzhou said in a deep voice, "Great Cloud Country soldiers." Great Cloud Country finally appeared. Yi Xian faced the city wall. At this moment, the 20 people had already reached the city wall. The middle-aged man in the lead raised his head and looked at Yi Xian and Jiangzhou. "Surrender. Or die." At this moment, a sword suddenly pointed at the middle-aged man's forehead. On the city wall, Yi Xian faced down. "The wind is too strong. I did not hear you clearly. Please say it again." Everyone, end of this chapter. The battlefield suddenly quietened down. Below the city, the 20 or so cavalrymen stared at Yi Xian, especially the middle-aged man who was leading them. Although a sword was pressed against his forehead, there was no fear in his eyes. "If you don't surrender, the day the army enters the city will be the day you will be beheaded." Yi Xian gave the middle-aged man a thumbs up. "You've got guts." The middle-aged man sneered. "Kill me? You won't dare even if you have 100 guts." Yi Xian was puzzled. "Why?" The middle-aged man pointed at himself. "I'm a soldier of Great Cloud Empire. I'm here on behalf of Great Cloud Empire. If you kill me, Great Cloud Empire, Chi." The elegant spirit sword suddenly pierced through the middle-aged man's forehead. The middle-aged man's voice stopped abruptly. His eyes were wide open and filled with disbelief. On the city wall, Yi Xian opened his palm and the elegant spirit sword flew into his hand. A drop of blood slowly dripped from the tip of the sword. Yi Xian looked at the middle-aged man and shook his head. "How dare you threaten me like this? Don't I have any face?" The middle-aged man was speechless. A few breaths later, the middle-aged man fell from his horse, but his eyes were wide open. He died with everlasting regret. The rest of the Great Cloud Empire soldiers were enraged when they saw the middle-aged man was killed. One of them pointed at Yi Xian and said angrily, "How dare you kill our Great Cloud Empire, Chi?" Without any warning, a sword suddenly pierced through the soldier's throat. The soldier fell to the ground from his horse. Blood spurted out of his throat. Staring at Xian, he held his throat with both hands. But no matter how hard he tried, he could not stop the blood from spurting out. Xian turned to the rest of the soldiers. Do you have anything to say about their fate? At this moment, the soldiers were horrified. At the same time, they realized that this guy wasn't afraid of Great Cloud Empire at all. Run. Without any hesitation, the remaining dozen cavalrymen turned and fled. Xianxia suddenly asked beside Xian, why didn't you kill them all? Xian smiled and turned to face the soldiers on the wall. Do you see that? This was the power of Great Cloud Empire. The soldiers of Great Cloud Empire weren't invincible. They could still be killed and cowered. So, why should the men of Jiang be afraid of the Great Cloud Empire? If one comes, we'll kill one. Even if we die, we'll take one down with us. On the city wall, the soldiers who had solemn expressions suddenly became excited. Countless soldiers roared in unison, kill whoever comes. I'll kill whoever comes. His voice was like thunder, resounding through the clouds. Sensing this scene, Xian smiled. Morale. The small countries in Qing province were actually in awe of Great Cloud Empire because it was the largest empire in Qing province. In fact, Great Cloud Empire had once annihilated a country with a team of 100 cavalrymen. Therefore, these soldiers were very fearful of Great Cloud Empire. If they did not raise the morale of these soldiers, the state of Jiang would have been defeated before the battle even started. Jiangzhou glanced at Xian with an undetectable curve on the corner of her mouth. Xian suddenly said, I'm going back to Azure Waves Academy. Jiangzhou asked, when will you be back? Xian answered, soon. Jiangzhou sighed. If this chapter is not finished, please turn the page. I'll wait for you. Xian nodded. Because of Shaoan, Chu, Karaki Academy, and Dark World won't make a move for a while. But be careful. I'll be back in 2 days at the latest. Finishing his words, he turned and left. Jiangzhou looked at Xian's back until Xian disappeared at the end of the horizon. Xian didn't ride the cloud ship. Instead, he rode the black wolf that Lu Banzwing left for him. Because the speed of the black wolf had surpassed the cloud ship, it would take him at most half a day to return to Azure Waves Academy from Mizar City. He had to make a trip back to Azure Waves Academy because it was impossible to resist Chu's army with the military strength of Two Realm City, especially when Great Cloud Empire was involved. He had to find reinforcements. As for the 2 Jiaying swords, he didn't devour them because he found it hard to reach Spirit Unite Realm with 2 bright grade swords given his current realm. He needed at least 5 swords. Under such circumstances, it was better to keep the 2 swords. Now that he had the 2 swords, his combat strength would rise to a new level. 100 miles away from Mizar City was the encampment of Chu's army. Inside a tent. Impudent. A bellow suddenly sounded. Inside the tent, a middle-aged man clad in iron armor glared at a soldier kneeling on the ground in front of him. His eyes were filled with malevolence. Does Jiang country really humiliate my Great Cloud Empire? The soldier lowered his head, replying to General, what this subordinate said was true. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes, pass down my order. Great Cloud Cavalry, assemble. At this moment, a white-robed elder and a black shadow suddenly appeared in the tent. The white-robed elder glanced at the soldier kneeling on the ground, stand down. The soldier hurriedly retreated. The white-robed elder looked at the middle-aged man, General Li Feng, did King Kaoshan tell you to listen to my orders? The middle-aged man named Li Feng's expression was rather unsightly. The white-robed elder said indifferently, General Li, that Xian even dared to slaughter my Karaki Academy. Do you think he's afraid of your Great Cloud Empire? Not only is he extremely talented, but he also has a sword immortal backing him. Moreover, Enlancho suddenly came back to help him. Before we figure out Nguisher's intention, you're not allowed to organize anything. Otherwise, you'll be punished according to the military order. Li Feng clenched his fists and his face was livid, but he still nodded. The white-robed elder's expression was also somewhat unsightly. Because of Enlancho, they were now in a deadlock here. The reason why they didn't dare to make a move was that they hadn't found out Enlancho's identity and background. Most importantly, they were afraid that the force behind Enlancho would also join in. It was precisely because of this that Jiang Country and Dark World didn't dare to act rashly, but if they didn't make a move, he was afraid. He was afraid of giving Xian more time to grow. Previously at Mizar City, Yi Xian had almost taken advantage of the situation to become a sword master. At that moment, he was really terrified, because once Yi Xian became a sword master, it meant that Karaki Academy and Dark World wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Because the geniuses they could invite were at most those who were below the top 20 on the demon-level geniuses list. If they went any higher, the price would be too great, and if Yi Xian became a sword master, then they would have to invite the top 10 geniuses on the demon-level geniuses list to have a chance of killing Yi Xian. As for the top 10 geniuses, Karaki Academy wouldn't be able to come into contact with them. Moreover, these geniuses wouldn't lack money because they were already on another level. So, once Yi Xian became a sword master, under the situation that the Myriad Laws realm didn't appear, this chapter isn't over. Please continue to the next page. At that time, the situation between Karaki Academy and Dark World would become very, very bad. Fortunately, Yi Xian had failed. Outside the city, he heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Yi Xian hadn't succeeded in taking advantage of the situation. So long as Yi Xian hadn't attained the Swordmaster realm, then they were still able to kill Yi Xian without paying too great of a price. But now, Xianxia had appeared. When he thought of Xianxia, the white-robed old man's face instantly sank. She really is an extraordinary genius. The problem was why Yi Xian knew such a genius. The nearby mistress of the Dark World suddenly said, "Brother Li Mu, do we need to invite those Dao protectors?" "Dao protectors," the white-robed old man called Li Mu said in a low voice. "If we invite them, then we'll probably have to pay a great price." The mistress of the Dark World said, "Only they would be able to find out exactly who that woman is." Li Mu fell silent. Right at this moment, a black-clothed old man suddenly appeared here. Li Mu's eyes instantly narrowed slightly when he saw this black-clothed old man, and he was slightly vigilant. Because this person was precisely the person that followed by Xianxia's side that day. The black-clothed old man glanced at the nearby mistress of the Dark World who'd concealed herself. "Don't make a fool of yourself with this inferior concealment technique of yours." As soon as he finished speaking, he lightly stomped his right foot on the ground. Bang! A muffled bang resounded from the corner of a wall that was over 10 m away, and then a middle-aged man that wore a black robe appeared within everyone's field of vision. He'd revealed his true form with a single strike. The mistress of the Dark World looked at the black-clothed old man with dense fear in her eyes. The black-clothed old man looked at the white-robed old man. "I know what all of you are worried about. Don't worry, we won't interfere in the matter between all of you and Yi Xian." Li Mu frowned slightly. "Why?" A wisp of a cold smile suffused the corners of the black-clothed old man's mouth. "Because we want him dead as well. However, because of young Missin, we can't make a move. No matter if it's in the open or in the dark, we can't make a move. Of course, she can't make a move as well." Li Mu said in a low voice, "Who exactly are you?" The black-clothed old man said indifferently, "This has nothing to do with all of you. I've only come to tell all of you that you can deal with that Yi Xian as you please. This person is only in the Nether Passage realm. Even though he's a Grandmaster of the Way of the Sword, he shouldn't be much to your Karaki Academy and the Dark World." As he spoke, he stood up. "I'll give you a suggestion. If you want to make a move again, it's best to gather all of your strength and kill him in one strike. Don't go one by one for him to practice on." Li Mu glanced at the black-clothed old man. "This person isn't as simple as you think." The black-clothed old man snorted coldly. "If it wasn't for young Missin, killing him would be as easy as snapping a finger. What all of you did earlier was truly foolish to the extreme. If you gather all of your strength, wouldn't it be a simple matter to kill him?" As he spoke, he turned to leave. However, he quickly stopped. "There's already someone rushing over from the Central Divine Prefecture. He'll be here soon. When the time comes, he'll assist all of you. At that time, I hope that all of you will use all of your strength and use all of your trump cards to kill this person in one strike." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure trembled and vanished. Within the tent, Li Mu and the mistress of the Dark World exchanged a glance. A moment later, Li Mu said in a low voice, "The mistress of the Dark World, immediately summon the Dao soldiers of the Dark World. General Li, immediately summon the Great Cloud Cavalry. Tell them to be ready at any time. Once Yi Xian dies, immediately break into the city and let the state of Jiang accompany him in death." As he spoke, he slowly closed his eyes. This time, we'll succeed or die trying. End of this chapter. Sanglan Academy. At the foot of Mount Jiunshan, Yi Xian was stunned by the scene in front of him. At this moment, there were many people gathered at the foot of Mount Jiunshan. They were all looking up at Mount Jiunshan with eyes filled with anticipation. Yi Xian walked to a man's side. "Brother, what are you waiting for?" The man glanced at Yi Xian. "You don't know?" Yi Xian shook his head. "Please tell me." The man said, "State Scholar Yi Xian is coming back." Yi Xian was speechless. The man was excited. "It is said that he will return to Sanglan Academy today. Therefore, we are all waiting here. I am already waiting here at daybreak." Yi Xian was stunned for a while before he said, "Everyone here is waiting for him?" The man nodded. "Yes, some of the people in front are even crazier. They came before daybreak." Yi Xian asked again, "How do you know he will return today?" The man smiled. "It spread throughout the capital." Yi Xian shook his head. "It was probably Jiangjiu who informed the king of Jiang and then spread the news." "This was nothing, a small matter." Yi Xian patted the man's shoulder. "Yi Xian is just an ordinary person. There's nothing to see. Go back and have a good life, *T. The man suddenly flew into a rage. "How can State Scholar Yi be an ordinary person? He is a State Scholar of Jiang, a swordsman of Jiang. How dare you insult him?" With that, he threw a punch at Yi Xian. "Insult him?" Yi Xian was stunned. What did he say? Sensing the man's punch, Yi Xian lightly tapped the tip of his foot and retreated a few feet. The man's punch missed and he was instantly stunned. At this moment, some people in the surroundings were already looking in their direction. Just as Yi Xian was about to speak, a masked teenager suddenly pointed at Yi Xian angrily. "I heard him insult State Scholar Yi." Yi Xian was speechless. Some people instantly looked at Yi Xian when they heard the young man, and their eyes burned with rage. Yi Xian, in the hearts of the people of the state of Jiang, this name could not be said to be sacred, but it was definitely not to be offended. What Yi Xian had done in the Tang kingdom had already spread throughout the entire Jiang kingdom. His current fame was far greater than in Lan Xiu's. That was not the main point. The main point was that Yi Xian was defending the state of Jiang, fighting to protect the state of Jiang. He was a kingdom knight of Jiang country. He was also the swordsman of the kingdom of Jiang. A man suddenly walked up to Yi Xian. He sized up Yi Xian and asked in confusion, "Why do you look so familiar?" Yi Xian was speechless. Familiar? How could he not be familiar? "Aren't you waiting for me?" Actually, it was normal that these people didn't know him because he wasn't so famous when he was in the state of Jiang. Therefore, many people had never seen him before. Even if they had seen him before, they had only seen him once from afar. It was just a brief encounter. Naturally, Yi Xian did not want the misunderstanding to continue. He was about to explain when the man who had attacked him earlier suddenly said, "This guy looks shifty-eyed. I can tell he's not a good person at first glance. Why don't we beat him up first?" Yi Xian's face darkened. "Shifty eyes? Fuck, I don't even have eyes. Even if you want to beat me up, can't you find another reason?" At this moment, an exclamation suddenly resounded. "It's Xianxia." In next to no time, the crowd parted, and a woman walked over from afar. She was young, petite, and wore a dark green dress. There was a small braid on the back of her head. As she walked through the crowd, the braid swayed gently, and she looked extremely cute. Xianxia, she was now a little famous in Sanglan Academy and the imperial capital because of her achievements in various aspects. Most importantly, she was the youngest among all the students in Sanglan Academy. Hence, she was the most doted upon in the academy. Xianxia glanced at the people in front of her. "Why are you making a ruckus here?" At this moment, the man who wanted to beat Yi Xian hurriedly said, "Miss Yi, someone is insulting State Scholar Yi." Hearing this, Xianxia's face immediately turned cold. "Who?" The man pointed at Yi Xian, who was not far away, and the crowd hurriedly moved aside. When Xianxia followed the man's finger and saw Yi Xian, she was immediately stunned on the spot. Yi Xian walked in front of Xianxia and smiled. "What's wrong? Don't you recognize me?" Xianxia came back to her senses. She clenched her dress tightly and said nervously, Tang. Dean. When they heard these two words, the crowd instantly quieted down. At the side, the young man who wanted to beat Yixian directly sat on the ground. He was somewhat at a loss. Who am I? What did I do? Everyone, Yixian looked around and smiled. Thanks to everyone's kindness, I waited here. Now that everyone has seen me, I'm just an ordinary person. There's nothing special about me. Everyone can disperse. After saying that, he turned to Xianxia. Return to the courtyard. Xianxia hurriedly nodded and then obediently stood behind Yixian. Soon, Yixian and Xianxia disappeared from everyone's sight. At the side, the young man sitting on the ground was still at a loss. I actually wanted to beat him just now. In front of Tsanlan Palace. Yixian stopped in his tracks. Not far in front of him was Xianxia. Xianxia walked in front of Yixian and said softly, You're back. Yixian nodded. Is everything okay? Xianxia nodded slightly. Yes. Yixian said, Gather all the students. Xianxia glanced at Yixian and then turned to leave. In less than 15 minutes, all the students gathered in front of Kanglin Hall. Looking at Yixian on the stage, the eyes of the students were filled with excitement and admiration. Kanglin Academy's current status in Jiang country was very high. The people of Jiang country respected Kanglin Academy from the bottom of their hearts. Now, everyone in Jiang country was truly proud to be a student of Kanglin Academy, and all of this was because of Yixian. On the left and right of Yixian were Xianxia and Baizhe. Yixian took a step forward and glanced below him. There was a total of 42 students here. Amongst them, 21 were at the Skyfall realm, 9 were at the Nether Passage realm, and the rest were at the Qi controlling realm. Yixian pondered deeply for a moment before he said, All of you should be aware that the armies of Chu, Yu, and Great Cloud empires have arrived. There are 100,000 Chu cavalry outside Mizar city, and there are even Great Cloud empires amongst them. If Mizar city is breached, then the Chu cavalry will be unobstructed, and they'll march all the way south. Countless people of Jiang country will die at their hands. When he spoke up to this point, his voice gradually grew louder. I've returned this time to ask all of you if all of you are willing to head to Mizar city with me and pledge your life to defend Jiang country? Join the army? The surroundings suddenly fell silent. Obviously, they hadn't expected that Yixian would ask them to join the army. Yixian spoke softly. If the city is breached, then the Jiang country will perish. How could my Kanglin Academy be spared? Of course, I won't force all of you if you're unwilling. Meanwhile, Xianxia suddenly stood forward. I'm willing to head to Mizar city. As soon as Xianxia stood forward, more and more people stood forward as well. Yixian felt slightly gratified when he noticed that all of them were willing to head to Mizar city, and he spoke softly. Do all of you know that most of you might not be able to return from this trip to Mizar city? A man who stood before Yixian grinned. Dean, you've been fighting for Mizar city all this while. How could we be afraid of death when our Jiang country is fighting with our lives on the line? We want to fight by the side of the Dean, and we can't bring shame to the Dean. Right. We're willing to live and die with the Dean. I don't agree. Right at this moment, a cold shout suddenly resounded from the side. Yixian turned his head to look. Not far away, two people were walking over quickly. He naturally knew these two people. They were the two scholars he had invited, Mo Yuan and Feng Lan. Mo Yuan quickly walked in front of Yixian and looked straight at Yixian. Have you ever thought that although these students' cultivation levels aren't low, they lack actual combat experience? If you bring them to the battlefield, many of them will die. Yixian calmly replied, It's precisely because they lack actual combat experience that we need more. Mo Yuan said in a deep voice, You're spoiling the seedlings through excessive enthusiasm. Do you know that if you bring them to the battlefield, these geniuses that you've painstakingly nurtured might all die? All your painstaking efforts and old man Ji's last wish will go up in smoke. Yixian shook his head and interrupted Mo Yuan. If the country perishes, how can the students of Kanglin Academy be safe? We are students of Kanglin Academy, but we are also citizens of Jiang country. We are not superior to others. We have the same responsibility to protect this country. Mo Yuan looked at Yi Xian and didn't say anything. Yi Xian continued, I don't want my students to be a flock of captive sheep. They must go out and experience the cruelty of war. For them, this is also a kind of cultivation. Otherwise, if Kanglin Academy is in danger one day, they won't even have the strength to fight. After seeing Ling Han, Lu Kuang, and the other geniuses of the divine central continent, he understood one thing. If they only cultivated at home and didn't go out to explore, they would be trash for the rest of their lives. Ling Han and the members of the 9th Mercenary Troop, did they cultivate? No, they had fought their way out. They experienced countless battles of life and death to reach the strength they had today. If the students of Kanglin Academy didn't go out and fight, they would never be able to compare to the geniuses and monsters of the divine central continent. A piece of iron would never become a sharp sword if it wasn't tempered thousands of times. Mo Yuan looked at Yi Xian for a long time. Gradually, his expression softened. Follow me. Yi Xian was a little puzzled because he realized that Mo Yuan and Feng Lan were a little mysterious. Without thinking too much, Yi Xian followed. The three of them arrived at the back of the mountain. Mo Yuan stopped and turned to look at Yi Xian. He opened his palm, and a box appeared in his hand. Yi Xian was a little puzzled. What's this? Mo Yuan opened the box. Inside the box were 12 little golden men, each holding a golden spear in their hands. Mo Yuan looked at Yi Xian. The 12 golden men were once forged by an extremely talented emperor who gathered all the pure gold from the 9 prefectures in the world. Each golden man hides a formation within. Once spirit energy is injected into the formation and activated, the golden men can suppress the 9 prefectures. However, they were once heavily injured, and their spirituality is damaged. Now, they are only equivalent to divine unity tier cultivators. Moreover, because the formation has been damaged, activating it requires many supreme grade spirit tools. Yi Xian solemnly asked, how's the power? Mo Yuan gently flicked his right hand. One of the golden men in the box suddenly turned into a golden light and landed to the side. At this moment, the small golden man had turned into a big golden man that was much bigger than Yi Xian. Mo Yuan indifferently said, give it a try. Yi Xian flicked his finger and a sword ray suddenly struck the golden man. The golden man didn't move. The sword didn't even leave a mark on it. Yi Xian's face changed. His sword was a real sword. A moment later, Yi Xian turned to Mo Yuan. Conditions. Mo Yuan looked straight at Yi Xian. Join my Confucian Dao and become the representative of my Confucian Dao. If you're willing, my Confucian Dao will support you. P.S. I might be on leave because I'm going to Guangzhou. I have activities every day, so I don't have any time to write. I can't take it anymore. His schedule for the day was too full. Sorry, Genius 1 second remember website. Mobile version. The Confucian Dao. Yi Xian frowned when he heard Mo Yuan. The Confucian Dao? Mo Yuan nodded. An ancient cultivation force. Due to some special reasons, its orthodoxy collapsed and only a few inheritances were left. To tell you the truth, we are the successors of the Confucian Dao, and we shoulder the heavy responsibility of reviving the Confucian Dao. Yi Xian asked in a deep voice, why me? Mo Yuan shook his head and chuckled. We've been to Azure Billow Continent and Azure Billow Academy. We've also come to Azure Prefecture and come into contact with Karaki Academy. Although these 2 academies are called academies, they don't have an academic branch. They only focus on the cultivation and strength of their students, not on their knowledge and thoughts. He looked at Yi Xian and said, just when we were about to give up, Imperial Preceptor Lu asked us to come here and have a look. You've surprised us. We've seen hope here, and you're outstanding enough to reach the sword master level at such a young age. It's truly surprising. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly said, you can see through me. There was a trace of shock in his voice, because he'd used a Dao law to conceal his strength. Mo Yuan smiled. If I'm not wrong, you should have a Dao law, right? Dao law. Yi Xian's expression turned slightly solemn. I've seriously underestimated them, Mo Yuan added, don't worry. We have no ill intentions towards you, and we wouldn't dare to. We wouldn't dare. They'd seen the mysterious woman in the prison pagoda when she went on a rampage. Sword Immortal? They'd seen Sword Immortals, and some of the abilities of this mysterious woman weren't something a Sword Immortal could achieve. Every time they thought of this, they broke out in cold sweat. Because this mysterious woman might not just be a sort immortal, she might even be above it. Of course, the reason they'd chosen Yi Xian was because of Yi Xian's original intention of establishing the academy. Yi Xian paid attention to academics and his country. This was exactly what they needed, because what they needed to do was to spread academics and spread their own Confucian ideology. If Songlan Academy grew bigger and bigger, its influence would naturally grow bigger and bigger in the future. At that time, Confucian ideology and academics would be able to be spread even more. Another point was that Yi Xian was strong enough. Without strength, without potential, everything else was just bullshit. On the field, Yi Xian was silent. Mo Yuan and Mo Xian quietly waited for Yi Xian's reply. After a while, Yi Xian said, "I don't understand Confucianism." "You don't have to worry about that," said Mo Yuan with a smile. "You can fire us at any time if you feel that there's something wrong with our Confucian Dao in the future. As for you joining my Confucian Dao, it is just a formality. In the future, you can join any faction. As for my Confucian Dao spokesperson, it is just a title. There is no restriction. It is just that in the future, when the two of us use Azure Billow Academy to promote Confucian Dao, we will use your name. Of course, the two of us will do our best to protect Azure Billow Academy and you." On the side, Feng Lan suddenly said, "To put it simply, it is equivalent to us cooperating. There is no superior and subordinate relationship. Everyone will help each other and cooperate for a win-win situation." Yi Xian smiled, "In that case, I naturally have no problem with it." Hearing this, Mo Yuan and Feng Lan both smiled. Mo Yuan handed the box to Yi Xian. Yi Xian didn't stand on ceremony. He accepted the box and said, "How do I use this?" Mo Yuan said, "The 12 golden men need to be activated with spiritual energy. Each activation requires at least 100,000 top-grade spirit stones, and it can only be maintained for a quarter of an hour at most." Yi Xian was shocked. 100,000 top-grade spirit stones? Only for a quarter of an hour? Are you kidding me? Mo Yuan smiled bitterly. "Although it is a bit expensive, the effect is excellent. If you have enough top-grade spirit stones, these 12 golden men can even kill an ordinary Dharma realm powerhouse." Yi Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly, and there was a trace of helplessness in his smile. He had more than 1 million top-grade spirit stones on him, and if he used them to activate the 12 golden men, he would run out in one go. Most importantly, it could only be maintained for a quarter of an hour. It was too short, too short. It was simply burning money. Although this thing was very good, he really didn't dare to use it casually. Using it once would make him poor. Mo Yuan said, "There is one more thing. The two of us can't help you openly. We have some grievances with us. If we help you, it might cause some trouble for you. So, we can't help you openly. However, we can still help you in secret." Yi Xian smiled. "In that case, I will thank you in advance." Mo Yuan smiled lightly. "Mutual benefit." After saying that, he seemed to have thought of something and said, "Do you remember State Preceptor Liu?" Yi Xian nodded, "Of course." Mo Yuan said solemnly, "This person is the successor of military Dao. This time, the Great Cloud Empire is probably the opportunity she has been waiting for. As far as we know, the person she should choose is Her Highness the Ninth Princess. Since you have returned to the imperial capital, you can go look for her. Perhaps you will have a good harvest." Lu Jioga, Yi Xian nodded, "All right. Seniors, after I leave, I will trouble you two to take care of everything in Kanglan Academy." Mo Yuan gently stroked his beard. "It is my duty. You must be careful on your trip to Mizar City." Yi Xian slightly nodded and bid farewell to the two. Watching Yi Xian leave, Mo Yuan softly said, "He may be our only hope in Azure Firmament World." Feng Lan solemnly said, "Unfortunately, he has too many troubles. Karaki Academy, Dark World, Great Cloud Empire. Sigh. So annoying." Mo Yuan indifferently said, "It doesn't matter. Although we can't openly take action, it doesn't mean we can't help him in other aspects. He is our only hope in Azure Firmament World. No matter what, we have to give it our all." Inside Kanglan Palace, Yi Xian, Ji Anji, and Bai Zai sat around the table. On the table, there were 4 dishes and a soup. After Yi Xian finished eating, He put the bowl on the table. I will leave with them tomorrow at noon. Baizé said, I want to go with you. Xianxia put down his chopsticks. Together. Yi Xian glanced at the two. When he was about to speak, Baizé suddenly said, Bandit Yi, this is the last battle. Either we come back together, or we die together in Mizar City. Yi Xian was silent. Baizé said again, staying here is a kind of torture. Let us face everything together, okay? Yi Xian was silent for a moment, then nodded, all right, we will leave together tomorrow at noon. Baizé grinned, have another bowl, haha. Xianxia glanced at Yi Xian, but did not speak. After dinner, it was night time. Outside the palace, there was no moon or stars. The earth was dark. Yi Xian sat in front of the stone steps, a small wooden figure in his hand. Yi Xian gently stroked the small wooden figure in his hand. His sister, Yi Ling, had been gone for some time. How was she doing? He was naturally worried. The divine central plains. Yi Xian's right hand slowly tightened around the small wooden figure. He had to work harder. Northern region of the divine central plains. Tens of thousands of kilometers in the northern region, it was cold all year round. Thousands of kilometers of ice and snow drifted down. In the center of the northern region, there was a palace, an ice palace. Inside the palace, countless women were gathered in front of an ice platform. A little girl sat cross-legged on the ice platform. She wasn't very old, only around the age of 13 or 14, and she seemed quite immature. Her hair was icy cold, and strands of formidable aura were ceaselessly emanating from her. However, this aura hadn't even spread out before it was obstructed by a thin barrier of ice. After an unknown period of time, the little girl's aura suddenly rose explosively, and it grew stronger and stronger to the point that the barrier of ice was on the verge of being unable to withstand it. The expressions of everyone here changed drastically when they witnessed this scene, and they retreated in unison. A beautiful woman clenched her fists tightly while anxiety filled her eyes. Don't break through. You must not break through. It's not a good thing for you if you attain the Dharma realm right now. Suppress it, suppress it. The little girl's aura was still rising madly in the distance, and there was a small wooden figure in her hand. The kingdom of Jiang. Late at night. Yi Xian hadn't rested. He'd arrived at a bamboo forest outside the kingdom of Jiang instead. There was an exquisite bamboo house within the bamboo forest. The bamboo house was brightly lit with candles. Yi Xian arrived in front of the bamboo house, and the door suddenly opened. He was slightly startled, but he didn't think too much about it and entered the bamboo house. Inside the bamboo house, Lu Jioga was sitting in a wheelchair with a thick blanket covering her knees. She was holding a scroll in her hand. Seeing Yi Xian, Lu Jioga smiled slightly. Long time no see. I'm ready. Can we go now? Yi Xian was stunned. You know why I'm here? Lu Jioga smiled. Of course. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, you want to go with me? Lu Jioga still had a smile on her face. Are you unwilling? Yi Xian walked in front of Lu Jioga. Why? Lu Jioga shook her head. I have no ill intentions towards you, nor towards the kingdom of Jiang. Is that enough? Yi Xian was silent for a moment, then nodded. Enough. Lu Jioga's lips curled up slightly. Then let's go. Yi Xian asked. To Tsanglan Academy? Lu Jioga shook her head. To Mizar City. Yi Xian said. We'll leave at daybreak. Lu Jioga looked straight at Yi Xian. Leave now. Leave immediately. It'll be too late after daybreak. Yi Xian frowned. Why? Lu Jioga pointed with a finger. A piece of paper flew in front of Yi Xian. When he saw the contents of the paper, Yi Xian's expression changed. He turned and left. There was only one line on the paper. The Black Flame Army has arrived. The Black Flame Army. Yi Xian had naturally heard of this army that caused the surrounding countries to turn pale at the mere mention of it. Jiangjiao and the soldiers of Mizar City would definitely not be able to stop them. Not long after Yi Xian left, he suddenly stopped. He turned and walked back to the bamboo house. He walked in front of Lu Jioga. Why aren't you leaving? Lu Jioga said indifferently. Can I leave? Yi Xian, Lu Jioga said. Uncle Chen has gone to handle some matters for me. Now, I'm alone. Yi Xian nodded. Understood. With that, he walked to Lu Jioga's side. He carried Lu Jioga and ran. After running out of the bamboo house, Yi Xian sprinted all the way. In his arms, Lu Jioga suddenly said. I asked you to push my wheelchair. I didn't ask you to carry me. Yi Xian was silent for a moment. Then he said. What did you say? The wind is strong. I didn't hear you clearly. Lu Jioga. In the dark, Yi Xian carried Lu Jioga and ran wildly. The Black Flame Army. Yi Xian was naturally shocked when he heard the news. The Black Flame Army was one of the trump cards of the Great Cloud Empire. It was a cavalry army that the Great Cloud Empire nurtured with all its resources. These people were elites selected from various military camps. After being selected, the Great Cloud Empire would secretly nurture them. It could be said that the combat strength of these soldiers was extraordinarily terrifying. There was a saying in Xianxia, who can compete with the Black Flame Army? Now that the Great Cloud Empire dispatched the Black Flame Army, it was obvious that they were blatantly trying to destroy the Jiang country. Yi Xian sped up and soon arrived at Azure Billow Academy with Lu Jioga. After handing Lu Jioga over to Jian, he immediately gathered the students of Azure Billow Academy. In front of Yi Xian, there were more than 40 students and 30 demonic beasts. The demonic beasts he brought from Mount Mang got along well with the students under Baize's guidance. After all, these demonic beasts had their own intelligence. In front of the crowd, Yi Xian suddenly said, we might not return after this trip. Are you ready? Ready. The 40 people roared in unison. Yi Xian nodded. Let's go. Soon, Yi Xian and the rest rushed down Mount Jishuan and disappeared into the vast mountains. In the Jiang country's imperial palace. The monarch of the Jiang country, Jiang Yuan, stood in front of the main hall. He wore a golden armor and had a long saber at his waist. In front of him were 3,000 fully equipped royal guards. Jiang Yuan glanced at the soldiers. I've received news that the Black Flame Army of the Great Cloud Empire has arrived at Mizar City. Are you afraid? Black Flame Army. Everyone in the surroundings instantly glanced at each other when they heard this. Who in the entire Qingzhou didn't know about this army? Back then, they had destroyed a country with just 100 people. At this moment, Jiang Yuan said, Yi Guoshi has led all the students of Azure Billow Academy to Mizar City. Yi Guoshi. Hearing these 3 words, the crowd burst into an uproar. A soldier suddenly roared, with State Scholar Yi here, why should we be afraid of the Black Flame Army? We are willing to head to Mizar City and fight alongside State Scholar Yi. We are willing to go to Mizar City. In the battlefield, thousands of elite imperial guards roared in unison. Their voices rumbled like thunder and shook the clouds. At this moment, a cloud ship suddenly arrived above the Jiang country's imperial palace. Soon, the cloud ship slowly descended and landed not far away from everyone. Jiang Yuan unsheathed the saber at his waist. Board the ship. Several thousand soldiers boarded the cloud ship, and so did Jiang Yuan. Not long after, the cloud ship rose into the air. Jiang Yuan looked down from the cloud ship and looked at the familiar palace before him with a complicated expression. Because this might be the last time he would see the palace he had lived in for decades, in next to no time, the cloud ship vanished into the night. In the nurturing heart hall of the imperial palace of Jiang country, Jiang Yu sat on the ground, beside him was a little black dog, and in front of him was the 5th floor master of the Drunken Immortal Inn. Jiang Yu gently stroked the black puppy beside him. What are our chances of winning this battle? The 5th floor master fell silent. Jiang Yu smiled, please speak your mind. The 5th floor master said, less than 20%. Jiang Yu asked softly, what if that Sword Immortal Senior joins the battle? The 5th floor master turned to look outside the palace with a complicated expression. If she joins the battle, things will become even more complicated. Right now, it was still a matter between the younger generation. Although it was already a national war, there were still no Dharma realm experts. This chapter is not finished, please continue to the next page. If that Sword Immortal were to join the battle, it would mean that this was no longer a battle between the younger generation. At that time, the ones dying would no longer be ordinary people, but Dharma realm experts. The entire Azure province would be disrupted, and if she didn't join the battle, would Yi Xian and the rest be able to stop it? It would be difficult. Jiang Yu and the fifth-floor master's eyes were filled with deep worry. The news of Azure Billow Academy students and Jiang Yuan's imperial guards heading to Mizar City quickly spread throughout the Jiang country. Even the king had personally joined the battle. At this moment, everyone in the Jiang country was aware of the severity of the situation. It could be said that Mizar City was destroyed, and the Jiang country was doomed. In an instant, countless martial artists of the Jiang country spontaneously rushed to Mizar City. Some were afraid of death, but some were not, some were unpatriotic, and some were patriotic. In a faraway mountain range, a group of cavalrymen ran wildly. Wherever they passed, the ground would burn with black flames. There were not many people in this group, only about 100 or so. These cavalrymen were all wearing dark golden armor and dark golden helmets. Their faces could not be seen because they were all wearing a ghost mask. Each of them held a dark golden spear in their hands. The spear was much longer than an ordinary spear, and its tip was extremely sharp. The tip of the spear was extremely thin, and it flickered with a cold flame. Each of them had a dark golden longbow slung across their shoulders, and each of them had a quiver on their backs. There were only 10 arrows in the quiver, and they were extremely long. The tips of the arrows were prismatic, and there were even hooks on them. Apart from that, on the left and right sides of each of their waists, there were 2 short sabers. They were shorter than ordinary sabers, but slightly longer than daggers. These equipment were all bright rank lower grade, In other words, each of their equipment alone was worth at least 1 billion gold coins. The most eye-catching thing was the horses they were riding on. These were not ordinary horses. These horses were much larger than ordinary horses. They were completely black, and there was a thick layer of dark scales on their ankles. Moreover, they were all wearing dark golden horse armor. When they ran, the ground beneath their feet would burn with black flames. This was because they were too fast. Black flame horse, this was a type of demonic beast that did not exist in the Qingzhou province. The Great Cloud Empire had spent a lot of money to purchase these demonic beasts from the Divine Central Continent. These demonic beasts were currently the fastest demonic beasts in the Qingzhou province. Once they started running, even a peak Divine Unity Realm expert would not be able to catch up. The Black Flame Army, this was an army that the Great Cloud Empire had spent countless resources to nurture. So far, they had never been defeated in the Qingzhou province. This time, they were going to conquer the Jiang country. Mizar City. At this moment, the entire Mizar City was in a state of emergency. Fortunately, the people were still calm. After all, the 9th princess of the Jiang country was here. This meant that the Jiang country did not want to give up this city, nor could they. Once this city was breached, the 100,000 soldiers of the Chu country would attack the imperial capital of the Jiang country in less than half a day. This was the last line of defense of the Jiang country. On the city wall, Jiangjiu was still as valiant and formidable in her silver armor. However, there was an unconcealable look of exhaustion in her eyes. She had not rested since she arrived at Mizar City. Looking at the Chu country's army in the distance, Jiangjiu's eyes were cold. She knew that the time for the decisive battle had arrived. This battle concerned her life and death, as well as the lives of countless people in the Jiang country. At this moment, Jiangjiu's pupils suddenly constricted because the Chu country's cavalrymen in the distance had suddenly moved. "They're here, please continue to the next page." On the city wall, countless soldiers were on guard. The Chu country's cavalrymen did not charge. Instead, they slowly advanced toward Mizar City. When 100,000 cavalrymen advanced together, the entire ground began to tremble. Looking at the dense black army, the atmosphere on the entire city wall became heavy. Very soon, the Chu country's cavalrymen arrived at a distance of 10,000 feet from Mizar City. They stopped and did not send any infantry to attack the city, as if they were waiting for something. In front of this group of cavalrymen were Li Mu of Karaki Academy and the Mistress of the Dark World. Looking at Mizar City in the distance, Li Mu said indifferently, "In at most an hour, the Black Flame Army will arrive. At that time, with 100,000 troops, coupled with your Dao soldiers of the Dark World, it should be a piece of cake to take down this city." The Mistress of the Dark World said in a low voice, "Then who will deal with Yi Xian?" Li Mu laughed coldly. "Don't worry. Other than Li Mulan and that archer, there is another person who has already rushed over from the divine central plains. At that time, with the three of them attacking together and your Tao soldiers of the dark world, it should not be difficult to kill him. Even if it is not enough, isn't there still 100,000 troops and the Black Flame army? With so many people, can he still ascend to the heavens? The mistress of the dark world shook her head. What if he escapes? Li Mu smiled and said, don't worry, he will not escape. The mistress of the dark world looked at Li Mu. Li Mu laughed coldly and said, although this person is a great enemy of Karaki Academy, he is not someone who is afraid of death. And this person is very loyal, he will not escape. He definitely will not escape. His words were filled with confidence. The mistress of the dark world said again, what if that sword immortal attacks? Sword immortal attacks? Li Mu's eyes narrowed and his hands slowly clenched. Sword immortal attacks, Li Mu laughed coldly. If she attacks, then she is the one who broke the rules first. At this point, his lips curled into a savage smile. Then even kill her. It is just a price to pay. The mistress of the dark world was silent. Price, the reason why Karaki Academy and Dark World did not fight to the death with that sword immortal was because they wanted to leave a way out. Because if they fought to the death, everyone would be hurt at their foundations. Even though some people from Karaki Academy and Dark World had died, this was only a small loss to them, because core existences like 10,000 Dharma Realm did not die. As long as there were not too many experts of this level dying, they would not be hurt at their foundations. This was also the reason why they were willing to follow the rules set by the mysterious woman. For Dark World and Karaki Academy, today's battle was also the last battle. In the battlefield, the two armies faced each other, but it was very quiet. Both sides were very quiet. On the city walls of Mizar City, countless soldiers were waiting. There was seriousness in their eyes, but more than that, there was determination. There was no way out. Since there was no way out, then naturally they had to fight. Xianxia's expression was very calm. At this point, she had already thought of all the possible outcomes. The worst outcome was nothing more than death. At this moment, Li Mu suddenly looked to the right. A moment later, his lips curled up. They are about to arrive. We can attack now. As his voice fell, an angry roar suddenly rang out from the 100,000 cavalry. Attack! Attack! In an instant, countless infantrymen charged out from the two sides of the cavalry towards Mizar City. On top of Mizar City, Xianxia slowly closed her eyes. After a moment of silence, she suddenly opened her eyes and roared, fight to the death! Fight to the death! On the city walls, countless people roared in unison. P.S. 2 chapters. These few days, the updates were not stable. Because I followed Lucen Academy to Guangzhou for an interview, I did not have the time to update. I hope everyone can understand. If not, come to Guangzhou and beat me up. Come on, end of this chapter, a battle to the death. For all the soldiers on the city walls, this battle concerned their life and death. For the entire Jiang country, this battle concerned their survival. If they lost this battle, their country would perish. On the city walls, Xianxia held a spear in her right hand with an expressionless face. Soon, the two soldiers arrived at the city walls. Xianxia took a step forward, waved his left hand, and roared, fire! As his voice fell, countless arrows poured down from the city walls like a torrential rain. In an instant, miserable screams rang out from below the city walls. But at this moment, many screams came from above the city walls. Xianxia suddenly turned his head. At this moment, shadowy figures had appeared all over the city walls. They appeared quickly, and disappeared just as quickly. Every time they appeared, a soldier from the state of Jiang would fall to the ground. Dark World Dao soldiers, the sudden appearance of the assassins caused a wave of panic on the city walls. Seeing this scene, Xianxia roared, don't panic. Death servants, move out. Absolutely not. Beside Xianxia, a general quickly said, Your Highness, the death servants are responsible for your safety. They must not leave Your Highness. Xianxia turned to look at the general, her beautiful eyes filled with anger. My life is a life, but the lives of the soldiers are not. All death servants, move out immediately. After a moment of silence, countless men in black holding daggers suddenly appeared on the city walls. Soon, these men in black flew around the city walls. The death servants of the Jiang country, this was a group of death servants that the Jiang country had meticulously nurtured. They were responsible for protecting the royal family. Although they were not as strong as the assassins from the Dark World, they were not weak either. With their numbers, they could still restrain the assassins from the Dark World. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly turned to the wall and looked down. Not far away, a man holding a spear was running towards the city gates. First on the Qingzhou martial roll, Li Mulan was extremely fast. He dodged left and right, easily dodging the arrows on the city walls. Seeing that Li Mulan's target was the city gates, Xianxia's expression changed drastically. If the city walls were broken, the Jiang country soldiers would not be able to defend against the Chu country's army without the city walls to rely on. At this moment, Li Mulan suddenly stopped. With a shake of his right hand, he thrust his spear forward. Clang, at the tip of the spear was a flying dagger. The flying dagger spun violently as it pushed against the spear, causing sparks to fly. Li Mulan twisted his right hand, causing the spear in his hand to tremble violently. Bang, the saber was sent flying. Li Mulan raised his head and looked at the city wall. On the city wall, a man was also looking at him. Ink cloud rise, Mo Yunqi stood on the city wall, looking down at Li Mulan with an expressionless face. In his right palm, there was a flying dagger. The dagger was only 3 inches long, and the tip of the dagger emitted a piercing cold light. Below the city wall, Li Mulan retracted his gaze and continued forward. However, just as he took a step forward, a flying dagger suddenly flew out from the city wall, as fast as lightning. The next moment, a cold light appeared in front of Li Mulan. Li Mulan's reaction was extremely fast. The moment the flying knife flew out, the spear in his hand had already stabbed out. Bang, a flying knife was sent flying. After sending the flying dagger flying with one strike, Li Mulan suddenly leaped and arrived in front of the city gate. Countless soldiers of Chu parted to the sides. Li Mulan increased his speed as he gathered a powerful force around his body, spear force. At this moment, he raised his power to the limit. This spear would definitely break the city gate. Seeing this scene, Mo Yunqi, who was on the city wall, revealed a sinister smile. Without the slightest hesitation, he leaped and fiercely smashed down from the city wall with a large metal rod in his hand. Li Mulan did not care about Mo Yunqi, because he felt that his speed was faster, and he could break the city the moment Mo Yunqi landed. However, he underestimated Mo Yunqi's speed. The moment he jumped off the city wall, Mo Yunqi's speed suddenly increased. Feeling Mo Yunqi's speed increase, Li Mulan's expression changed drastically. The spear in his hand that was originally going to stab towards the city gate changed its trajectory, and blocked upwards. Bang, following a heavy sound of impact, Li Mulan was already 10 feet away. He had just stopped when suddenly, a flying dagger appeared in front of him without any warning. Too fast, Li Mulan's pupils constricted slightly, and he dodged to the side. The flying dagger passed by his nose. In the next moment, he suddenly turned around and stabbed out with his spear. The spear was like a dragon, and a cold light appeared. This spear directly stabbed the metal rod that was smashing towards him. The spear and rod shook violently, and Mo Yunqi retreated explosively by over 30 m. Mo Yunqi had just stopped when the ground beneath his feet directly collapsed. At the same time, the web between his thumb and forefinger had split open, and fresh blood flowed out and slowly flowed down the metal rod. Li Mulan glanced at the distant Mo Yunqi, and then he tapped the tip of his foot lightly before his figure suddenly shot out explosively. In the next moment, a sharp sound of something tearing resounded. Li Mulan stopped because the spear in his hand had stabbed empty air. He raised his head and looked towards the distance, and Mo Yunqi had suddenly retreated to the city gate. What swift speed! Li Mulan's eyes carried a trace of seriousness because Mo Yunqi's speed was truly too swift to the point it exceeded his expectations. Mo Yunqi didn't attack. He glanced at the surroundings, and there were already scaling ladders set up all around him. Countless soldiers were charging up the city walls like madmen, whereas some people didn't need scaling ladders at all. All of these people had attained the hovering realm, and they could rely on the walls to fly up the city walls. The sounds of battle had already resounded from the top of the city walls. Now, if even the city gates were breached, then Mizar city would really be finished, because once the 100,000 cavalrymen from the Chu kingdom were allowed to charge into the city, then the soldiers within the city would be utterly unable to stop these cavalrymen. The city couldn't be breached. Mo Yunqi held the iron rod tightly in his right hand. As soon as he exerted force, his wound split open once more, and even more blood flowed out. Mo Yunqi stared fixedly at the distant Li Mulan. Looks like I have to fucking be a hero for once. Meanwhile, Li Mulan suddenly vanished on the spot. Mo Yunqi's expression became ferocious. He could flee, but this time, he couldn't flee because the city gates were right behind him. Mo Yunqi's figure suddenly soared into the sky, and his figure started spinning like a top in midair. In an instant, countless rod images flashed into appearance. Meanwhile, Li Mulan arrived with his spear in hand, and he pointed it straight at Mo Yunqi. His spear strike carried the might of a thunderbolt. In midair, Mo Yunqi suddenly roared furiously, "Rod technique!" As soon as his voice resounded, the rod smashed down, and behind the rod were countless overlapping rod images. Rod technique. This was the rod technique that Old Man Ji had passed down to him. As soon as the spear and rod collided, bang, an ear-piercing sound of a heavy strike suddenly resounded. Mo Yunqi's entire body flew out, and finally landed heavily on the city gates not far away. The city gates trembled violently, and he smashed into the ground, causing the ground to instantly crack. As for Li Mulan, he also retreated explosively, and this time, he retreated more than 100 feet. In front of him, there was a 100-feet-long ravine. This was the result of him retreating with his feet. It was rubbed raw, and Mo Yunqi slowly crawled up. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and then raised his head to look at Li Mulan, who was not far away. The latter was also looking at him. Mo Yunqi grinned, "Motherf***, come at me." Li Mulan's eyes narrowed slightly, and just as he was about to make another move, a figure suddenly sprinted over from behind him. Li Mulan turned around to look. It was a man who was around the age of 20, and he wore tight-fitting plain clothes. His long hair was coiled around his neck, and his gaze was icy cold. Moreover, he held a large saber in his right hand. The body of the saber was wide, and its blade was extremely thin. There were 5 black iron rings tied to the back of the saber, and the hilt of the saber was covered in numerous markings. These markings emanated strands of light red light, and they coiled around the man's right hand. The man just charged towards the city gates with the saber in hand. Everywhere he passed, the ground that the saber came into contact with collapsed inch by inch, and a monstrous aura assaulted the face. The soldiers in the surroundings retreated in unison and didn't dare approach him. How formidable! Li Mulan's pupils constricted slightly when he saw this person, and his eyes were filled with a solemn expression. "He's from the Central Divine Prefecture." Mo Yunqi stared fixedly at the man who was charging towards him. Actually, he wanted to flee in his heart, because he'd suffered a heavy injury when he fought Li Mulan head-on just now. Now, when he saw the aura of the man with the saber, he was very clearly aware that he was unable to resist the man. If he resisted it head-on, then it was very likely that he would die. Mo Yunqi suddenly roared furiously. "Flee my ass. I'm fucking from Darkwave Academy. I'm Bandit Ye's brother. I can't fucking lose face. Come fight me." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly stomped his right foot on the ground, and then he held the black rod with both hands as he charged towards the man. Profound energy surged madly within Mo Yunqi's body, and countless strands of profound energy surged like tidewater into the black rod in his hand. At this moment, the aura of the rod had converged within his body as well. However, the aura of his rod was extremely inferior to the aura of the man with the saber. However, there wasn't a trace of fear in Mo Yunqi's eyes, and his speed grew faster and faster. Just like that, the two of them grew closer and closer under the gazes of countless people. 15m, 10m, 6m, 3m. The man with the saber slashed down. Mo Yunqi held the rod with both hands as he smashed it down. A moment of silence ensued. Hiss, the long rod instantly shattered, and the saber slashed straight towards Mo Yunqi's head. Mo Yunqi's pupils constricted, and his figure flashed backwards, dodging this fatal strike by a hair's breadth. The saber directly sank into the ground, but the next moment, the man with the saber suddenly let go of the saber, and then he charged forward, and directly kneed Mo Yunqi in the abdomen. Mo Yunqi's eyes widened, and his entire body was sent flying backwards. This time, he flew for a distance of a few hundred feet, and finally smashed heavily onto the city gate of Mizar City in the distance. Bang! The city gate shook violently, and then, Mo Yunqi smashed onto the ground, and countless clouds of dust rose. Not far away, the man with the saber opened his right hand, and the saber behind him suddenly flew up, and then appeared in his hand. The man carried the saber and walked towards Mo Yunqi, who was at the city wall. Mo Yunqi crawled up, and blood flowed continuously from the corner of his mouth, and his body was in a tearing pain. Mo Yunqi stared at the man with the saber who was walking towards him from afar, and he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "Damn it, Bandit Yi, don't tell me you're waiting for me to die before coming." As he spoke, he looked around, and did not see Yi Xian's figure. The man in the distance was getting closer and closer. The corner of Mo Yunqi's mouth twitched. "Bandit Yi. Brother Yi. Big brother. Dear brother. Save me. I really don't want to die." Genius 1 second to remember website. Mobile version website. Afraid of death, who wasn't afraid of death, not to mention Mo Yunqi, even Yi Xian was afraid of death, or rather, he didn't want to die. In this world, there were too many things to worry about and too many wonderful things. If one could live, who would want to die? But if he had to die, then there was nothing he could do. Just like this moment, Mo Yunqi could originally escape, but he didn't choose to escape. His thoughts were to block for as long as he could and try to buy as much time as possible for Yi Xian, because once the city was breached, the cavalry would charge, and at that time, it would be a destructive matter for Mizar City. Mo Yunqi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His expression turned malevolent as he walked towards the man with the big saber. The saber-wielding man's figure suddenly trembled. In the next moment, he appeared directly above Mo Yunqi's head. In the blink of an eye, his saber slashed down at Mo Yunqi. As the saber fell, an ear-piercing tearing sound rang out. Mo Yunqi's eyes were cold. He didn't block the saber. Instead, he opened his right hand and a flying saber flew out from his palm. Block the knife, he knew very well that he couldn't block it anymore, thus, he chose to exchange a life for a life. If it really didn't work out, he would settle for the next best thing. Exchanging a life for an injury was also fine. That was all he could do. Just as the saber was about 10 centimeters away from Mo Yun's head, it suddenly stopped. This was because a sword was firmly pressed against the blade of the saber. This sword had blocked all of the saber's power. As for Mo Yunqi's flying knife, it was unable to cut into the man's abdomen. Underneath the man's clothes was a pitch-black armor. This armor forcefully blocked the flying knife. The man wielding the saber pressed forward with his right hand. Bang! The sword was sent flying, but in the next moment, it flew back again. The saber-wielding man frowned. Holding the saber forward was everything. Bang! The sword was sent flying again, but the saber-wielding man was also forced back a good 100 feet. The man raised his head and looked into the distance. There, a man was slowly walking over. Yi Xian. The moment she saw Yi Xian, all the soldiers on the city wall were in an uproar, and countless angry roars resounded from the city wall. Morale skyrocketed. On the other hand, when Xianxia, who was in battle, saw Yi Xian, a wisp of a smile appeared on his bloodied face. "Here it comes." He came. Accompanying Yi Xian were Xianxia, Baizhe, and all the students of Sunglan Academy. These students had already rushed up the city walls and were fighting with the soaring sky realm experts of Chu country. Ordinary soldiers might not be able to defeat these high sky realm experts, but Sunglan Academy students were not afraid. Among them, the weakest was at the high sky realm. On the other side, when the two of them saw Yi Xian, the corners of Li Mu's mouth curled up into a cold smile. "You finally appeared?" Before Yi Xian did not appear, he was still a little worried. He was not worried that Yi Xian would escape, but he was worried that Yi Xian would do something else. Beside him, the mistress of the world asked, "Attack?" Li Mu shook his head. "Let your men check the surroundings first. This person isn't stupid. He might have a backup plan. No matter what, it's best for us to be careful." The mistress of the dark world nodded and left. Li Mu looked at Yi Xian, who was not far away. His eyes were filled with coldness and killing intent. In order to deal with Yi Xian, Sunglan Academy had paid a huge price. This time, if they did not succeed, they would die trying. Yi Xian walked to Mo Yunqi's side. Mo Yunqi collapsed. Yi Xian supported Mo Yunqi and placed a golden sword pill into Mo Yunqi's mouth. Mo Yunqi looked at Yi Xian. "If you came a little later, we can only be brothers in our next life." Yi Xian patted Mo Yunqi's shoulder and said softly, "Leave the rest to me." After that, he sent Mo Yunqi to Baizhe, who was on the city wall. Then, he turned around and pointed. A few dozen feet away, a Dark World Dao soldier's head was instantly pierced by this sword light. In the next moment, the sword light flashed like a bolt of lightning. This chapter is not over, please flip the page. After that, a few dozen feet away, the heads of 5 to 6 Chu country soldiers flew off. Fresh blood sprayed out like a fountain. Instant kill. Yi Xian's flying sword was too fast. The Dark World Dao soldiers and Chu country's Levitation Realm soldiers could not stop his flying sword at all. Soon, the soldiers fled from the city wall. Soon, there were only Jiang country's soldiers left on the city wall. Below, the Chu country's soldiers who were attacking the city also retreated for some reason. They retreated very quickly. In less than 15 minutes, they all retreated, leaving behind a ground full of corpses. The city wall was also covered with corpses. The place was filled with the pungent smell of blood. In the distance, Li Mu suddenly came to the city wall. On his left was the man with the big saber. The man was expressionless. The big saber in his hand kept spinning. Every time it spun, there would be waves of saber light. On Li Mu's right was Li Mulan. Apart from that, there was a man with a longbow behind him. He was also a monster from Qingzhou. Li Mu arrived at the city wall. He looked up at Yi Xian, and he sneered, "Yi Xian, you." Yi Xian suddenly leaped down from the city wall. After he arrived on the ground, he walked over to Li Mu and looked him in the eyes. "Shut up. I don't want to hear it." As he spoke, he looked at the man with the big saber by Li Mu's side. "You hit my brother? Who gave you the gall to do that?" As soon as he finished speaking, he pointed at the man with the big saber, and a sword flew out from within him. In the distance, the man's eyes narrowed slightly. He took a step forward with his saber in hand, and then he suddenly slashed down. Bang! The saber trembled violently, and he retreated explosively. Meanwhile, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. The man's pupils constricted, and he slashed forward with his saber again. The force of the saber was peerlessly overbearing. Meanwhile, Yi Xian's sword stabbed the saber. It was just a simple stab, but the sword contained an extremely powerful force. Bang! As an ear-piercing sound of metal colliding resounded, the man with the big saber instantly retreated over 30 m. As soon as he stopped, a flying sword had already slashed towards him, and he raised his saber to block it. Bang! The saber shook violently, and the man and his saber were pushed back over 30 m again. At this moment, 2 deep cuts had appeared between the man's thumb and index finger, and blood was flowing out. The man raised his head to look at Yi Xian, and in the next moment, Yi Xian suddenly vanished. One sword strike to decide life and death. When he felt how terrifying this sword strike was, the man's expression changed drastically. At this moment, he didn't dare to hold back at all. He held the saber with both hands and spun on the spot. In an instant, countless saber lights shook and instantly drowned Yi Xian and his sword strike. After a moment of silence, a ray of sword lights suddenly erupted from within the saber lights. Bang! The saber lights were instantly shattered, and the powerful force instantly shook the man with the big saber and forced him to retreat repeatedly. However, he hadn't even taken a few steps back when a sword was pressed against the center of his forehead. Flying sword. Yi Xian was still a few meters away from the man with the big saber, but the sword was already pressed against the man's forehead. At this moment, his sword control technique had already reached an extremely terrifying level. Yi Xian slowly walked towards the man with the big saber. "You think my brother is someone you can bully?" As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his right hand. The exquisite spirit sword pierced through the man's forehead. Pissed, a stream of blood splattered from the back of the man's head. Seeing this scene, everyone's expression changed drastically, especially Li Mu, who was nearby. At this moment, his eyes were filled with shock, because he realized that Yi Xian's strength was much stronger than before. How long had it been? Was he a devil? Li Mu looked at Yi Xian, and at this moment, he finally panicked. The speed at which Yi Xian's strength grew was way too fast. He had to admit that if this continued, Yi Xian might become a sword master within 3 years, or even less. This was too terrifying. Thinking to this point, this chapter is not finished, please continue to the next page. Because Li Mu was even more determined in his thoughts, Yi Xian must die. At this time, sue for peace? That was something that was simply impossible. Li Mu looked at the mistress of the dark world beside him. "Be ready." The mistress of the dark world nodded slightly and disappeared silently. In the distance, Yi Xian walked to the man's corpse, and with a wave of his right hand, the machete on the ground appeared in his hand. High-grade clear-grade spirit weapon. This machete could be sold for at least 150 million gold coins, maybe even more. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. This was not a small amount of wealth. Although it wasn't a sword, he could use it to exchange for a clear-grade sword. After putting away the machete, he waved his right hand, and the storage ring on the man's finger flew into his hand. In the storage ring, there were more than 100 million gold coins, more than 200,000 top-grade spirit stones, and a lot of miscellaneous things. Although there weren't many good things, they weren't too bad either, and could be exchanged for more than 10 million gold coins. Yi Xian put away the storage ring and looked at the corpse on the ground. The more monstrous a person was, the more wealth he had on him. On second thought, if someone killed him, the other party could also obtain a large amount of wealth. In this cruel world, killing and robbing was always the fastest way to get rich. As if he thought of something, Yi Xian turned to look at Li Mulan, who was not far away. Li Mulan squinted his eyes, and his right hand tightly held onto the spear. Yi Xian slowly walked towards Li Mulan, and Li Mulan stared at Yi Xian. I will leave and never step into the country of Jiang again. Yi Xian stopped, and Li Mulan said again, I didn't kill your friend. As he spoke, he flicked his finger, and a storage ring flew to Yi Xian. Yi Xian glanced at it, and there were 200 million gold coins in it. 200 million. Li Mulan looked at Yi Xian. I only came here to seek wealth, and I have no enmity with you. This storage ring will end all the grievances between us. How about it? Yi Xian asked, why? Li Mulan said, it's not worth it, and it's not too late to retreat now. Of course, it's up to you. Yi Xian put away the storage ring. Let's go. In fact, if Li Mulan escaped into the Chu army, he couldn't do anything to him. After all, he hadn't reached the level of fighting an army of 100,000 by himself. Li Mulan did this to end the grievances, and he didn't want him to protect Li Mulan and his family in the future. Just as Li Mulan said, he wanted to end all the grievances. Li Mulan took a deep glance at Yi Xian, and then he turned around and left. Nearby, Li Mu suddenly ridiculed. The dignified young master of the No. 1 clan in Pine Prefecture actually admitted defeat just like that. Li Mulan glanced at Li Mu. Admitted defeat? Yes, I admitted defeat. I just couldn't defeat him. There's nothing bad about recognizing your own strength. As soon as he finished speaking, the spear in his hand suddenly trembled violently, and then it held. Li Mu's expression instantly became unsightly when he saw this, a breakthrough in his mental state. Li Mulan was stunned, and then he roared with laughter in the next moment. So that's how it is, so that's how it is. Haha. Yi Xian, when we meet again in the Central Divine Prefecture, I'll definitely fight you. As soon as he finished speaking, he'd vanished into the distance. Li Mulan, Yi Xian fell silent. There were always many geniuses and monstrous geniuses in this world. Perhaps he would be a completely different person the next time they met. Right at this moment, the ground suddenly started trembling. Everyone in the surroundings was stunned. A moment later, they looked towards the distance, and they saw a group of cavalrymen galloping swiftly towards them. Everywhere they passed, the ground was covered in black flames. The Black Flame Army. The countenances of all the soldiers in Mizar City instantly turned pale when they witnessed this scene. Who could fight against the Black Flame Army? P.S. I didn't have any time to write in the last 2 days. I've been observing and learning, and I even had to write a summary. I'm truly sorry. I haven't been updating well in the last few days, and I'm very sorry for that. I don't ask for your understanding, I just ask for your monthly votes. Thank you. Lastly, I'll allow all of you to curse me for the next few days. Right, we're all civilized people, so you can't curse me with vulgarities. Whoever curses is a puppy. End of this chapter. Black Flame Army. This was a mysterious army that had countless legends in Qingzhou. At this moment, it was no longer a legend. It had truly appeared before everyone's eyes. Everyone was looking at this cavalry unit. Yi Xian was also looking at this cavalry unit. He had to admit that this cavalry unit was indeed very strong. They were even stronger than the Dao soldiers from Karaki Academy that he had encountered previously. This cavalry unit was filled with a murderous aura. They were unstoppable. That was the feeling they gave off. Very strong, truly very strong. At this moment, all the soldiers of the state of Jiang had turned pale. Many of their eyes were filled with fear. At the sight of this, Xianxia's face instantly darkened. What was the most important thing for an army? It was the morale of the army. If they lost their morale before the battle began, they might collapse once the battle began. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly charged towards the Black Flame army. At this moment, Yi Xian attracted everyone's attention. What is he doing? That was what everyone was thinking at this moment. Xianxia clenched her fists tightly as she stared at Yi Xian. Her mind was completely blank. Just like that, under countless gazes, Yi Xian's speed increased as he held the spirit elegant sword in his right hand. Battle intent, torrential battle intent radiated from Yi Xian's body. Battle intent, Yi Xian's thoughts were very simple. He wanted to fight. Could he win? Couldn't win. He didn't think too much about it. Young people needed to be hot-blooded, to be aggressive, and to fight. If he couldn't win, he would run. Yi Xian's speed increased as his battle intent grew stronger. The Black Flame army in front of him didn't stop either. Not only did they not stop, but they also increased their speed, 1 person against 100. It was something that seemed impossible, but it was happening right now. Everyone was looking at Yi Xian, who was charging towards the Black Flame army. Under everyone's gazes, both sides were getting closer and closer. 10 zhang. 15 zhang. 10 zhang. Yi Xian suddenly leaped, and in the next moment, he swung his sword at a Black Flame cavalryman, one sword to decide life and death. As the sword slashed down, a sword cry resounded. The Black Flame cavalryman stabbed with his spear. This stab didn't have any fancy movements and was extremely simple. The spear and sword collided, bang, beneath the two of them, the earth trembled, and the long spear in the hands of the Black Flame cavalryman instantly shattered. Yi Xian's sword slashed down in a straight line, directly on the head of the cavalryman. Bang, the cavalryman was instantly sent flying. This time, he flew for more than 100 feet before finally crashing heavily onto the ground. After landing on the ground, he had just stood up when he instantly collapsed. Soon, blood flowed out from under his mask. Under the armor, the cavalryman's body had already cracked. However, the helmet was not destroyed. There was only a deep sword mark on it. After Yi Xian sent the cavalryman flying with his sword, he did not choose to continue fighting. Instead, after landing on the ground, he lightly pushed off with the tip of his foot and floated backwards. His speed was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, he had already returned to the city wall. After a moment of silence, a series of furious roars suddenly burst out from Mizar City. This chapter is not over. Please continue to the next page. State Scholar Yi. State Scholar Yi. Countless people roared in unison. At this moment, the morale of the soldiers of the state of Jiang, who had already fallen to rock bottom, instantly skyrocketed. Xianxia glanced at Yi Xian, and her beautiful eyes were filled with splendor. Before this, if no one stood out, the state of Jiang could be said to have been defeated without a fight. Because before the battle even started, the morale of the soldiers of the state of Jiang was already completely gone. Under such circumstances, how could they fight? Fortunately, Yi Xian stood out. Yi Xian used his strength to tell all the soldiers of the state of Jiang that the Black Flame army was not that powerful. On the city wall, countless soldiers of the state of Jiang were in high spirits, and their eyes were filled with excitement. On the other hand, Yi Xian's expression was solemn. At this moment, he already knew the strength of the Black Flame army. If it wasn't for the single sword determines life and death, he might not have been able to kill them. The strength of these people was secondary. The most important thing was their equipment. Their equipment was too good, and the helmet of the soldier of the Black Flame army had actually withstood his sword. After all, his sword was a real sword. If he had to put in so much effort to kill them, if the Black Flame army entered Mizar City, how could the soldiers of the state of Jiang defend Mizar City? They couldn't. Yi Xian slowly clenched the spirit elegant sword in his right hand. Even if he had to expose his trump card, he couldn't let the soldiers of the state of Jiang face the Black Flame army. At this moment, not far from the city, Li Mu suddenly said, "Yi Xian, today is the day you die." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned to look at the soldiers of the state of Chu. When the city is breached, you can do whatever you want after entering the city. Do whatever you want. Hearing this, countless soldiers of the state of Chu were instantly excited. This meant that after they entered the city, they could do whatever they wanted. Li Mu suddenly turned to look at Mizar City. Attack! As soon as he finished speaking, countless soldiers of the state of Chu surged towards Mizar City like a tidal wave. At the same time, close to 30 ghostly figures in black suddenly appeared among the soldiers. Dark World Dao soldiers, on the city wall. Xianxia took a step forward. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. On the city wall, countless soldiers roared in unison. The battle had begun, countless arrows rained down like a torrential storm. Below the city wall, there were more and more corpses. However, some of the State of Chu's High Sky Realm soldiers managed to ascend the city wall. Apart from them, there were also dozens of Dark World Dao soldiers. When these Dao soldiers charged up the city wall, the ordinary soldiers of the State of Jiang couldn't stop them. Even the death servants that the State of Jiang nurtured couldn't stop them. They weren't on the same level. Beside Yi Xian, Bai Zai and Ji Anji had already charged out. Yi Xian didn't make a move. His attention was on the Black Flame Army below. The Black Flame Army hadn't made a move yet. At this moment, several figures charged towards the city gate of Mizar City. The speed of these figures was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they arrived before the city gate. However, in the next moment, a ray of sword light appeared at the city gate. The few figures retreated at the same time. In front of the city gate, Yi Xian appeared out of nowhere. Not far away from him stood 3 black-robed figures. The 3 of them didn't choose to fight with Yi Xian. Instead, they retreated. From Yi Xian's previous attack, they were very clear that ordinary people weren't a match for Yi Xian. They wouldn't make any unnecessary sacrifices. Yi Xian looked at Li Mu, who wasn't far away. Li Mu sneered and tilted his head. It's your turn. As soon as Li Mu's voice fell, a woman suddenly walked out from the group of soldiers. The woman wore a long robe. If this chapter hasn't ended, please flip the page. She wore a long white dress that trailed the ground. There were 3 blood-red plum blossoms on it. In her hands, she held an emerald green pipa. The woman's appearance couldn't be considered to be devastatingly beautiful. However, she was very pleasing to the eye. She slowly walked towards Yi Xian. As she sized up Yi Xian, there was a trace of astonishment in her beautiful eyes. Other than Xianxia, I never thought that there would be a genius like you in the Green Province. What a surprise. Yi Xian slowly walked towards the woman. How about this? Do me a favor. If you leave, I'll return the favor in the future. What do you say? The woman shook her head. She slowly walked towards Yi Xian. They paid me 10 million supreme-grade spirit stones to restrain you. If I can kill you, it'll be 50 million. May I ask weakly, is your favor worth 50 million? Yi Xian shrugged his shoulders. There's nothing to talk about. As soon as his voice fell, he disappeared from the spot. The woman's lips curled up. Her jade-like fingers lightly plucked the strings of the pipa. Wang, the sound of the pipa was like a sudden clap of thunder. Hundreds of soldiers who were closer to the woman instantly bled from their 7 orifices and fell to the ground. As for Yi Xian himself, he retreated to the city gates of Mizar City in an instant. Just as he stopped, fresh blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The Lingxiu sword in his hand was also vibrating violently. Yi Xian lifted his head to look at the woman. The woman smiled gently. Let me introduce myself. I'm Xianxia from the Heavenly Sound sect. In front of thousands of soldiers, I stopped them with my pipa. I'm currently ranked 11th on the demon ranking. However, I'll be in the top 10 soon. As she spoke, she smiled faintly. In the next instant, her jade-like fingers plucked the strings of the pipa. In an instant, a string sound reverberated. This string sound couldn't be seen, however, the ground in front of her started to crack inch by inch, all the way to the front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian was expressionless. He tilted his head slightly and stabbed out with his sword. At the tip of the sword, a cold gleam appeared. Tisk, Yi Xian's body trembled violently. The ground beneath his feet started to crack inch by inch. Moreover, the cracks spread rapidly in all directions. In an instant, the city walls on both sides behind him had many cracks. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly took a step forward. She walked gracefully and her jade-like fingers plucked one of the strings of the pipa. In an instant, the crisp and melodious sound of the pipa rang out. The sound was pleasant to the ears. However, to Yi Xian, it was undoubtedly a death sentence. He knew that he had met a true expert. At this moment, he didn't dare to conceal his strength. he took a step forward and stabbed out with his sword. Boom, the string from before shattered instantly. Immediately after, he took another step forward and stabbed out with another arrow. The momentum of the sword was like a tsunami that was tens of thousands of feet high. It was unstoppable. Tisk, as the tip of Xianxia's sword stabbed out, a sharp and ear-piercing tearing sound resounded. At this moment, his hand started to tremble violently. However, he destroyed this string sound. At this moment, Xianxia was stunned. It wasn't just her, even Li Mu was stunned. Sword Master? Li Mu's mind went blank, and he stared blankly at Xian. That strike just now had obviously reached the level of a sword master. Moreover, the sword intent was quite strange. Sword Master? Li Mu's right hand was trembling slightly. He looked at Xian with eyes filled with disbelief. You've actually reached the level of a sword master. Xian nodded and said seriously, I hid it on purpose to give you a surprise. Oh, surprise? Are you surprised? Hee hee. Pooh. Li Mu suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. End of this chapter. Surprise? It was more like shock. Li Mu had never imagined that Xian had reached the level of a sword master. A sword master and a sword Dao grandmaster were two completely different concepts. A sword Dao grandmaster was popular in Azure province, but in the divine central continent, it was only above average. But a sword master was a completely different story. With Xian's current strength, he was fully qualified to be on the demon-level geniuses list, and he could even make it to the top 10, which one of the top 10 on the demon-level geniuses list wasn't a heaven-defying genius? Li Mu clenched his fists, shocked and furious. At this moment, Xianxia, who sat opposite Xian, suddenly said softly, Sword Master. As she spoke, she put away her pipa. I think I can do you a favor. Xian, Xianxia sized up Xian. Remember, you owe me a favor. When you come to the divine central continent in the future, remember to return the favor. With that, she turned to leave with her pipa in her arms. But when she passed by Li Mu, she suddenly stopped and glanced at him. I'm a little embarrassed about this. Right, to express my apology, I'll take 9 million top-grade spirit stones from you. Pay up. As she spoke, she stretched out her right hand. Li Mu said angrily, You're leaving, and you still want money? What kind of logic is that? Xianxia frowned slightly. How arduous was my journey from the divine central continent to here? I'm only asking you to pay for your labor. What, you're not willing? Li Mu was furious. You used the transportation array to come here. How arduous was it? The old man will tell you that if you want 10 million top-grade spirit stones, you can. Restrain him, and the old man will hand over the top-grade spirit stones with both hands. Otherwise. Xianxia's eyes narrowed slightly. Otherwise, you'll hit me? As she spoke, she took a step forward and looked straight at Li Mu. What? You think you're so great because you're at a high level? Just try and touch me. Li Mu was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Hit Xianxia, he really wanted to, but he couldn't. Xianxia was ranked 11th on the monster list. Most importantly, the heavenly sound sect behind her was a force that was much stronger than Karaki Academy. This fight was definitely poking a hornet's nest. Xianxia suddenly said indifferently, Humph. It doesn't matter if you don't give it to me. I'll return to the Central Divine Prefecture right now and challenge Karaki Academy to a life-and-death battle. With that, she turned around and left. A challenge to the death. Li Mu's expression immediately changed. No one in Karaki Academy could beat this woman. If this woman went to Karaki Academy, she would be a complete bully. Most importantly, it was very likely that Karaki Academy would become enemies with the Heavenly Sound sect. Li Mu suddenly flicked his finger, and a storage ring flew over to Xianxia. Xianxia stopped in her tracks and glanced at the storage ring. In the next moment, she put the storage ring away and turned around to smile at Li Mu. Senior, it's been a pleasure working with you. As she spoke, she glanced at Xian, Swordsman, remember, you owe me a favor, don't forget it. With that, she turned around and vanished swiftly into the distance. Xian shook his head, I've never seen such a shameless person. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly vanished on the spot. Hiss, hiss. Hiss, hiss. 3 flying swords suddenly flew out from his body, and the heads of 3 dark dimension Dao soldiers on the city wall were instantly chopped off. Since he'd exposed his trump card, he naturally wouldn't suppress his strength. Li Mu's expression changed drastically when he witnessed this scene, and he roared furiously in the next moment, "Kill! Kill them all! Kill!" At this moment, he couldn't be bothered about all that. Yi Xian had attained the Sword Master realm. It was undoubtedly a bolt out of the blue to him and Karaki Academy. They absolutely couldn't allow Yi Xian to live. Because if Yi Xian headed to the Central Divine Prefecture, then with his current strength and natural talent, there would definitely be powers that would be willing to accept him, and there would definitely be quite a few of them. If a Grandmaster in the Sword Dao wasn't sufficient to make the powers of the Central Divine Prefecture become enemies with Karaki Academy and the Dark Dimension, then a Sword Master was absolutely sufficient. If it was said that he was only afraid of Yi Xian in the past, then it wasn't just fear now, it was terror. The speed of Yi Xian's growth was truly too terrifying. As soon as Li Mu finished speaking, the soldiers of Chu in the surroundings charged forward, and even the cavalry had started charging. Yi Xian frowned when he saw the cavalry charge. The city gate hasn't been breached, yet the cavalry is charging. Right at this moment, the city gate of Mizar City exploded into pieces. It had come without the slightest sign. Everyone on the city wall was stunned. How did it break through? Xianxia swiftly turned to look at Li Mu, who stood below the city wall. Li Mu's expression was calm while his eyes contained ghastly killing intent. It was he who'd attacked just now. On the city wall, Yi Xian faced Li Mu. He hadn't expected that Li Mu would actually attack, but Li Mu was an expert above the Dharma realm. Li Mu was taking a risk. Or it could be said that he was already driven to desperation. At this moment, 100,000 cavalry had already charged over. That battle array seemed as if they wanted to destroy the entire Mizar city. Yi Xian suddenly jumped off the city wall. He stood right in front of the city gate and felt the army charging over. Yi Xian's breathing stopped. The momentum of the army wasn't something that he could withstand with his current strength. If it was any other time, he would turn around and run without hesitation, but now, he couldn't run. Behind him was Xianxia, Mo Yunqi, Baizhe, Azure Billow Academy, and thousands upon thousands of people of the state of Jiang. The responsibility on his shoulders was heavy. I can't retreat. The moment this thought appeared, the sword in Yi Xian's hand suddenly trembled violently. Immediately after, a surge of sword intent emitted from his body. Around Yi Xian's body, a white mist that resembled light smoke was emitted. It wasn't white mist, it was similar to white mist. Sword intent materialized. Seeing this scene, Li Mu, who was far away, was already completely stunned. Sword intent materialized. Wasn't this something that only the Sword Emperor could achieve? Sword Emperor? What's wrong with this world? Li Mu's mind went blank once again, as if he had been struck by lightning. Sword Emperor? In fact, Yi Xian hadn't reached the Sword Emperor level yet. Sword intent materialized was a manifestation of the Sword Emperor, but it didn't mean that he was definitely the Sword Emperor. To become the Sword Emperor, one's state of mind, Sword Dao attainment, and understanding of the sword were all indispensable. But, his current sword intent materialized had nothing to do with his realm or his Sword Dao attainment. This was the true nature of his sword intent, and it could be said that this was the uniqueness of his sword intent. Kindness sword intent, a kindness that could cross thousands of mountains and rivers. Kindness sword intent madly gathered around Yi Xian. The sword in his hand trembled violently, and waves of sword light rippled out. At this moment, his momentum had also reached an extremely terrifying level, borrowing the momentum of the wind, borrowing the momentum of the earth. At this moment, although Yi Xian was only at the Nether Passage realm, the momentum he emitted had already far surpassed the Nether Passage realm. No, it had even surpassed the Divine Unity realm, and was approaching the Myriad Dharma realm. The cavalry had already arrived in front of the city gate. Yi Xian raised his head and faced the front. He took a step forward, and without any fancy movements, he just stabbed with his sword. When the sword struck, the momentum and intent around him instantly swept out along the Spirit Elegant sword. It was so strong that it was like a volcano that had been accumulating for countless years suddenly erupting. Its power was enough to destroy the heavens and earth. Boom! The dozens of cavalrymen in front of Yi Xian were instantly pulverized by this sword strike. The sword intent, which carried a terrifying and unparalleled momentum, flooded the remaining cavalrymen like a torrential downpour. Wherever it passed, countless cavalrymen from the Chu kingdom fell to the ground. In less than a breath's time, hundreds of cavalrymen had fallen in front of Yi Xian. The ground was filled with broken limbs and fresh blood. The power of a single sword was so terrifying, everyone in the surroundings was stunned. was this something that a nether passage realm could do, not to mention the others in the surroundings? Even Xian himself was stunned. Because he'd never imagined that his sword strike would actually be terrifying to such an extent. It should be said that he didn't expect his kind will sword intent to be so terrifying. Without thinking too much, he tapped the ground lightly with the tip of his foot and rushed out. A dozen or so Chu Kingdom cavalry instantly fell to the ground. But very quickly, he retreated because the cavalry behind him was already charging at him. He couldn't kill them all. Xian retreated to the city gate. The city gate was narrow and could only allow a dozen cavalry to enter at the same time. To him, this was undoubtedly very advantageous. Just as Xian retreated to the city gate, dozens of cavalry charged at him. Xian swung his sword and a wave of sword light swept across. Swoosh, dozens of cavalry fell from their horses in an instant. But in the next moment, dozens of cavalry stepped on countless corpses and rushed in front of Xian. Xian's eyes suddenly opened. Swoosh swoosh, 2 rays of sword light shot out like lightning. Wherever they passed, dozens of Chu Kingdom cavalry were instantly cut in half at the waist. Fresh blood splattered on the ground. But in the next moment, another group of Chu Kingdom cavalry charged at him. At this time, Xian bent his finger and pointed forward. 2 flying swords shot out from his arms, swift shadow. The 2 swords flew through the battlefield silently and as fast as lightning. Everywhere they passed, heads fell to the ground and blood splattered everywhere. In an instant, the 2 flying swords killed dozens of cavalry. The ground was littered with corpses, but in the next moment, countless more Chu Kingdom cavalry charged in. The corner of Xian's mouth curled into a sinister smile. His right foot pressed tightly against the ground. Endless power of the earth gathered towards his body. Activate the law of Tao. When the cavalry was still a few meters away from Xian's right foot suddenly stomped on the ground and his entire body shot out like an arrow released from a bow. In front of Xian, Qi, the leader of the Chu Kingdom cavalry, was instantly beheaded. Immediately after, the cavalry behind him fell to the ground. When Xian appeared outside the city gates, dozens of cavalry behind him had already fallen. Hundreds of corpses were piled up outside the city gates. The cavalry could no longer continue their charge. Xian pointed his long sword diagonally to the ground. On the spirit elegant sword, fresh blood was slowly dripping down the blade. In front of Xian, the group of cavalry had already stopped. In their eyes, there was fear. 1 man guarding the pass, 10,000 cannot get through, with Xian guarding the city gates, who could break through. At this moment, a powerful force suddenly blasted against the city walls of Mizar City. In an instant, boom, the entire city walls of Mizar City collapsed. On the city walls, countless Jiang Kingdom soldiers fell to the ground. The city was breached. No, the city walls were breached. At this moment, there were no city walls in Mizar City. Below, Xian suddenly raised his head and looked at Li Mu. The one who attacked was Li Mu. Li Mu stared at Xian. Can't you block it? Continue to block it for me? Xian's right hand tightly gripped the sword in his hand. His entire body was emitting a ruthless aura. However, this aura was destroyed by his goodwill sword intent. From afar, Li Mu's mouth was full of a sinister smile. Continue to block it. As his voice fell, he waved his right hand. In an instant, 100,000 cavalry charged forward. How terrifying was it when 100,000 cavalry charged forward together? The earth trembled. At this moment, Mizar City no longer had any barriers. P.S. I'm really sorry recently. I haven't had any time to write. Today, I used my phone to write 500 words in the car. My head is about to explode. I won't be naughty today. I'm really sorry. Also, I have a dream. I hope to become famous one day. If I become famous, I won't write anymore. I'll open a small shop and live the rest of my life in peace. But the problem is, when the hell will I become famous? This kind of thing that can't become popular, when will it end? How could he block it? Xian gripped the spirit elegant sword tightly in his right hand. At this moment, he realized to his dismay that if an expert of Li Mu's level were to attack, he would not be able to resist at all. Although Li Mu did not attack him openly, the nature of the attack was the same. Mysterious woman. The first person he thought of was indeed the mysterious woman. Given the current situation, the mysterious woman could resolve it with a single sword strike. But on second thought, How could he rely on the mysterious woman for everything? At this moment, Xianxia, Jiangjiu, Baizhe, Mo Yunqi, and countless Songlan Academy students and country of Jiang soldiers arrived behind Yixian. Looking at the countless Chu cavalrymen charging over from afar, Jiangjiu and the rest did not show any fear. Jiangjiu walked to Yixian and gently wiped the blood from the corner of Yixian's mouth. She said gently, "You've done your best." "Done my best," Yixian was stunned. The next moment, he smiled. "I've done my best, the future was unknown. All I had to do now was try my best. As for the outcome, there was no need to care too much. All I had to do is try my best." Yixian turned around to face the crowd. He said with a smile, "If we die here today, will you regret it?" Jiangjiu looked at Yixian and said softly, "You could have escaped and died here with us. Will you regret it?" Yixian shook his head. "No." Jiangjiu smiled. "I won't regret it either." "No regrets." Countless people roared in unison. "No regrets," Yixian laughed. "Although we were not born in the same year and month, we can die in the same year and month. But before we die, we have to drag someone down with us." With that, he pointed with his right hand. Chi, two swords streaked across the battlefield, dozens of feet away, the heads of over a dozen Chu cavalrymen fell to the ground, fight to the death. Behind Yixian, countless people roared in unison. Right at this moment, there was a sudden change in the battlefield. Nearby, Li Mu suddenly turned to look into the distance. There was a group of cavalrymen galloping over. There were tens of thousands of them. The leader was actually a woman, Tuoba Yen, the king of Ning country. Li Mu was stunned. Where did the reinforcements come from? At this time, a Chu Empire cavalry general hurried over. Reporting. "We have discovered a large number of Ning Empire cavalry on the right. They have come with ill intentions." Ning Kingdom's cavalry? Li Mu looked at the cavalry that was charging at him from afar. Soon, his expression changed, because this group of cavalry was charging towards them. Li Mu said ferociously, "What's wrong with Ningguo? Kill." In the distance, Tuoba Yen roared. The Ning Kingdom's cavalry behind him sped up and charged into the Chu Kingdom's cavalry. Because they were charging from the side, the Chu cavalrymen had no time to defend, and their formation was immediately broken. The nearby Jiangjiu and the others were stunned when they saw the scene. Ning country will send troops to help. They were obviously still a little confused because they didn't expect that the Ning kingdom would send troops to help at this time. Yixian was the first to come back to his senses. He raised his sword and pointed it into the distance. "Kill." With that, he had already rushed out. Behind Yixian, countless soldiers of the state of Jiang and students of the Songlan Academy also rushed out. At this moment, it could be said that the great Chu cavalry was being attacked from two sides. In the distance, Li Mu's complexion changed. If this chapter is not finished, please continue to the next page. It was extremely unsightly because he didn't expect that the Ning kingdom would send troops to help at this time. Although the Great Cloud Empire's final plan was to destroy the Ning kingdom, they had never provoked the Ning kingdom until now. Seeing that the Chu cavalrymen were scattered, Li Mu immediately turned to look at the Black Flame army not far away. Attack! After a moment of silence, the Black Flame army suddenly rushed out at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, they had already reached the two cavalrymen. Almost in an instant, the Ning kingdom's cavalry was directly crushed. With the Black Flame army joining the battle, the situation of the Chu cavalrymen who were originally at a disadvantage was instantly reversed. Seeing this scene, Li Mu was a little shocked. The Black Flame army was too terrifying. This kind of army could even survive in the Divine Central Continent. Not to mention these ordinary soldiers, even the Tao soldiers of the Karaki Academy might not be able to defeat this cavalry. In the distance, Tuoba Yen clearly noticed this as well. She immediately turned to look at Yixian who was in the crowd not far away. "Help me deal with the Black Flame army first." The Black Flame army, upon hearing that, Yixian's figure trembled, and he directly went to Tuoba Yan's horse. He did not stand on ceremony and directly wrapped his arms around Tuoba Yan's soft waist. Tuoba Yan frowned slightly, her eyes glinting coldly. Just as she was about to flare up, Yixian suddenly said, "I'm not taking advantage of you. Come, let's charge over." As he spoke, his left hand gently tightened around Tuoba Yan's waist, and the two of them were even closer. Tuoba Yan tilted her head and coldly sliced at Yixian. In the next moment, she turned her horse around and charged toward the Black Flame army not far away. The two of them were getting closer and closer to the Black Flame army. Yixian suddenly said, "Be careful of the Dark World assassins." As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared from his horse. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the Black Flame army. He swung his sword. Hiss! A Black Flame cavalryman in front of Yixian was sent flying by a single swing of his sword. The cavalryman flew over 30 m away and only stopped after knocking another Black Flame cavalryman into the air. After he crashed to the ground, he was unable to get up again. The Black Flame army was invincible in front of the ordinary soldiers of the Jiang Kingdom and Ming Kingdom. However, the Black Flame army was not invincible in front of Yixian, a sword master. A sword master would be able to do very well even in the Central Divine Continent, let alone in the land of Qingzhou, especially a swordsman. A swordsman's combat strength was publicly acknowledged to be formidable. After Yixian sent a Black Flame soldier flying with a swing of his sword, a spear suddenly appeared behind him. There were no unnecessary movements in this spear. It was just an ordinary stab, but this stab was fast and powerful. Yixian turned around and stabbed with his sword, blocking the spear. At the same time, a swift shadow suddenly flew out and slashed at the Black Flame soldier in front of Yixian. However, when the swift shadow was about a dozen inches away from the cavalryman, a spear suddenly stabbed from the right. The spear was very fast and instantly stabbed the swift shadow sword. Bang! The swift shadow was instantly sent flying. At the same time, a spear had already arrived at the back of Yixian's head. Just as the spear was about to stab into the back of Yixian's head, a lightning bolt suddenly blasted the spear. Bang! The spear was sent flying. Tuoba Yan appeared behind Yixian. At this time, the surrounding Black Flame soldiers had already surrounded Yixian and Tuoba Yan. The Black Flame soldiers did not attack. Instead, they surrounded the two and ran quickly. They were so fast that Yixian and Tuoba Yan could only see their afterimages. Yixian and Tuoba Yan had their backs against each other. Both of their expressions were solemn. Even Yixian, who had already achieved the level of sword master, did not dare to underestimate these Black Flame army soldiers. If this chapter is not over, please continue to the next page. He would not have any problems, but now, there were more than 100 of them here. When these Black Flame soldiers grouped together, they were undoubtedly very terrifying. At this moment, Yixian's expression changed drastically because nearly 100 arrows were shooting toward him and Tuoba Yan. Tuoba Yan's pupils shrank. These arrows were so dense that they could not dodge at all. Most importantly, these arrows were all bright-grade spirit weapons. They could pose a fatal threat to both of them. At this critical moment, Yixian suddenly pressed his right hand forward lightly. In an instant, a sword intent swept out from his body and formed a thick protective shield that enveloped him and Tuoba Yan. At the same time, 3 swords flew out from his body and flew around him and Tuoba Yan, shooting out bursts of sword light. Bang, 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 bang! In an instant, Yixian and Tuoba Yan were drowned by countless arrows, but in an instant, his sword intent became illusory, and the sword light around him was shattered in an instant. These arrows were too terrifying. Yixian suddenly turned to Tuoba Yan. "I will split open a path. You rush out first." With that, he opened his palm and the Spirit Elegance sword flew into his hand. In the next moment, he flicked his finger and the Spirit Elegance sword flew out. A single strike to decide life and death. As soon as the sword flew out, an ear-piercing sound of something tearing resounded. The sword in the lead of the Black Flame cavalryman was instantly pierced through the center of his forehead. At the same time, the powerful force contained within the sword blasted the cavalryman flying. This blasted him flying along with a few Black Flame cavalrymen. Yixian seized this opportunity to carry Tuoba Yan in his arms and charge out of the encirclement of the Black Flame cavalrymen. But in the next moment, they'd just stopped moving when over 100 arrows shot towards them from behind. Every single arrow actually flickered with the glow of an arrow. It was impossible to dodge. Tuoba Yan's pupils constricted. These Black Flame cavalrymen's attainments in the Tao of archery are actually so terrifying. I've still underestimated these Black Flame cavalrymen. This isn't something that anyone below the Dharma realm can resist. Suddenly, Yixian pulled her behind him and took a step forward. He flicked his finger, and then the 3 swords slashed forward. The 3 swords emanated dazzling rays of light that blasted many arrows away, but even more arrived in front of him and Tuoba Yan. Yixian took another step forward, and the kindness sword intent suddenly appeared in front of him. It condensed into a thick barrier of sword intent, but as soon as the arrows arrived, the barrier instantly became illusory. Moreover, blood even flowed from the corners of Xian's mouth. Xian suddenly turned around. "Why aren't you leaving?" Tuoba Yan gazed at Xian in silence. Blood flowed incessantly from the corners of Xian's mouth, and he roared furiously, "Big sister, hurry up and leave. How the fuck am I supposed to escape if you don't leave?" Tuoba Yan was speechless. Escape? Meanwhile, Limu suddenly appeared in the sky above the Black Flame cavalryman. He looked down at Xian and ridiculed, "Xian, are you still thinking of escaping? Let me tell you, today is the day you die. The entire Jiang country and Ning country will be buried with you." With that, he waved his hand, and the Black Flame cavalryman charged directly at Xian and Tuoba Yan. Xian turned to look at Tuoba Yan. "Can you give me a kiss before you die?" The corners of Tuoba Yan's mouth twitched, and she felt like hitting someone. Xian suddenly leaned over and lightly tapped Tuoba Yan's lips. Tuoba Yan's body stiffened. Xian immediately withdrew and leaned over to Tuoba Yan's ear, whispering, "Where did you buy the medicine you brought last time?" Tuoba Yan was speechless. End of this chapter. Tuoba Yan's face darkened, and she stared fixedly at Xian. If it wasn't for the special circumstances, she would have attacked a long time ago. Has this fellow gone mad? What time is it now? Meanwhile, the group of Black Flame cavalrymen had arrived. Xian suddenly turned around, grinned, and then pressed his palms together before pulling them apart. In an instant, a box appeared in front of him. In the next moment, 12 rays of golden light flashed, and then 12 golden figures instantly appeared in front of Xian and Tuoba Yan. The 12 golden figures opened their eyes slowly, and then 12 rays of golden light instantly shot out from their eyes. Bang! 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 Some of the Black Flame cavalrymen in the lead were blasted flying, and then 12 rays of golden light flashed again. Bang! 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 As soon as the 12 golden figures charged forward, all the Black Flame cavalrymen were blasted flying. Limu was completely stunned by the scene. What the hell are those 12 golden figures? Why are they so terrifying? Meanwhile, Xian's heart was bleeding because the 12 golden figures had instantly devoured over 1,000,000 supreme-grade spirit stones from him. All the supreme-grade spirit stones he'd saved up had vanished in an instant. "I have to earn them back." Xian took a deep breath. He pointed the exquisite sword at Limu, who was not far away, and grinned hideously. Watch carefully." As soon as he finished speaking, he loosened his grip, and spirit grace shot forward. The heads of over 10 cavalrymen instantly flew into the air. In the blink of an eye, spirit grace slashed horizontally towards the left, and blood sprayed as another 10+ cavalrymen were chopped into two at the waist. This wasn't the end of it. Xian spread his hands apart, and 2 phantom swords suddenly flew out. A few dozen cavalrymen instantly fell to the ground over 30 m away from him, and blood flowed from the center of their brows. A slaughter. At this moment, the cavalrymen around Xian retreated explosively, and their eyes were filled with terror as they gazed at Xian. Xian looked up at Limu and grinned, "Is it nice?" As soon as he finished speaking, he pressed his fingers together and slashed towards the right. Hiss! A ray of sword light slashed horizontally towards something that was over 60 m away. Chi! The foreheads of more than 10 Chu soldiers were instantly pierced through, fresh blood splattered on the ground. In the air, Limu stared fixedly at, "If this chapter is not finished, please turn the page." Looking at Xian, his right hand clenched tightly. Xian opened his right hand and the spirit elegance sword returned to his hand. He looked into the distance. At this moment, the Black Flame cavalry had already calmed down. They had joined forces to surround the 12 golden men, but they couldn't do anything to them. Today, the defense of the 12 golden men was simply too abnormal. For a time, the two sides formed a mutual restraint. Without the restraint of the Black Flame cavalrymen, Xian was freed. Massacre. In a short period of less than an eighth of an hour, some of the high-ranking generals of the Chu Kingdom's cavalry had been completely annihilated. The entire Chu people's heart was in chaos. At this moment, a loud and clear horn suddenly sounded from the distant horizon. When they heard the sound of the horn, the Black Flame cavalrymen stopped and started to retreat. Retreat. Seeing this, Limu's expression changed drastically. He suddenly turned to look at the horizon. hold on. When the horn stopped, the black flame cavalryman stopped as well. Li Mu turned to stare fixedly at Xian as a violent aura radiated from his body. Xian walked up to Li Mu and smiled. You want to do it yourself? Why don't you try? Li Mu stared at Xian for a long time. In the end, he grinned. If I don't kill you, I won't be able to rest easy. My Karaki Academy won't be able to rest easy. With that, he slammed his palm down at Xian. Seeing that Li Mu was really going to attack, Xian's expression changed drastically. At this moment, Tuoba Yan, who had been silent all this while, suddenly appeared in front of him. Tuoba Yan suddenly pulled his hands together. In an instant, a black lightning shield emitting lightning appeared in front of him and Xian, boom, the shield in front of Tuoba Yan shattered. In the next moment, Tuoba Yan and Xian were instantly blasted hundreds of meters away. In the end, both of them crashed heavily onto the ground, and the ground in an area of hundreds of meters cracked in an instant. On the ground, blood flowed from the corners of Xian's mouth. At this moment, he felt like his entire body had shattered, as if he had thought of something. He hurriedly stood up and embraced Tuoba Yan. Blood flowed incessantly from Tuoba Yan's mouth, and it wasn't just his mouth, even his 7 apertures were bleeding. Xian's mind went blank. Tuoba Yan, this chapter is not over. Please continue to the next page. Looking at Xian, she seemed like she wanted to say something, but as soon as she opened her mouth, blood gushed out incessantly. Hugging Tuoba Yan tightly, Xian gently wiped the corner of Tuoba Yan's mouth with his trembling right hand and said in a trembling voice, why are you so stupid? That's an expert above the myriad Dharma realm. Tuoba Yan looked at Xian. Blood was still flowing from her mouth, and the front of her chest was already dyed red. At the same time, her aura was also growing weaker and weaker. How terrifying was a strike from an expert above the myriad Dharma realm. Xian hugged Tuoba Yan tightly, his body trembling incessantly. Looking at Xian in such pain, a complicated look gradually appeared in Tuoba Yan's eyes. She slowly raised her left hand as if to touch Xian's face, but just as she raised it, it fell back down again. At this moment, Xianxia, Mo Yunqi, and the others also came over. Looking at Xian and Tuoba Yan on the ground, Xianxia and the others were stunned. In the distance, Li Mu did not choose to continue after making his move. Instead, he looked around warily. He would never be able to forget the sword immortal dressed in a plain dress. When he made his move earlier, he was already prepared to die. But now, after making his move, he panicked a little. However, he discovered that after he made his move, the sword immortal did not appear. Even after half an hour, the sword immortal still did not appear. At this moment, Li Mu's body suddenly relaxed, and then he laughed maniacally. She didn't appear. Haha, she didn't appear. Saying that, he looked at Xian in the distance with a crazed expression. So you've been faking it all along. Your master won't appear at all. You deceived me so badly. At this moment, Xian gently placed Tuoba Yan on the ground and wiped the blood from the corner of Tuoba Yan's mouth. I'm sorry. Saying that, he slowly stood up and walked toward Li Mu who was nearby. On the ground, Tuoba Yan stretched out her hand, but just as she raised it, it fell back down again. Then, her eyes slowly closed. Xian slowly walked toward Li Mu. He clenched his fists tightly and his expression was surprisingly calm. Li Mu grinned hideously. Want to kill me? Xian slowly placed his right hand on his chest. After killing this person, I'll search for the second Tao law and release you out of the pagoda. After a moment of silence, Xian's body suddenly trembled violently. The next moment, he opened his eyes abruptly. There were 2 eyeballs in his eyes, 2 dark blue eyeballs. End of this chapter. The moment Xian opened his eyes, his aura suddenly soared. In an instant, it was no weaker than Li Mu's aura. Feeling the aura on Xian's body, Li Mu was stunned. His eyes were filled with disbelief. How is this possible? He knew that there were some divine abilities and secret arts in the world that could temporarily increase a person's cultivation level. However, he had never seen anyone who could increase his cultivation level in an instant, from the Nether Passage realm to his level. This was a jump of 3 realms. This was simply impossible, but at this moment, Xian really did it. On this day, Xian had given him too many surprises. No, it was a shock. This time, he was really shocked. Not far away, Xian slowly walked towards Li Mu. With every step he took, the entire ground would tremble violently. At the same time, the aura around his body was still rising, becoming stronger and stronger, as if there was no end. Li Mu suddenly grinned. Above the Dharma realm? Impossible, I think you're just playing tricks. As his voice fell, he took a step forward and pointed at Xian. As soon as he pointed, the space in front of Xian suddenly shook violently. In the next moment, an illusory giant finger suddenly appeared in front of Xian. The giant finger contained a powerful force that instantly caused the space in front of Xian to distort. At this time, Xian's right hand suddenly bent inward, forming a claw. In the next moment, he clawed forward. Bang! In an instant, the giant finger in front of Xian instantly shattered. Li Mu's pupils shrank, and he lost his voice. How is this possible? No, this is absolutely impossible. You can't reach above the Dharma realm. At this time, Xian smiled coldly. This smile did not look like a human's smile, and the surrounding soldiers felt their hair stand on end. Xian suddenly took a step forward, and with this step, he disappeared on the spot. This was no longer speed, but teleportation. Li Mu's expression changed drastically when he saw Xian vanish. He took a step forward and smashed his fist forward, and this punch directly caused the space before him to tremble violently. The 10,000 laws realm could distort all things to a certain extent. Above the 10,000 laws realm, one could borrow the power of all things to a certain extent. At this moment, he borrowed the power of space and the unique properties of space to strengthen his own strength. This realm was known as the spell manipulation realm. Imperial laws, imperial laws, imperial laws, imperial laws. Li Mu's punch was not a simple one. It could be said that it could directly destroy a city. However, this punch was caught by Xian's claw. Caught it. Seeing his fist being caught by Xian's claw, Li Mu was stunned. At this moment, the power in his fist was also exploding, but it was forcibly blocked by Xian's claw. Xian suddenly clenched Li Mu's fist and twisted it. Crack! Li Mu's entire arm instantly shattered, and blood splattered. Li Mu was shocked and was about to retreat, but at this moment, Xian suddenly pressed forward. Before Li Mu could react, Xian's hand had grabbed Li Mu's throat. In the blink of an eye, Xian had already grabbed Li Mu's throat and appeared hundreds of feet away. As soon as they stopped, Xian grabbed Li Mu's throat and pulled him down. This chapter is not finished. Please continue to the next page. The ground suddenly smashed. Bang! The ground shattered, and Li Mu's head directly sank into the ground. Xian stepped towards Li Mu's head. Bang! Li Mu's head sunk even deeper, and his body and feet trembled violently on the ground. Xian looked coldly at Li Mu on the ground. In the next moment, he grabbed Li Mu's two legs and suddenly tore them apart. Crack! In an instant, Li Mu was directly torn into two halves. Seeing this scene, everyone present instantly felt their hair stand on end. A Dharma defensive realm expert was killed by Xian just like that. Not far away, Xian turned his head and looked around. The soldiers around him all retreated quickly, and some of them were so scared that their legs turned to jelly, and they couldn't even walk. Xian suddenly raised his head and looked towards the horizon, and there was a trace of greed in his eyes. Freedom! It had been a long, long time since he had obtained freedom. Gradually, he slowly closed his eyes. After an unknown period of time, he suddenly turned his head and looked at the group of black flame cavalrymen not far away. In the next moment, he swung his claw. Bang! In the distance, the group of black flame cavalrymen instantly fell to the ground, and in an instant, blood flowed out from their armor. Over 100 people were all dead. However, their armor and equipment were still intact. Xian suddenly turned his head and looked at Tuoba Yan on the ground not far away. With a point of his finger, a ray of green light suddenly entered Tuoba Yan's body. In an instant, his body trembled violently, and in the next moment, an illusory figure suddenly shot into the sky. This illusory figure went straight into the clouds and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Xian, on the other hand, was lying on the ground. His eyes were empty. Xian slowly closed his eyes. The great god from the second floor had left. He had left with his Tao Law. However, he would return, because the Tao Law could only let him go out for a short period of time. His origin was still locked in the second floor. As long as his origin was still there, he would definitely return. However, he was still a little worried. Based on the great god's possession, this second floor god was really not a kind person. Not only was he not a kind person, but he was also a crazy and perverted fellow. This was because at a certain moment, he had already sensed the other party's killing intent towards him. Although he did not make a move in the end, it was definitely because of the mysterious woman and the world prison pagoda. Otherwise, he would probably have died a few hundred times. This fellow would definitely cause a big trouble if he went out. Xian shook his head and stopped thinking about the great god from the second floor who had already disappeared. He slowly got up. At this moment, Xianxia hurriedly walked in front of him and supported him. Xian said softly, "Go and chase after the remnants of the Chu Kingdom's army. Leave this to me." When the Black Flame cavalry was completely annihilated, the Chu Kingdom's cavalry had already begun to flee. The Dark World had also instantly disappeared without a trace. Xian was a little weak. This time, the Chu Kingdom's cavalry suffered a heavy blow and fled like startled birds. To our Jiang Kingdom, this is undoubtedly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If we don't seize the opportunity to chase after them and annihilate their main force, we'll be in trouble when they regroup. Don't lose this opportunity. Go, I'll be fine. Xianxia nodded. Be careful. With that, she turned and left. Before long, Xianxia gathered all the soldiers who were still capable of fighting and chased after Tuobayan. Xian walked slowly to Tuobayan. This chapter is not over. Please continue to the next page. Although Tuobayan looked very miserable at this moment, his aura was still present. This was the reason why he gave the Tao Law to the great god from the second floor. He had to save Tuobayan. Then, he would give the Tao Law to him and let him leave. If he didn't agree, the great god from the second floor would never leave the world prison pagoda because the Tao Law could suppress him and prevent him from leaving the pagoda. On the other hand, giving the Tao Law to the great god from the second floor was more dangerous for him. If that fellow didn't return and couldn't bring back the Tao Law, then he would definitely be beaten up by the mysterious woman. Xian stopped thinking about the great god from the second floor who had disappeared to God knows where. He squatted down slowly before Tuobayan and looked at the woman before him with rather complicated feelings in his heart. If Tuobayan hadn't utilized that lightning shield earlier, he might have been killed by Limu with a single strike. Limu, Karaki Academy. Xian clenched his right hand tightly. He'd underestimated Karaki Academy's determination. The stronger the strength he displayed, the more Karaki Academy would think of ways to kill him. The conflict between him and Karaki Academy would never rest until one side was dead. Meanwhile, Tuobayan's right hand trembled slightly, and Xian hurriedly carried her. Tuobayan slowly opened her eyes, and she was instantly stunned when she saw Xian. You're dead as well? Xian nodded. Yes, I'm here to accompany you. Tuobayan was stunned, and then she said, Why are you so silly? You. At this point, she suddenly turned around and looked at Xian with rage in her beautiful eyes. Do you want to die? Xian chuckled. It feels good to joke with you. Tuobayan glanced at Xian. Why am I not dead? Xian said, a senior acted. As he spoke, he paused for a moment and asked, Why did you stand in front of me just now? You could have died. Tuobayan spoke indifferently, If I knew I would die, I wouldn't have done that. Hearing this, Xian's body stiffened. In an instant, his heart was filled with mixed feelings, disappointment, self-mockery. After a moment, he smiled awkwardly. Oh, Tuobayan glanced at Xian. She struggled free of Xian's hand and stood up with difficulty. After that, she walked away expressionlessly. It didn't take long for Tuobayan to leave with the remaining Ming Kingdom cavalry. At this moment, Mo Yunqi suddenly limped over to Xian, and he lightly nudged the dazed Xian with his right hand. Banda Yi, are you really stupid or are you pretending to be stupid? Xian looked at Mo Yunqi with a puzzled expression. Mo Yunqi shook his head. Banda Yi, they came all the way here to help. Who is it for? Is it the Jiang Kingdom? If it weren't for you, the Ning Kingdom would not have come to help the Jiang Kingdom. Moreover, there's something fishy going on between the two of you. I'm sure that Lord Tuoba came for you. As he spoke, he sighed softly. As for your previous question, please, think about it carefully. It's a Dharma controlling realm expert. With Lord Tuoba's wisdom, how could he not know how terrifying Li Mu is? She stood in front of you and prepared for the worst. Yi Xian was stunned. After a moment, he suddenly kicked Mo Yunqi's butt. Why didn't you say so earlier? With that, he disappeared into the distance. On the ground not far away, Mo Yunqi lay on the ground, hugging his butt tightly and wailing. You didn't ask. P.S. And, end of this chapter, his words enlightened the dreamer. After hearing Mo Yunqi's words, Yi Xian suddenly came to a realization. On a plain, Yi Xian rode the black wolf and galloped wildly. In life, one must not let a misunderstanding become a lifelong regret. Yi Xian's black wolf was obviously faster than ordinary horses. Soon, the Ning Kingdom's cavalry appeared in Yi Xian's sight. In front of him, Tuoba Yan was riding in the lead. Beside her, a cavalry general suddenly said, Your Majesty, someone is chasing behind us. It seems to be Yi Xian of the Jiang Kingdom. Tuoba Yan was expressionless and sped up. The general did not dare to say anything and retreated. At this time, Yi Xian had sped up and was getting closer and closer to the Ning Kingdom's soldiers. The Ning Kingdom's soldiers turned to look at Yi Xian. No one stopped him, nor did they dare to stop him. Now, Yi Xian's fame was not only in the Jiang Kingdom, but also in the entire Qingzhou. In particular, the scene of Yi Xian tearing Li Mu apart was deeply engraved in the hearts of the Ning Kingdom's soldiers. What a ruthless person. Soon, Yi Xian stood in front of Tuoba Yan. The Ning Kingdom's cavalry stopped, but Tuoba Yan did not stop. Instead, he sped up. Seeing that Tuoba Yan did not stop, Yi Xian's eyelids twitched. What was this woman going to do? Below Yi Xian, the black wolf was already roaring with a fierce glint in its eyes. The distance between the two was less than 30 feet. Yi Xian suddenly flew up and landed behind Tuoba Yan in the next moment. Tuoba Yan was about to make a move when Yi Xian suddenly put his arm around Tuoba Yan's waist and said softly, I'm sorry. Tuoba Yan's body stiffened. At this moment, the horse had already rushed dozens of feet away. Behind the two, a group of Ning Kingdom's soldiers looked at each other. At the end of the distance, Yi Xian and Tuoba Yan rode slowly. On the horse, Tuoba Yan was expressionless and looked a little cold. Yi Xian's hand was still wrapped around Tuoba Yan's waist. Tuoba Yan did not refuse. Just like that, the two of them were slowly carried by the horse into the distance. Under the setting sun, everything was peaceful. After an unknown period of time, Yi Xian softly said, I'm sorry. Tuoba Yan still said nothing. Yi Xian lightly tapped the ground with his feet and soared into the air before landing steadily in front of Tuoba Yan. The two of them sat opposite each other. Tuoba Yan looked at Yi Xian and said nothing. Yi Xian smiled bitterly because he really didn't know how to coax a woman. He had only coaxed his sister, and she was easy to coax. However, the person in front of him was the Empress. Tuoba Yan was about to jump off his horse when Yi Xian hurriedly pulled his hand. Tuoba Yan looked at Yi Xian, and Yi Xian said softly, Thank you. Tuoba Yan was expressionless and still said nothing. Yi Xian was about to speak when the world prison pagoda in his body shook violently. Yi Xian's head instantly suffered a heavy blow, and he fell straight onto the horse. On the ground, Yi Xian's body kept twitching. Tuoba Yan turned to leave, but after a few steps, she suddenly stopped and turned to look at Yi Xian. At this moment, she frowned and quickly walked in front of Yi Xian. At this moment, blood was slowly flowing out of Yi Xian's 7 orifices. Tuoba Yan's face darkened. She squatted in front of Yi Xian and seemed to think of something. She hurriedly took out a golden sore pill and fed it to Yi Xian, but it didn't have any effect. Tuoba Yan took out another golden sore pill. Yi Xian suddenly shook his head and said with a trembling voice, No need. BB backlash. Just rest for a while. Tuoba Yan looked at Yi Xian's twisted features and said nothing. Backlash. In fact, Yi Xian knew that it wasn't just backlash. After the Dao Law left the World Prison Pagoda, the World Prison Pagoda became unstable, and he suffered the most from the instability of the World Prison Pagoda. However, he had no choice. If he didn't let the god on the 2nd floor out for a stroll, the god on the 2nd floor would definitely not help him fight, much less save him, endure it, but this was really too keen painful. It wasn't just physical pain, but also mental pain. At this moment, he felt like his head was about to explode. That feeling couldn't be described with words, he could only endure it. Just like that, after an unknown period of time, the sky darkened and a bright moon slowly rose. Moonlight poured down, covering the earth with a thin veil. Under the night sky, Yi Xian's right hand trembled slightly. Gradually, he regained consciousness. His first feeling was softness. His lower body was so soft. Soon, Yi Xian discovered that he was lying in Tuoba Yan's arms. Sensing Yi Xian's abnormality, Tuoba Yan looked down at Yi Xian. Yi Xian grinned. "It's good to be alive." With that said, he burrowed his head into Tuoba Yan's arms. It was very soft. Although there was a bloody smell, there was a faint body fragrance mixed with the smell of blood. Tuoba Yan's body trembled slightly. In the next moment, she pushed Yi Xian away, got up, and left. Yi Xian quickly stood up and walked to Tuoba Yan. Then, he took out a small wooden figurine and handed it to Tuoba Yan. The wooden figurine was 90% similar to Tuoba Yan's. Yi Xian smiled. "I carved it." Tuoba Yan glanced at the wooden figurine and said nothing. Yi Xian stuffed the wooden figurine into Tuoba Yan's hand. Then, he turned and walked toward the Ning Kingdom cavalry 1,000 feet away. Tuoba Yan looked at the wooden figurine in his hand and said nothing. Yi Xian came to a group of Ning Kingdom cavalry. Most of these Ning Kingdom cavalry were injured. Yi Xian bowed deeply to the cavalry. The Ning Kingdom cavalry looked puzzled. Yi Xian said, "On behalf of all the people and soldiers of the state of Jiang, I thank you for your support from thousands of miles away. I, Yi Xian, and the state of Jiang will remember this kindness." As he spoke, he took out a storage ring. "There are 200 million gold coins in this storage ring. Consider it my treat to everyone." With that said, he pointed his finger and the storage ring flew to Tuoba Yan not far away. Tuoba Yan looked at the storage ring in front of him in a daze. 200 million gold coins, this was not a small number. In the distance, countless Ning Kingdom cavalry suddenly cheered. "State warrior Yi is righteous. State warrior Yi is righteous." In an instant, these Ning Kingdom soldiers' favorable impression of Yi Xian skyrocketed. No matter how many words of gratitude they said, it was better to do something practical. If these 200 million gold coins were distributed like this, these Ning Kingdom cavalry would get at least a year's worth of military pay. How could they not be excited? After Yi Xian gave out the storage ring, he cupped his fists to the Ning Kingdom soldiers in the field. "Everyone, see you later." With that said, he leaped and flew to the back of the black wolf not far away. Soon, he disappeared into the distant night. In the night, Tuoba Yan tightly held the wooden figurine and storage ring in his hand. Yi Xian returned to Kaiyang City. On the ground, there were corpses and blood everywhere. Some belonged to the Chu Kingdom cavalry, and some belonged to the Jiang Kingdom soldiers. At first glance, it was a shocking sight. War had always been cruel. Not far away, Mo Yunqi walked to Yi Xian and pointed to some corpses not far away. "They are all from Azure Billow Academy. I counted, 11 people died, 11 people." Yi Xian walked to the dozen corpses. Looking at them, Yi Xian remained silent for a long time. A moment later, Yi Xian said softly, "Bring them back to the academy and bury them in the cemetery of heroes. Every year on this day, all the students and teachers will pay their respects. Their loved ones will be worry-free for the rest of their lives. Old Mo, you will be responsible for this." Mo Yunqi nodded. "Don't worry, I will do it well." Yi Xian bowed deeply to the dozen corpses. "I am proud of all of you. Azure Billow Academy will also be proud of all of you." Mo Yunqi's eyes instantly became moist. No one wanted people to die, but people were going to die in war. Yi Xian lightly patted Mo Yunqi's shoulder. Then, he walked to a place not far away. Not far away, there was a group of horses gathered. They were the Black Flame horses. These horses did not leave but were guarding the fallen Black Flame cavalrymen. On the ground, there were over 100 Black Flame cavalrymen lying on the ground. Over 100 sets of top-notch equipment. The reason why these Black Flame cavalrymen were so powerful, other than their individual strength, it was also because of their equipment. These equipment were all bright rank. Even if the country of Jiang exhausted all of its resources, it still wouldn't be able to afford it. It was too precious. Yi Xian kept the equipment on the ground. Not only did he want Azure Billow Academy to be equipped with the best equipment, he also wanted to create a cavalry. a cavalry that was even stronger than the Black Flame cavalry. Only with sufficient strength would they not be bullied by others. At this moment, at the end of the horizon, a group of soldiers appeared. Xianxia brought a group of Jiang soldiers and arrived before Yi Xian. She quickly walked towards Yi Xian. We killed over 20,000 Chu soldiers. Yi Xian gently wiped off the bloodstain on Xianxia's face. We won. On the battlefield, countless Jiang soldiers roared in unison. Jiang State won. The group of Azure Billow Academy students also roared in unison. After this battle, these students had undergone some transformations. 1 hour later, before the shattered walls of Mizar City, there were countless corpses lying below the walls. There were at least 20,000 of them. All of them were the corpses of Jiang State's soldiers. Some of them were intact, some were damaged, and some were very old, and some were very young. Yi Xian and the others stood before the corpses, and the atmosphere was very heavy. After an unknown period of time, Yi Xian suddenly said, "Bow." Everyone present bowed deeply, including Yi Xian. These soldiers who sacrificed themselves for the country deserved to be bowed by everyone in Jiang State. Yi Xian turned to face everyone before him. Remember, the greatest people of Jiang State are buried here. All of them should be remembered by the people of Jiang State. As he spoke, he pointed at the group of soldiers. Every single one of them is a kingdom scholar of Jiang State. The eyes of all the Jiang State soldiers were filled with tears. Respect. In the past, soldiers actually didn't have a high status because this was a world of martial artists. For example, in the Karaki Academy, the students of Karaki Academy were born to be superior to others. There were also those so-called monstrous geniuses. As for soldiers, how many people respected them? But at this moment, Yi Xian respected them. This feeling of being respected and valued caused some of the soldiers present to be unable to restrain themselves from shedding tears. Xianxia looked at Yi Xian with a trace of complicated emotions in his eyes. Yi Xian felt complicated as well. He had risen up from the bottom. When he was in Azure City, before he became the prince, did the clan care about their lives every time they went out? No, most of the time, those in power only cared about benefits and results. Soldiers should be respected. Yi Xian suddenly turned to Xianxia. Pick some people for me, around 70 people. I want to establish a Dao soldier. Dao soldiers. After witnessing the Dao soldiers of Karaki Academy and Dark World, Yi Xian had an idea. That was to establish a Dao soldier belonging to Azure Billow Academy. Previously, after seeing the Black Flame cavalry, he was even more certain of this idea. Azure Billow Academy must have its own powerful Dao soldier. Now, he had the equipment. Although he did not have much money, he would have it soon. He only lacked people. Naturally, he would select people from the army. These soldiers had rich combat experience. As long as they were nurtured, they would definitely become elites that could defeat 100 in the future. Xianxia nodded. All right, I will select the people. At this moment, Lu Jioga arrived in front of Yi Xian and Xianxia in her wheelchair. Both of them looked at Lu Jioga. Lu Jioga took out a map and pointed at it. Previously, I had the king lead troops to support Marshal Lin Shao. The Chu kingdom has suffered a great defeat. I believe the Yu kingdom has also retreated. Great Cloud Empire's Black Flame cavalry was completely annihilated. In a short period of time, they would not dare to easily offend us. This is a golden opportunity for our state of Jiang. Xianxia said in a deep voice, annihilate Chu state? Lu Jioga smiled, naturally. If we don't annihilate them now, when? Xianxia shook his head. Although our state of Jiang won, it was a Pyrrhic victory. If another war breaks out, as she spoke, she glanced at the soldiers in the field. Most of the soldiers were already covered in wounds. Lu Jioga smiled. I understand your highness worries. To annihilate these two countries, we do not need an army. One person is enough. One person. Xianxia was stunned, then looked at Yi Xian. Lu Jioga looked at Yi Xian. State scholar Ye's name has spread throughout Azure province. From today onwards, the experts of Myriad Law Realm and above will not dare to make a move. State scholar Yi should grasp such a good opportunity. Yi Xian shook his head. I alone cannot annihilate two countries. Lu Jioga raised the corner of his mouth and did not speak. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, I understand. After speaking, he looked at Xianxia and the other two. The three of you bring the students back to Azure Billow Academy. The three of you will be responsible for the academy's affairs. Mo Yunqi smiled bitterly. Bandit Yi, we've just finished fighting. Let's take a break. Yi Xian walked to the front of Mo Yunqi and extended his right hand. There are dozens of people from Sunglan Academy. Are you going to support them? The corner of Mo Yunqi's mouth twitched. He took a step back. Fine, pretend I didn't say anything. Yi Xian kicked Mo Yunqi, get lost. Mo Yunqi snickered, turned around, and ran. Xianxia walked in front of Yi Xian. Be careful. After saying that, she turned around and left. However, she didn't take 2 steps before she suddenly returned to Yi Xian. She took out a storage ring and placed it in Yi Xian's hand. Then, she turned around and left. This time, she didn't look back. Yi Xian took a look at the storage ring, and when he saw what was inside, he was stunned. Mantou. Steamed bun. Chicken drumstick. The storage ring was filled with these 3 items. Most importantly, there were quite a lot of them. There were at least a few hundred steamed buns, and 1,000 chicken drumsticks. Oh my god, Yi Xian was dumbfounded. Baizhe patted Yi Xian's shoulder lightly. Go home early. After saying that, he turned around and left. The Sunglan Academy students came to Yi Xian. Everyone bowed in unison. Take care, Dean. After saying that, everyone turned around and left. However, there was one person who stayed behind, Yi Xian. Yi Xian walked in front of Yi Xian. She lowered her head slightly, but soon, she plucked up her courage and looked at Yi Xian. I just killed 41 people. I killed the most. After saying that, she clenched her 2 small hands tightly. There was some excitement in her eyes. Yi Xian smiled. Impressive. After saying that, he opened his palm. A supreme-grade spiritual weapon appeared in front of Yi Xian. This is your reward. Yi Xian was stunned. Yi Xian smiled. You don't like it? Yi Xian hurriedly took that supreme-grade spiritual weapon. This supreme-grade spiritual weapon was a dagger. It was very small and exquisite. It was the most suitable weapon for Yi Xian. Yi Xian was obviously very fond of it. She caressed it again and again. Yi Xian said softly, after going back, cultivate well. Only when your strength is strong can you live a better life. Yi Xian nodded her little head. She hesitated for a while and then said softly, when there's no one around, can I call you cousin? Cousin, Yi Xian was slightly stunned. In the blink of an eye, he smiled and said, sure. Yi Xian was stunned. Obviously, she did not expect Yi Xian to agree. She immediately hugged Yi Xian. Her tears flowed uncontrollably. Cousin, Yi Xian's heart was rather complicated. Yi family, he was becoming more and more unfamiliar with this family. After a while, Yi Xian and the Sunglan Academy students had already left. Yi Xian did not linger. After bidding farewell to Xianxia, he also left. After watching Yi Xian completely disappear in the distance, Xianxia withdrew his gaze. Beside Xianxia, Lu Jioga suddenly said, he's very outstanding. Xianxia looked at Lu Jioga. Lu Jioga smiled slightly. Your Highness, he's growing very quickly. In another year, he might have already gone to the Divine Central Continent. At that time, will your Highness be able to keep up with his footsteps? Xianxia said softly, what are you trying to say, State Preceptor Lu? Lu Jioga said softly, your Highness is a smart man. You should know what I mean. Xianxia was silent. At this moment, Lu Jioga suddenly took out a thick black book. The military manual contains 72 battle strategies of my school. It also has the effect of evolving the battlefield. With a single thought, the battle situation can automatically evolve in your mind. Countless endings can be imagined in your mind. In addition, there is also the military school's supreme cultivation method, military tactics. In addition, there are also martial arts techniques. As she spoke, she looked at Lu Jioga. If you agree to my school's successor outside the city, from this moment on, I will be your Dao protector. Dao protector, Xianxia frowned slightly. Military school? Lu Jioge smiled. Military school. Only by joining my school will you be able to lead Dao soldiers, immortal soldiers, and even legendary soul soldiers, or even existences above them. Xianxia looked deeply at Lu Jioge. Who exactly are you? Lu Jioge lightly tapped her legs with both hands. A cripple. Come with me. With that, she turned and left. Xianxia was silent for a moment, then followed. The news of the battle at Mizar City quickly spread throughout the Azure province. The entire Azure province was shocked. The Black Flame army was completely annihilated. When they received this news, countless people were shocked. This was the Black Flame army, the most powerful cavalry in the entire Azure province. And then it was all gone. Yi Xian's name spread like the plague, quickly spreading throughout the Azure province. Of course, there was another reason why Yi Xian's name spread so quickly. It was because Yi Xian was now the sword master, a sword master who was not even 20 years old, not to mention in the Azure province, even in a place like the Divine Central Continent, he would be considered a top monster. As Yi Xian's fame rose, some matters of the past were also dug up. For example, Yi Xian's expulsion from Karaki College. Now, Karaki College in the entire Azure province had become a laughingstock. As for the protagonist, Yi Xian had arrived at the imperial capital of Chu. At this moment, the people of Chu were in a state of panic. The 100,000 cavalrymen of Chu were defeated, and less than 30,000 returned. After suffering such a heavy blow, Chu no longer had any confidence. Especially now that Karaki College and the Great Cloud Empire seemed to have disappeared. Without the backing of Karaki College, Dark World, and the Great Cloud Empire, could Chu resist Jiang? Would the kingdom of Jiang give up? The entire Chu was in a panic. In the imperial palace of Chu, the monarch of Chu sat on the dragon throne in the main hall. Below him were the ministers of Chu. The monarch of Chu had a cold expression. What? Are you all mute? Below him, no one spoke. The monarch of Chu suddenly stood up and said angrily, "You are all good for nothings. Is Jiang Guizhou so terrifying? Did he make you lose your courage?" Suddenly, a guard rushed into the main hall in panic. A man has appeared at the entrance of the palace. He calls himself Yi Xian. Yi Xian, everyone's expression changed drastically. The monarch of Chu slumped down on the dragon throne, and his face was extremely pale. The ministers of Chu had extremely unsightly expressions on their faces as well. It should be said that they were terrified. They'd heard how Yi Xian had treated Tang in the past. He was a homicidal maniac. Is he here to slaughter the imperial family of Chu? At this moment, a man suddenly appeared at the entrance of the main hall. The man's eyes were slightly closed and he wore an ink-white robe. On his robe, there was still fresh blood that had yet to dry. In his hand, there was a sword that was slowly dripping with fresh blood. Yi Xian, after Yi Xian arrived in Chu, he directly headed for the imperial palace. Along the way, he killed many people. When the soldiers of Chu learned of his name, they didn't dare to block his path. Hence, his journey from the outside of the palace to the main hall could be considered as smooth sailing. Seeing Yi Xian, the ministers retreated one after another. Their eyes were filled with fear. Only a few generals didn't retreat, but their eyes were also filled with dread. On the dragon throne, the monarch of Chu stared fixedly at Yi Xian. His fists were clenched tightly, and they were trembling slightly. Yi Xian raised his sword and slowly walked to the front of the monarch. He raised his head and faced the monarch. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Yi Xian, and I'm from Jiang country. I'm the current dean of Songlan Academy." Impudent. Not far away, a general suddenly roared in anger, "Yi Xian, this is the imperial palace of Chu. How dare you be so impudent? You." The general's voice stopped abruptly. Because a sword had been inserted between his brows, the general's eyes were wide open. Fresh blood slowly flowed out from between his brows, and in an instant, his face was dyed red. Subsequently, his entire body fell to the ground. Everyone present was stunned. Yi Xian opened his right hand, and the sword suddenly flew out from between the general's brows. When it reappeared, it was already in Yi Xian's palm. Yi Xian shook his head. "I respect your backbone and courage. But, it's time for me to speak. Please give me some face. Otherwise, I'll make all of you speechless for the rest of your lives." After he finished speaking, he slowly walked towards the monarch of Chu. At this moment, an old man appeared behind the monarch, a Dharma realm expert. Xian pointed the spirit elegance sword at the Dharma realm expert. If you don't want Chu country to perish, then get lost. The old man stared fixedly at Xian, and his eyes were filled with dread. This was because the cause of Li Mu's death had spread throughout the entire Qingzhou. Xian walked in front of the monarch of Chu. Just as the monarch was about to speak, Xian suddenly slashed out with his sword. The monarch of Chu's eyes widened, and he stared fixedly at Xian. Xian grabbed the monarch of Chu's hair with his left hand, and with a light lift, the monarch's head was lifted up. Xian kicked the monarch of Chu's corpse away. He sat on the dragon throne, and he placed the bloody head on the table in front of him. Now, let's talk about the compensation, especially the compensation for my mental distress. This is a big issue, and we need to discuss it properly. Everyone, P.S. Don't go away. The hall was deathly silent, and it was deathly still. Dead, the monarch of Chu had died just like that. Some of the weaker ministers of Chu had already collapsed to the ground, while the others were trembling uncontrollably. Only a few of them were able to maintain their composure. Behind Xian, the old man's face was extremely gloomy. He was the only one who had the ability to kill Xian, but he did not dare to do so. Firstly, if he did, he would most likely die first. Li Mu was the best outcome. He was a Dharma defensive realm expert. Secondly, if he did, Xian might vent his anger on the citizens of Chu. By then, all the citizens of Chu would suffer. He could not do it. The old man slowly closed his eyes. Finally, he sighed. Chu was now a piece of meat on the chopping board of Jiang. Jiang could cut it however he wanted. Xian faced the ministers of Chu. Send a representative. No one dared to step forward. Xian shrugged. Then kill them all. The ministers of Chu were shocked when they heard Xian's words. At this moment, a hunchbacked old man walked out. The old man stopped not far from Xian. He looked at Xian without any fear in his eyes. Old man, Grand Tutor of Chu, Li Shi. Xian nodded. I only have a few conditions. Listen carefully. If you don't agree, we'll get someone else to speak. As he spoke, he placed the Lingxiu sword on the table. Firstly, I want to take away all the treasures in Chu's treasury. Secondly, Chu has to compensate Jiang country 500 million gold coins every year. Thirdly, Chu has a city called Northern City. This city is quite close to Jiang country. In the future, it will belong to Jiang country. Do you have any problems with these three conditions? As soon as Xian finished speaking, the expressions of the ministers of Chu turned extremely ugly. Take away all the treasures in Chu's treasury. With this, the Chu country had become a poor country. In addition, the Chu country had to compensate 500 million gold coins every year. This was akin to raising the Chu country like a sheep. The most important thing was the northern city. This city was the second largest city in the Chu country, second only to the imperial capital of the Chu country. Not only that, this city had a natural geographical advantage. To the south, it could defend against the Jiang country and the Ning country. To the back, there was a natural barrier. This was because on both sides of the northern city, there was a vast river. If the Jiang kingdom were to obtain this city, it would be equivalent to grabbing the throat of the Chu kingdom. Li Shi was so angry that his body was trembling. He glared at Xian and said, "You might as well destroy my Chu country." Xian abruptly stood up and kicked the head of the Chu emperor towards Li Shi. He leaned forward and laughed evilly. Destroy your Chu country? You think I don't want to? You think I can't do it? I didn't destroy your Chu state because I didn't want more soldiers of my Jiang state to die. As he spoke, he walked in front of Li Shi. Also, please remember, the war was not started by my Jiang country, it was started by your Chu country. Li Shi clenched his fists tightly. Don't you think doing this is too cruel? The corners of Xian's mouth curled up into a mocking smile. Cruel? If your Chu country were to attack my Jiang country, would you talk about being cruel to my Jiang country? No, I wouldn't. If your Chu country were to attack my Jiang country, countless citizens of my Jiang country would die, and they would die very miserably. As he spoke, he turned around and walked back to the dragon throne. I'm not a person who's easy to talk to, especially when it comes to your Chu country. I don't want to waste my breath. Whether you can or not, it's just a matter of a single word. As soon as he finished speaking, the spirit-elegant sword on the table in front of Xian suddenly trembled slightly. The hall fell silent once more. A threat, Xian was blatantly threatening him without the slightest bit of concealment. Li Shi's body was trembling. If he agreed, the vitality of the Chu country would be greatly damaged, and it would become a third-rate country. If he didn't agree, the murderous devil in front of him would definitely spill blood in the hall. Xian definitely dared to do it, and he had the strength to do it. No one doubted this. My Chu country agrees. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from outside the hall. Everyone turned around and saw a woman in her 20s standing at the entrance of the hall. If this chapter is not finished, please turn the page. She was wearing a gorgeous palace dress with floral patterns. Upon seeing the woman, the ministers of Chu all bowed in unison. First princess of the Chu kingdom, Chu Chaohan. Under everyone's gaze, Chu Chaohan slowly walked up to Xian and looked straight at Xian. My Chu country agrees to your 3 conditions. Xian nodded. Bring me to the treasury of Chu. Chu Chaohan turned to leave. Just like that, under Chu Chaohan's lead, Xian arrived at the Chu kingdom's treasury. Xian didn't even look at them, and just stored them all in the world prison pagoda. From start to finish, Chu Chaohan did not speak a single word. Chu Chaohan slowly followed Xian out of the treasury. At the entrance, Xian raised his head and looked down. Below him, there were tens of thousands of Chu soldiers. In the eyes of these soldiers, there was fear and dread, but also anger and resentment. Xian shook his head with a smile. I'm not afraid of your revenge, not in the slightest. Finishing his words, he slowly walked into the distance. At the start, there were 2 soldiers who did not give way, but in the next moment, their heads were sent flying. In an instant, the group of Chu soldiers was about to make a move. At this time, Chu Chaonan, who was not far away, suddenly roared, "Retreat!" The group of soldiers looked at Chu Chaonan. Chu Chaonan gave him a cold glance. All of you, retreat. Those who disobey will have their families executed. The group of soldiers unwillingly retreated to the sides, opening up a path. Xian walked into the distance. Suddenly, he stopped. At this time, a sword was pressed against Chu Chaonan's forehead. Chu Chaonan was expressionless, and there was not the slightest ripple in his eyes. The surrounding soldiers were enraged, ready to make a move at any time. Xian suddenly said, I don't want Zhang's soldiers to get involved in the war. You're a smart woman. You should know what to do to let Chu live longer. Chu Chaonan stared at Xian. Don't worry. Before you die, Chu's soldiers will not take half a step into Zhang's territory. Xian nodded. You're frank enough. Remember your words. While I'm alive, if Chu makes any moves, things won't be as simple as today. Finishing his words, he quickly walked into the distance. On both sides, none of the Chu soldiers dared to move. In front of the treasury, Chu Chaonan slowly closed his eyes. At this time, the myriad law realm old man from the Great Hall appeared beside Chu Chaonan. Chu Chaonan said softly, Has Karaki College and Great Cloud Empire not replied? The old man shook his head. Chu Chaonan's expression instantly turned cold. Karaki College and Great Cloud Empire. The moment Chu's soldiers were defeated, Chu had sought reinforcements from Karaki College and Great Cloud Empire. This was because Chu knew that Jiang wouldn't let this matter rest. However, Karaki College and Great Cloud Empire didn't reply at all. The old man sighed. That day, the old man didn't agree to attack Jiang. Karaki College and Great Cloud Empire won't treat Chu as an ally. They're just making use of Chu. Unfortunately, the king doesn't listen. Sigh. Chu Chaonan sneered. Don't worry. They will suffer the same fate as Jiang today. As she spoke, she looked in the direction where Xian had left. This person will seek revenge for the smallest grievance. He won't let Karaki College and Great Cloud Empire off. The old man nodded. That day, Jiang's Karaki College drove this person away. How foolish. Chu Chaonan slowly closed his eyes. It's Jiang's fortune to have such a person. After leaving Chu, Xian didn't return to Jiang. Instead, he went to Yu. He alone wouldn't be able to destroy Chu and Yu. Even if Jiang attacked with all its troops, it wouldn't be able to destroy these two countries in a short period of time. Moreover, even if they were destroyed, Zhang's strength would be greatly damaged. Moreover, there was still Kuraki College and Great Cloud Empire. Therefore, sending troops now would be disadvantageous to Jiang. However, it was impossible to let Chu and Yu off just like that, therefore, he thought of the same thing as Lu Jiuge. Let the two countries recover first. If this chapter isn't finished, please continue to the next page. The two countries wouldn't be able to recruit soldiers for at least 10 years. This was the reason why he came to plunder them. After he looted them, the two countries would definitely suffer a great loss. Jiang could take this opportunity to develop vigorously. With this, Jiang would become stronger and stronger. Apart from that, Songlan College also needed to develop. And development, you need to spend money. Especially now that he wanted to build a Dao soldier. One could imagine how much money was needed to build a Dao soldier. Yu State. One day later, Yi Xian arrived at Yu State. Just like Chu State, Yu State was in a panic after knowing that Kuraki College and Great Cloud Empire were defeated. Obviously, they were afraid of Jiang State's revenge. Yu State's Imperial Palace. At this moment, the Yu State's Imperial Palace was heavily guarded. Because Yu State already knew about what happened in Chu State. In the Imperial Palace, the king of Yu State sat on the dragon throne. Dozens of Yu State's ministers stood in front of him. The Imperial Palace was very quiet and the atmosphere was heavy. The king of Yu State glanced at the crowd. No one wants to say anything? A Yu State's minister stood up. I will live and die with Yu State. Countless ministers saluted in unison. We are willing to live and die with Yu State. Live and die with them. The king of Yu State smiled. Fortunately, the ministers of Yu State have more backbone than the ministers of Chu State. Don't worry, even if the sky falls, I will support it. At this moment, a guard suddenly ran into the imperial palace, reporting to the king, Yi Xian is here. He has killed more than 100 people. Yi Xian, the expressions of all the ministers instantly changed when they heard this. The king of Yu State spoke indifferently, send down the order. Don't resist and let him in. The guard was slightly hesitant. The king of Yu State smiled, do as I say. The guard hesitated for a moment, and then he turned around and left. A short moment later, Yi Xian walked into the imperial palace with a sword in his hand, and the sword in his hand was still bleeding. Everyone present was looking at Yi Xian, the youngest sword master in the Azure Prefecture. The king of Yu State sized up Yi Xian and smiled, as expected of the youngest sword master in the Azure Prefecture. The elegance of a swordsman is obvious. Yi Xian stopped moving. Right at this moment, a man suddenly appeared outside the imperial palace. The man was around the age of 20, wore a white robe, and had a similar appearance to the king of Yu State. There was a young man behind the man. The young man wore green clothes and held a jade pendant in his hand. The white-robed man walked over to the king of Yu State and bowed deeply, Imperial Father. The king of Yu State frowned and said angrily, what are you doing back here? Who notified you? The man shook his head, how can I not return when my country is in trouble? As he spoke, he turned around and gazed at the green-clothed man who stood nearby. The green-clothed man gazed at Yi Xian, you're from the Azure Prefecture's Songlan Academy? Yi Xian nodded. The green-clothed man withdrew a command token, do you recognize this? The Songlan token, Yi Xian frowned. The green-clothed man walked over to Yi Xian with a rather arrogant expression, I'm the head disciple of the outer court of Songlan Academy in the Central Divine Prefecture. Now, I order you to leave the state of Yu State immediately. You. The green-clothed man's voice stopped abruptly. Because a sword was pressed against the center of the green-clothed man's forehead. Everyone here was stunned. Yi Xian shook his head, head disciple? I'm even the dean. Am I too arrogant? P.S. It's all out. He had only returned to Beijing yesterday, and it was already night time when he returned. I rode until 4 in the morning. Of course, compared to before, the outburst this time is much smaller, only 6 chapters. However, during this period of time, I really have no other choice. I've really tried my best. You can scold me all you want, as long as you don't involve my family, really. Also, for the next few days, there will be double monthly votes. Voting for 1 monthly vote is equivalent to voting for 2. Please support me. End of this chapter. It was deathly silent in the hall, everyone was stunned. He didn't even give face to Sanglan Academy's General Institute. Wasn't Yixian from Sanglan Academy? Everyone was completely dumbfounded. It wasn't just them, even the azure-cloaked man and the white-robed man were dumbfounded. He was the crown prince of the Chu kingdom who'd always been gaining experience outside. He'd made a trip to the divine central continent and gotten to know this azure-cloaked man. The Yu kingdom was in trouble this time, and since Yixian was from Sanglan Academy, he'd specially invited this azure-cloaked man. Yixian was from Sanglan Academy, so he had to give face to Sanglan Academy of the divine central continent, right? However, he realized that he'd made the wrong decision. The azure-cloaked man stood before Yixian and looked at Yixian in horror. Even though Yixian had taken him by surprise and caught him off guard, he shouldn't have been unable to fight back. There was only one possibility, and that was that Yixian's strength far surpassed his. When he thought up to this point, the azure-cloaked man put away his contempt and arrogance and said in a low voice, "We're both students of Sanglan Academy." Yixian smiled and said, "I'm from Sanglan Academy, but it's different from your Sanglan Academy. This matter is between me and the Yu kingdom. Don't speak out of turn, understand?" The azure-cloaked man gazed at Yixian. "You don't recognize the General Institute." Yixian chuckled. "It was the General Institute that didn't recognize us first." The azure-cloaked man wanted to say something, but Yixian suddenly thrust his sword forward. Hiss, the sword pierced half an inch into the azure-cloaked man's forehead, and blood flowed out. The azure-cloaked man's pupils constricted, and he was extremely shocked. Yixian grinned. "I'll kill you if you say another word." The azure-cloaked man took a deep look at Yixian, and then he turned and left. He hadn't said a single word, and he didn't dare say anything harsh, because he'd realized that Yixian really dared to kill him. Under such circumstances, saying anything harsh was undoubtedly an extremely stupid thing to do. Seeing that the green-robed man was about to leave, the white-robed man was shocked and hurriedly chased after him. "Brother Gu?" The green-robed man stopped. "I'm sorry, I can't do anything." With that, he quickly disappeared into the distance. Peace was restored in the hall. Yixian turned and walked towards the Yu country's monarch. At this moment, some of the Yu country's ministers suddenly appeared in front of the Yu country's monarch. In the beginning, there were only a few of them. But soon, more and more of them appeared in front of Yixian. These. In the eyes of the minister, there was fear and dread, but there was also the look of facing death with equanimity. In the territory of the Qing province, no one in the Dharma realm could stop Yixian. Yixian thought for a moment before looking at the king of Yu and saying, "You don't look like a fool. Why did you start this war?" The Yu country's monarch stood up and walked towards Yixian. At this moment, the white-robed man hastily stood in front of him. "Imperial father." The Yu country's monarch shook his head. He walked past the white-robed man and arrived in front of Yixian. "My Yu country doesn't have the strength to reject Karaki College and Great Cloud Empire. Of course, it's also because of my greed. If we won the war and devoured Jiang country, our country's strength would surely increase greatly. Unfortunately, I didn't take you into account." Yixian nodded. "Are you ready to pay the price?" Yixian. Behind the king of Yu country, the white-robed man suddenly rushed in front of Yixian. He glared at Yixian. "Don't go too far. Even if my Yu country dies, all of a sudden, Yixian thrust his sword at the white-robed man's throat. At this moment, countless Yu country soldiers rushed in. The main hall was instantly filled to the brim. Not only the main hall, but even the outside of the main hall was filled with Yu soldiers. A war was about to break out. Yixian suddenly pointed to the left with his left hand. Two flying swords slashed out side by side. About 3 meters away, the heads of over 20 Yu country soldiers flew off. In the next instant, his left hand made a slash to his back. The two flying swords shuttled past. Behind Yixian, over 20 soldiers fell to the ground without any warning. The spectators were still in a daze. When Yixian was about to continue his attack, the Yu country's monarch suddenly said, "My Chu country admits defeat." As soon as the Yu country's monarch's voice faded, the two flying swords stopped at the throats of 2 Yu country's soldiers. A thin layer of skin had been cut open. Cold sweat trickled down the foreheads of the 2 soldiers. If the Yu country's monarch spoke a little later, their heads would have flown off. Yi Xian lightly hooked his left hand, and the two swords flew back to his side. He faced the king of Yu. I believe you should already know the conditions I set out in Chu. Do you have any objections? Just as the king of Chu was about to speak, the white-robed man whom Yi Xian had pointed his sword at wanted to speak first. However, just as he opened his mouth, Yi Xian's sword had already pierced half an inch into his mouth. Chi, the space between the white-robed man's brows split open and blood seeped out slowly. Yi Xian grinned. One more time. His head will fall off. The white-robed man glared at Yi Xian. Clearly, he didn't want to admit defeat and was about to speak. At this moment, the Yu King suddenly pulled the white-robed man back and slapped him across the face. Pa, the slap was loud and clear. The king of Yu coldly looked at the white-robed man. Is there any meaning in trying to be brave at this time? The white-robed man's expression was somewhat malevolent. My Yu nation has so many soldiers, why do we need to fear him? Why not give it a try? The king of Yu shook his head, and his eyes were filled with disappointment. Was Yi Xian really alone? If Yi Xian was alone, the Yu nation wouldn't be afraid, even if he was a sword master. However, Yi Xian wasn't alone. He had a sword immortal behind him, the Jiang country, the drunken immortal in the Ning country. Once an all-out war broke out, the Chu country wouldn't be able to resist without Karaki College, Dark World, and the Great Cloud Empire's support. The king of Chu couldn't see this point, but Chu Chaohan understood it. Therefore, she allowed Yi Xian to demand without restraint. At this moment, if the Yu nation were to make a move, the Yu nation would undoubtedly be annihilated. The king of Yu suddenly said, from this moment onwards, the crown prince will be stripped of his title. The crown prince will be succeeded by the third prince, Yu Ming. Senior Mo Yen will be the grand tutor and prime minister. The white-robed man was dumbfounded. Imperial father, the king of Yu state gently waved his hand, and a 10,000 laws realm expert appeared in front of the white-robed man. The white-robed man wanted to say something, but the 10,000 laws realm expert sighed. Crown prince, the king doesn't want you to die. After speaking, he grabbed the white-robed man's shoulder and disappeared from the hall. However, the Yu nation's soldiers didn't retreat. They still surrounded Yi Xian, but no one dared to make a move. The king of Yu looked at Yi Xian with a complicated expression. The Jiang country is fortunate to have a talent like you. Yi Xian didn't say anything. The king of Yu smiled. One last question. Are your next targets Karaki College, Dark World, or the Great Cloud Empire? Yi Xian nodded. The king of Yu laughed. Finally, he turned around and walked back to the dragon throne. He sat down and in the next moment, he drew a golden dagger from his waist and slit his throat. Chi, blood splattered. Below, Yi Xian turned around and left. Genius 1 second remember website. Mobile version website. The king of Yu must die. This was Yi Xian's stance. The Yu and Chu kingdoms had waged war against the Jiang kingdom, and countless soldiers of the Jiang kingdom had died in battle. The two kingdoms must pay the price. Yi Xian walked out of the main hall and headed straight for the Yu kingdom's treasury. The main hall was filled with wails of grief. An hour later, Yi Xian left the Yu kingdom's imperial palace. This time, Yi Xian didn't choose to leave on Black Wolf. Instead, he took the drunken immortal In's cloud ship because he could check his treasures on the cloud ship. As for Karaki Academy and the Great Cloud Empire in the Central Plains, he naturally wouldn't go there to throw his life away. The Jiang kingdom might have won, but Karaki Academy and the Dark World hadn't suffered much damage. Especially the Great Cloud Empire, whose overall strength was still there. He had to take it slow. His top priority now was to improve his strength and the strength of those around him. Moreover, he had to establish the Dao soldiers of Karaki Academy. Yi Xian was the only guest on the entire cloud ship. This was a convenience that the drunken immortal In had given him. In a luxurious private room, Yi Xian was sitting on the floor. At the moment, he was checking his treasures. He had obtained a lot of things after looting the Chu and Yu kingdoms. Among them, there were 1.4 billion gold coins. Including his own, he now had almost 1.6 billion gold coins. Apart from gold coins, there were more than 2 million supreme-grade spirit stones and 12 jade-grade spirit stones. Among them, there were a total of 25 earth-rank cultivation techniques, martial techniques, and movement techniques. In addition to the ones he'd accumulated in the past, he had around 35 in total. As for the supreme-grade spiritual weapons, he had obtained a total of 36 this time. In addition to his previous savings, he now had 85 supreme-grade spiritual weapons. Apart from that, there were also light-grade spirit weapons, but not many, only about 6. This time, he was lucky because there were 2 swords among them. Swords. Xian brought the 2 swords in front of him. The 2 swords were different from the swift shadow sword. One of the swords was wider, and there was a lightning-like pattern on the blade. The hilt was pitch black, and it felt bone-chilling to the touch. The other sword was thinner, slightly longer, and both sides of the blade gave off a chilly glow. 2 light-grade low-grade swords. Devour. Xian didn't hesitate and directly devoured it. As soon as the 2 swords entered his body, they turned into countless streams of energy and dispersed towards Xian's limbs and bones. Nether Passage Realm. With his current strength, he wasn't strong enough to fight against the 10,000 laws boundary. However, if he reached the Divine Combination Realm, he would be able to fight against the 10,000 laws boundary. Even if he couldn't win, he wouldn't be unable to fight back. If he were to face tens of thousands of Dharma state experts right now, he would definitely be beaten up. He had to reach the Divine Unity Realm. As for the 2 swift shadow swords, he did not devour them because they were extremely useful to him now. They were not any weaker than the exquisite spirit sword. Now that he was facing an enemy, the 2 flying swords were very lethal. The 2 swords could be kept. Moreover, with his current wealth, he was entirely capable of finding even more swords from the immortal indulgence and in the future. Inside the cloud ship, Xian was frantically devouring the energy within the bright stage. His aura was also growing, and the spirit elegant sword in his body was also trembling slightly as it continuously absorbed the energy. Outside. What Xian had done in Chu and Yu had quickly spread throughout the entire Qing province. Now, Xian's reputation was like the sun at high noon in the entire Qing province, and in Jiang country, Xian's reputation had reached its peak. Every day, countless people would come to the foot of the mountain of Azure Billows Academy. Some wanted to enter Azure Billows Academy, while others wanted to meet Xian. As for Dark World, Karaki Academy, and Great Cloud Empire, ever since the battle at Mizar City, these 3 forces had not made any moves. One day later, the cloud ship arrived at Jiang country. After the cloud ship stopped, Xian did not leave the ship. This chapter is not finished. Please continue to the next page. On the deck of the cloud ship, 2 delicate and pretty ladies were whispering. I saw that swordsman yesterday. How did he look? Very handsome. Even if he didn't come out after entering the box, we can't go in. Sigh. Wow, look at your infatuated look. He's the sword master. Don't think too much. So what if he's the sword master? Why don't we drug him? Aya, you damned girl, don't you have any shame? Cough. A light cough came from behind the 2 ladies. The 2 ladies turned around and were shocked to see the person who came. In an instant, their faces turned red like the rosy clouds in the sky. They were extremely shy. The person who came was Xian. Xian walked down the ship. Just as he was about to disembark, he looked up at the sky with a face full of worry. Being too handsome is also a kind of trouble. After saying that, he jumped off the cloud ship. On the deck, the 2 ladies covered their faces in embarrassment. After Xian got off the ship, he went straight to Azure Billows Academy. He was still in the Nether Passage Realm. Devouring the 2 swords did not help him reach the Divine Unity Realm, nor did it help the Spirit Elegant Sword. This made him quite disappointed. At the same time, he also realized that after he reached the Nether Passage Realm, his requirements for swords were getting higher and higher. Especially the Spirit Elegant Sword. In order to reach the Truth Middle Grade, he had to devour countless bright grade swords. At first, he thought that it would be at most 4 or 5, but now it seemed that he was too naive. If he and the Spirit Elegant Sword wanted to improve further, they would probably need at least 10 bright grade swords, or even more. At the thought of this, Xian suddenly felt that he was very poor again. Not long after, Xian entered the city. At this moment, the imperial capital was in a state of jubilation. The state of Jiang had won. When the armies of the state of Chu, state of Yu, Karaki Academy, and the Great Cloud Empire pressed down, the people of the state of Jiang were naturally terrified. Because if the state of Jiang perished, they would become slaves and their fates would be very tragic, and the state of Jiang had won. Looking at the jubilant people in the city, a smile appeared on Xian's face. protect the country, he did not think too much. He only knew that he, the soldiers of the state of Jiang, and the students of the Azure Billows Academy had fought to the death in Mizar City, allowing many people to survive. Responsibility. When he was young, his mother suddenly ran away. At that moment, looking at his petite sister, he felt a sense of responsibility for the first time. He had to protect his sister well. This was the responsibility of an elder brother. When he grew up, as the heir of the Yi family, he had an additional responsibility at that moment. To seek benefits for the family, to fight for the family. Although the family later abandoned him and his sister, he had never let down the Yi family, and now, he was the dean of the Azure Billows Academy, the state scholar of the state of Yi, and the big brother of Baizhe and Mo Yunqi. The responsibility had always been there, and it was getting bigger and bigger, and as a man, he should shoulder the responsibility that belonged to him. Tired? Yes, he would be very tired. But if he did not have a good family and a good father, if he was not tired, then he could only be a good-for-nothing. Thinking of this, suddenly, a sword intent emitted from Yi Xian's body. Yi Xian was stunned. This sword intent came out on its own. This sword intent has its own consciousness. Yi Xian was shocked by his own thoughts. Another thing was, since it was the good and evil sword intent, which meant that there was a good side, then there must be an evil side. But, what about the evil side? What was the power of the evil thought's sword intent? This chapter is not finished. Please continue to the next page. Yi Xian was a little curious. Are you state scholar Yi? At this moment, a voice suddenly came from beside Yi Xian's ears. Yi Xian stopped and turned around. On his right, stood a lady holding a flower butterfly umbrella. The lady was beautiful and had an excellent figure. At this moment, the lady was sizing him up, her eyes filled with suspicion. As the lady's voice fell, the surrounding people also looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian said seriously, I am not state scholar Yi. State scholar Yi is handsome, dignified, talented, and elegant. His handsomeness is indescribable. How can I be state scholar Yi? I am not even 1/10,000th of him. The lady, after saying that, Yi Xian did not blush or pant. He turned around and walked into the distance. At this moment, the lady suddenly walked to Yi Xian's side. She took out a portrait. In the portrait, it was Yi Xian. The lady looked at the portrait, then turned to look at Yi Xian. She said softly, very similar. Yi Xian. At this moment, the lady suddenly stood in front of Yi Xian. She stared straight at Yi Xian. Are you? Yi Xian was a little helpless. What are you trying to do? Hearing Yi Xian's words, the lady's eyes lit up. You really are. As she said that, the umbrella in her hand suddenly closed. In the next moment, the umbrella in her hand was pointed at Yi Xian's forehead. Sword force, sword intent, a grandmaster of the sword Dao. Yi Xian was shocked. This lady is actually a grandmaster of the sword Dao. Moreover, the umbrella in her hand is actually a sword at the true grade. No, it should be called an umbrella sword. Yi Xian didn't think too much about it. A sword intent suddenly blocked in front of him. Kindness sword intent. The kindness sword intent formed a thick shield that forcefully blocked the lady's umbrella sword. There was a trace of surprise in the lady's eyes when she saw Yi Xian's sword intent. What a strange sword intent. I've never seen it before. As soon as she said that, her lily-white hand spun lightly. The umbrella sword suddenly unfolded. Bang! Yi Xian was instantly blasted 30 meters away. But in the next moment, a flying sword pierced the lady's umbrella sword. Bang! The lady retreated repeatedly. This time, she retreated over 60 meters. After the lady stopped, she looked up at Yi Xian. There was a trace of excitement in her eyes. Sword master. You've really become a sword master. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. You were sent here by Karaki Academy? The lady was slightly stunned, and then she shook her head. I'm Jian Chuchu from the Jian clan. My younger brother is Jian Xiaowang. You should know him, right? Jian Xiaowang. Yi Xian was stunned. He naturally knew her. Because Jian Xiaowang and Gong Qingqing had helped him in the Ning Kingdom's secret realm. Jian Chuchu sized Yi Xian up and said, I was about to head to the Central Divine Prefecture, but I suddenly heard that you'd become a sword master. So, I came to have a spar with you. You're very formidable, and I might not be able to defeat you now. Yi Xian smiled, you're not bad as well. Jian Chuchu walked over to Yi Xian and asked curiously, "How did you become a sword master? Can you share your experience with me?" Yi Xian was stunned. This fellow is asking me so openly? Isn't she afraid at all? Jian Chuchu blinked. Can I? Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he said, "Why don't you join my Azure Billow Academy? We can have an exchange in the Sword Dao in the future. What do you think?" Jian Chuchu didn't even think about it and immediately nodded. All right. Yi Xian was speechless. P.S. I've just returned to Beijing. After I catch my breath, I'll wait until midnight. Does anyone have any objections? No? All right. Thank you very much for your understanding. I love all of you. End of this chapter. Great. Yi Xian was stunned. She agreed just like that. Yi Xian wanted to confirm it, so he asked, "Are you willing to join Sanlan Academy?" Jian Chuchu nodded, "Yes. You are so powerful, I should be able to gain a lot by following you. However, if I am stronger than you one day, I will have to leave." Yi Xian smiled, "Sure. Let's go back to Sanlan Academy with me." Just like that, Sanlan Academy had one more Sword Dao Grandmaster student. Of course, Yi Xian was very happy. Sword Dao Grandmaster. Moreover, from his previous exchange with Jian Chuchu, she was already at the peak of Sword Dao Grandmaster and could reach Sword Master at any time. If Jian Chuchu reached Sword Master, Sanlan Academy would have one more super warrior. After Yi Xian brought Jian Chuchu back to Sanlan Academy, he immediately gathered all the students. There were less than 30 students left in Sanlan Academy. However, after the battle at Mizar City, they had matured a lot. In front of Sanlan Palace, Yi Xian faced everyone. On his left and right were Bai Zai, Mo Yunqi, Ji Anji, and Jian Chuchu, who had just joined Sanlan Academy. Yi Xian walked in front of the students. "Stay alive, okay?" Everyone was stunned. They didn't understand Yi Xian's meaning. Yi Xian said softly, "Many of our brothers died in Mizar City." Everyone was silent. Yi Xian said, "One of my brothers once said, if you are not strong enough, you will be beaten to death. That is what we deserve. Let me say this to all of you. This world isn't so beautiful, it is very cruel. If you are strong, it means you have a better chance of survival. From now on, all of you will double your daily cultivation." As he spoke, he opened his right hand and a bright grade spiritual artifact appeared in his hand. At the sight of this bright rank spirit weapon, many of the students were stunned. Yi Xian said, "Do you want it?" Everyone nodded. Yi Xian said, "Do you want it?" "Sure, whoever reaches Divine Unity Realm first will have it." Divine Combination Realm, the expressions of some people instantly turned bitter. Because among them, there were some who were only in the Levitation Realm. At this time, Yi Xian continued, "In addition to this, there will be an additional rule. There will be a test every month, and the top 3 will be rewarded with an Earth rank martial technique and cultivation technique. The first place will also be rewarded with an additional top-grade spirit weapon. As for the last person, he will be expelled from Sanlan Academy." When they heard Yi Xian's words, everyone present was stunned. Mo Yunqi's group of 3 looked at Yi Xian as well. Expulsion from school, this was a very serious matter. Yi Xian said indifferently, "There are rewards and punishments. What I said just now will be implemented from this moment on. Now, dismiss." The expressions of all the students instantly became solemn when they heard this. Expulsion from school. Right now, the people of Jiang country were proud to be a student of Sanlan Academy. If they were expelled, it would mean that all the glory would vanish into thin air. No one wanted to leave. In an instant, the hearts of all the students of Sanlan Academy had tightened. After the students dispersed, Mo Yunqi walked over to Yi Xian's side and said softly, "Bandit Yi, isn't this too cruel?" Yi Xian shook his head. "You've seen the Dao soldiers of Karaki Academy, the 9th Mercenary Group, and the Black Flame Army of the Great Cloud Empire. How do you think our students compare to them?" Mo Yunqi fell silent. Because there was no comparison at all, Yi Xian said softly, "If we don't be cruel to them today, then our enemies will be even more cruel to them in the future. As for the 3 of you, Senior Mo, Senior Bai, and Senior Anji, your strengths aren't sufficient, and there's quite a gap between you and the true monstrous geniuses of the Central Divine Prefecture. Work hard. I'll do my best to get all the resources all of you need." I only hope that when we look back in a very, very long time from now, all of our brothers will still be here. This chapter isn't finished, please continue to the next page. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Mo Yunqi's group of 3 remained silent. All of them had attained the divine combination realm, and Xianxia was at the divine combination realm as well. However, this was utterly insufficient. There was a difference in strength amongst the divine combination realm as well. The 3 of them really weren't very strong when it came to defeating the central divine prefecture. A short moment later, Mo Yunqi spoke abruptly, let's double our cultivation as well. Baizhe nodded. Xianxia just nodded on his steamed bun and didn't say anything. Jianchuchu spoke abruptly, the Great Cloud Empire is very formidable. The 3 of them gazed at Jianchuchu, and then she spoke in a serious tone, I made some calculations just now. If Azure Billow Academy were to fight the Great Cloud Empire head-on, then Azure Billow Academy wouldn't have any chance of winning. Right, it seems like all of you have 2 more enemies, Karaki Academy and the Dark World. If these 2 powers join the battle as well, then your chances of winning will be negative. Mo Yunqi spoke with slight displeasure, we won just now. Jianchuchu gazed at Mo Yunqi with slight pity, you're so stupid. Mo Yunqi almost went berserk. Jianchuchu said, if Yixian attains the divine combination realm, then it means that a Dharma realm expert will appear in the central divine prefecture. The expressions of Mo Yunqi's group instantly changed when they heard Jianchuchu. They'd actually forgotten that, the Dharma realm, if Yixian's strength improved, then it meant that Karaki Academy and the Dark World could dispatch Dharma realm experts. At that time, how could Azure Billow Academy resist the Dharma realm experts? After a while, the 3 of them turned and left. Cultivation that risked one's life, whether it was the state of Jiang or Azure Billow Academy, they hadn't won yet. To put it more seriously, this was just the beginning, because the Dharma realm was the core combat power of these powers. Yixian arrived at the Martyr's Palace. He sat on the ground, and after a long silence, he suddenly spoke softly, Old G, Azure Billow Academy is getting better and better. Don't worry, I'll lead everyone to better things. I'll also let Azure Billow Academy of the Central Divine Prefecture know that our state of Zhang's Azure Billow Academy isn't inferior to them at all. The Martyr's Palace was brightly lit, and only Yixian's murmur could be heard. After an unknown period of time, Yixian lay down in the palace and fell asleep. Early in the morning, a red sun slowly rose from the horizon, and all things awakened. Yixian had woken up. At this moment, a thick blanket had appeared on his body, and it even carried a faint fragrance. Yixian smiled slightly, folded the blanket, and put it aside. Then, he walked out of the Martyr's Palace. Sunlight shone down, and Yixian stretched lazily. He said with a smile, everything is so familiar. Yixian suddenly turned his head to look. In the distance, Xianxia was walking toward him. He was still dressed in silver armor, and he was still as good-looking as ever. Xianxia walked up to Yixian. I've already chosen the people. Yixian nodded. Take me to them. Xianxia turned around and led Yixian to an open space. There were 70 or so people standing in front of Yixian. The oldest was in his 30s, and the youngest was in his 20s. All 70 people exuded a murderous aura. One look and one could tell that they were battle-hardened warriors. When they saw Yixian, the 70 people knelt on one knee. Greetings, State Scholar Yi. The 70 people looked excited. They respected Yixian from the bottom of their hearts. At the side, Xianxia sighed with emotion. Fortunately, Yixian had no evil intentions. Otherwise, it would be a piece of cake for him to topple the Jiang country's imperial family. Yixian's prestige in the Jiang country had already surpassed the Jiang country's imperial family. Not far away, Yixian said, rise. The 70 people stood up and looked at Yixian with a trace of excitement in their eyes. Yixian said softly, from now on, you are students of my Azure Billow Academy. If you are unwilling, you can step forward. I won't force you. Not a single person stepped forward. Yixian nodded slightly. This chapter is not over. Please continue. He nodded slightly. From now on, I will give you the best resources and the best equipment. I will make you the most elite Dao soldiers in the Azure Prefecture. Of course, the training you will undergo will be cruel, extremely cruel. Moreover, there will be an assessment every month. the bottom three will be directly eliminated. Directly eliminated, everyone's expression gradually turned solemn. Xian turned to Xianxia. Every month, I need 3 more soldiers to replace those who are eliminated. Xianxia nodded. All right. Xian said again, they will be released from the military. In the future, they may only listen to my orders. Xianxia looked at Xian and did not speak. Xian said, is that all right? Xianxia was still silent. Xian did not speak either. After a moment, Xianxia said, you don't trust us? Xian shook his head. I have my own selfish motives. This Dao soldier is the foundation of my Azure Billow Academy. I want to control it. If you don't agree, I will look for someone else. After this cavalry was trained, it would definitely be very terrifying in the future. He did not want this cavalry to fall into the hands of others. This was what he prepared for Azure Billow Academy. Xianxia said indifferently, don't worry. We will not touch this cavalry. After speaking, she turned and left. There was a trace of self-ridicule on the corners of her mouth. Xian suddenly appeared before Xianxia. Xianxia looked at Xian with a rather cold expression. What? Xian said in a light voice, are you angry? Xianxia nodded. I am unhappy in my heart. She was unhappy not because Jiang country could not touch this Dao soldier, but because she felt that Xian did not trust her. Xian smiled lightly. I hope that you will lead this cavalry in the future. Xianxia was stunned. Xian said in a light voice, Little Jiao, I do not want your imperial family to touch this cavalry. Because if you let them touch it, the purpose of this cavalry's existence might change. To put it bluntly, even if I am no longer around, Azure Billow Academy must have the strength to protect itself. And you, I trust you. Xianxia went silent for a moment and said, don't worry. This cavalry only belongs to Azure Billow Academy. It will not belong to Jiang country's imperial family. Jiang country's imperial family does not have the qualifications to touch this cavalry. But if Jiang country is in trouble in the future, I hope that this cavalry will be able to defend Jiang country. Xian nodded. Of course. But if Jiang country's imperial family is in internal strife, then they will absolutely not participate. Xianxia gazed at Xian. With both of us here, there won't be any chaos. Xian smiled. That's true. Xianxia spoke in a low voice, I will be training this cavalry from now on. Who do you intend to train them? Xian smiled. I already have someone in mind. Xian and Xianxia sat on chairs within a hall, and Feng Lan, Mo Yuan, and Lu Jioge were standing before them. After a long time, Mo Yuan suddenly said, you want the 3 of us to train this Dao soldier for you? Xian nodded. Mo Yuan spoke in a low voice, do you know that training a Dao soldier requires a huge amount of money? Xian replied, I know. I'll deal with the money. Mo Yuan and Feng Lan gazed at Lu Jioge because she was from the school of the militarist. Lu Jioge pondered deeply for a moment, and then she gazed at Xian. I will let them cultivate a cultivation technique called the murderous energy technique. This cultivation technique is suitable for soldiers to cultivate, but it's extremely expensive. Just cultivating this cultivation technique for a single soldier would cost at least 50 million gold coins, and that's in addition to everything else. Xian almost fainted when he heard that, 50,000,000. Meanwhile, Lu Jioge said, however, in the future, they will be one of the most terrifying Dao soldiers in the Azure continent. Of course, the precondition is that you're willing to spend the money. Xian fell silent for a moment before he gritted his teeth. Let's do it. End of this chapter. Let's do it. Xian knew that Sun Lan Academy's current strength was insufficient and had to improve. It was impossible for them to improve slowly because Karaki Academy, Great Cloud Empire, and Dark World wouldn't give them the chance to develop slowly. If they wanted to develop, they could only develop quickly, and rapid development required money, lots and lots of money. Fortunately, he had already prepared the equipment for this Dao soldier. Otherwise, he would not be able to establish this Dao soldier. Even if he could establish it, it would be a mediocre one. Even so, he was still panicking, because this cavalry would consume a lot of money. No, it would burn money. Xianxia also had a grave expression. Even if the state of Jiang exhausted all its resources, it might not be able to support this cavalry, and Yixian had to support a group of Sanglan Academy students. He couldn't rob them every day, right? Lu Jioga glanced at Yixian. Sanglan Academy must make a profit. Yixian faced Lu Jioga, and Lu Jioga said indifferently, "You want to support an academy by yourself? That is not realistic, and you can't do that. Sanglan Academy is now a major faction in the state of Jiang and can make a profit." Yixian hurriedly asked, "How do we make a profit?" Lu Jioga thought about it and said, "Think about it yourself." Yixian, profit. After the meeting, Yixian brought Jiangjiu to Sanglan Palace. Mo Yunqi and the others were there. They were discussing how to make a profit. If Yixian was to bear the burden of the entire Sanglan Academy, it would be impossible. They must make a profit. After discussing for a while, Jian Chuchu suddenly said, "Isn't this a very simple matter?" The crowd looked at Jian Chuchu. Jian Chuchu blinked her eyes and said, "First, we can collect tuition fees. We can collect tuition fees from the students, including their daily living expenses. Of course, we can weigh the tuition fees for those who are poor, but we can't weigh the tuition fees for those who have mines." Saying that, she raised 2 fingers. Second, open up the Sanglan Academy. The people of Jiang country, as long as they have the money, they can enter the academy to visit, and even watch the students cultivate. Apart from that, Sanglan Academy's rear mountain is so big that it can be developed properly. Let's see if we can discover the existence of any spirit mine or the like. If there is, then Sanglan Academy will be rich. Finished speaking, she raised another finger. Thirdly, even if there isn't any at the back of the mountain, we can let the students of Sanglan Academy search everywhere, go to those ownerless boundless mountain ranges to search. Once they find one, they can immediately occupy it and send people to excavate it. At this point, she stopped. Yixian quickly said, "Go on, go on." Jian Chuchu glanced at Yixian and said with a smile, "We can let the academy's students form teams to go down the mountain to gain experience. They can accept some mercenary missions and earn some cultivation fees. Firstly, they can train themselves. Secondly, they can increase the reputation of the Azure Billow Academy." Yixian nodded. Sure, sure. Continue." Jian Chuchu's lips curled up slightly. "Do you know what makes the aristocratic families and the major forces the most?" Everyone shook their heads. The few of them were very ignorant. Although Jiangjiu was the princess of the country of Jiang, she spent most of her time in the military camp and rarely understood these things. Jian Chuchu glanced at them and said seriously, "It's to collect protection fees." "Everyone," Jian Chuchu said, "we can collect a certain amount of protection fees from those aristocratic families and the major forces." Jiangjiu frowned. "That's not good, right? This chapter is not finished. Please continue to the next page." Yixian also nodded. "It doesn't seem good." Jian Chuchu said, "Do you think it's bullying the weak?" Yixian and the others nodded. Jian Chuchu rolled her eyes. "All right. Let's change the method. You can work with them. Every year, as long as they pay a certain amount of money, you can let their disciples come to Sanglan Academy to study. Of course, they won't be official students. They are just here to learn. If they perform well and are outstanding, Sanglan Academy can turn them into official students. If you do this, those aristocratic families and the major forces will be very willing." Yixian hesitated for a moment, and then he looked at Mo Yunqi and the others. "What do all of you think?" Mo Yunqi thought for a moment, and then he said, "It's not impossible, but you have to control the degree. Otherwise, it might destroy the reputation of our Sanglan Academy." Jian Chuchu nodded. "You have to control the degree. You can't be insatiably greedy. Moreover, you have to control the quota every year. There can't be too many. Only then will it seem precious." Yixian suddenly turned to Jian Chuchu. "I'll appoint you as the chief treasurer of Sanglan Academy. You'll be in charge of all these things. How about it?" Jian Chuchu blinked. "Chief treasurer?" Yixian nodded. "You'll be in charge of keeping the money we earn. Of course, if Sanglan Academy needs it, you'll have to use it. Understand?" Jian Chuchu thought for a moment, and then she said, "Are there any benefits?" Yi Xian nodded. I'll spar with you and share my insights in the sword Dao with you. Besides that, you'll get 10% of the money you earn every year. How about it, 10%? Xianxu's eyes instantly lit up. She could already see a lot of money waving at her. Yi Xian still wanted to say something. However, Xianxu suddenly slammed her palm on the table. Let's do it. Everyone was speechless. Just like that, Sunlan Academy had another chief treasurer. Yi Xian turned to Xianxia. Anji, you'll be in charge of the internal affairs. You can recruit people. You'll be in charge of all the internal affairs of Sunlan Academy. Of course, don't forget to cultivate. Xianxia nodded. Okay. Yi Xian asked again. If there's any difficulty, you have to tell me at any time. Understand? Xianxia nodded again. Okay. What about me and Baizhe? Mo Yunqi suddenly asked. Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he said, Old Mo, the two of you will form a small team. The main mission of this small team is to search for talents all over Qingzhou. Look for those especially outstanding talents. If you find them and they're willing, you can recruit them into Sunlan Academy. Talents. If Sunlan Academy wanted to grow stronger, besides improving his own strength, he also needed more talents. He might be strong, but it didn't mean that the entire Sunlan Academy was strong. What he wanted to do was that even if he, Yi Xian, was not around in the future, Sunlan Academy would still be strong. After the meeting was dismissed, everyone started to act. For Sunlan Academy, time was life now. They couldn't waste any of it, because no one knew when Karaki Academy, Great Cloud Empire, and Dark World would launch an attack. Yi Xian left Sunlan Academy and arrived at Drunken Immortal Inn. Fifth floor master personally welcomed him. Looking at Yi Xian, the fifth building master said with a smile, My young friend, congratulations. Congratulations? Yi Xian was stunned. Fifth floor master said, defeating Great Cloud Empire, Karaki Academy, and Dark World. Yi Xian shook his head. Senior should know that they didn't lose. Sunlan Academy and Jiang Country didn't win either. Fifth floor master glanced at Yi Xian and said softly, Old man is relieved that young friend can understand this. Yi Xian said, Senior, for the next period of time, this chapter is not finished, please continue to the next page. During this period, Sunlan Academy might have a large number of things to purchase from Drunken Immortal Inn. A lot. Fifth floor master pondered for a moment and said, Young friend, don't worry. I will mobilize all the resources in Azure Province to satisfy young friend. Moreover, we will give young friend the best price. The higher-ups have already said that we won't profit from doing business with young friend. Yi Xian cupped his fists. Many thanks. This gratitude came from the bottom of his heart. Without Drunken Immortal Inn's support, Sunlan Academy's development speed would be much slower. Even if they had money, it would still be slower. Fifth floor master smiled. Young friend, you are too polite. Yi Xian said, Senior, there is one more thing. Are there any movements from Karaki Academy, Dark World, and Great Cloud Empire? Fifth floor master shook his head. After the incident at Mizar City, Drunken Immortal Inn sent people to investigate. However, there was no news. However, we can be sure that they won't leave the matter at that. Now that it has come to this, they won't rest until one side is dead. When he spoke up to this point, he seemed to have thought of something and said solemnly, Young friend, you must not casually attain the Divine Fusion realm right now. Yi Xian frowned. Why? Fifth floor master said in a low voice, If you attain the Divine Fusion realm, then they will be able to dispatch Dharma realm experts. If you don't attain the Divine Fusion realm now, then they won't dare to dispatch Dharma realm and Dharma controlling realm experts against you. If they don't dispatch Dharma realm and Dharma controlling realm experts, then no one in Azure Province can kill you. The number one expert beneath the Dharma realm, under the circumstances that Xianxia wasn't here, Yi Xian was currently the number one expert beneath the Dharma realm in Azure Province. Yi Xian fell silent. I can't attain the Divine Fusion realm. After pondering deeply for a moment, Yi Xian nodded. All right. I can seize this opportunity to stabilize my cultivation and develop Sunlan Academy at the same time. Fifth floor master nodded. Exactly. Young friend, your top priority now is to stabilize your cultivation and improve the overall strength of Songlan Academy. Also, young friend, you have to be wary of the Songlan Academy in the Central Plains. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Senior, do you mean that they might target Songlan Academy in the state of Jiang? Fifth floor master said, previously, the state of Jiang's Songlan Academy was impoverished, so that Songlan Academy naturally looked down on it. But it's different now. The state of Jiang's Songlan Academy has such ferocious momentum. If it continues to develop like this, it will definitely become a superpower in the future, and they will definitely be jealous. Young friend, you must be careful. Don't let others harvest the fruits of your hard work. Yi Xian nodded slightly. I understand. It's fine if they don't have such thoughts. If they do, I don't mind having another enemy. Anyway, I already have enough. A few more won't make a difference. Fifth floor master shook his head and smiled bitterly. Yi Xian suddenly took out a gold card and placed it in front of fifth floor master. Senior, there are 500 million gold coins in this card. I need 5 special flying swords like Phantom Shadow. If there are more, you can keep them for me. Fifth floor master nodded. Alright, I'll handle this matter. Yi Xian thanked him and bade farewell to fifth floor master. After leaving Drunken Immortal Inn, Yi Xian returned to Songlan Academy. But when he passed by a street, a black-robed elder suddenly blocked his way. He knew this elder. He was the black-robed elder who had been with Xianxia previously. The black-robed elder looked coldly at Yi Xian. You are extraordinarily lucky. Yi Xian said, Old man, I advise you to be kind-hearted. The black-robed elder sneered. Kind-hearted? Yi Xian, don't think that you can be cocky just because you have a sword immortal backing you. Old man, let me tell you. The Yin family is an aristocratic family with 10,000 years of history. Missen has the bloodline of a martial god. A lowly sword immortal is nothing in their eyes. If you approach Missen, you will only be courting your own destruction. P.S. I have let everyone down recently. I am willing to sacrifice my chrysanthemum for this. Come on. Be gay. End of this chapter. A 10,000-year-old family? Yi Xian frowned. What the hell? The black-robed old man walked in front of Yi Xian and stared at Yi Xian. There are many accidents in a person's life. What do you think? As his voice fell, his right hand slowly clenched. A wave of power instantly enveloped Yi Xian. At this moment, on the right side of the street, an old man had appeared out of nowhere. The old man wore plain clothes and his long hair draped over his shoulders. He had a goatee. Seeing the plain-robed old man, the black-robed old man narrowed his eyes. A moment later, he coldly looked at Yi Xian and disappeared. The moment the black-robed old man disappeared, the plain-robed old man appeared in front of Yi Xian. The plain-robed old man sized up Yi Xian. There was a trace of surprise in his eyes, but this surprise soon turned into a complicated one. Yi Xian said, Senior is from the Yin family? The plain-robed old man said, yes. Yi Xian said seriously, I think I'm quite outstanding. What does Senior think? The plain-robed old man was stunned. In the next instant, he shook his head. Your thick skin really surprises the old man. Yi Xian, the plain-robed old man said, do you know that my Yin family values not only talent, but also bloodline and background? The battle at our level is not something you can imagine. Between aristocratic families, marriage alliances are common. The young miss is special, very special. The person she chooses can't be an ordinary person. Do you understand? Yi Xian was silent. He said it very bluntly. The plain-robed old man sized up Yi Xian. To be honest, you aren't bad. But for my Yin family, it's not enough. It's far from enough. Because there are many geniuses like you in my Yin family. As for your background, you don't seem to have any. If we talk about the sword immortal behind you, forgive the old man for being blunt. My Yin family has 4 sword immortals. For sword immortals, the old man continued, what the old man said today is that I hope you can retreat in the face of difficulties. Don't harm yourself in the future, and don't make things difficult for the young miss. Because in the future, if you can't bear the anger of everyone, she'll be the one to bear it. You're on your own. With that, he turned around and disappeared. On the street, Xian was silent for a long time. In the end, he shook his head and smiled. Shaoan, I'm under a lot of pressure. With that, he lowered his head and looked at the spirit elegant sword in his hand. A moment later, he suddenly laughed out loud. To hell with the aristocratic families. I don't have an identity, I don't have an aristocratic family, but I have a sword. With the 3 feet tall mountain in my hands, I can do whatever I want in the 10,000 heavens and 10,000 worlds. Shaoan, wait for me. As soon as he finished speaking, Xian had already disappeared at the end of the street. Xian did not notice that at the top of the prison pagoda, the leftmost sword trembled slightly, but it quickly returned to normal. After Xian disappeared, a woman suddenly appeared on the street. Her clothes were as white as snow, and Lanxiu, looking at Xian's departing figure, the corners of Lanxiu's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a charming smile. This smile caused the heavens and the earth to pale in comparison. A moment later, Lanxiu said softly, I'll wait for you. With that, she turned around and walked into the distance. Soon, she disappeared into the night. This time, she really left. In the night, a sigh resounded. After Xian returned to Canglan Academy, he began to cultivate sword skills, one sword to determine life and death, as well as the imperial sword technique that he had researched, especially the imperial sword technique. He realized that there was still a lot of room for development in this imperial sword technique. What he needed to do now was to strengthen this imperial sword technique. He wanted to integrate the one sword to determine life and death sword technique into the imperial sword technique. If he succeeded, every flying sword that flew out in the future would be one sword to determine life and death. Its power would increase by several times. Apart from that, he also planned to make good use of his battle intent, sword momentum, and sword intent. He was still not proficient in using it, or it could be said that he could do better in all aspects. It was just that he had been too busy before, so he couldn't calm down and properly integrate them, but now, he had time to properly compose himself. Apart from Xian, who was diligently cultivating, everyone in Canglan Academy was madly cultivating, especially the students. Because if they couldn't pass the assessment, they would be eliminated. Here, there was glory, cultivation resources, elixirs, martial skills, cultivation techniques. Who wanted to leave? No one wanted to leave, and if they didn't want to leave, they had to cultivate. Cultivate with their lives on the line. One had to know that there were countless people outside who wanted to squeeze in. Only with competition could there be progress. Apart from these students, the 70 soldiers from the state of Jian that Xian had recruited were also madly cultivating, and their cultivation was rather cruel. These soldiers needed to cultivate the murderous aura technique, and the murderous aura technique required killing intent. In order to train these soldiers' killing intent, Lu Jioge would bring them to a mysterious place that even Xian didn't know about. In any case, every time these soldiers returned, they would be half dead and looked especially miserable. Apart from that, these soldiers usually cultivated inhumanly. Under such intensity, their bodies naturally couldn't bear it. However, Canglan Academy was rich: golden sword pills, various kinds of great supplement pills, and some elixirs that could strengthen the body. Canglan Academy had enough. Moreover, the lowest level of martial skills these soldiers cultivated was earth rank. Needless to say, the equipment they used was bright rank. However, Lu Jioge didn't let them use the equipment of the Black Flame Cavalry. If they wanted to use it, they could, but they had to reach her custom-made standards. Only those who passed could use it. These soldiers looked at these bright rank equipment every day, but couldn't use it. How torturous was that? Cultivate with all their might. Most importantly, if they came last in the competition next month, they would be eliminated. Here, the food was the best, the usage was the best, and the cultivation resources were the best. No one wanted to leave. It could be said that almost everyone was cultivating with all their might. Under such circumstances, the growth of these soldiers was extremely terrifying. Other than the cultivation of the students and soldiers, after Jian Chuchu became the chief treasurer of Canglan Academy, the entire Canglan Academy underwent an earth-shattering change. Every day, many citizens of the imperial capital would enter Canglan Academy for a visit. Everyone had to pay a certain amount of gold coins. Actually, it wasn't a lot and everyone could afford it. However, once there were more people, it would be incredible. In just one day, Canglan Academy had earned a net profit of 20 million gold coins, and Jian Chuchu directly earned 2 million gold coins. 2 million was very little, but there were other projects, such as the auction of some abandoned land around Songlan Academy. Whoever could obtain a piece of land would be able to build a house there, and then they would be neighbors of Songlan Academy outside the city. Then, Xianxia sold 5 pieces of land on the first day. They weren't big and each piece was only about 100 square meters. Yet, she sold each piece of land for 30 million gold coins, and the area around Songlan Academy was at least tens of thousands of mu. Other than that, there were all sorts of projects. In any case, on the first day, Xianxia received a share of nearly 30 million gold coins. It was only a matter of time before this woman became the richest person in the country of Jiang. Other than that, she also recruited a large number of soldiers and recruited many people. Every day, she would go to the mountains to search for gold and silver mines. After nearly half a month of hard work, she really found a gold mine in the depths of a mountain range that was thousands of miles away from Songlan Academy. At this moment, the entire Songlan Academy was in an uproar. A gold mine was of great significance to Songlan Academy. This was because this gold mine could be mined for at least several 100 million gold coins. Of course, as the one who contributed the most, Xianxia immediately received a reward of several tens of millions. Not only that, Yixian also very generously rewarded her with a clear tear spirit artifact, which made her extremely happy. Thus, she hurriedly sent a voice transmission to her younger brother, Jian Shaowang, to come as well. It should be said that she also called many people from the Jian family. With such a generous reward, Xianxia worked even harder. She even established a small department, a department that belonged solely to her. She recruited nearly 100 people and these people were responsible for all sorts of things. Don't look down on these 100 people, these 100 people were responsible for all of Songlan Academy's businesses. Moreover, most of them contacted many aristocratic families in the country of Jiang and negotiated many cooperation conditions with them. For example, these aristocratic families would pay a certain amount of gold coins to allow their disciples to study at Songlan Academy. As long as they were outstanding enough, they could become official students of Songlan Academy. At first, Yixian felt that this would not be very effective because he felt that these aristocratic families were relatively poor. However, he was wrong, many aristocratic families were not poor at all. Not only were they not poor, but they were also extremely rich. One quota for 30 million gold coins. Songlan Academy had reached an agreement with almost 20 aristocratic families. In other words, every year, they could obtain at least 600 million gold coins from these aristocratic families. Of course, it was completely free cooperation. These aristocratic families could stop cooperating with Songlan Academy at any time. However, Yixian realized that these aristocratic families did not have any intention of severing their cooperation with Songlan Academy. This was because after coming to Songlan Academy, their status would be different. Especially some outstanding aristocratic families' disciples, they would even become Songlan Academy students. Thus, even more aristocratic families came to cooperate with Songlan Academy. In a short period of 2 months, Songlan Academy had undergone earth-shattering changes. Songlan Academy's influence was growing, and so was its strength. However, Yixian was slightly worried. This was because Songlan Academy did not have enough high-end strength. He did not know how strong Lu Jiuge, Mo Yuan, and Feng Lan were. Moreover, it was still a question whether these three would fight for Songlan Academy in the future. They were still not strong enough. On this day, the 5th floor master of the Drunken Immortal Abode came to Songlan Academy. In Yixian's room, the 5th floor master smiled. "Young friend, I have a surprise for you this time." Yixian smiled. "Then I am looking forward to it." The 5th floor master laughed heartily. He took out a box. Inside the box were 5 swords, they were all bright grade swords. At this moment, the 5th floor master opened his right hand, and a black square box appeared in his palm. Yixian was stunned. "This is?" The 5th floor master smiled. "A true grade sword box. A sword immortal from the Divine Central Continent auctioned this item to the Drunken Immortal Abode for 2.6 billion gold coins. No, it should be 25 million supreme grade spirit stones. Do you want it?" Yixian, Genius 1 Second Remember website. Mobile version. 25 million supreme grade spirit stones. Yixian was dumbfounded. After all, He had only obtained a little over 2 million supreme-grade spirit stones after obtaining the treasuries of the Chu and Yu states, 25 million supreme-grade spirit stones. He wouldn't get anything even if he sold himself. As if he knew what Xian was thinking, the fifth floor master shook his head with a smile. Young friend, you might not know this, but truth-grade spirit weapons are extremely precious even in the divine central continent, let alone in our Azure province. Especially something used by a swordsman. It's even more precious. Xian spread his hands and said helplessly, Senior, I don't have that much money. The fifth floor master said with a smile, I know. Then why did you bring it? Xian was speechless. Wasn't this making him jealous? The fifth floor master smiled without saying anything. Xian wasn't stupid. He immediately asked, Is there any way? The fifth floor master nodded and said with a smile, Young friend, if you can't pay the 25 million supreme-grade spirit stones in one go, you can pay in installments. Installments? Xian was stunned. You can do that? The fifth floor master said with a smile, Others naturally can't, but you can. Of course, it depends on whether you need it or not. If you do, you have to pay at least 25 supreme-grade spirit stones to the drunken immortal in every month. Within 3 years, you have to pay everything back. This is the limit that the drunken immortal can do. 3 years, Xian thought about it and then nodded. All right. The fifth floor master placed the sword case in front of Xian. This sword case is called Hidden Edge. With this sword case, your sword manipulation technique's power and speed can be increased by at least 30%. With your current strength, if you increase it by another 30%, no one under the 10,000 Dharma realm, except for those top-notch geniuses of the divine central continent, will be able to withstand a single strike from you. Below the Dharma realm, Xian took the sword sheath. It was cold to the touch, and there were some dark golden patterns around the sword sheath. Xian put his right hand together and gently gestured with his fingers. The 5 bright grade swords in the box at the side suddenly flew up, and then, one by one, they flew into the sword case. After a moment of silence, Xian suddenly pointed towards the door in the distance. Whoosh, 500 zhang away from the door, 5 swords were neatly stabbed into a large tree. Xian's expression changed. Compared to before, this speed was indeed at least 30% faster. Now, if he were to fight against someone below the Dharma realm, unless it was a top genius, he could kill his opponent before they could even react. Xian gently stroked the sword case in his hand. This thing was indeed a good thing. However, it was too expensive. Now, he was in debt of more than 20 million best-grade spirit stones. The fifth building master did not stay for long. After receiving 250,000 best-grade spirit stones from Xian, he left. After the fifth building master left, Xian carried the sword case and came to a bamboo forest at the back of the mountain. Standing in the middle of the bamboo forest, Xian calmed his heart. Around him, there was only silence. After an unknown period of time, a gust of wind appeared in the forest. As the wind passed through the bamboo forest, countless bamboo leaves slowly fell from the sky. At this time, Xian suddenly put his fingers together and gently flicked. Whoosh! 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 In an instant, 7 sword lights crisscrossed in the bamboo forest like butterflies. After a breath's time, the 7 swords suddenly returned to the front of Xian. At this moment, each of these 7 swords pierced through a stack of bamboo leaves. In the air, only a bamboo leaf was left falling slowly. Xian turned and left. In the bamboo forest, when the bamboo leaf was about to fall, a sword suddenly pierced through the bamboo leaf. In a flash, the sword disappeared. In the following period of time, in addition to frantically cultivating every day, Xian also helped with the construction of Blue Waves Academy. The current Blue Waves Academy was undoubtedly the largest force in Jiang country. In terms of financial resources, it was also extremely rich. It had already far exceeded the annual tax revenue of Jiang country's imperial family. It could be said that the current Blue Waves Academy was developing at a terrifying speed. Just as Blue Waves Academy was developing rapidly, a major event suddenly occurred in the Azure province. In a desolate wasteland in the extreme south of the Azure province, one day, a wisp of sword light suddenly shot up from the ground and into the sky. In an instant, the entire sky within a few hundred li collapsed, but the wisp of sword light did not dissipate and remained in the sky. At this moment, the entire Azure province was shocked. Soon, the entire Azure province was spreading the news that a heaven-grade spiritual tool had appeared in the extreme south of the Azure province. Moreover, this spiritual tool was a sword, a heaven-grade sword. Above the true rank was the heavens. A true rank spiritual tool was already extremely rare in the Azure province, so not to mention Azure province, a heaven-grade spiritual tool was extremely rare even in the central divine prefecture. For a time, the entire Azure province was seething with excitement. Countless people headed to the extreme south of the Azure province, and it was even to the extent that people from Azure Wave province and the central divine prefecture had rushed over. Who wouldn't be tempted by a heaven-grade spiritual tool? All of them were gathered in Azure Wave Palace. Xian took a sip of tea and said, "What do all of you think about that sword in the extreme south of the Azure province?" Mo Yunqi shook his head. "There's something fishy about it." Xian asked, "What is it?" Mo Yunqi said, "I don't know." Xian shook his head. "I don't know." Mo Yunqi was speechless. Lu Jioga spoke abruptly. "It's nothing more than a scheme of Karaki Academy and the other two forces." All of them gazed at Lu Jioga. Lu Jioga chuckled. "It's utterly impossible for a heaven-grade spiritual tool to appear in the Azure province. Even if it did, it wouldn't appear in such a manner. It's like they're afraid that everyone in the world doesn't know about Daoyi. So, I infer that someone did this on purpose." All of them looked at Xian. There was no doubt that this was targeted at Xian. Xian smiled. "They want to lure me over by myself?" Lu Jioga nodded. "That should be the case. This is probably a trap that they've set up for you." Xian was slightly puzzled. "Why are they so sure that I'll go there?" Lu Jioga smiled. "If I'm not wrong, then that sword is probably real. They're betting that you won't be able to resist its temptation." Xian smiled. Then they might have made the wrong bet. He was really tempted by a heaven-grade sword, but he wasn't stupid enough to go there despite knowing that it was a trap. Lu Jioga suddenly asked, "Why not?" Everyone looked at Lu Jioga. Lu Jioga smiled. "This is a trap, but it's also an opportunity. Moreover, if you don't accept their attack, they'll definitely make their next move. Now that you have a big family, there are too many people around you that you need to take care of. So, you can't hide." On the side, Jian Chuchu nodded in agreement. Miss Lu is right. If you don't accept their attack this time, they'll definitely make their next move. Right now, there's already a death grudge between you and them. They won't give up so easily. Jiangjiu frowned. They already know Xian's strength. So, the trap they've set up over there won't be simple. If he goes there rashly, Lu Jioga smiled. What's there to be afraid of? Everyone looked at Lu Jioga again. Although she wasn't old, she was always so calm and composed. Lu Jioga picked up the teacup in front of her and took a sip. Then, she smiled. They've set up a trap. Why can't we reverse it? Jiangjiu asked, how do you reverse it? Lu Jioga put down the teacup and looked at Xian. After Li Mu's death last time, they definitely won't dare to send people in the Dharma realm or the Dharma defending realm to deal with you. This time, the heaven sword appeared in the southernmost part of Green Province. If they lure you there can only be three possibilities. First, they want to kill you with a borrowed knife. For example, they want to borrow the genius of the divine central continent to kill you. Second, they want to set up a tactical deployment or boundary there to suppress you and greatly reduce your strength. Or, they want to make you unable to exert your strength. What about the third possibility? Jiangjiu asked quickly. Lu Jioga said softly, they want to kill you with the help of that sword. Xian frowned. Kill me with the help of that sword? Can that sword kill me? Jian Chuchu suddenly said, yes. Xian turned to face Jian Chuchu. Jian Chuchu said softly, the heaven-grade sword has seized the fortune of heaven and earth. It is spiritual intelligence, which is the so-called sword spirit. If it pretends to recognize you as its master and then attacks you at a critical moment, you will definitely die. Heaven-grade sword, Xian's expression darkened. Up until now, the elegant spirit sword in his body was unable to devour a heaven-grade sword. In other words, if a heaven-grade sword were to backfire, he would have no way of resisting it. However, there was no need for him to devour it. If he could obtain it, he could directly suppress it. A truth-grade sword was worth several billion. What about a heaven-grade sword? That was definitely an astronomical figure. He would be lying if he said he was not tempted. However, he also knew that since the other party dared to take out such a precious sword to set up a trap, this trap would definitely not be ordinary. At this moment, Lu Jioge said, although it is dangerous, it is also an opportunity. If you go, first, you may obtain a heaven-grade sword. Second, you can buy some time for Blue Waves Academy so that its students and Dao soldiers can have more time to train. At this point, she looked at Xian. You have 12 metal men. Even if the Dharma realm attacks, with your current strength and the addition of these 12 metal men, you will be able to resist for some time. If the Dharma realm doesn't act, even the top 10 geniuses of the divine central continent will find it difficult to kill you. Xianxia shook his head. It is still dangerous. Lu Jioge was about to speak when Xian suddenly said with a smile, Miss Lu, I have a question. Lu Jioge looked at Xian. Xian said with a smile, why should I be led by the nose by them? Lu Jioge looked at Xian, waiting for him to continue. Xian smiled but did not speak. After a moment, Lu Jioge suddenly shook his head with a smile. I miscalculated. Indeed, we can do the opposite. What are you talking about? Mo Yunqi suddenly asked. Lu Jioge smiled. Read more books. Mo Yunqi's face darkened. Was he saying he was stupid? At the side, Baizhe patted Mo Yunqi's shoulder. You are stupid and do not know yourself. Look at me, although I do not understand, I do not ask. If I do not ask, they will not know that I am stupid. Everyone, seeing their expressions, Baizhe was stunned. Did I say something wrong? Everyone shook their heads. Mo Yunqi patted Baizhe's shoulder with a pitiful expression. Baizhe, after the sky turned dark, Xian suddenly left Blue Waves Academy. And the moment Xian left Blue Waves Academy, clouds moved in all directions. Great Cloud Realm, Karaki Academy. Mu Qingxian stood in front of Haran Palace. He had been staring at the leaf sword above the horizontal board for a long time. After an unknown amount of time, a black-robed man suddenly appeared behind him. Dean, Xian has already left Blue Waves Academy. Looking at the direction he is going, it should be the southernmost region of Qingzhou. However, for some reason, after he went to the southernmost region, he suddenly disappeared. Our people have lost track of him. Mu Qingxian slowly closed his eyes. After a moment, he said softly, this person is already the sword master. It is not strange for you to lose track of him. However, it does not matter. He will definitely arrive. He cannot refuse a heaven-rank sword. Inform Great Cloud Empire and Dark World that we can start. Xian went to the southernmost region. No one knew who spread this news, but it spread throughout the entire Qingzhou in an instant. Everyone knew that Xian was definitely going for that heaven-rank sword. For a moment, everyone in Qingzhou was discussing whether that sword would fall into the hands of Xian. However, just when everyone thought that Xian went to the southernmost region, a black-robed man carrying a sword case quietly entered Great Cloud Realm. God knows, Ghost knows. P.S. I discovered that there are not many updates recently, but no one scolded me. Other than love, I can't think of any other reason. It is undeniable that you all love me. Covet me. Want to possess me. Great Cloud Empire. Great Cloud Empire occupied almost 1/3 of Qing Province's land area. It was a well-deserved super overlord in Qing Province. At its peak, its imperial power was above all the forces in Qing Province. Even Karaki Academy and Dark World had to bow down to it. However, there was an old saying that went, prosperity leads to decline. After reaching the pinnacle of its power, this once supreme overlord of the Green Province began to decline. After a few muddle-headed emperors wantonly squandered and tossed about, this once supreme overlord was once faced with a split. Just when Great Cloud Empire was on the verge of falling apart, a king appeared in the empire. Lian Wanli, it was this King Yishan who turned the tide and saved the ancient empire that was about to fall apart. Although Great Cloud Empire wasn't at its peak, no one in Qing Province dared to belittle it. Great Cloud Empire's Imperial Palace, Supreme Harmony Hall. There were only 2 people in the hall. An 11 or 12-year-old boy in a dragon robe and crown was sitting on the dragon throne. The little boy sat upright with a solemn expression. Below him stood a woman. She wore a black, tight-fitting dress with a vivid and lifelike rainbow phoenix embroidered on it. The rainbow phoenix's wings were spread open and its head was raised up high. Its eyes were cold and indifferent, making it look very noble. The little boy looked at the woman. Sister, speaking of this, he seemed to have thought of something and hastily changed his words. Lian Qing, Jiang country is far away from our great cloud empire and has no conflict of interest with it. Why should our great cloud empire be its enemy? It's not in the interest of great cloud empire. The woman walked to the little boy and pointed to the map. Who do you think is the biggest threat to great cloud empire in Qing province? The little boy pondered for a moment and said, Jiang state? The woman shook her head. No. The little boy looked at the woman. Then who is it? The woman chuckled. Karaki Academy, Dark World, and the ancient families in the country. The little boy frowned slightly. Then why do you want to attack Jiang State? The woman looked at the little boy without speaking. The little boy pondered for a long time. In the end, he seemed to have thought of something and suddenly raised his head to look at the woman. You want to use the state of Jiang? No, you want to use the Yixian to weaken them. Hearing this, a hint of relief appeared in the woman's eyes. But our great cloud empire has already lost hundreds of black flame cavalrymen, the little boy said in a deep voice. The girl sat beside the little boy, who hurriedly made way for her. The girl held his hand and said, the black flame cavalrymen are no longer loyal to the imperial family. They have been infiltrated by Karaki Academy, the Dark World, and various aristocratic families. Their true loyalty isn't to the imperial family of Great Cloud Nation. Therefore, the imperial family of Great Cloud Nation doesn't suffer any loss. On the contrary, we can also remove an unstable factor. The little boy tilted his head and looked at the woman. But if this goes on, Great Cloud Empire will suffer heavy losses. The woman shook her head. These clans, sects, and powers, including Karaki Academy, seem to be protecting Great Cloud Empire, but they're actually encroaching on Great Cloud Empire. Not only have they infiltrated the imperial court, the army, and even the imperial clan. If this goes on, Great Cloud Empire will be devoured by them in less than 10 years. As she spoke, she stretched out her left hand. These forces are like malignant tumors growing on our hands, and they're already connected to our flesh and blood. If we cut them off, we'll naturally feel pain. But if we don't, it won't just be pain, but death. The little boy fell silent for a long time. In the end, he picked up a memorial to the throne in front of him. There were 2 large words on the memorial, Yi Xian. The little boy flipped open the memorial to the throne. It was full of records about Yi Xian from the Azure City until now. There were a lot of detailed records about him. After a short while, the little boy sighed softly. Yi Xian is actually willing to live and die with Jiang country. Alas, how great would it be if Jiang country had such an outstanding talent? As he spoke, he turned to look at the woman beside him. Big sister, what do you think of him? The woman glanced at the memorial and smiled. What do you think? The little boy thought for a moment and said, I want to listen to you. The woman didn't speak. She just took the little boy's hand and walked out of the hall. She looked at the distant sky and smiled. If he's a friend, he's trustworthy and worthy of being entrusted. If he's an enemy, he should be killed at all costs. The little boy looked up at the woman. Big sister, do you want to be an enemy or a friend? The woman rubbed the little boy's head gently. You're the emperor of Great Cloud Empire. You decide. The little boy thought for a moment and said, I want to be friends with him. The woman smiled. Why? The little boy spoke in a deep voice, My Great Cloud Empire has no enmity with him, nor do we have any conflict of interest with him. It's not in the interest of my Great Cloud Empire to be enemies with him, but it's in the interest of my Great Cloud Empire to have a trustworthy friend with him. The woman looked at the little boy with a trace of gratification in her eyes. She turned to look at the little boy. Pass down my order. Summon all the major families to the extreme south to besiege and kill Yi Xian. Yes. Someone answered in the dark. Big sister? The little boy looked at the woman in astonishment. The woman smiled. We're helping him. With that, she looked up at the distant sky and gently stroked her hair behind her ears. Some people are going to be unlucky. Night fell. Countless people suddenly left the imperial capital of Great Cloud Empire. They were all heading to the same place, the extreme south. And their target was Xianxia. Karaki Academy, Dark World, and Great Cloud Empire took the lead. These families naturally didn't dare to refuse. If they dared to refuse, then they really didn't want to stay in Great Cloud Empire anymore. It should be known that these three forces could be said to be the strongest in the entire Azure province. In the extreme south, a wisp of sword light was still suspended in the air and didn't dissipate for a long time. Somewhere in the dark, Mu Qingxian and the Lord of the Dark World stood side by side. Their gazes fell below the wisp of sword light. Beside Mu Qingxian, the Lord of the Dark World suddenly said, "Are you confident this time?" Mu Qingxian said faintly, "The spirit sealing formation underground can restrict his profound qi, making him unable to use the sword. Although his physical body is strong enough, without the sword, his strength will be reduced by at least 50%. At that time, it won't be difficult to kill him. Of course, even if we fail, it's fine. That sword will give him a big surprise." With that, he looked at the Lord of the Dark World. "Where is he now?" The Lord of the Dark World said, "My people have already found his traces. He's not far from here and will arrive soon." Mu Qingxian nodded. He clenched his fists and a trace of darkness flashed in his eyes. "Let the people underground prepare. Once he enters the surface, activate the formation immediately. Don't give him any chance." The Lord of the Dark World suddenly said, "I don't understand. Why is Lian Wanli supporting us this time? You should know that Great Cloud Empire and Yixian don't have any grudges. Could it be that he really wants to unify Azure Province?" Mu Qingxian sneered. "This person is extremely ambitious. It's normal for him to have such thoughts." The Lord of the Dark World nodded slightly. "If he wants to unify Azure Province, without the support of Karaki Academy, it will be as difficult as ascending to the heavens." Karaki Academy was spread throughout the various countries of Azure Province. If Great Cloud Empire had the support of Karaki Academy, unifying Azure Province would be much easier. It should be known that Karaki Academy's influence in these countries was extremely great, underground. At that moment, there were already more than 100 people gathered underground. Among these people, the weakest was in the Nether Passage realm. Elites, they were all elites of Karaki Academy and Dark World. Among them, there were more than 20 people who came from the Divine Central Continent and were all at the peak of the Divine Unity realm. Of course, this time, their true trump card was the formation underground. Forcefully suppress them. As long as Yixian went underground and the formation was activated, Yixian would be suppressed instantly. He would not be able to use his celestial qi. Not only would he not be able to use his celestial qi, but he would also not be able to use any secret techniques or magic powers. At that time, if they attacked together, Yixian would definitely die. In order to set up this formation, Karaki Academy and Dark World had spent at least 500 million gold coins and tens of millions of supreme-grade spirit stones. As for that heaven-grade sword, it was borrowed from the Divine Central Continent. This time, they had spent a lot. And all of this was to kill Yixian. Yixian's growth was too fast, and Blue Waves Academy was also developing rapidly. This time, they were no longer afraid, but fearful. If this continued, Yixian and Blue Waves Academy would really change the structure of Azure Province, and even threaten their transcendent status. Moreover, they were already mortal enemies with Yixian. There was no possibility of reconciliation. Dark World and Karaki Academy had no way out. Time passed bit by bit. About 2 hours later, a man in black with a sword sheath on his back suddenly stepped into the wasteland. The man in black was holding his head, and his face was covered by a black mask, so his appearance couldn't be seen. And the direction he was walking in was the location of that sword light. Seeing this man in black, Mu Qingxuan's eyes narrowed. "He's here." The mistress of the Dark World nodded slightly and quietly retreated. Underground, more than 100 people were accumulating power, ready to attack at any time. All of them had extremely solemn expressions in their eyes as well. Because the person they were dealing with this time was the youngest sword master in the Pine Prefecture, Moreover, Yi Xian still had the 12 golden men. But fortunately, they were already prepared. As long as Yi Xian came down, he would definitely die. On the ground, the man in black was getting closer and closer to that sword light. Just as he was about to enter the formation, he suddenly stopped. Mu Qingxian was stunned. Not going, the man in black sat cross-legged on the ground and then began to meditate. Mu Qingxian frowned. What the hell? Time passed bit by bit, and the man in black didn't move to the limit. About 2 hours later, the mistress of the dark world suddenly appeared beside Mu Qingxian and said solemnly, "The situation isn't right." Mu Qingxian stared fixedly at the man in black below. "Find someone to test it out." The mistress of the dark world nodded. Right at this moment, the man in black suddenly took off his mask. When they saw the man's true appearance, Mu Qingxian and the mistress of the dark world's faces instantly turned gloomy. The man in black wasn't Yi Xian, but Mo Yunqi. Mo Yunqi raised his head and looked somewhere in the sky, and he grinned. "Are you surprised? Are you surprised?" Mu Qingxuan's face was ugly to the extreme. At this moment, the space in front of him trembled slightly. In the next moment, Mu Qingxuan's face changed drastically, and he roared, "Immediately withdraw the formation, and everyone hurry back to Karaki College." With that, he and the mistress of the dark world vanished. They were very fast, and they vanished into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Great Cloud Realm, Karaki College. A man in black with a sword sheath on his back was confronting a group of Karaki College students. The man in black didn't make a move, and those Karaki College students didn't dare to make a move either, because the person in front of them was Yi Xian. Mu Qingxian and the mistress of the dark world were extremely fast, and the two of them used less than half an hour to rush back to Karaki College. Seeing that Karaki College was safe and sound, Mu Qingxian immediately heaved a sigh of relief. He and the mistress of the dark world landed in front of the man in black. Mu Qingxian stared fixedly at the man in black. "Yi Xian, you." At this moment, the man in black suddenly untied his black robe and revealed his true face. The moment he saw the man in black's true face, Mu Qingxian felt as if he was struck by lightning, and his face instantly turned pale. The reason why Mu Qingxian lost his composure was because the black-robed man before him wasn't Yi Xian. Everyone in the surroundings was stunned. It wasn't Yi Xian. Then what about the real Yi Xian? As if he had thought of something, Mu Qingxuan's expression suddenly changed, and he turned his head to look at the sky. "Heaven Grade Sword. Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, he'd vanished. The students of Karaki College exchanged glances with each other, and they were dumbfounded. Not far away, under the black-robed man's black robe was a beautiful face. Jian Chuchu raised her head to look at the sky, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. "I should have gotten it." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and left. 30 minutes ago in the extreme south. After Mu Qingxian and the mistress of the dark world left, the people underground dispersed the grand formation and came out. Everyone was preparing to rush back to Karaki College when a man suddenly looked up. Not far away, a cold light appeared. The man's expression changed drastically, and he was about to make a move, but it was too late. A sword directly pierced through his forehead. The man's body instantly stiffened, and blood splattered from his forehead and the back of his head. Everyone's expression changed drastically, and they looked towards the distance. In the distance, a man was dashing over. When they saw this man, everyone was instantly horrified. Because this person was Yi Xian, wasn't Yi Xian at Karaki College, everyone was stunned. At this moment, Yi Xian's speed increased explosively, and at the same time, the 7 swords flew into the crowd like 7 bolts of lightning. Chi! 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 In an instant, the heads of the 7 people flew off at the same time. Instant kill. As for Yi Xian, he charged into the crowd as well. After he charged into the crowd, those people were about to make a move, but at this moment, the 5 golden men suddenly appeared. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 people were instantly killed by the 5 golden men before they could even react. Everyone's expression changed drastically, and they retreated rapidly. At this moment, under the attack of Yi Xian and the 5 golden men, they had completely lost the courage to resist. Because no matter if it was Yi Xian or the 5 golden men, they were instantly killed. Their strength was suppressed without any suspense. By retreating, they had completely destroyed their only hope of survival. If a group of people joined forces, they would still have a fighting chance. In fact, it should be said that they definitely had a fighting chance. After all, these 5 golden men could only exist for 15 minutes. As long as they could drag it out for another 15 minutes, the 5 golden men would disappear and they would be able to stop Yi Xian. In a one-on-one fight, no one could stop Yi Xian, but in a one-on-one fight, they could still beat him. At this moment, Yi Xian had not reached the level where he could fight 100 people alone. Unfortunately, at this moment, they were all scared out of their wits by Yi Xian and the 5 golden men. They had no intention of fighting at all. Run! Everyone began to frantically flee in all directions, and Yi Xian's flying sword played a huge role at this moment. The flying sword shuttled back and forth ceaselessly in the field, and every flying sword that flew past would bring along a bloody head. In less than 15 minutes, Yi Xian and the 5 golden men had already killed over 70 people in the field, and over 30 people had already fled. These 30 people were all extremely powerful. They fled in different directions, and Yi Xian and the 5 golden men could do nothing to them. Especially the 5 golden men, who existed for an extremely short period of time. Therefore, Yi Xian did not chase after them. After the 30 people escaped, Yi Xian led the 5 golden men directly underground. In a deep pit, there was a circular altar with a sword and a scabbard floating on it. Around the altar, there were 4 bolts of lightning that locked the sword tightly like iron chains. Having great sword, Yi Xian hurried over. However, just as he got close, a sharp sword aura suddenly shot towards him. Yi Xian frowned and stabbed with his sword. At the tip of the sword, a cold gleam appeared. Bang! The sword aura shattered with a loud bang, and Yi Xian himself took over 10 steps back. On the altar, the sword and the scabbard suddenly trembled violently. Yi Xian did not dare to waste any more time. He immediately commanded the 5 golden men to charge over. Another wisp of sword energy shot out, but it was forcefully blocked by the 5 golden men. Soon, the 5 golden men rushed to the altar and broke the 4 bolts of lightning that locked the sword. They broke it easily. Sensing this scene, Yi Xian did not feel happy at all. Instead, his face darkened. As soon as the 4 bolts of lightning were broken, the sword in the middle of the altar was about to escape, but it was held tightly by the hands of one of the golden men. At this time, Yi Xian walked up the altar. Yi Xian did not touch the sword. Instead, he had the 5 golden men bring the sword to the 2nd level of the World Prison Pagoda. After entering the World Prison Pagoda, the sword that was originally trembling violently suddenly calmed down. However, it soon began to tremble slightly again. It was afraid. Yi Xian could clearly feel that the sword was afraid. Without thinking too much, Yi Xian closed the door of the 1st level and left the underground. Inside the World Prison Pagoda, after the golden man's spiritual chi was exhausted, he released his hands, and the sword regained its freedom. In an instant, it suddenly flew around the 1st floor and released rays of sword light to attack the walls of the pagoda. Clearly, it wanted to get out. Unfortunately, the World Prison Pagoda was sturdy enough. No matter how it slashed, the World Prison Pagoda did not suffer any damage. However, the sword did not stop. Instead, it became even fiercer. In an instant, the entire 1st level was filled with sword light and sword cries. It was very noisy. At this time, at the top of the World Prison Pagoda, a sword in the middle suddenly trembled. In an instant, the entire 1st level of the World Prison Pagoda became quiet. In the corner, a sword was trembling. Outside, after Yi Xian came out of the ground, Mo Yunqi came in front of him and grinned. The battlefield has been cleaned up. We have obtained more than 40 supreme-grade spirit weapons, 300 million gold coins, 300,000 supreme-grade spirit stones, and other miscellaneous items. As he said that, he sized up Yi Xian. Got it? Yi Xian nodded. Let's go. After that, the 2 of them quickly disappeared. Not long after Yi Xian and Mo Yunqi left, Mu Qingxian and the Mistress of the Dark World appeared above them. When they saw the corpses all over the place, their faces instantly became extremely ugly. Soon, Mu Qingxian came to the underground. At this moment, the altar was already empty, completely empty. Mu Qingxuan's face was already livid. He clenched his fists and his entire body was trembling slightly. He did not have the slightest bit of calmness and elegance from before. It was gone, a heaven-grade sword was gone. Mu Qingshuan's heart was bleeding. This sword was borrowed from the divine central continent by Karaki Academy. In other words, this sword did not belong to Karaki Academy. It was lost. Even if they sold Karaki Academy, they would not be able to afford it. At this moment, the mistress of the dark world suddenly said, "Does that sword have other mysteries?" Hearing this, Mu Qingshan suddenly woke up. He slowly closed his eyes and formed a strange hand seal with both hands. Soon, the space in front of him began to tremble slightly. After an unknown amount of time, Mu Qingshan frowned deeply and his face was extremely gloomy. "I can't feel it," the mistress of the dark world said in a low voice. "He should not have officially subdued that sword. Once he does, he will definitely use it. At that time, activate the sword technique and the sword will counterattack. You will definitely be able to kill him." Mu Qingshan shook his head. There was a trace of complexity in his eyes. "We have thought too simply of this person." As he spoke, he returned underground and glanced at the corpses that covered the ground. A long time later, he said in a soft voice, "This person should have seen through the trap that we set up, and that's why he acted in such a way. Without the suppression of the Grand Formation, he is already invincible in Qingzhou under 10,000 Laws realm." Invincible, the mistress of the dark world remained silent. Because that was the truth. Mu Qingshan once again glanced at the corpses on the ground and his expression was somewhat dejected. This person has a sword immortal behind him. A sword immortal is enough to make both our forces not dare to use the 10,000 Laws realm and those above the 10,000 Laws realm. Besides the 10,000 Laws realm, Yi Xian's strength is already invincible in Qingzhou. Now, his Blue Waves Academy is rapidly developing. With this momentum, in at most a year, the situation of Qingzhou will change. At that time, I'm afraid there will be no Dark World or Karaki Academy in Qingzhou. Thorough, in fact, he had already seen through everything. And because he saw through everything, the previous plan was actually his last gamble. Unfortunately, it was a complete defeat. Yi Xian didn't fall for it. On the contrary, Karaki Academy and Dark World suffered a double loss. At this time, the mistress of the Dark World suddenly said, "Is there any reply from your headquarters?" Mu Qingshan shook his head. "I don't know what they plan to do. However, reconciliation is absolutely impossible. Even if Yi Xian takes the initiative to ask for peace, they absolutely won't dare to. If Yi Xian doesn't die, sooner or later he will enter the Central Divine Prefecture. At that time, the headquarters will definitely be fatally threatened. Now, they are also in a difficult position. However, let's see how they make their move." The mistress of the Dark World nodded. "My Dark World too. Now, both of us have already changed from taking the initiative to being passive. If they don't make their move, both our forces will have no choice but to withdraw from Qingzhou. At that time, the development speed of Yi Xian and Blue Waves Academy will be even more terrifying." Mu Qingshan nodded. "Wait for the next part. As for that sword, I hope everything goes smoothly. Even if we can't kill him, we have to injure him severely." The mistress of the Dark World also nodded slightly. "If we can injure him severely, at that time, it will be relatively easier to deal with him. However, this person is courageous and astute, and he himself is incomparably mysterious. That sword immortal is also the same. Until now, we still can't find any information about her." Speaking up to here, he sighed softly. Actually, at that time, Dark World and Yi Xian didn't have any conflict. Unfortunately, Dark World brought this upon themselves and forcefully interfered, making him and Yi Xian become mortal enemies. It would be a lie to say that he didn't regret it. Unfortunately, now, Dark World was the same as Karaki Academy, there was no way out. After a quarter of an hour, the two left. On the other side, Yi Xian suddenly stopped riding the Black Wolf. He faced Mo Yunqi beside him. "Bring the spoils of war back to the imperial capital and hand them all to Imperial Tutor Liu. She will distribute them." "What about you?" Mo Yunqi asked. Yi Xian grinned. "Let's go to the Great Cloud Realm." Mo Yunqi's expression changed slightly. "Bandit Yi, don't act recklessly. The current you should properly develop your own strength." Yi Xian shook his head. "All along, they have been targeting me time and time again. Why do they dare to target me? Because they think that I am easy to bully. They think that I will endure it. But this time I don't want to endure it. Because if I endure for too long, I am afraid that my sword will rust. As he spoke, he grinned. This time I am going to Great Cloud Realm, not for wealth, not for opportunities, not for cultivation. I am only going to kill. After speaking, he rode the black wolf and charged out. Very quickly, he disappeared from Xianxia's sight. P.S. Recently, a lot of people have come to the circle to diss me. Everyone, don't care about them. They are just jealous of my handsomeness. As the saying goes, those who are not envied by others are ugly. Ask yourself honestly. My writing might not be particularly good, but I am definitely the most handsome in Vertical Book City. There is a poem that says, the first time we met in Vertical Book City, the moment we saw Blue Luan, we were wrong for life. Most men in the world are fickle, only Blue Luan has high moral integrity. Li Bai. Genius 1 second remember website address. Mobile version website. Great Cloud Realm. In fact, Yi Xian had wanted to go to Great Cloud Realm a long time ago because he never liked to be passive. All this time, it had always been Karaki Academy and Dark World attacking. While he could only passively receive their attacks, he didn't want to continue being passive. Previously, he was passive because he was worried about Sanglan Academy. But now, Sanglan Academy was already on the right track. Even if he wasn't around, Sanglan Academy would still be able to operate well. It was time to take the initiative. Just as he said, this trip to the Great Cloud Realm was not for cultivation, not for fortuitous encounters, not for wealth, but to kill, murder. This time, he was going to kill. Watching Yi Xian disappear into the distance, Xianxia was stunned for a long time. Finally, he grinned and said, wait for us. With that, he turned around and left. Sanglan Academy. The current Azure Billow Academy had undoubtedly become the strongest power in the state of Jiang. Of course, this was inseparable from the help of the Karaki Academy and the Immortal Intoxication Pavilion. If it wasn't for the assistance of these two forces, it would be impossible for Sanglan Academy to develop so quickly. The reason why the state of Jiang and the Drunken Immortal Inn were helping them was obviously because of Yi Xian. It should be said that the interests of the three parties were now tied together. Especially Jianghua, the reason why they helped Sanglan Academy so much, was because Jiangjiu was at Sanglan Academy. Sanglan Academy's strongest Dao soldier was led by Jiangjiu. Moreover, the relationship between Jiangjiu and Yi Xian was particularly unusual. Yi Xian was strong, Sanglan Academy was strong. It could be said that Jiang country was strong. The king of Jiang country and Jiang Yuetian were very clear about this. In the future, Jiangjiu and Yi Xian's goal was the Sea of Stars, not this mere Jiang country. As for Drunken Immortal Tavern, their target was not Azure Province, but the Central Divine Prefecture. They were waiting for Yi Xian to go to the Central Divine Prefecture. It was only a matter of time before Yi Xian went to the Central Divine Prefecture. The greater Yi Xian's achievements in the future, the greater the rewards that the intoxicated immortal house could obtain. The Drunken Immortal Restaurant was doing business, and they were very clear about one thing. Most of the time, investors could be the most profitable. Kanglan Palace. Mo Yunqi, Jian Shuchu, Mo Yuan and the others were all present. Now, the one in charge of Azure Billow Academy was Lu Jioga. Lu Jioga glanced at everyone. Everyone, what do you think about Dingyi going to Great Cloud Realm? Mo Yuan shook his head. How impulsive. Feng Lan also nodded. The most important thing right now is to develop Sanglan Academy and raise his personal strength. If he goes to Great Cloud Realm now, I'm afraid there will be trouble again. Trouble? Lu Jioga laughed. If he doesn't go, there won't be any trouble? Everyone looked at Lu Jioga. Lu Jioga took a sip of tea, and then he chuckled. Right now, we are in a life and death situation with Karaki Academy and the Dark World. If Headmaster Ji hadn't perished, I believe there might be room for negotiation. However, Headmaster Ji has fallen. Given our headmaster's personality, there is absolutely no possibility of reconciliation. Both Karaki Academy and Dark World are aware of this as well. Hence, there is no possibility of reconciliation between the two sides. With that, she looked at Mo Yuan and Feng Lan. The two of you must not have any thoughts of reconciliation. Otherwise, there will be no future for the Confucian Tao and him. Mo Yuan laughed bitterly, don't worry. My Confucian Tao will not be as pedantic as before. We have to reason, but we still have to fight. Lu Jioga nodded. She glanced at Mo Yunqi and the others. The few of you, besides Jian Chuchu, are not strong enough. There is already a huge gap between you and him. If you can't make up for this gap, the few of you will only get further and further away from him. Do you understand? Mo Yunqi laughed bitterly, this fellow's strength is growing so quickly. We are also helpless. Lu Jioga shook her head. From today onwards, besides Nji and Chuchu, the two of you will join my Tsanglan Academy's Tao soldiers and cultivate together with them. Mo Yunqi hesitated for a moment and said, there is no need for the two of us, right? Lu Jioga said indifferently, you think you are very strong? Mo Yunqi chuckled. Although we are not comparable to Bandit Yi, in this Tsanglan Academy, besides Bandit Yi, Baizhe and I are considered the strongest, right? Lu Jioga smiled faintly. She turned and looked outside the hall. Dazhu. As soon as she finished speaking, a burly middle-aged man walked into the hall. The middle-aged man looked at Mo Yunqi. Mo Yunqi stood up and walked to the side with Dazhu. In the next moment, Mo Yunqi suddenly vanished, and numerous afterimages appeared. His speed was extremely fast, but, bang, along with a muffled sound, Mo Yunqi returned to his original position. In front of him, the man called Dazhu didn't move at all. Mo Yunqi and Baizhe's expressions became serious when they saw the scene. Dazhu bowed slightly to Lu Jioga and Xianxia, and then he turned and left. The hall suddenly went silent. Lu Jioga glanced at Mo Yunqi. After the meeting, I will take them to a secret place to train. You and Baizhe can come or not. Besides that, there is one more thing. Our Tsanglan Academy is about to advance into the Great Cloud Realm. Xianxia looked at Lu Jioga. You want to go to the Great Cloud Realm to develop? Lu Jioga shook her head and smiled. The Great Cloud Realm isn't our goal. The reason we want to advance into the Great Cloud Realm is because after our dean enters the Great Cloud Realm, the Great Cloud Realm will change. We have to be ready to go and support him at any time. Change. Hearing this, the hall quieted down. If Yi Xian went to the Great Cloud Realm, would something good happen? Obviously not. 2 hours later, Lu Jioga and Tsanglan Academy's Tao soldiers left Tsanglan Academy. Baizhe and Mo Yunqi were also among them. On a cloud ship, in a private room, inside the prison pagoda. Yi Xian stood in the corner of the first floor, and in front of him was a sword with a scabbard. At this moment, the sword was still trembling. Obviously, it was very afraid. Heaven-class sword, Yi Xian's expression was extremely serious. Not because of the sword, but because of the pagoda. Ever since he obtained this pagoda, it had been constantly refreshing his understanding. What kind of pagoda was this? Who exactly was that sword immortal sister? Whose swords were those at the top of the pagoda? He had asked himself this question countless times. Unfortunately, he never got an answer. Collecting his thoughts, Yi Xian faced the heaven-class sword in front of him. After a moment, he turned and left. He did not choose to devour it, because his current ability was not enough to devour a heaven-class sword. If he devoured it now, he would most likely be devoured by the sword. No, he would definitely be devoured by the sword, and with his current strength, he would definitely not be able to withstand it. Moreover, the Spirit Elegance sword was only true low-grade. If he devoured this heaven-class sword, the Spirit Elegance sword might cease to exist. He could not devour it. After Yi Xian left the prison pagoda, he came to the deck of the cloud ship. There were still some people on the deck. This time, he did not reveal his identity on the cloud ship because he wanted to give Tsangmu Academy a surprise. Yi Xian came to the bow of the ship. From this position, he could feel the vast horizon, the majestic mountains, and the boundless land. Sensing all of this, Yi Xian's heart became even more calm. Swordsman cultivated the sword, but also the heart. It should be said that all martial artists cultivated the heart. Heart, there was good heart and evil heart. Heart. Good and evil at the same time. What was good? What was evil? Yi Xian did not know, nor did he want to know. He only knew that he had to be good to those who were good to him. As for those who were bad to him, he naturally had to return the favor. "Brother, please make way." At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in Yi Xian's ears. Yi Xian collected his thoughts and turned around. A woman was standing in front of him. She was wearing an ink-colored long dress. Her hair fell over her shoulders, and her figure was lithe and graceful. She was very elegant and calm. Seeing Yi Xian's appearance, the woman was slightly stunned and exclaimed, "What happened to your eyes?" As she said this, she realized that she had been a bit presumptuous and smiled apologetically, "Sorry." Yi Xian smiled slightly, "It's fine." After saying this, he retreated to the side because he had been blocking the road. The woman nodded slightly, "Thank you." After saying this, she also came to the bow of the cloud ship. The woman looked down at the vast land below and smiled, "It's a great land." After saying this, she looked at Yi Xian, who was not far away. "Friend, are you going to the Great Cloud Realm?" Yi Xian smiled, "The purpose of this cloud ship should be the Great Cloud Realm, isn't it?" The woman smiled slightly, "The Great Cloud Realm is the most prosperous place in my Qingzhou. It's naturally good to go and experience it." Yi Xian smiled and did not speak. At this moment, there were sounds of discussion behind her. The woman turned her head and looked. Not far away, some people were discussing spiritedly. It was very lively. These people were all discussing Yi Xian. Currently, in this Qingzhou, Yi Xian was undoubtedly the most popular one. Such a young sword master had never appeared in Qingzhou for hundreds of years. The woman shook her head and smiled. She turned around and placed her hands on the pole, looking down at the vast land below. A light breeze blew her hair, quiet and elegant. Yi Xian stood at the top of the cloud ship. He liked this kind of tranquility because it allowed him to calm down. At this moment, 3 cloud ships suddenly appeared in the distant sky. The cloud ships were extremely fast and headed straight for their cloud ship. Everyone on the cloud ship also noticed it and looked at the 3 cloud ships. An old man suddenly appeared on the deck of the cloud ship. This person was the steward of this cloud ship. When the old man saw the 3 cloud ships, his expression changed drastically. "Blood Wolf Mercenary Group. Everyone on guard." As the voice fell, some cloud ship guards appeared in the surroundings. When these guards saw the 3 cloud ships, their expressions instantly turned solemn. On the deck of the cloud ship, everyone was a little confused. At this moment, the 3 cloud ships had already approached and surrounded the cloud ship that Yi Xian was on from 3 directions. Opposite Yi Xian, a man walked to the bow of the cloud ship. The man looked down at Yi Xian and the others and grinned, "This time, we should have a good harvest." Yi Xian was stunned. Was this robbery? At this moment, the man opposite him suddenly jumped onto their cloud ship. The man carried a machete and walked in front of Yi Xian. To be precise, he walked to the woman beside him and knelt on one knee in front of the woman, "Big sister." The woman smiled slightly, "Kill all the men, leave the women behind." Yi Xian was speechless. "P.S. My dad is seriously ill. He has uremia and diabetes. His leg is ulcerated and needs to be amputated. He is now in the operating room and will be operated on immediately. I came at 7 and was immediately busy until now to update my phone. May there be no illnesses in the world. One more chapter. I'm really sorry that I haven't been able to update 3 chapters recently. After this matter is over, I will resume updating. Please forgive me. Please forgive me. Please remember this site's address in a second. Mobile version. Kill all the men, keep the women. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. He didn't expect this to come from the woman next to him. He did not know this woman, but from what he saw, she was very kind and polite. Moreover, she spoke very elegantly. She definitely did not look like a bad person, but at this moment, Yi Xian did not expect the woman in front of him to say, "Kill all the men and leave all the women alive." The contrast was too big. Yi Xian looked at the woman. Why? Why? The woman was slightly startled. She turned to look at Yi Xian and smiled. "What do you mean why?" Yi Xian said, "You don't look like a bad person." Bad person? The woman was stunned for a moment. Then, she laughed heartily. She laughed heartily. A moment later, she looked at Yi Xian and smiled. "You don't think I'm a bad person?" Yi Xian nodded. The woman shook her head. A person who looks especially good might not be a good person, and a person who looks especially bad might not be a bad person. Do you understand? If you don't, it's fine. There will be opportunities in your next life. Yi Xian was silent for a moment. Then, he nodded. I've learned something. The woman glanced at Yi Xian and smiled. You're quite a calm person. You're quite extraordinary to be able to remain so calm at this point. But, you still have to die. Yi Xian smiled. Why don't you bring me back to be your wife? Oh, no, to be my big brother. The man beside Yi Xian laughed angrily. Just because you're blind? Be our big brother? You. The man's voice stopped abruptly. A sword was pointed at his forehead. The cloud ship suddenly fell silent. The woman in front of Yi Xian narrowed her eyes. There was a cold glint in her eyes. Yi Xian withdrew his sword. The man was enraged. How dare you? At this moment, Yi Xian swung his sword. The man had only said 3 words when his head was sent flying. Everyone, the woman glared at Yi Xian. Who the hell are you? At this moment, she was also extremely shocked. Because the person Yi Xian killed was at the divine combination realm. Even a god combination stage expert couldn't even retaliate against this sword. Yi Xian walked in front of the woman. He was very close to the woman, and the woman gave off a faint fragrance. Yi Xian shook his head. You're quite pretty. Why would you want to be a thief? The woman said indifferently, I was forced by life. Yi Xian nodded. I'll give you a chance to live. Do you want it? The corner of the woman's mouth rose. I have 21 God Fusion Realm experts here and you want to give me a chance to live? Are you sure? Yi Xian pointed to the right with his right hand. On a cloud ship on the right, a man's head flew off. Everyone on the cloud vessel was completely stunned when they witnessed this scene. The woman in front of Yi Xian was also shocked. Is this the 10,000 Laws realm? On the other side, the manager of the cloud vessel seemed to have thought of something. His expression changed drastically, but soon, it turned into ecstasy and excitement. Yi Xian opened his right hand and a sword fell into his hand. He wiped off the blood on the sword and touched the woman's cheek. A bloody mark appeared on the woman's face. Yi Xian said with a smile, one last chance. Surrender or die. The woman glared at Yi Xian. Who are you? Who are you? Yi Xian said, you still haven't answered my question. The woman stared at Yi Xian for a long time. After a long time, she said, you're Yi Xian. Yi Xian, the moment she said this, the entire cloud vessel went into an uproar. Who in Qingzhou hadn't heard of Yi Xian? On the cloud ship, everyone's gazes fell on Yi Xian in an instant. Some were curious, some were excited, and some were fiery. Qingzhou's youngest sword master, the manager of the cloud vessel, hurriedly walked up to Yi Xian and bowed deeply. Greetings, State Scholar Yi. I didn't know State Scholar Yi was on the cloud vessel. Please forgive me. Yi Xian smiled. It's none of your business. The manager bowed deeply again and retreated to the side. Yi Xian looked at the woman. A chance to live? Do you want it? The woman grinned. You're underestimating me. As she spoke, she suddenly floated backwards. Her speed was extremely fast, faster than lightning. At the same time, a silver ray shot towards Yi Xian's forehead. However, before this silver ray could get close to Yi Xian, it was shattered by his goodwill sword intent. At the same time, a sword ray appeared 300 meters away. 300 meters away, the woman's body suddenly stiffened in the air. There was a sword in her forehead. The woman looked at the distant sky in a daze. So fast, on the cloud vessel, Yi Xian opened his right hand. The sword in the woman's forehead suddenly disappeared. When it reappeared, it was already in Yi Xian's palm. However, it quickly flew out again. In an instant, the entire sky was filled with flying swords. 10 breaths later, no one from the Blood Wolf mercenary group was still alive. Yi Xian looked through the spoils of war. There were 300 million gold coins and 500,000 top-grade spirit stones. He estimated that he now had nearly 1 billion gold coins in cash, and about 2 million top-grade spirit stones, excluding the ones used to activate the Golden Man. As for the top-grade spirit weapons and bright-grade equipment, he left them in Songlan Academy. Songlan Academy needed them more than him. He also believed that Songlan Academy would give him a big surprise in the future. He promised Old Ji that he would make Songlan Academy the best academy in Azure Firmament World. He would definitely do it. At this moment, the manager suddenly said, "State Scholar Yi, what are your plans for the 3 cloud vessels?" 3 cloud vessels. Yi Xian was slightly stunned and then asked, "How much is one ship worth?" The manager thought for a moment and then said, "About 100 million for one ship." "If State Scholar Yi wants to sell it, my drunken immortal in can buy it, 300 million, Yi Xian nodded, "Sure. Convert the gold coins into top-grade spirit stones and then give it to State Zhong's 5th building master. Tell him that I am repaying the debt." The manager bowed slightly, "Okay." After that, he was about to say something, but at this moment, a cloud vessel guard suddenly came. "Steward Wu, we have entered the Great Cloud Territory." Great Cloud Territory. Yi Xian turned around and looked into the distance. Although he had no eyes, he could still feel everything. At the end of the distance, there was the outline of a city. It was very big, several times bigger than all the cities he had seen in Azure Province. "Is this the imperial capital of Great Cloud Empire?" Yi Xian asked. The manager shook his head and said with a smile, "State Scholar Yi, this is not the imperial capital of Great Cloud Empire, but a small city on the border of Great Cloud Empire called Nanqing City with a population of about 5 million. A small city. Yi Xian was a little shocked because even State Zhong's imperial capital wasn't so big. It seemed that he had greatly underestimated Great Cloud Empire. Not only Great Cloud Empire. He was afraid that Dark World and Karaki Academy weren't so simple. But this was also normal. These forces had been passed down for so many years, so they definitely wouldn't be simple. Steward Wu said again, "State Scholar Yi, the cloud vessel will stop in the city for a while to refuel. Although Nanming City is the capital of Great Cloud Empire, it is too far from the imperial capital. In addition, Great Cloud Empire has been corrupted in recent years. Therefore, many places are quite chaotic, especially this small city in a remote place. State Scholar Yi, please be careful if you want to disembark." Yi Xian nodded, "Okay." As though he recalled something, he asked again, "Is there Karaki Academy in the city?" Steward Wu nodded, "Yes. Karaki Academy, Dark World, and various aristocratic families have infiltrated various cities in Great Cloud Empire. Some cities even belong to Karaki Academy and these aristocratic families. If it wasn't for King Kaoshan, I'm afraid the entire Great Cloud Empire would have been completely divided by these forces." King Kaoshan. Yi Xian made a mental note of these 3 words and nodded slightly. "Got it." Steward Wu bowed slightly and left. Soon, the cloud vessel entered Nanqing City and slowly descended. Yi Xian didn't stop on the cloud vessel. Instead, he got off and walked towards the street in the distance. Steward Wu quickly sent a few guards of drunken immortal in to follow him from afar. Although the city was large, the inside of the city was desolate. There were not many people on the streets. At a glance, it was quite desolate. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Yi Xian took out his spirit grace sword, which indicated that he was a swordsman. On the street, Yi Xian walked slowly. All of a sudden, a scream came from the right. Yi Xian turned around and saw a group of men chasing a woman in an alley on the right. The woman was panicking as she ran towards Yi Xian. Behind her, several men were chasing the woman like a cat playing with a mouse. Soon, the woman reached Yi Xian and knelt before Yi Xian. "Help, help!" Yi Xian bent down and held the woman's arm with his left hand. Just when he was about to pull her up, the woman suddenly raised her head. In the next moment, a dagger was already at Yi Xian's throat, but it couldn't move any further because Yi Xian's sword had already pierced into the woman's throat. The scene fell into silence. The woman stared at Yi Xian. At this moment, there wasn't a trace of panic on her face, only resentment. "You, how did you know?" Yi Xian shook his head. "Firstly, it's too much of a coincidence. Do you think I have the chance to save the damsel in distress? I don't believe it. Secondly, you're running too normally. Under normal circumstances, your steps should be messy, but you're very normal. Thirdly, your eyes, there's panic in your eyes, but there's no despair. Fourthly, actually, all of these are just my wild guesses. I'm just instinctively on guard. Pfft, she spat out a mouthful of blood essence and fell to the ground. Xian turned around. On the ground in front of him, some strange runes suddenly appeared. Soon, a strange energy fluctuation appeared around him. Formation, not far away stood an old man. This old man was none other than the cloud ship Steward Wu. Behind Steward Wu, there were 7 men in black. All of them were at the peak of the divine unity realm. Steward Wu looked at Xian and smiled, surprised. This is a spirit sealing formation specially prepared for you. Now, try circulating your profound energy. Xian circulated the profound energy within his body, but the profound energy within his body was deathly still, and he couldn't circulate it at all. Steward Wu smiled. Xian, you underestimate our Dark World and Karaki Academy. P.S. I've been typing on my phone lately, so there might be some typos. Sorry. The hospital is too torturous. Genius in a second, remember this site's address. Mobile version. Dead end, Xian laughed. When he saw Xian laugh, Steward Wu frowned. He still has a trump card. Without hesitation, he waved his right hand. Kill. As soon as he spoke, the 7 men in black behind him dashed out. They were all top-notch assassins and were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived before Xian. Obviously, the spirit sealing formation was only targeting Xian because the men in black were not affected. At this moment, bang. Bang. Bang, as a series of muffled sounds rang out, the black-clothed men retreated rapidly. Steward Wu's expression changed. This was because there were 5 golden men standing before Xian. However, the 5 golden men were not affected by the spirit sealing formation at all. Naturally, they would not be affected by the spirit sealing formation because the formation inside the bodies of the 5 golden men was much more powerful than the spirit sealing formation. After repelling the men in black, the 5 golden men suddenly bombarded the ground. Steward Wu's eyelids twitched. Retreat. Retreat. Steward Wu and the others turned and ran. The moment he knew that the formation was useless, he chose to retreat decisively because once the formation was broken, Xian would be invincible under the Dharma realm. He was invincible. Before Steward Wu and the others could run far away, an explosion suddenly sounded behind them. The formation was broken. Manager Wu was horrified in his heart, and he suddenly sped up. Right at this moment, a sword suddenly appeared in front of him. Manager Wu's pupils constricted, and he was just about to attack when the sword directly pierced through the center of his forehead. He could not fight back at all. At the same time, the black-cloaked man by Manager Wu's side instantly fell to the ground as well. That was because a sword had pierced through their foreheads as well. Behind them, Xian walked over slowly. Looking at the corpses on the ground, Xian shook his head. What a waste of my spiritual stones. As soon as he spoke, he pointed with his finger and the swords flew back into the sword box in his hand. After cleaning up the battlefield, he shook his head. Because these people were too poor. They were so poor that they did not even have 50 million gold coins in total. Top-grade spirit stones were even rarer. As if he had thought of something, he turned his head and looked not far away. There were 2 people standing there. Mu Qingxian and the mistress of the An Empire. In fact, when Xian left the country of Jiang, the Karaki Academy and the Dark World had already sent people to investigate Xian's whereabouts. They naturally had to keep track of Xian's movements at all times. When they learned that Xian had come to the Great Cloud Realm, the 2 of them were already a little flustered. Previously, Xian was passively defending, but now, Xian took the initiative to attack. In a situation where the 10,000 Laws realm could not make a move, who could stop Xian? If this chapter is not finished, please turn the page. No one, but the King Dharma realm couldn't make a move, because Xian also had a backer. If there was no backer, the 2 forces could still bully the weak and play however they wanted. But the problem was that Xian's backer was too terrifying. Killing the Dharma defensive realm was like killing a chicken, which made them not dare to bully the weak anymore. Helpless, aggrieved, this was the mood of Mu Qingxian and the mistress of the Dark World. Those who could kill Xian did not dare to make a move, and those who could make a move could not kill Xian. How helpless and aggrieved was this? Xian did not speak and turned to leave. Say what? He had nothing to say to the Karaki Academy and the Dark World. Mu Qingxian suddenly appeared not far in front of Xian. Yi Xian stopped in his tracks. Mu Qingxian said, there is no possibility of reconciliation in this matter, right? Reconciliation, Yi Xian grinned, who was the one who said to me that I would not rest until one of us is dead? It seems to be you? Why, now, you don't want to rest until one of us is dead? Mu Qingxian said calmly, do you really think you will win? Yi Xian, if we continue to fight, both sides will suffer. You. Yi Xian shook his head, don't talk so much nonsense. If it's not you guys killing me, then it's me killing you. As he said this, he walked around Mu Qingxian and walked into the distance, but soon, he stopped again. By the way, may I ask how to get to the Karaki Academy? Mu Qingxian, haha, amidst his laughter, Yi Xian disappeared at the end of the street. After Yi Xian left, Mu Qingxian slowly closed his eyes. Beside him, the mistress of the dark world said in a low voice, were you trying to stall for time by making peace with him? Mu Qingxian nodded, if this person goes to the imperial capital, no matter if he goes to the dark world or my Karaki Academy, you and I will not be able to stop him. Only the headquarters of the divine central continent can stop him. And the headquarters needs time. The reason I made peace before was to buy some time, and this person has clearly seen through my intentions. The mistress of the dark world said in a low voice, what now? Mu Qingxian opened his eyes and looked into the distance, we must stop this person from entering the Great Cloud Imperial Capital. Otherwise, it will be a disaster for the dark world and my Karaki Academy. Let's go and find the Great Cloud Reliance King. After saying this, the two disappeared. In the city, Yi Xian found the Karaki Academy, but unfortunately, there was no one in the Karaki Academy in the city. They all left. Not only did they leave, but all the valuable things in the entire Karaki Academy had been taken away. Yi Xian could not help but swear at her. Yi Xian did not stop. He turned and left, and now, his goal was the Great Cloud Imperial Capital. Great Cloud Imperial Palace. A woman was sitting on this chapter is not over, please turn the page, in front of a pond, her feet were floating in the pond. Around her feet, there were countless small black fish. The woman lowered her head and looked at the small fish in the pond. Her pair of pure white jade-like feet gently swayed in the water. Seeing the small fish constantly sucking on her little feet, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up into a smile. At this moment, an armored woman with a long sword at her waist walked in front of the woman by the pond and bowed slightly, my king, Dean Mu, mistress of the dark world requests an audience. The corner of the woman's mouth rose slightly, and her smile became more charming, please. The armored woman turned and left. After a while, Mu Qingxian and mistress of the dark world came to the side of the pond. When he saw the woman, Mu Qingxian bowed slightly, Miss Lian. Very polite, in fact, he did not dare to be impolite, although the Great Cloud Empire was not as strong as before, no one dared to underestimate it. After all, it was once a #1 overlord of Qingzhou. Moreover, this Lian Wanli was even more unfathomable. At least, Karaki Academy and the Dark World did not know Lian Wanli's true strength. Lian Wanli slowly got up, walked in front of the two, and smiled slightly, are the two of you here for that Yi Xian? Mu Qingxian nodded, yes. The two of us want to ask for help from Miss Lian. Lian Wanli smiled and said, you are too polite. Karaki Academy, Dark World, and my Great Cloud Empire are one and should help each other. How about this, I will send out 50 black flame cavalrymen. What do the two of you think? Mu Qingxian was overjoyed and quickly said, that would be great. Lian Wanli smiled slightly, however, in order to give an explanation to those stubborn old men in the imperial court, this king hopes that the two of you can give some compensation. It is not much, how about 10 million best-grade spirit stones as a token? Mu Qingxian and mistress of the dark world hesitated. Lian Wanli said indifferently, do the two of you think it is not worth it? Mu Qingxian smiled bitterly, it is worth it, of course it is worth it. 10 million it is. Lian Wanli smiled and said, straightforward. And, that Yi Xian is not simple, 50 black flame cavalrymen might not be enough. How about this, I will gather all the great families and let them contribute. As long as all the powerhouses in my Great Cloud realm join forces, it should not be difficult to get rid of a trifling Yi Xian. Mu Qingxian smiled and said, this is naturally for the best. My Great Cloud realm is united, we are naturally not afraid of that Yi Xian. Lian Wanli suddenly frowned. It is just that these families probably won't cooperate. Mu Qingxian smiled and said, rest assured, you and I have spoken, they won't dare to not cooperate. Lian Wanli smiled, that is good. Mu Qingxian and Mistress of the Dark World thanked him repeatedly, then turned and left. After the two left, Lian Wanli shook his head with a face full of indignation. This Karaki Academy and Dark World are too bad. So many people bullying one person, really shameless. This king really can't stand it anymore. Come, bring this king's heavy azure dragon blade. This king wants to peel a pear. The Armored Woman ended this chapter. Great Cloud Imperial Capital. After leaving South City, Yi Xian boarded another cloud ship, and the destination of this cloud ship was Great Cloud Imperial Capital. On the cloud ship, a steward of Drunken Immortal Inn came in front of Yi Xian. The steward bowed deeply to Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, Drunken Immortal Inn has investigated Steward Wu's matter. This person is the spy of Karaki Academy in Drunken Immortal Inn. For causing trouble to young Master Yi, I apologize to young Master Yi on behalf of Drunken Immortal Inn. Yi Xian smiled and said, it's fine. The steward bowed again. My Drunken Immortal Inn has sent a spy to Great Cloud Imperial Capital. If there is any movement in Great Cloud Imperial Capital, my Drunken Immortal Inn will immediately inform young Master Yi. Yi Xian nodded, thank you for your trouble. The steward said, if young Master Yi has any instructions, just call me at any time. After saying that, he turned and left. Soon, two maids came up behind Yi Xian with two fruit trays in their hands. The two maids lowered their heads, their faces flushed. Yi Xian turned around, and when he saw the two maids, he suddenly froze. He knew them. These two maids were the same two maids he met on the cloud ship when he returned to Canglan Academy. At that time, these two maids were going to drug him. Yi Xian picked up a fruit plate and said with a smile, there won't be any drug, right? Hearing this, the two maids lowered their heads even more, and their faces became even redder. Seeing the two maids' shy appearance, Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh. After a moment, the maid on the left suddenly plucked up her courage and looked at Yi Xian. Are you really Swordmaster? Yi Xian smiled and said, of course. And, do you think I'm very handsome? The maid sized up Yi Xian, covered her mouth and laughed, I have never seen such a thick-skinned swordsman, you are the first. Yi Xian was speechless. The maid on the right suddenly pulled the maid on the left and said softly, Tong Tong, don't talk nonsense. The maid named Tong Tong looked at Yi Xian and blinked. You won't be angry, right? Yi Xian deliberately put on a straight face. What do you think? Tong Tong grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. You won't be angry. Because you are a good person. Dandan and I have heard of your deeds in Mizar City. As she spoke, she pulled the arm of the woman beside her called Dandan and said with a tender smile, last time, she was the one who wanted to drug you. Yi Xian was a little curious. What drug? Hearing this, the two women's faces instantly turned red, especially the servant named Dandan. She covered her face in embarrassment. Fine, Yi Xian was speechless. From the looks of these two little girls, they were definitely not good medicine. Sigh, Yi Xian let out a deep sigh. He was too handsome, and he had almost made many women commit crimes. At this moment, Tong Tong suddenly walked to Yi Xian's side and chuckled. Let me tell you a secret. Dandan's dream is to marry a swordsman. Do you want to die? Dandan suddenly hugged Tong Tong and kept tickling her. Soon, the two women were chasing each other on the cloud ship, laughing. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. He turned to face the distance. A light breeze blew, warming him up. And at this moment, a white light suddenly appeared in the distant sky. The speed of the white light was small at first, but in the blink of an eye, it had increased dozens of times. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. He turned around abruptly. Be careful. As his voice fell, his figure trembled and he appeared in front of Tong Tong who was closest to him. He blocked Tong Tong with one hand and was about to catch Dandan who was still a few feet away from him. Boom, a beam of light that was hundreds of feet long suddenly hit the cloud ship. In an instant, the entire cloud ship collapsed with a loud bang, and countless fragments flew in all directions. In the sky, Yi Xian was falling rapidly with the two women in his arms. Behind him was his goodwill sword intent, and this goodwill sword intent was constantly being destroyed. Every time it was destroyed, a trace of blood flowed from the corner of Xian's mouth. Soon, just as he was about to fall to the ground, a sword suddenly stopped him. The sword withstood most of the falling force. Just like that, Xian slowly landed on the ground with the two women in his arms. Xian hurriedly put the two women in his arms on the ground. When he saw the two women's condition, his expression instantly sank. Tong Tong was fine because he had protected her at the first moment, so she was not seriously injured. As for Dan Dan, Dan Dan was the first to suffer the impact of the beam of light. The meridians and organs in her body were all ruptured. Xian hurriedly took out a golden sore pill and fed it to Dan Dan. However, blood kept flowing from her mouth. Dan Dan looked at Xian. She slowly raised her hands and hugged Xian's cheeks. Tears kept flowing from her eyes. I don't want to die. Xian hurriedly took out a few more pills and fed them to Dan Dan. However, it was still useless. Blood kept flowing from the corner of her mouth, and the vitality in her body was also rapidly disappearing. Seeing this scene, Xian's tears instantly flowed. I'm sorry. Dan Dan gently wiped the tears from Xian's cheeks with both hands. Are you crying for me? Xian held Dan Dan's hands tightly and said painfully, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry, Dan Dan grinned, and this grin caused more blood to flow out. She looked at Xian. Suddenly, she smiled. Although I can't marry a swordsman, to be able to die in the arms of a swordsman. Moreover, in the arms of our Qingzhou's most powerful swordsman, at this point, more blood gushed out of her mouth. At the same time, her breath was also getting weaker. At this time, she gently stroked Xian's cheeks. Her eyes began to slowly close. If only I could live, that would be great. Xian hugged Dan Dan tightly. His whole body was trembling. Sensing that Dan Dan's breath was getting weaker, he suddenly raised his head and roared. At this moment, countless white mist suddenly gushed out of his body. Soon, all the white mist poured into Dan Dan's body. The substantial Goodwill Sword essence, more and more Goodwill Sword essence flowed into Dan Dan's body. Soon, her broken meridians and organs were tightly wrapped by the Goodwill Sword essence. At this time, an old man suddenly landed beside Xian. The old man quickly walked in front of Xian and said, State Scholar Yi, old man, 6th floor master of Drunken Immortal Inn, can you? Xian hurriedly said, look at her, look at her. Hurry up, the 6th floor master looked at Dan Dan in Xian's arms. He placed his right hand on Dan Dan's pulse. After a moment, he frowned deeply. Although her organs are protected by State Scholar Yi's sword essence, but, how? Xian directly interrupted the 6th floor master's words. The 6th floor master said in a deep voice, Heart Shield Pill. This pill can protect her heart and meridians. It can also slowly heal her. However, one pill is probably not enough. She needs to take it for a long time. This Heart Shield pill costs about 60 million gold coins. Xian said, I will pay for it. Give it to me immediately. The 6th floor master glanced at Xian. He hesitated for a moment and said, Young Master Yi, she is just a maidservant. Xian suddenly turned to the 6th floor master and shouted angrily, is a maidservant's life so worthless? The 6th floor master did not say anything else. He turned and left. In less than a quarter of an hour, he returned in front of Xian. He handed a white jade bottle to Xian. Xian hurriedly opened the white jade bottle and poured out a pill for Dan Dan to consume. As soon as the Heart Shield pill entered her body, a strange energy instantly spread to her limbs and bones. Soon, Dan Dan's aura gradually stabilized. Sensing this, Xian immediately heaved a sigh of relief. At this time, the 6th floor master said, Young Master Yi, the previous matter has been investigated. The ones who attacked the cloud ship were Karaki Academy and Dark World. That light beam was fired by the cloud-piercing cannon. The cloud-piercing cannon is comparable to a true-grade spiritual artifact. It is specially used to deal with air attacks. Their actions are to prevent you from entering the imperial capital. And now, you cannot ride the cloud ship. Karaki Academy, Dark World, Xian's face was incomparably gloomy. To be precise, it was ferocious. After a moment, Xian faced the sixth-floor master and said, "If I don't ride the cloud ship, how long will it take to reach the imperial capital?" The sixth-floor master pondered for a moment and said, "Even if I ride the fastest black flame horse, I'm afraid it will take at least half a month." "Half a month?" Xian shook his head. "Too slow. Is there any other way?" The sixth-floor master thought for a moment and shook his head. "The fastest way is to ride the black flame horse. Even with the black flame horse, you might not be able to reach the imperial capital in half a month. That's because the journey to the imperial capital is too long. Even the black flame horse can't pass through some remote areas." At this point, he hesitated for a moment and said, "You can stay here for now. We can discuss this further." "Discuss further?" Xian shook his head. "They are after my life." "What's the point of discussing?" The sixth-floor master sighed. "My friend, even if you want to ride the black flame horse, you won't be able to because the black flame horse only exists in the Great Cloud Empire. At this moment, he suddenly turned to look at a place not far away. There was a horse galloping towards him. There was a patch of black flame under its feet. Black flame horse. Soon, the black flame horse arrived beside Xian and stopped there quietly. Seeing this, the sixth-floor master's face sank. Xian remained silent for a long time. Finally, he faced the sixth-floor master. "Take care of them. I will pay for the elixirs they consume." After saying that, he flicked his finger and a golden card landed in front of the sixth-floor master. Xian faced Tong Tong and Dandan. "Take care of yourself. Live well." After saying that, he turned to leave. At this moment, Tong Tong suddenly grabbed Xian's hand. Xian turned his head. Tong Tong stared at Xian. "We are just lowly maidservants." Xian shook his head. "There is no difference in life. Take care of yourself." After saying that, he leaped onto the black flame horse. Soon, he disappeared from the sight of Tong Tong and the sixth-floor master. Looking at Xian, Tong Tong was a little dazed. Great Cloud Empire, Imperial Palace. A woman sat in front of the Golden Dragon Palace. She lowered her head and counted the ants in front of her. 1, 2, 3, 4. "Io, you little fellows, don't move. Don't move. Don't. I'm so angry. I counted wrong again." After saying that, she snorted heavily and started counting again. 1, 2. At this moment, an armored woman walked to the woman's side. "Your Majesty, Karaki College and Dark World are attacking again." After a while, the woman suddenly raised her head and looked at the armored woman. "He is willing to spend hundreds of millions to save those two maidservants?" The armored woman nodded. The woman was silent for a moment. Then, she smiled. "Interesting," the armored woman said again. "The Black Flame Cavalry and experts from various aristocratic families have gone to stop them." "Your Majesty." The woman waved her hand. "Don't bother me. I want to count the ants here. 1, 2, 3. The armored woman. "P.S. There are some changes in the recent updates. Sorry, everyone." Clasped fist. Karaki Academy. At this moment, all the instructors and elders of Karaki Academy were gathered within the hall. There were a total of 9 Dharma Realm experts within the hall. Mu Qingxian was seated at the seat of the host. Mu Qingxian glanced at them. With Xian's current speed, he'll be able to arrive at the imperial capital in less than half a month. At that time, so long as the Dharma Realm doesn't act, then no one in the imperial capital will be able to stop him. But if he comes to our academy, then we can only watch as he slaughters the students of our academy. The Dharma Realm experts couldn't act. The expressions of everyone here instantly turned gloomy. They wanted to act, but that sword immortal was like a sword that hung above their heads, so they didn't dare act rashly at all. Li Mu from the Central Divine Prefecture was the best example. He was an expert at the law control realm. However, he'd still died, and he'd died in such a humiliating manner. There was no solution. This was a situation that was impossible to resolve. Meanwhile, an old man suddenly stepped forward. "It's clearly impossible to seek peace in such a situation. Since we can't do that, then we can only fight to the death." As he spoke, he gazed at Mu Qingxian. Has the headquarters replied? The headquarters, everyone here gazed at Mu Qingxian when they heard this. Presently, their only hope was the headquarters of Karaki Academy. Mu Qingxian nodded. The headquarters needs some time. The old man asked, how long? Mu Qingxian spoke in a low voice, at least a month. The old man frowned. Why is it taking so long? It only takes a few days for the Central Divine Prefecture to travel to Pine Prefecture through teleportation formations. Why is it taking so long? Mu Qingxian glanced at the old man. Do you think anyone in the younger generation of the headquarters can kill Yi Xian? The surroundings instantly fell silent when they heard this. At this moment, they noticed to their astonishment that not to mention Great Cloud Realm's Karaki Academy, no one in the younger generation of the Central Divine Prefecture could stop Yi Xian. Even if it was the headquarters of the Central Divine Prefecture, no one in the younger generation could stop Yi Xian. Besides the monstrous geniuses in the top 10 of the monstrous genius rankings, no one in the younger generation of the Central Divine Prefecture could stop Yi Xian. The Sword Master, even in the Central Divine Continent, a Sword Master who wasn't even 20 years old would be a top-notch genius. In the hall, the old man sighed softly. This person is unstoppable. Li Xuanzong, the dean of the state of Zhong's Karaki Academy, was truly foolish back then. From the very beginning until now, it would be a lie if Karaki Academy said he didn't regret it. Because the school that Yi Xian wanted to join the most was Karaki Academy. If Yi Xian had joined Karaki Academy, things wouldn't have turned out like this. Mu Qingxian said indifferently, the matter is already over, there's no need to mention it again. The headquarters has already asked for help from another place. It can be said that the ones who want Yi Xian dead are not only my Karaki Academy and the Dark World. There is another faction that has already contacted my Karaki Academy. We only need to stop Yi Xian from entering the imperial capital. At the very least, we can't let him enter the imperial capital within a month. Below, the old man said in a deep voice, this person obtained a flaming horse, so he must have received help from someone in the dark. Could it be the Great Cloud Empire? After all, only the Great Cloud Empire has flaming horses. Mu Qingxian shook his head. The Great Cloud Empire also has a grudge with Yi Xian, so they have no reason to help Yi Xian. Moreover, if the Great Cloud Empire wants to unify Azure Province, they must get rid of Yi Xian. Therefore, this matter is definitely not the work of the Great Cloud Empire. Speaking of this, he seemed to have thought of something and a cold light flashed in his eyes. This matter might be the work of the Drunken Immortal Inn. Drunken Immortal Inn. Currently, everyone in the world knows that the Drunken Immortal Inn has been supporting Yi Xian. At this moment, the space in front of Mu Qingxian suddenly trembled. After about 15 minutes, Mu Qingxian looked at the people below and said with some excitement, this time, Yi Xian will definitely die. Pass down the order, do everything possible to stop Yi Xian from entering the imperial capital and wait for reinforcements. Yes. The people in the hall replied in unison and then left. Country of Jiang, Azure Wave Academy. In front of the Azure Wave Palace, Missouri Yuan sat in front of the stone steps, and beside him was Feng Lan. Mo Yuan looked at the letter in his hand, and after a long time, the letter in his hand burned. What's wrong? Feng Lan asked. Mo Yuan said softly, he has already entered the Great Cloud Realm, and Karaki Academy and Dark World are doing their best to stop him from entering the Great Cloud Imperial Capital. I'm afraid his situation is not too good. Feng Lan said solemnly, take action? Mo Yuan shook his head, if the Confucian sect takes action, although we can solve his current predicament, it will bring him more trouble. Inform little Lu to be ready to let that Dao soldier enter the Great Cloud Realm at any time. Feng Lan said solemnly, although that Dao soldier has cultivated the military heart sutra, it has only been trained for a short time, and its combat power is probably insufficient. Mo Yuan smiled, if it doesn't experience battles, this Dao soldier will never be able to grow. Feng Lan thought about it and then nodded, that's true. After saying that, he got up and left. Mo Yuan looked up at the sky and said softly, Karaki Academy, I advise you to be kind. In the vast mountain range, Yi Xian rode the black flame horse and galloped all the way. It has to be said that the black flame horse was really fast. If it was an ordinary person, they would not be able to withstand the speed of the black flame horse, because it was too fast. On the back of the horse, Yi Xian was expressionless. Behind him, there was a sword box, and inside the sword box, there were 7 swords. Half an hour later, Xian arrived at an ancient city. Pingyang City. The Great Cloud Realm was not like the country of Jiang. The Great Cloud Realm was too big, and if he kept going around, let alone half a month, he would not be able to reach the Great Cloud Imperial capital in 2 months. After entering Pingyang City, Xian did not stop and went straight to the imperial capital. However, when he arrived at the city gate, the gate was tightly shut. More than 50 men in black appeared on the city wall. These men in black all held longbows in their hands, and the arrows were already knocked on the bowstrings. Apart from them, several thousand guards suddenly appeared behind Xian, holding long spears in their hands. Obviously, there was an ambush here. In front of the city wall, an old man suddenly appeared and stared at Xian. Xian, this is not the country of Jiang. You can't come and go as you please. Think. At this moment, the sword box on Xian's back suddenly trembled slightly, and in the next moment, 7 swords suddenly soared into the sky. Seeing this scene, the old man's expression changed drastically. Release the arrows. On the city wall, the arrows in the hands of the 50 men in black had just flown out, and in the next moment, their heads flew off one after another. In less than 2 breaths of time, the heads of the 50 men on the city wall were all removed. Below, the 50 arrows were all blocked by Xian's spirit elegant sword, because these arrows were not as fast as his sword. In fact, it should be said that there was no comparison at all. Soon, the 7 swords flew back into the sword box one after another, and behind Xian, the soldiers were already stunned on the spot, and none of them dared to make a move. Holding the spirit elegant sword, Xian pointed at the old man in front of the city gate. Can you stop them? As soon as he said that, the black flame horse under him leaped and charged toward the city gate. At the same time, a sword directly slashed at the city gate. Boom, the city gate suddenly collapsed, and Xian left in a cloud of dust. Outside the city, Xian suddenly stopped because there were nearly 1,000 cavalrymen hundreds of feet away from him. Great Cloud Cavalrymen. In front of the cavalrymen, the leader of the cavalrymen suddenly roared. Kill! As soon as he said that, 1,000 cavalrymen charged straight at Xian. 1,000 cavalrymen was not a lot, but when they formed a formation and charged together, it was still very terrifying. Xian was expressionless. He patted the black flame horse lightly with both legs and leaped into the air. When he landed on the ground, he tapped his right foot lightly and flew high into the air again. At the same time, 7 flying swords suddenly flew out of the sword case on his back. Chi. Dozens of feet away, more than 30 cavalrymen fell to the ground almost at the same time. And that group of cavalrymen also drowned Xian in an instant. There was a moment of silence. Among the cavalrymen, the sound of swords rang out. Then, 7 sword lights shot out from the group of cavalrymen. Wherever the sword lights passed, Great Cloud cavalrymen were directly cut in half at the waist. In front of the city gate, the old man stared at Xian in the group of cavalrymen, his hands trembling. Xian. Before this, he had only heard of Xian's name and didn't have an accurate understanding of Xian. But now, he knew him. Sword Master, a sword master who was less than 20 years old had such terrifying strength. At this moment, not far away, nearly 300 cavalrymen had fallen, and more were falling to the ground. No one could stop Xian's sword. A quarter of an hour later, there were less than 500 cavalrymen left. Without the power to charge, the momentum and strength of these cavalrymen were also greatly reduced. Slaughter. Xian was still slaughtering. An hour later, there were less than 100 cavalrymen left, and these 100 cavalrymen were already far away from Xian. Corpses were everywhere around Xian. Xian stood among the countless corpses, holding the Lingxiu sword. A smear of blood slowly flowed down the blade of the Lingxiu sword. Xian walked toward the 100 cavalrymen with the sword in his hand. Seeing this scene, the 100 cavalrymen's expressions changed drastically. At this moment, they were already afraid, really afraid. In the beginning, they were not afraid when there were only 1,000 people. What were they afraid of when it was 1,000 against 1, but now, in the blink of an eye, there were only 100 of them left. At this moment, Xian suddenly sped up. Seeing this, the remaining 100 cavalrymen turned and ran, but Xian clearly didn't want to let them go. 7 swords suddenly flew out of the sword case on his back, and the next moment, the heads of more than a dozen cavalrymen in the distance were directly sent flying. However, there were still some cavalrymen who had fled. Because these cavalrymen fled in different directions. In the distance, Xian stood in front of a cavalryman who was still twitching. This cavalryman looked at Xian in fear. He wanted to escape, but he couldn't escape at all. Because just now, both his legs had been chopped off by Xian's sword. Xian lowered his head and looked at his right hand. At this moment, he realized that his right hand had already lost all feeling. Numb. Numb from killing, at this moment, a middle-aged man appeared a few dozen feet away from Xian. Mu Qingxian looked at Xian, and his lips curled into a smile. You're very good at killing. Unfortunately, this is just the beginning. My Karaki College has hundreds of thousands of people in Qingzhou, and there are also Dark World and countless aristocratic families. Xian, can you kill them all? At this point, his smile suddenly became somewhat sinister. Even if I'm tired, I'll tire you to death. Tire himself to death? Xian smiled. In fact, he knew that the best outcome for him now was to sue for peace with Karaki College and Dark World. As long as he took the initiative to sue for peace, there was still a possibility of reconciliation. However, he would not sue for peace, not even if he died, not even if he took the initiative to sue for peace, even if Karaki College and Dark World came to sue for peace, he would not agree, because Old G was dead. Old G, he had never forgotten this old man. Back then, Karaki College and Dark World joined hands to kill Old G. As for Old G, he could have left, but in order to protect Xianxia and the other two, Old G didn't take a single step back. He must take revenge for this. If he did not take revenge, he would not be a man. Moreover, he knew that there was no possibility of reconciliation. He would not believe Karaki College and Dark World and Karaki College would not believe him. As long as he gave these two forces a chance, they would give him a destructive blow. Not only against him, but also against the people around him. Tire himself to death? Xian shook his head and smiled. Even if I tire myself to death, I will kill you before I die. After saying that, he pointed the spirit elegant sword at Mu Qingxian in the distance. Your Karaki College has many people? No problem, I will kill as many as they come. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the black flame horse not far away. Soon, Xian disappeared from Mu Qingxian's sight on the black flame horse. Mu Qingxian stood in the same place and did not speak for a long time. He knew that Karaki College had met a person who was not afraid of death and trouble. He also knew what Karaki Academy would face if Xian arrived at the capital of the Great Cloud Empire before the reinforcements from the headquarters arrived. Disaster. Once Xian entered the Great Cloud Imperial capital, it would be a disaster for Karaki College. Because at that time, no one could stop Xian. Mu Qingxian turned and left. Not long after Mu Qingxian left, an armored woman with a long sword at her waist came outside the city. The woman glanced at the corpses on the ground. All of them were killed with a single sword strike. In the same place, the armored woman remained silent for a long time. Then, she turned around and entered the city. She went directly to the city lord's mansion. An old man quickly came out to welcome her. This subordinate greets my lord. The armored woman glanced at the old man coldly. 1,000 cavalrymen and thousands of soldiers. Who gave you the order to send them out of the city to fight against Xian? Hearing this, the old man broke out in a cold sweat. The armored woman continued, you receive the salary of my Great Cloud Empire, but work as a dog for Karaki Academy. With that, she turned around and left. Behind her, the old man's head had unknowingly fallen to the ground. In the city lord's mansion, the armored woman took out a book. She lightly scribbled on it. Another tumor has been removed. With that, she turned around and left. 2 hours later, dozens of people entered the city and retook control of Pingyang City. Xian was sitting by a river. The black flame horse was drinking water not far from him. Xian took off his clothes. There were many bloodstains on his body. All of them were from the previous injuries. Without the Tao Law, he didn't have the power of earth. It was impossible for him to come out unscathed in a battle with more than 1,000 cavalrymen. Xian swallowed a golden sword pill and began to wash his body with the river water. Soon, the river water in front of him was dyed red. A quarter of an hour later, Xian got up and was about to leave. At this moment, there was a sudden change. A person suddenly rushed out of the river in front of him. At the same time, a cold light pierced his throat. Xian's face was calm. When the cold light was about half an inch away from his throat, it abruptly stopped, because a sword had pierced the forehead of the person in front of him. Blood seeped out from the bottom of the river. Xian opened his right palm and the sword flew into it. Xian turned around and left. On the river surface behind him, a corpse floated down along with the river. Assassinate him. Ever since he entered the Great Cloud Realm, Xian, had kept one eye open even when he slept. Moreover, when he was washing his body just now, he had already anticipated what would happen if there was someone at the bottom of the river. Now, no matter where he went, he was prepared for the worst. If someone wanted to assassinate him, they had to be faster than his sword. Soon, Xian disappeared not far away. After Xian left, an armored woman came to the riverside. The armored woman glanced at the corpse floating on the river. Killed with one sword, clean and neat. After a moment of silence, the armored woman looked in the direction Xian left. Is he going to kill his way to the imperial capital? 2 hours later. At night. The sky darkened and the entire land was pitch black. Xian rode the black flame horse to a piece of flat land and lay on the black flame horse. Rest, he naturally had to rest. Without sleep, he would not be able to concentrate, which was even worse for him. Clearly, someone did not want him to rest. In the surrounding darkness, there was a sudden sound of fragmented footsteps. These footsteps were obviously made deliberately. But Xian did not move. About an hour later, those fragmented footsteps were getting closer and closer to Xian, but Xian still did not move. Therefore, those footsteps were getting closer. At this moment, a sword light flashed like a bolt of lightning in this dark night. A few dozen feet to the left of Xian, a bloody head suddenly fell to the ground. The sword flew back to Xian's side, while Xian was still sleeping soundly. On the other side, 2 people were staring at Xian on the horse in the distance. These 2 people were the mistress of the dark world and Mu Qingxian. The mistress of the dark world shook her head. We are assassins of the dark world. Even the Dao soldiers of the divine central continent cannot do anything to him. Mu Qingxian was silent. The mistress of the dark world said, if we can't stop this person, with his current speed, I'm afraid it will not take half a month to reach the Great Cloud Imperial capital. Mu Qingxian turned to look at the mistress of the dark world. Which city is the closest to this place? The mistress of the dark world said in a deep voice, Longyu City. Mu Qingxian nodded. Let Longyu City be prepared. Even if we can't kill this person, we must delay him for a few hours. The mistress of the dark world shook her head. This city is not under our control. Hearing this, Mu Qingxian frowned. Then informed the Great Cloud Empire and let them pass the order. The mistress of the dark world said indifferently, by the time that King Kaoshan gives the order, this Xian will have already passed by Longyu City. Mu Qingxuan's frown deepened. After a moment, he said again, has there been a bounty? The mistress of the dark world glanced at Mu Qingxian. Now in the Azure province, who dares to come and kill Xian? Who dares? Who can? Mu Qingxuan's face instantly darkened. At this moment, he realized to what extent Xian's influence had reached. The youngest sword master in the Azure province, just this title alone was enough to deter everyone. If it wasn't for the hatred between Karaki College and Xian, no matter how high the reward was, Karaki College wouldn't come and target Xian. Even Karaki College was like this, let alone others. Mu Qingxian raised his head and looked at Xian, who was not far away. His eyes gradually became a little dazed. No one can stop him? Speaking until here, his dazed eyes suddenly became vicious. Since we can't target him, then target the people around him. Target the state of Jiang, target Songlan Academy, target his sister. These people can't be as invincible as him, right? Finishing, he looked at the mistress of the dark world. Let the dark world assassins and the elites of Karaki College take the cloud ship to the state of Jiang. For every step he takes, kill one person from the state of Jiang and Songlan Academy. Let's see if Xian will return or not. Also, let the headquarters look for the whereabouts of his sister. doesn't he care about his sister? If his sister falls into the hands of Karaki College, let's see if Yi Xian can still be so arrogant. P.S. Qing Luan. Mu Qingshuan's voice was very loud and he also used Xianqi. Not to mention Yi Xian who was not far away, everyone within a radius of 1 li could clearly hear his words. Obviously, he deliberately said this to Yi Xian. Against the state of Jiang, against Azure Waves Academy, this was Mu Qingshuan's current goal. Because he discovered that he could no longer target Yi Xian. Whether it was experts or assassins, they could no longer stop Yi Xian's advance. The only way now was to target the state of Jiang and Azure Waves Academy and force Yi Xian to return. In the dark night, Mu Qingshuan looked coldly at Yi Xian, who was in the distance. But Yi Xian still didn't move, and he even started snoring. Mu Qingshuan did not say anything and turned to leave with the mistress of the dark world. An hour later, 5 cloud ships left the Great Cloud Imperial capital and headed for the state of Jiang. Inside these 5 cloud ships were the elites of Karaki Academy and Dark World. On the black flame horse, Yi Xian sat up and took out the sound transmission stone. About a quarter of an hour later, Lu Jioga's voice came from the sound transmission stone. Don't worry, if they come, they will not be able to return. Yi Xian put away the sound transmission stone and continued to sleep. In fact, he was not worried because the current Azure Waves Academy was no longer the Azure Waves Academy of the past. If the elites of Karaki Academy and Dark World went, they would not be able to gain any advantage. Unless the Dao soldiers of the headquarters went, the current Azure Waves Academy was not afraid of Karaki Academy and Dark World. At daybreak, Yi Xian set off. His goal was still the Great Cloud Imperial capital. The news of Yi Xian entering the Great Cloud realm also spread at this moment, especially the matter of Yi Xian single-handedly annihilating 1,000 cavalries in Pingyang City. At first, it was still one person single-handedly against 1,000, but later on, it became one person single-handedly against 10,000, and later on, it became one person single-handedly against 100,000. In short, at this moment, Yi Xian was undoubtedly the most dazzling person in the Azure Prefecture. And everyone knew that Yi Xian's targets were the Karaki Academy and the Dark World, the 2 strongest forces in the Qingzhou region. At noon, Yi Xian arrived at an ancient city. Longshan City. On the city wall, a middle-aged man looked down at Yi Xian, who was entering the city, and said with a smile, "This person is Yi Xian?" A guard beside the middle-aged man nodded. "It should be true." The middle-aged man smiled faintly, as expected of the youngest sword master of my Qingzhou. Such bearing and courage are rare in the younger generation of my Qingzhou. The guard said in a deep voice, "City Lord, Karaki Academy sent a message, hoping that we can stop this person." "Stop him?" The middle-aged man's smile turned cold. "You want to use the lives of my Longstone City soldiers to stop me? Karaki Academy sure has a good plan." The guard said in a deep voice, "If we don't send troops to stop Yi Xian, I'm afraid Karaki Academy will." The middle-aged man glanced at the guard beside him. "Karaki Academy? I only listen to King Kaoshan's orders. Pass down the order, no one in the city is allowed to stop Yi Xian. Anyone who disobeys will be killed without mercy." The guard bowed slightly. "Understood." After saying this, he turned and left. On the city wall, the middle-aged man turned around. At this moment, Yi Xian had already entered the city. Watching Yi Xian slowly disappear at the end of the street, the middle-aged man did not speak for a long time. Inside the city. When Yi Xian was about to leave the city, at the city gate stood an old man wearing a grey robe. The old man's right hand was hidden in his sleeve, while his left hand held 2 black iron balls. 10,000 Laws Realm. In the corner, the people of Longstone City frowned. This Karaki Academy was going to send out 10,000 Laws Realm. Opposite Yi Xian, the old man in grey robe stared at Yi Xian. "Yi Xian, old man, Karaki Academy's teacher, this time, I came to tell you that my Karaki Academy and the elites of Dark World are about to enter Jiang country's territory. If you don't return, your Tsanglan Academy and the Jiang country's royal family will die without a burial place." "Yi, this chapter is not finished, please turn the page." Xian expressionlessly rode the black flame horse and continued forward. Being ignored, the old man's face instantly sank. In his left palm, the 2 black iron balls made a cracking sound. He wanted to attack. He really wanted to attack, because if he attacked, he was very confident that he could kill Yi Xian. After all, he was at 10,000 Laws realm, while Yi Xian was only at ethereal opening realm. Yi Xian and he were 2 whole realms apart. But the problem was, he did not dare. Li Mu was a law-controlling realm expert, but he still died in such a dubious way. Gradually, the old man's left hand loosened. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly stopped. He turned to face the old man. Want to hit me? Come on then. Come on. The old man's loosened left hand clenched again. He turned to stare at Yi Xian, his whole face slightly distorted. Yi Xian suddenly jumped off the black flame horse. He directly walked in front of the old man, then pointed at himself. Come, hit me. In the corner, the Longshore City Lord's mouth slightly twitched. This Yi Xian, and in front of Yi Xian, the old man's hands were already slightly trembling. This was a sign that he was extremely angry. Seeing that the old man did not make a move, Yi Xian's mouth curled into a sneer. He also did not make a move. He turned around and mounted the black flame horse. He quickly disappeared not far away. In the same place, the old man suddenly fiercely slammed his palm on the ground. Bang! The entire ground instantly exploded, forming a huge crater. The old man's face was terrifyingly gloomy. This was the first time he was provoked by a nether passage realm ant like this, and he could not make a move. Aggrieved, he had never been so aggrieved before. At that moment, he really wanted to make a move. But he still forcefully endured it, because if he made a move, he would just be throwing his life away. Moreover, the celebrity Yi Xian was deliberately provoking him. Even an expert like Li Mu could not fight back in front of that sort of mortal, let alone him. After a moment, the old man deeply sighed, turned around and left. Outside the city, Yi Xian rode the black flame horse forward. Actually, he had hoped that the old man would make a move, because he wanted to see how far his current strength was from the Dharma realm. There was definitely a gap. Even though he was now a sword master, holding a true level sword and sword sheath, he was very clear that there was still a gap between him and the Dharma realm. After all, he was currently only at the Nether Passage realm, and he wanted to know how big the gap was. He did not have a clear idea of his current strength. Few people under the Dharma realm could block his sword, but what about the Dharma realm? Simply put, he really wanted to fight with the Dharma realm. The reason why he did not take the initiative to make a move was because he did not want to waste time. His current goal was the Great Cloud Imperial capital. After leaving the city, Yi Xian sped up. In the next 2 days, Yi Xian did not encounter any trouble, and everything went smoothly. Therefore, he passed through 3 more cities, getting closer and closer to the Great Cloud Imperial capital. However, the cloud ships of Karaki College and Dark World had also entered the territory of Jiang Country. Outside the Jiang Country's imperial capital, 3 cloud ships slowly descended, and soon, nearly 100 people disembarked from the cloud ships, including more than 30 black-cloaked people. These black-cloaked people had just disembarked and were about to conceal themselves. Suddenly, more than 30 arrows shot over from an unknown place. Seeing this scene, the faces of the students of Karaki College and the black-cloaked people changed greatly, and they retreated rapidly. However, it was still a little too late, and more than a dozen people were directly pierced by the arrows and fell to the ground. At the same time, more than 70 cavalrymen suddenly rushed out of the city. When they saw these 70 people, the faces of the students of Karaki College changed greatly. Black Flame Cavalrymen, because these 70 people were exactly the same as the legendary Black Flame Cavalrymen. This chapter is not finished. Please continue to the next page. Exactly the same, Black Flame Cavalrymen? The students of Karaki College and the assassins of Dark World were dumbfounded. At this moment, the 70 cavalrymen were getting closer and closer to them, and the momentum of their charge was simply earth-shattering. Some of the students of Karaki College recovered from their shock and roared furiously, "Meet the enemy! Meet the enemy!" As soon as the voice resounded, the 70 cavalrymen had already charged over. In an instant, miserable shrieks resounded in the battlefield. On the distant city wall, there were tens of thousands of soldiers waiting in formation. Presently, Songlan College's status in Jiang Country was extremely high, and it was also respected by countless people. No one would agree to touch Songlan College. On the city wall, Lu Jioga sat in a wheelchair, and beside her were Mo Yuan and Feng Lan. All of them were overlooking the battlefield below. At this moment, more than half of the so-called elites of Karaki College had died. Crushing, the 70 cavalrymen had completely crushed the students of Karaki College. On the city wall, Mo Yuan smiled faintly. These Dao soldiers are extremely effective. Lu Jioga chuckled lightly, countless gold coins piled up, speaking until here, she seemed to have thought of something, and she suddenly raised her head to look at the sky above the cloud ship. There was an old man hovering there. This person was the elder of Karaki College who led the team this time. Looking at the battlefield below, the old man clenched his fists, and his expression was extremely ugly. He had never expected that Sunglan College actually had Black Flame cavalrymen. Naturally, this wasn't the Black Flame cavalrymen of Great Cloud Empire. Obviously, it was a new cavalry unit that Sunglan College had established after obtaining that batch of cavalry equipment. And the combat strength of this cavalry unit was so terrifying. If this continued, all the students of Karaki College below would be killed. Thinking of this, the old man slightly raised his right hand, and just when he was about to attack, a black-robed old man suddenly appeared in front of him. Fifth floor master of Drunken Immortal Inn. Fifth floor master looked at the old man without saying a word, but his aura had already locked onto the old man. The old man looked at fifth floor master. Your Drunken Immortal Inn is really going to. Fifth floor master waved his hand. Don't talk too much. If you attack, you will die here today. Hearing that, the old man's expression turned extremely ugly. At this moment, all the students of Karaki College below were killed. As for the assassins of Dark World, they had already escaped because they couldn't attack at all. The defensive strength of the armor that these 70 people wore was too terrifying. At this moment, a Dao soldier of Sunglan College suddenly took off his helmet, revealing a delicate and pretty face of a woman. Jian Chuchu, looking at the corpses on the battlefield, Jian Chuchu said excitedly, "Clean up the battlefield." As she spoke, she pointed at the 3 cloud ships that had stopped in the distance with her umbrella sword. "Hurry up and occupy them. These are our, everyone, Great Cloud Realm." On this day, Yi Xian arrived at another city. Just when he was about to enter the city, a man blocked his way. The man held a spear in his hand, and judging from his age, he seemed to be in his 20s. The man looked at Yi Xian with excitement in his eyes. Because as long as he held off Yi Xian for 2 hours, he would get hundreds of millions of gold coins. 2 hours, hundreds of millions of gold coins. That was great news. The man was about to speak, but at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly disappeared. The man's expression changed drastically, and the spear in his hand was about to attack, but at this moment, a sword was already at his forehead. The man's body stiffened. Yi Xian held the sword and pointed it forward lightly. "What do you want to say?" The man looked at Yi Xian for a long time, and in the end, his right hand that was holding the spear slowly loosened, and he said softly, "I am just passing by." End of this chapter. Just passing by. Yi Xian was amused. Passing by. The guy in front of him was not passing by at all. He came to find trouble with him. However, Yi Xian did not kill him. He sheathed his sword. Yi Xian left on the black flame horse. Yi Xian left. In the same place, cold sweat dripped down the spear-wielding man's forehead. He was at the peak of the divine fusion realm, one of the best among the younger generation in Qingzhou. However, just now, he was shocked to find that he couldn't even fight back in front of Yi Xian, let alone stall Yi Xian for an hour. The gap in strength was too big. After a while, the man shook his head with a bitter smile, then turned and left. Great Cloud Imperial Capital, Karaki Academy. In the main hall, all the higher-ups of Karaki Academy were present. The atmosphere in the hall was solemn. The elites sent by Sunglan Academy to the state of Jiang had been wiped out. This was not the main point. The main point was that Yi Xian did not return, and Sunglan Academy alone had wiped out the elites of Karaki Academy. This meant that Sunglan Academy had risen. Mu Qingxian sat in the main seat, his expression extremely cold. From the beginning to the present, Great Cloud Realm's Karaki Academy had lost too much. Although not many 10,000 Law Realm powerhouses had died, too many geniuses under 10,000 Law Realm had died, it had hurt their foundation. It could be said that even if Yi Xian stopped now, there would be a talent gap in the future of Karaki Academy. After all, these young students were the future of Karaki Academy. And now, 50 to 60% of these young students had died. If Yi Xian arrived at the imperial capital, Yi Xian would definitely kill his way to Karaki Academy. No one wanted to see that scene. At this moment, someone suddenly asked, with Yi Xian's current speed, how long will it take for him to reach the imperial capital? An old man said solemnly, if no one stops him, he can reach the imperial capital in about 10 days. 10 days, all of them gazed at Mu Qingxian. Mu Qingxian said lightly, if we can't stop him for 20 days, when the reinforcements from the headquarters arrive, the younger generation of Karaki Academy would have been slaughtered by him. Stop Yixian for 20 days. The problem was, how could they stop Yixian when the Dharma realm powerhouse couldn't make a move? Mu Qingxian suddenly got up and left. Everyone in the hall looked at each other. After Mu Qingxian left Karaki Academy, he went to the Imperial Palace of Great Cloud Empire. Unfortunately, he was stopped by a maid outside the palace gate. Mu Qingxian glanced into the depths of the palace. Send a message, requesting an audience with King Kaoshan. The maid bowed slightly. Reporting to Dean Mu, King Kaoshan is not in the palace. Mu Qingxian frowned. Not in the palace? Where is it? The maid shook her head. This servant does not know. Mu Qingxian was silent for a long time. In the end, his expression gradually became sinister. Yixian, you forced this. Since you don't want to give up, then let's all perish together. With that, he turned around and left. Inside the palace, a woman was squatting on the ground. In front of her was a row of black ants. The woman counted them one by one. 1, 2, 3. At this moment, a maid walked to the woman's side. Your Majesty, Dean Mu has left. The woman didn't reply and continued counting. The maid obediently retreated to the side and didn't dare to disturb her. After an unknown amount of time, the woman suddenly clapped her hands and said excitedly, 471. Speaking of this, she slightly frowned. Why is there one more than last time? Did I count wrong? Let me count again. With that, she began to count again. This chapter is not finished. Please continue. At the side, the maid lowered her head and didn't dare to speak. At this moment, the woman suddenly looked up at the maid. You said that Mu has left? The maid hurriedly said. Yes, Dean Mu has left. The woman nodded slightly. It seems that this Mu has nowhere to go. Who knows what kind of sinister tricks he will use. There is also Dark World. These two shameless forces bully Yixian with so many people. They are really heartless, inhumane, and shameless. This king can't tolerate this. With that, she turned to look at the maid and said angrily, go get this king's heavy azure dragon saber. This king wants to cut my nails, the maid. Another 3 days passed. Yixian was getting closer and closer to the Great Cloud Imperial capital. At night, the world was silent. There were no stars or moon. One couldn't even see their fingers in front of them. In a dense forest, Yixian was lying on a black flame horse, hugging his sword with both hands and sleeping soundly. But the black flame horse didn't sleep. It was still moving forward, but its speed was much slower. At this moment, the black flame horse suddenly stopped. Not far in front of it stood an old man. A 10,000 laws realm expert, Yixian jumped off the horse and walked towards the old man. Soon, he was in front of the old man. He knew this old man. It was the old man that he asked the other party to beat up in front of the city gate. When Yixian walked in front of the old man's aura suddenly dropped. Soon, the old man's aura became weaker and weaker. Soon, the old man's aura dropped to the divine combination realm. Lowering his realm, Yixian clenched the spirit elegant sword in his hand. The old man stared at Yixian. Now, I am not bullying the weak. With that, he suddenly disappeared. The next moment, a palm was already above Yixian's head. When the palm fell, the ground under Yixian's feet instantly cracked. At the same time, a powerful palm force locked onto Yixian. At this moment, Yixian felt as if he was being pressed by a mountain, unable to move, and at this moment, a powerful sword force accompanied by sword intent swept out from Yixian's body. Boom, the palm force that was suppressing Yixian was instantly broken. However, Yixian was directly sent flying dozens of feet away by the old man's palm. Yixian had just stopped when a shadow suddenly swept in front of him. Then, a fist with a powerful and overbearing force went straight for his face, fast. Strong, facing this punch, Yixian did not dodge. He held the sword with both hands and slashed down. Bang! Yixian was sent flying again. However, the moment he was sent flying, a sword light flashed across the field and went straight for the old man. The old man was expressionless. He lightly stomped his right foot and a stone shot out from the ground, directly hitting the flying sword. Bang! The sword light shattered and the flying sword flew back to Xian. The old man lightly pressed his right foot against the ground while he strode forward with his left foot. He instantly seemed like an extremely hungry cheetah hunting its prey, and he instantly charged forward at an unparalleled speed. At the moment the old man charged forward, Xian suddenly vanished on the spot. A strand of sword light suddenly appeared in the dark night. The old man didn't retreat but advanced instead. He sped up and punched out. Bang! The sword light shattered and was blasted flying. Moreover, the old man had retreated to the spot. The sword that was blasted flying spun a few times in midair before it finally landed firmly in front of Xian. Xian opened his palm and the sword fell into his hand. He held it in his hand as he walked slowly towards the old man, and there was a wisp of an excited smile on the corners of his mouth. This time, he'd finally met his match. I can practice. On the other hand, the old man's expression was extremely solemn as he stood in front of Xian. This chapter isn't finished. Please continue to the next page. Xian's battle strength was much stronger than he had imagined. Although he had suppressed his cultivation to the Divine Union realm, his battle awareness and some special techniques were still present. However, the moment they clashed, he discovered that Xian's strength had already reached such a level that they were actually evenly matched, and Xian was only at the Nether Passage realm. If he reached the Divine Union realm, thinking of this, the old man's expression darkened. The old man slowly clenched his fists as the ground beneath his feet trembled slightly. On the other hand, the sword force on Xian's body also grew stronger and stronger at this moment. Gathering force with the sword, this was unique to the sword master. The old man squinted his eyes and clenched his fists even tighter. At the same time, a violent aura surged out from his body. The ground beneath his feet could no longer withstand the power he released and started to crack. At this moment, Xian suddenly disappeared from the spot and a sword light slashed towards the old man. This sword was like a blazing sun that instantly lit up the surroundings as if it was daytime. One sword to decide life and death. He had not used this sword for a very long time because after he became a sword master, there was no longer anyone who was qualified for him to use this sword. The moment Xian used his sword, the old man suddenly charged out and punched towards Xian's sword with both fists. There were two dazzling balls of fist light on his fists. Wherever they passed, the air would instantly shatter. Not only that, but the powerful fist force also caused the ground within 100 zhang around the two of them to crack layer by layer. The sword and the fists were getting closer and closer. There was a moment of silence. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion suddenly rang out in the dark night. As the explosion resounded, the two figures retreated rapidly. While Xian was retreating, the sword case on his back suddenly trembled violently. Then, 7 swords suddenly flew out and streaked across the field like 7 bolts of lightning. Opposite Xian, the old man's pupils suddenly constricted. At this moment, he could no longer care about anything else and immediately stopped suppressing his cultivation. Boom! Without any warning, the 7 swords were sent flying. Dharma realm. At this moment, the old man had already recovered his cultivation. After recovering his cultivation, he easily blocked Xian's 7 flying swords. If he hadn't recovered to the Dharma realm, the 7 swords would have been enough to kill him. The old man stared at Xian in the distance. Blood was still flowing from the corner of his mouth, and his right hand had been cut open by a sword. At this moment, he had to admit that he couldn't defeat Xian by suppressing his cultivation. However, he could injure Xian. At this moment, Xian had already suffered serious injuries. Blood was continuously flowing from the corner of Xian's mouth. Not only that, but his entire face was sickly pale. It was obvious that he had suffered serious internal injuries. The old man suddenly grinned hideously. Xian, you can't hold on any longer? The show has just begun. As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man appeared beside him. Dharma realm. The middle-aged man's aura suddenly began to drop. In an instant, the middle-aged man's cultivation was forcefully suppressed to the divine combination realm. The middle-aged man stared straight at Xian. Come, continue. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged straight at Xian. However, he soon stopped. This was because there were 12 golden men in front of Xian. Xian faced the middle-aged man. Come, continue. P.S. I've been writing books for 4 to 5 years, and I've never stopped writing. Recently, due to some family matters, I've barely been able to make it through 2 chapters. I feel guilty, but there's nothing I can do. Please forgive me. If you can't forgive me, you can scold me, but please don't insult my family. Thank you very much. Once the matter is settled, I'll return to 3 chapters. Everyone, I'm sorry for this period of time. End of this chapter. The middle-aged man stared at Xian and didn't dare to make a move. Because he knew how terrifying the 12 golden men were. If he didn't lower his cultivation, he naturally wouldn't be afraid, but the problem was that he had lowered his cultivation, and the 12 golden men were all peak Divine Union Realm experts. Moreover, they were monstrous Divine Union Realm experts, 1 against 1, or even 1 against 3, he wouldn't have a problem, but 1 against 12, that was impossible, not to mention that there was still Xian nearby. Xian's flying sword was still a huge threat to him. But he naturally wasn't willing to stop now, because Xian was clearly injured, it was a good opportunity to kill him. If he missed this opportunity and allowed Xian to recover, it would be very troublesome. The middle-aged man pondered for a moment before saying, "Come out." As the middle-aged man's voice fell, another 2 myriad law realm experts appeared on the scene. However, the 2 of them quickly suppressed their cultivation to the Divine Unity realm. 3 peak Divine Union realm experts, or rather, pseudo-Dharma realm experts, this time, Karaki College only sent 4 of them, which was already a lot. Because Karaki College only had a total of 9 Dharma realm experts, they sent 4 of them, which was quite a lot. The reason why they didn't send all of them was because they didn't dare to bet everything on one throw. Moreover, they had to be on guard against other forces. The middle-aged man glanced at the 12 golden men with grave and fearful eyes. Because the 12 golden men were really strong, and they were even a threat to him now. But at this moment, he didn't want to let go of this opportunity to injure Xian. After pondering for a moment, the middle-aged man said, "The 2 of you hold back the 12 golden men. I will deal with Xian." As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 people beside him charged out. As the middle-aged man was about to make a move, the 2 who charged out first were instantly pushed back tens of meters. The middle-aged man was stunned. Instant defeat, Xian grinned. "Come on, let's continue." The middle-aged man clenched his right hand tightly. Not far from him, the old man who was almost killed by Xian suddenly said, "I underestimated him. Go back and think about it." The middle-aged man stared fixedly at Xian for a short moment before he said, "Retreat." After saying that, the 3 of them returned to their original states and turned to leave. Lowering one's realm, Xian collected the 12 statues. If this chapter is not finished, please turn the page. The golden man frowned deeply. He hadn't expected Karaki Gakuen to play such a trick. The 10,000 Laws realm would lower their realm, and when they couldn't win, they would immediately restore their realm. This was simply cheating. If he wanted to kill his opponent, he had to be fast enough to kill him before his opponent could recover his cultivation level. Otherwise, once these people recovered to the Dharma realm, his sword would not be able to kill them. He also found that there was indeed a big gap between him and the Dharma realm. This gap couldn't be made up even with equipment. Xian collected the 12 golden statues in front of him. In that instant just now, he directly consumed over 500,000 top-grade spirit stones. Fortunately, he'd stopped in time, otherwise, he would have consumed at least 1 million top-grade spirit stones. Even though the 12 golden statues were strong enough, they were truly too expensive. Every time he used them, his heart ached. He was still poor. Xian sighed deeply. Even though he had over 1 billion gold coins and 2 million top-grade spirit stones on him now, he was actually very poor, because he still owed the Immortal Indulgence House a lot of top-grade spirit stones. Moreover, every time he used the golden statues, he would be poor again. Make money, work hard to make money. Xian took a deep breath, and then he took out a golden sour pill and consumed it. After that, he leaped onto the black flame horse and disappeared into the boundless night. In the night, Xian's expression was slightly gloomy as he rode the black flame horse. Because he'd noticed that no matter where he went, Karaki Gakuen was able to accurately locate him. In other words, his whereabouts had always been in the grasp of Karaki Gakuen. If this continued, he would only be in a passive position. After a moment of silence, Xian suddenly sped up. The black flame horse looked very cool when it galloped in the dark because the ground behind it would burn with black flames. Fortunately, the flames didn't spread and only burned for a while before vanishing. 2 hours later, when the sky was turning bright, Xian entered an ancient city called Mirror City. After entering the city, Xian didn't immediately leave the city for the Great Cloud Empire. Instead, he went to the Immortal Indulgence House. The person who received him was the 6th floor master of the Immortal Indulgence House. In the room, the 6th floor master was silent for a long time, and then he said, "It'll be difficult for you to get rid of Karaki Gakuin's surveillance." Xian asked, "Why?" The 6th floor master said in a deep voice, "If I'm not wrong, it should be Dharma realm experts from Karaki Gakuin or Dark World who are monitoring you. To be precise, it should be Dark World. Only Dharma realm experts from Dark World can follow you without anyone noticing." This chapter is not finished, please continue to the next page. Tracking you, little friend. Xian asked again, "Is there a way to get rid of them?" The 6th floor master smiled bitterly. This kind of experts, especially the assassins from Dark World, are good at concealment and speed. If you want to kill them, it'll be very difficult unless it's a law-controlling realm expert. Xian thought for a while, and then he said, "How about this? I don't need to get rid of them. I just need to stop them. After that, I'll change my appearance and go to the Great Cloud Empire." The 6th floor master glanced at Xian. "Forgive me for being straightforward, little friend. Even if you go to the Great Cloud Empire, I'm afraid you won't be able to do anything. You'll even make the matter worse. Not only that, you might be in danger." In his opinion, what Xian did was a bit unwise, challenging the entire Dark World and Karaki Gakuin alone. That was impossible. Xian smiled. "Even if I don't go to the Great Cloud Empire, will they stop targeting me?" The 6th floor master fell silent. Xian said again, "They won't. They will target me again and again. Not only will they target me, they will also attack the people around me. Instead of waiting for them to be born, I might as well take the initiative to attack. Even if I can't kill them, it'll be good to scare them. Otherwise, I'll just passively wait to be beaten. It'll be really frustrating." The 6th floor master looked at Xian with a complicated gaze. "This is a typical werewolf. Even if I die, I'll bite off a piece of flesh from you. The Karaki Gakuin and Dark World are really unlucky to provoke this guy." The 6th floor master thought for a moment, then said, "How about this? I'll send someone. No, I'll personally go and stop the assassins from the Dark World that are following you. However, whether or not you can avoid their pursuit will depend on you." Xian nodded, "Okay." The 6th floor master was about to speak, but at this time, a middle-aged man suddenly rushed into the room. The middle-aged man glanced at Xian and the 6th floor master, and said in a deep voice, "They've surrounded the outside." The 6th floor master frowned. "Karaki Gakuin?" The middle-aged man nodded. "Mu Qingxian wants us to hand over State Scholar Yi, otherwise." At this time, Xian suddenly said, "What's there to be afraid of? Just one word, kill them." After saying that, he picked up the sword on the table, and walked out. The middle-aged man and the 6th floor master were stunned. But soon, Xian walked back. He sat back, and put the sword on the table. After a short silence, he faced the 6th floor master and the middle-aged man. "Is there a back door to escape?" 6th floor master, the middle-aged man. End of this chapter. Inside the room, the 6th floor master glanced at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man smiled bitterly. "It's the Great Cloud Empire's Black Flame Cavalrymen. There are more than 50 of them. Apart from that, there are some obscure auras in the dark. They should be assassins from the Dark World. 50 Black Flame Cavalrymen." The 6th floor master's expression turned grave. In Qingzhou, the Black Flame Cavalrymen were invincible below the Dharma realm. Not to mention Qingzhou, even in the Divine Central Continent, the Black Flame Cavalrymen weren't weak. At the very least, they weren't weaker than the Dao soldiers of Drunken Immortal Inn and Karaki College. 50. Now he knew why Xian had retreated. Even with Xian's strength, it would be difficult for him to fight against 50 of them. These Black Flame Cavalrymen weren't like ordinary cavalrymen. They were all elites. Whether it was their personal strength or the equipment they wore, they were all top-notch. Their battle prowess wasn't something ordinary cavalrymen could compare to. If Xian fought with these cavalrymen, he would definitely be delayed or even killed. What should we do now? The middle-aged man asked suddenly. The sixth floor master looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian shrugged. Run. The middle-aged man and the sixth floor master's expression turned strange. Yi Xian was puzzled. Can't we run? The sixth floor master smiled bitterly. Of course we can. But, shouldn't you be fighting? In his impression, Yi Xian was a very tough person. Yi Xian shook his head. They are fighting 50 against 1. Am I stupid? Actually, he wasn't afraid of the Black Flame cavalrymen. The main problem was those Dharma Realm old monsters from Karaki College. If they were mixed in with the Black Flame cavalrymen, or rather, they were definitely mixed in. She wasn't afraid of them. Most importantly, why should he fight to the death with these people? If he could win, he would fight. If he couldn't, he should run. The sixth floor master stood up. Little friend, my drunken immortal inn has 6 tunnels that lead to various places outside the city. Follow me. Wait. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly stood up. Give me a moment. With that, he picked up the Lingxiu sword and walked towards the door. The middle-aged man and the sixth floor master looked at each other in confusion. Outside the drunken immortal inn, Yi Xian walked to the entrance with his sword in hand. Not far from him stood rows of Black Flame cavalrymen, a total of 50 of them. These Black Flame cavalrymen were organized as one, and their bodies emitted a sharp killing intent. In all fairness, the Black Flame cavalry was indeed very strong. If they were to fight on the battlefield, he might not be able to defeat the 50 people in front of him. These people were much, much stronger than some of the geniuses on the Azure Province martial rankings. After Yi Xian came out, the 50 cavalrymen's gazes instantly fell on him. Yi Xian suddenly pointed his spirit-elegant sword at the 50 Black Flame cavalrymen. I'll fight you to the death at daybreak. With that, he turned around and walked into the drunken immortal inn. Outside the building, in the darkness somewhere beside Mu Qingxian, the mistress of the darkness said in a deep voice, Daybreak? Mu Qingxian said indifferently, in the dark world assassins have the advantage, and he is at a disadvantage. He naturally isn't willing to fight with us in the dark. If he wants daybreak, then we'll wait for daybreak. It suits me perfectly. Delay, their objective was actually to delay. Because they were very clear that even if there were 50 Black Flame cavalrymen, it would be hard to kill Yi Xian. One had to know that Yi Xian still had the existence of 12 golden men. Hence, their thinking was very simple. Delay Yi Xian and wait for reinforcements to arrive. The mistress of the darkness thought about it and nodded. That's true. Just like this, the group of people waited and waited. Roughly 4 hours later, the sky finally brightened. Everyone looked towards the entrance of the drunken immortal inn. The 50 cavalrymen were waiting in formation, and all of them had vigilant expressions. Because they knew who they were going to deal with, Sword Master, the youngest sword master in the Azure Province. Furthermore, Yi Xian still had 12 golden men that were comparable to peak Divine Fusion Realm experts. They didn't dare to be careless. The 50 Black Flame cavalrymen stared fixedly at the entrance of the drunken immortal inn. As long as that man appeared, they would immediately launch an attack. 1 breath passed, 10 breaths passed, half an hour passed, a quarter of an hour passed. At the entrance of the drunken immortal inn, that man still did not come out. In the corner, Mu Qingxian frowned deeply. Another quarter of an hour passed, and still no one came out, and Mu Qingxuan's expression was already gloomy. A quarter of an hour later, an old man appeared at the entrance of the drunken immortal inn. Sixth floor master stretched his waist, then looked at Mu Qingxian in the corner and smiled. Dean Mu, good morning. Mu Qingxian suddenly appeared in front of sixth floor master. He stared fixedly at sixth floor master. Where is he? Person? Sixth floor master had a blank expression. Who? Mu Qingxian was practically roaring. Yi Xian. Yi Xian? Sixth floor master was astonished. You don't know? He has already left. Boom, a powerful aura suddenly surged out from Mu Qingxuan's body. Sixth floor master's figure trembled, and he directly retreated over 10 feet. The ground within 10 feet of Mu Qingxian had already turned into a deep pit. Mu Qingxian clenched his fists, and his expression was somewhat distorted. Gone, he never thought that Yi Xian would actually escape. What about the fight to the death at daybreak? was this still a swordsman who was so afraid of death, a swordsman who went back on his words, too shameless, too untrustworthy? Mu Qingxian was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. In the distance, sixth floor master smiled. Dean Mu, don't be angry. State Scholar Yi has some words for you. He said that he is not feeling well today, so he decided to fight another day. And he has already chosen the location. It is your Karaki Academy. Quickly go back and wait for him. Haha. With that, he turned and left. In the same place, although Mu Qingxuan's fists were still clenched, he had already calmed down. At this moment, Mistress of the Dark World appeared beside Mu Qingxian, for hours. I'm afraid he has already reached Sui Yincheng. Sui Yincheng, Mu Qingxuan's eyes narrowed. This Sui Yincheng was very close to the Great Cloud Imperial capital. As long as he passed through Sui Yincheng and 2 more small cities, he could reach the Great Cloud Imperial capital in a day's journey. Once Yixian entered the Great Cloud Imperial capital and went to Karaki Academy, Mu Qingxian did not dare to think about it. With Yixian's personality, once he entered the Great Cloud Imperial capital, he would absolutely do anything. Mu Qingxian suddenly looked up. Chase after him. We must stop him and buy time for the reinforcements of the Divine Central Continent. Mistress of the Dark World nodded, turned, and left. Mu Qingxian looked up at the drunken immortal and not far away and said fiercely, "Drunken immortal in, you will regret helping him like this." With that, he turned and left. In the pavilion, 6th floor master chuckled, "Regret? The one who regrets the most should be your Karaki Academy." After a dozen breaths, 50 black flame cavalrymen left the city, leaving a trail of dust behind them. Chase after Yixian. On a plain, Yixian was riding the black flame horse, galloping madly all the way. Behind him was a long trail of black flames. On the horseback, Yixian pondered. With his current speed, if nothing unexpected happened, he could reach the Great Cloud Imperial capital in 6 or 7 days at most. Once he reached the Great Cloud Imperial capital, the battlefield would be at Karaki Academy. At this moment, Yixian suddenly looked up. In front of him, 3 black arrows were shooting toward him at lightning speed. When he raised his head, they were already in front of him. Yixian suddenly opened his eyes. Chi-chi, 2 wisps of sword light shot out from Yixian's eyes. Boom, in front of Yixian, the arrows directly shattered. At this moment, a spear pierced through the air from a distance. The spear tore through the air, producing a sharp and ear-piercing sound. Yixian opened his palm, and the exquisite spirit sword flew out with a whoosh. In the blink of an eye, the exquisite spirit sword stabbed the tip of the spear. It was a tit-for-tat, bang, the spear trembled violently and flew back. A few dozen feet away, a hand held the spear tightly. It was a woman with a head full of dirty whips. The woman's face was painted with colorful stripes, and she wore a big nose ring. Her clothes were also extremely revealing. She only wore a beast-skin tube top and a beast-skin short skirt. On the woman's left and right were 5 men. 3 of them carried big bows on their backs, while the other 2 held spears in their hands. All 5 of them had fierce expressions. In front of the 5 men, the woman sized up Yixian, then turned to look at the men beside her. She smiled and said, "Qingzhou's #1 genius? He's not that great." As she spoke, she looked at Yixian, who was not far away. "My beast wolf mercenary group wants your head." At this moment, Yixian suddenly disappeared from the black flame horse. At the same time, a wisp of sword light quietly appeared in front of the woman. The woman's pupils suddenly shrank. At this moment, her eyes were filled with fear. She sensed lethal danger from this attack. Because when it arrived in front of her, her first thought was that she wouldn't be able to resist it. This attack would kill her. However, she clearly didn't want to just wait for death to come. She stomped her left foot on the ground, and a powerful aura instantly swept through her. At the same time, she stabbed the spear forward. This attack caused her entire face to warp. It was a stab with her full strength, because she knew that she would definitely die if she couldn't resist this attack from Yixian. The spear stabbed forward while the sword arrived. Crack, the clear and melodious sound of metal breaking resounded, and then a ray of light pierced through the center of her forehead. The woman's figure stiffened on the spot, and Yixian was standing in front of her. She gazed at Yixian. "All right." Quickly. As soon as she finished speaking, the center of her forehead suddenly split open, and then blood sprayed out from it while she fell to the ground. On the other hand, the 5 men by the woman's side were completely stunned. An instant kill, she was killed just like that, their faces were filled with disbelief. Meanwhile, 7 swords suddenly flew out from the sword box on Xian's back. Hiss, hiss. Hiss. Hiss, the other 5 were killed before they could even react. Xian cleaned up the battlefield, and his gains weren't small. There were around 400 million gold coins, and there were actually over 1 million supreme-grade spirit stones. 1,000,000. Xian was slightly excited. What he lacked the most right now were supreme-grade spirit stones. Because only with supreme-grade spirit stones could he utilize the 12 golden colossi. What timely help! Xian bowed slightly to the corpses and said sincerely, "Good people, all good people." Hee hee. At this moment, a low chuckle sounded out from behind Xian. It was very close, about a dozen steps away. Xian held the spirit elegance sword in his right hand, and his expression was solemn because he actually didn't notice that the person had arrived behind him. Who was it? P.S. It's been 2 chapters lately, but no one is scolding me. There are still many people voting, leaving messages, and comforting me. Thank you all for your support. Many people want me to stop updating. Actually, what I want to say is, to my dad, I'm his son, and I have the responsibility to be filial. To the readers, I'm an author, and I have the same responsibility. The responsibility to write well, and the responsibility to update. Moreover, I'm the only one in the family with an income. I don't write, so I don't have any income. Life isn't easy, but I still have to live on with a smile, and work hard with everyone. Genius. 1 second to remember this website address. Mobile version. Xian turned around. Not far in front of him stood a little girl. She was about 16 or 17 years old and wore a light green dress. She was smiling at him faintly. She walked slowly towards Xian with a mischievous look on her face. Her eyes were lively and she looked very cute. In her right hand was a mace. It was not big and was about the size of her arm. When he saw the mace, Xian's expression changed again. It was a true-grade spirit weapon, a true-grade spirit weapon. Who was this little girl? When the little girl was only 5 or 6 steps away from Xian's expression changed suddenly. He tapped the tip of his foot lightly and his entire body floated back a distance of 30 meters, distancing himself from the little girl. The little girl was stunned for a moment before she grinned. Don't be afraid. It won't hurt. I guarantee that your head will explode with 1 hammer. There won't be any pain before you die. When she finished speaking, she appeared in front of Xian again. However, Xian retreated another 30 meters, the little girl frowned. Come here. Let me hammer you to death. Xian asked, why do you want to hammer me to death? The little girl giggled. If I beat you to death, there will be a lot of money. When she finished speaking, she threw the mace at Xian. In the distance, the moment the little girl attacked, Xian took a step forward and stabbed with his sword. Bang! Xian retreated more than 200 feet in an instant. In front of him was a ravine that was more than 200 feet long. It was created by his feet. Xian looked down at his right hand. At this moment, his entire right arm was trembling violently. Not only that, but the spirit elegant sword in his hand was also trembling. There were even cracks at the tip of the sword, so powerful. Xian raised his head and looked at the little girl not far away. The little girl sized him up with a hint of surprise in her eyes. Aya, little swordsman, you're not bad. You didn't die after taking a hit from me, little goblin Tuoba. As she spoke, she gave Xian a thumbs up. Not bad. You're 1/10 as good as I am. You're worthy of praise. Xian's face darkened. Damn it, are you praising me or praising yourself? Meanwhile, the little demoness called Taba was about to attack once more when Xian hurriedly said, wait. The little girl stopped. She blinked and swung the hammer in her hand. What are you doing? Xian said seriously, I can't beat you. The little girl said matter-of-factly, you can't beat me in the first place. Is there a problem? Xian was speechless. The little girl swung the hammer in her hand and was about to attack again when Xian hurriedly said, I have a problem, a big problem. The little girl frowned. why do you have so many problems? Isn't it just death? What's there to be afraid of? It's just a hammer strike. Yi Xian was speechless. You're not the one who's going to die. Seeing that the little girl was a little impatient, Yi Xian walked in front of her. He flicked his finger and a gold card appeared in front of the little girl. The little girl sized up the gold card. Soon, her eyes lit up. There were 500 million gold coins in the gold card, 500 million gold coins. The little girl grabbed it in her hand. Then, she looked at Yi Xian and smiled. Is this for me? Yi Xian nodded and said seriously, I was deeply attracted to you from the first time I saw you. The little girl blinked. Why? Yi Xian said seriously, outstanding. You're like a firefly in the night. Even the night can't block your light. A straightforward person doesn't beat around the bush. I, Yi Xian, want to be friends with you. I like to be friends with outstanding people. The little girl sized up Yi Xian with eyes full of admiration. It was a look of admiration. You have a good eye. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth twitched. I don't have eyes. At this moment, the little girl waved the gold card in her hand. 500 million gold coins. You're giving it to me just like that? Yi Xian said seriously, it's too vulgar to talk about money between friends. Since you've come from the Central Divine Prefecture, you must be in urgent need of money. Take this money for emergencies. If it's not enough, come find me. I'll gather it for you even if I have to sell my blood. The little girl was about to speak when a group of black flame cavalrymen rushed over from behind her. Yi Xian's face sank. He hadn't expected the black flame cavalrymen to arrive so quickly. The little girl turned to look at the black flame cavalrymen. Who are they? Yi Xian pulled the little girl behind him and said solemnly, they're the cavalrymen that Karaki Academy invited. In any case, you go first. I'll bring up the rear. Don't worry about me. Really, I can hold on. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his sword and charged towards the cavalrymen. Behind him, the little girl was slightly stunned. In the distance, Yi Xian charged towards the black flame cavalryman with his sword in hand. The aura of his sword grew stronger and stronger. Gradually, the ground beneath his feet cracked open with every step he took. Yi Xian and the black flame cavalryman drew closer and closer. When he was 3 m away from them, he suddenly leaped up and slashed down with his sword in both hands. A bright ray of sword light flashed down, bang, the leader of the black flame cavalryman was sent flying over 100 meters away. When he crashed to the ground, he didn't stand up again. However, Yi Xian was also sent flying. Not only that, there was a bloody hole on his left shoulder. Yi Xian landed in front of the little girl. Looking at Yi Xian on the ground, the little girl pulled Yi Xian out of kindness. Are you all right? Yi Xian rubbed his chest and shook his head. I'm fine. As he spoke, he raised his sword and charged towards the black flame cavalryman again. He roared angrily, come at me if you can. Don't hurt that little girl. Hearing Yi Xian's words, the little girl looked at the gold card in her hand and sighed softly. Too outstanding. Dad, you must have saved the Azure Firmament world in your past life. Otherwise, how could you have given birth to such an outstanding daughter like me? Bang! At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly landed in front of the little girl. Yi Xian spat out a mouthful of blood and stood up. At this moment, the black flame cavalryman charged over and surrounded him and the little girl. Yi Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He was expressionless. The little girl sized up the black flame cavalryman curiously. At this moment, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared in the sky above the black flame cavalryman. This person was Mu Qingxian. Mu Qingxian looked at Yi Xian. His eyes were filled with wariness and doubt. This was because he was clear about Yi Xian's strength. Even if he couldn't defeat these black flame cavalrymen, it was impossible for him to be suppressed like this. There's a trap. Now, he had figured out Yi Xian's character. This was definitely a despicable, shameless, and sinister person. There must be a trap. Soon, Mu Qingxuan's gaze landed on the little girl beside Yi Xian. The little girl looked at Mu Qingxian. So many of you against one person. Not kind at all. Mu Qingxian said coldly, it's none of your business. The little girl was stunned. Then, she looked at Yi Xian. He scolded me? Yi Xian nodded. I heard him. The little girl glared at Xianxia. Damn you, saying this, she looked at Yi Xian. How should I scold him? Yi Xian said. Chest. The little girl blinked and looked at Xianxia. Damn your chest, Xianxia suddenly said, kill him. The black flame cavalrymen were about to attack. At this moment, the little girl suddenly raised her hammer and rushed out. Before anyone could react, a black flame cavalryman not far from Yi Xian was sent flying. In the air, the armor of the black flame cavalryman started to crack. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth could not help but twitch at the sight of that. God, that was a clear great equipment. It was shattered with one hammer. Xianxia was also stunned. What the hell? The little girl did not stop. She turned her hand and smashed down with her hammer again. Bang! Beside her, a black flame cavalryman's spear was instantly shattered. Then, the black flame cavalryman was sent flying. Instant kill. The little girl still wanted to attack. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly pulled her arm. Don't use too much strength. Those armors and weapons are worth tens of millions of gold coins. The little girl's eyes lit up. Tens of millions? Yi Xian nodded. They are all treasures. The little girl turned to look at the black flame cavalrymen. At this moment, the black flame cavalrymen were already rushing over. The little girl suddenly smashed her hammer on the ground. Bang! The ground in an area of 300 m shook violently, and then the 10+ black flame cavalrymen in front of them were blasted flying by a powerful force. At the same time, this force forcefully stopped the remaining black flame cavalrymen. Besides the cavalrymen that were sent flying, the rest of the cavalrymen stopped. The ground within 100 zhang had completely cracked. Yi Xian wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. This little girl was too strong. She was definitely in the top 10 of the monstrous genius list. In the air, Xianxia was stunned. He looked at the little girl. You, who exactly are you? The little girl looked up at Xianxia. She gently moved her bangs away from her forehead. Little demon Tuoba, my father said that I was born to save the world. Xianxia, Yi Xian walked to little demon Tuoba's side. He pulled little demon Tuoba's sleeve. Be careful. He is an expert at the peak of the 10,000 laws realm. Little demon Tuoba waved her small hand. My father can kill 100 people like him with one slap. Of course, I am not someone who relies on my father. As she spoke, she looked at Xianxia. My uncle can also kill 100 people like you with one slap. If you want to make a move, I will call my uncle. Yi Xian was speechless. You don't rely on your father. Is there any difference between calling your uncle or your father? In the air, Xianxuan's expression was extremely ugly. There was no doubt that this little girl came from the divine central continent. Because in Azure province, there was no one so terrifying. Moreover, from the little girl's words, it was clear that her background was not simple. Xianxia pondered for a moment. His expression softened. Little girl, I have offended you before. Please forgive me. My Karaki Academy has no intention of becoming enemies with your excellency. Yi Xian suddenly pulled little demon Tuoba's sleeve. Make him pay for the psychological damage. Little demon Tuoba blinked. Then, she looked at Xianxia. Pay. As she spoke, she looked at Yi Xian. How much? Yi Xian said seriously, you are so outstanding, but he actually scolded you just now. This cannot be tolerated. Absolutely cannot be tolerated. Make him pay 2 billion. Otherwise, call your uncle here. Call your father here too. Genius 1 second remember website. Mobile version. Yi Xian. Xianxia stared at Yi Xian. If looks could kill, Yi Xian would have died a long time ago. Yi Xian ignored Xianxia and faced little demon Tuoba. Did your father scold you? Little demon Tuoba shook her head. Yi Xian asked again, did your uncle scold you? Little demon Tuoba shook her head again. Yi Xian suddenly pointed at Xianxia and said angrily, then what right does he have to scold you? Hearing this, little demon Tuoba clenched her left hand. She looked up at Xianxia and said angrily, what right do you have to scold me? Yi Xian quickly echoed and pointed at Xianxia angrily, what right do you have to scold such an outstanding person? Hearing Yi Xian's words, little demon Tuoba became even angrier. Her chest heaved up and down, and the hammer in her hand trembled violently. Yi Xian wanted to say something, but little demon Tuoba suddenly cried. Yi Xian swallowed the words he was about to say. What was going on? Mu Qingxian was also stunned in the air. Little demon Tuoba wiped her tears and said with incomparable grievance, my uncle, my father, my brother, and my third uncle have never scolded me. What right does he have to scold me? Why? Yi Xian suddenly felt a sense of guilt. This little girl, she really felt wronged. At this moment, little demon Tuoba suddenly looked at Mu Qingxian and said angrily, 20 billion. Compensate me 20 billion, otherwise, I will ask my uncle to beat you to death. With that, she took out a sound transmission stone. Mu Qingxian clenched his fists tightly and his expression was gloomy. Threat, this was a blatant threat, 20 billion, even if he sold Karaki Academy, he wouldn't have that much. Even if he did, he wouldn't pay. Mu Qingxian glanced at Yi Xian, let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure trembled, and he disappeared. The surviving Black Flame cavalrymen wanted to leave as well. However, Yi Xian suddenly said, don't let them leave. Kill them. After saying that, he directly rushed out. Little demon Tuoba also rushed out with Yi Xian in hand, however, she wasn't chasing after the Black Flame cavalry, but Mu Qingxian. Yi Xian hurriedly pulled her back, that's the peak of the 10,000 Dharma realm. We can't beat it for now, but we can beat it first. As he spoke, he pointed at the group of Black Flame cavalrymen in the distance. Go easy on them, they're all money. Little demon Tuoba nodded instinctively. Then, he was pulled by Yi Xian and rushed over. It would be a bit difficult for Yi Xian to defeat 50 Black Flame cavalrymen alone, but with the little demon Empress Tuoba, it wouldn't be difficult at all. At this moment, Yi Xian didn't hold back any longer because these Black Flame cavalrymen weren't simple, and the slightest mistake could result in their defeat. About an hour later, Yi Xian and little demon Tuoba stopped. The two of them sat on the ground, and behind them was a ground full of corpses. They were all Black Flame cavalrymen. They chased them all the way, and after chasing them for nearly 50 kilometers, they finally killed more than 40 Black Flame cavalrymen. The two of them sat on the ground, and little demon Tuoba leaned against Yi Xian. She used her hammer to point at the nearby Black Flame cavalrymen, and asked curiously, how much are they worth? Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then said, a lot. 40 sets of equipment, most of them were clear rank equipment, and it could be said to be a huge profit. The only pity was the Black Flame horses. After the cavalrymen were killed, the Black Flame horses had already escaped, and he and little demon Tuoba couldn't stop them at all. After resting for a moment, Yi Xian put away the Black Flame cavalry's equipment, and then gave 20 sets to little demon Tuoba. These 20 sets are yours. You can go back to the Divine Central Continent to sell them, or you can follow me to the Imperial Capital to sell them. It's up to you. To the Imperial Capital. This chapter isn't finished. Please continue. Little demon Tuoba practically didn't even think about it. Yi Xian grinned, come, let's go to the Imperial Capital. As soon as he finished speaking, he called over his Black Flame horse, let's sit together. Little demon Tuoba didn't think too much about it, and she immediately leaped onto her Black Flame horse while Yi Xian followed behind her. It didn't take long for the two of them to vanish into the distance. After Yi Xian and little demon Tuoba left, Mu Qingxian appeared here once more, and his expression was surprisingly calm as he gazed at the corpses that covered the ground. A short moment later, he turned around and left. On a plain, Yi Xian led little demon Tuoba as they galloped madly on the Black Flame horse. On the back of the Black Flame horse, little demon Tuoba suddenly asked, Sword Cultivator, I forgot what your name is. What's your name? Yi Xian. You're the sword master? Yes. Why are you so weak? Yi Xian was speechless. Did I say something wrong? No. Actually, it's not that I'm weak, it's that you're too strong. In front of you, all geniuses and monstrous geniuses are trash. Swordsman, although you're a little weak, you're an honest person. I like that. Yi Xian was speechless. This time, Karaki Academy and Dark World didn't send anyone to cause trouble, so their journey was very smooth, and they were getting closer and closer to the Imperial Capital. Great Cloud Empire Imperial Palace. In a certain garden, a woman in a black dress was holding the hand of a little boy in a dragon robe as they slowly walked on the gravel Xiaodao. The little boy suddenly tilted his head and looked at the woman. Sister, Grand Tutor said that I'm old. I should be in power. The woman stopped and looked at the little boy. What do you think? The little boy was silent. The woman smiled. You still want it, right? The little boy lowered his head even more. The woman gently rubbed the little boy's head. It won't be long before the entire world will be yours. I won't fight with you for the throne. After saying that, she turned her head and looked not far away. There was a birdcage there, and inside the birdcage was a canary. Looking at the birdcage, the woman suddenly smiled. Without this birdcage, that bird will obtain a wider sky. After saying that, she turned her head to the side. Pass down the order. Grand Tutor's words and actions are improper. Beheaded. Li family colluded with outsiders to rebel. Beheaded. Gu family to rebel. Beheaded. Qing family to rebel. Beheaded. Tian family to rebel. Beheaded. She listed more than 20 aristocratic families in one breath, and all of them were the aristocratic families of Great Cloud Empire. The little boy was completely dumbfounded. Yes. Someone answered in the dark and quietly retreated. The little boy looked at the woman with some astonishment, but the woman smiled. Don't be surprised, they're all malignant tumors that should have been removed long ago. And there are still 2 of the biggest tumors, but they should be removed soon. After saying that, she let go of the little boy's hand and walked away. The little boy didn't follow her, he just lowered his head, and no one knew what he was thinking. The woman slowly walked into the distance and stopped in front of a pool. Mu Qingxian was right in front of her. Mu Qingxian slightly bowed to the woman. Miss Lian. The woman smiled. Dean Mu failed? Mu Qingxuan's expression was gloomy. After a moment, he slightly bowed. Please help me, Miss Lian. Help? The woman shook her head and smiled. For your Karaki Academy, Great Cloud Empire has lost 150 Black Flame cavalrymen. Apart from that, we also mobilized the aristocratic families in the city to help. To be honest, I've helped you a lot, Dean Mu. Mu Qingxian looked at the woman with a trace of complicated expression. Miss Lian, I'm not a fool. You seem to be helping Karaki Academy, but in fact, you're helping Great Cloud Empire, right? Out of the 50 Black Flame cavalrymen, 40 were killed, but Great Cloud Empire didn't take any responsibility. This chapter is not over, please continue to the next page. Just this point alone made him understand a lot of things. Weaken. This woman was using Yi Xian to weaken their influence in Great Cloud Empire. Lian Wanli's smile gradually faded. Dean Mu, my Great Cloud Empire has lost 150 Black Flame cavalrymen for your Karaki Academy. I'm really disappointed by your words. Mu Qingxuan's expression changed. After a moment, he squeezed out a smile. Yes, I misspoke. I came here to ask for Miss Lian's help. As long as Miss Lian closes the city gate, dispatches the army to guard the surroundings, and activates the Grand Formation, Yi Xian won't be able to enter the city. Why? Lian Wanli suddenly walked to Mu Qingxian and looked straight at him. Yi Xian has become a sword master at such a young age. Such a talent is rare in Qingzhou. As people of Qingzhou, we should be proud of him. Even if we can't be friends, we shouldn't suppress him. Saying that, she shook her head and sighed. Dean Mu, let me give you a piece of advice. Do more good. Saying that, she turned and left. Mu Qingxuan's expression was as ugly as if he had eaten 10 kilograms of dung. Do more good. Have you ever done kindness for 10,000 li? Who doesn't know that you killed without batting an eye and slaughtered almost the entire Great Cloud Empire? Still doing good. Mu Qingxian almost vomited blood. He knew that Karaki Academy, Dark World, and those aristocratic families had been cheated by this woman. What a huge scam. At this moment, Lian Wanli suddenly stopped. She turned around and smiled. Dean Mu, a friendly reminder. Yi Xian will be here soon. Saying that, she turned around and walked away while humming an unknown tune. Mu Qingxian coldly looked at Lian Wanli and didn't say anything else. He turned around and left. Because no matter what he said, he would only be humiliating himself. Karaki Academy. Mu Qingxian stood in front of Harran Palace. He raised his head and looked at the sword above his head for an hour. Sword immortal, Mu Qingxian laughed at himself. A sword immortal suppressed Karaki Academy to the point of suffocation. At this moment, he suddenly turned around. Behind him were all Karaki Academy students, mentors, and elders. Everyone looked at Mu Qingxian. One of the students suddenly stood up. Dean Mu, if Yixian comes to my Karaki Academy, I am willing to be the first to fight. I want the world to know that there are no cowards in my Karaki Academy. We are willing to fight. Countless Karaki Academy students roared in unison. Mu Qingxuan's eyes had a trace of gratification. My Karaki Academy students are ultimately unyielding. At this moment, the mistress of the dark world suddenly appeared beside Mu Qingxian. Yixian has arrived outside the city. He's here. The scene instantly quietened down. Outside the great cloud imperial capital, Yixian and little demon Tuoba rode the black flame horse and slowly walked towards the city gate not far away. Little demon, how did you become so outstanding? Can you teach me? I can't. I was born like this. Sigh, I also want to be as outstanding as you. Unfortunately, I'm afraid I won't be able to do it in this lifetime. Actually, you aren't that bad. You can see that I, little demon Tuoba, am outstanding at first glance. You are also very, 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 very not simple. By the way, little demon, how about you call me big brother in the future? I will protect you. Whoever bullies you, I will help you beat them up. No, no. Call me big sister, I will protect you in the future. Whoever bullies you, I will help you beat them up. Okay, big sister. Little demon Tuoba. P.S. I have been suffering from insomnia recently. I can only sleep by listening to songs. Especially one of the songs, it is very good to listen to. It has been on repeat for a week. I sincerely recommend everyone to listen to it. The song name is very easy to remember. It is called Blue Phoenix Handsome Guy recommended by Conscience. You all deserve it. End of this chapter. Big sister, Tuoba was stunned. Why did it look like a trap? At this moment, Yixian said with a smile, I'll be honest with you. I came to the imperial capital to fight. With that, he jumped off the black flame horse and looked up at Tuoba. It's nice to meet you. However, this is a matter between me, Karaki Academy, and Dark World. I shouldn't have let you get involved. Otherwise, it would be too much. With that, he turned and walked toward the city gate. A person naturally had to be righteous. A person without a bottom line was not a person. Swordsman. At this moment, Tuoba's voice came from behind Yixian. Yixian stopped and turned to face Tuoba. Tuoba grinned. Although you are slippery, you are a good person. I, Tuoba, am willing to be friends with you. Yixian grinned. Yixian, Qingzhou's Jiang Country, Blue Waves Academy's dean. Tuoba's lips curled up. Tuoba, Divine Central Continent's Tuoba clan's #1 genius, ranked 9th on the monster list. In the future, I will save the world. Yixian laughed. Little devil, if you want to save the world, then you have to work hard. Little monster Tuoba nodded earnestly. I will. At this moment, Yixian had reached the city gate. A middle-aged man suddenly appeared in front of the gate. Dharma realm, the middle-aged man looked at Yixian without saying anything. However, his aura grew weaker and weaker. Soon, the middle-aged man was suppressed from Dharma realm to Divine Combination realm. The middle-aged man stopped near Yixian. Just as he was about to speak, Yixian suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the middle-aged man. At the same time, 12 golden men appeared around the middle-aged man. The 12 golden men attacked in unison. At the same time, there was also a wisp of sword light. 3 breaths later, the 12 golden men retreated behind Yixian, and in front of Yixian, there was a head dripping with blood. It was the head of the middle-aged man. At this moment, his eyes were wide open, as though he had died with a grievance. At that moment, he didn't even have the chance to make a move. It should be said that he was killed before he could even react. With 12 golden men and Yixian, there was no doubt that they could kill a Divine Combination realm cultivator. Yixian looked up towards the city gate. Karaki Academy, I'm coming. With that, he quickly disappeared into the distance. Outside the city gates, little witch Tuoba glanced at the black flame horse beneath her, then hurriedly looked towards the nearby city gates. Swordsman, your horse. Yixian had entered the city. the news quickly spread throughout the capital of Great Cloud Imperial Capital. Soon, countless people gathered at the foot of Karaki Academy's mountain. Karaki Academy, this was an ancient force with 1,000 years of history in Azure Province. It was also one of the 3 super overlords in Azure Province. Before this, Karaki Academy could make Azure Province tremble with a stomp of its foot. Although this sentence was somewhat exaggerated, it was enough to prove Karaki Academy's influence in Azure Province. But now, a youth less than 20 years old had come to Great Cloud Imperial Capital. This wasn't the main point. The main point was that this youth had threatened to destroy Karaki Academy. Destroy Karaki Academy, even Great Cloud Empire wouldn't dare to say such words. At this moment, countless people had gathered at the foot of Karaki Academy's mountain. All of them came from all over the imperial capital. Everyone wanted to see how this youth from country of Jiang was going to destroy Karaki Academy. Karaki Academy was huge. At the foot of the mountain was a large square. At this moment, there were more than 100,000 people gathered at the square. There were all kinds of people. Wait, everyone was waiting for Xian to appear. On a certain street in the imperial capital, Xian came to a noodle shop and sat down. "Boss, give me 2 bowls of noodles and 2 eggs." "Okay." The noodle shop owner answered, then skillfully grabbed a handful of noodles and threw them into the pot of soup. A moment later, 2 bowls of steaming hot noodles were placed in front of Xian. Xian was stunned. 2 bowls, he was about to ask the noodle shop owner, but he seemed to have thought of something and swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Xian was silent for a while. Then, he said softly, "Ling I miss you." After saying that, he pushed one of the bowls of noodles to the opposite side and started eating. His sister, she was the most important person in his life. He would always remember one thing. Back then, his sister was only 8 years old. She stood in front of a noodle stall for half an hour just to eat noodles. At that time, he didn't have a single cent helplessness, heartache. From that moment on, he swore to himself that he would work hard to let his sister live a good life. The Divine Central Continent. On a certain street, a little girl and a beautiful woman were strolling slowly. Passers-by on both sides of the street were looking at them. The little girl was too special. The little girl was about 13 or 14 years old. She wore a dress that seemed to be made of ice. Not only her dress, but even her hair was like ice strips. Her entire body exuded a cold aura that could be felt even from 30 meters away. Apart from that, every time the little girl's feet touched the ground, it would freeze. Who is this little girl? She's so strange. You don't even know her? The Northern Chill Holy Girl is said to be 12th on the monster list. That was 5 days ago. She's now 8th on the monster list. Heavens! How old is she? The youngest monster of the Divine Central Continent. At the end of the street, the little girl suddenly stopped and turned to look at a noodle shop nearby. The little girl walked into the noodle shop and sat down on a chair. As soon as she sat down, the chair instantly froze over. Everyone around looked at the little girl and the beautiful woman. The little girl said indifferently, 2 bowls of noodles and 2 eggs. The owner was still in a daze. The beautiful woman by the little girl's side glanced coldly at the owner. The latter shivered and hurriedly said, yes, I'll be right there." The little girl withdrew a ring carved from ice and pressed it lightly with her thumb. The ring shook slightly, and it didn't take long for 5 swords to appear on the table. Everyone in the surroundings was dumbstruck when they saw these 5 swords. True rank swords, 5 true rank swords. The little girl gazed at the 5 true rank swords for a short while, and then she turned to look at the beautiful woman by her side. "I must obtain that heaven rank sword." The beautiful woman hesitated for a moment and said, "Holy maiden, you're not a swordsman, so why do you like to collect swords?" The little girl said softly, "Because my older brother is a swordsman. These swords must be given to him." The beautiful woman glanced at the little girl but didn't say anything. The little girl put the swords away and asked, "Is my older brother doing well in Pine Prefecture?" The beautiful woman nodded. "Very well." The little girl nodded slightly, and then she seemed to have thought of something and said coldly, "Is Karaki Academy still bullying him?" The beautiful woman shook her head. "I don't think so. In short, he's doing well. If anything happens, I'll report it to Holy Maiden." Now, Holy Maiden's top priority is to subdue the divine artifact within your body, attain the myriad Dharma realm, and charge into the top 5 of the monstrous genius rankings. The little girl nodded. I'll work hard. I'll protect my older brother well in the future. The beautiful woman glanced at the little girl and didn't say anything. Meanwhile, a waiter brought over 2 bowls of noodles, and after he placed them on the table, the waiter hurriedly ran away because it was truly too cold. On the other hand, the 2 hot bowls of noodles on the table had instantly frozen. After looking at the 2 bowls of noodles for a very long time, the little girl suddenly said softly, "Brother, I miss you." She would never forget something. One night all those years ago, her older brother had returned with a bowl of steaming noodles, and there was even an egg in the noodles. She was overjoyed at the time. Because she'd never eaten noodles before, and she really wanted to eat a bowl of noodles, she asked her older brother to eat with her, and her older brother said he was full. She believed him. That night, her older brother sat in the corner and watched her eat, and every time she looked at her older brother would grin. That year, her older brother was 12 years old. Her mother had just left. To this day, she still didn't know how her older brother got that bowl of noodles. Every time she asked, her older brother would just grin. Qingzhou, Great Cloud Imperial Capital. Yi Xian's noodles were almost finished. At this time, a woman suddenly sat opposite Yi Xian. Yi Xian stopped and faced the woman in front of him. The woman was wearing a black, tight-fitting dress. On the dress was a black phoenix spreading its wings in the sky. The woman smiled and said, "You don't mind, right?" Yi Xian shook his head and continued to lower his head to eat the noodles. The woman ate a mouthful of noodles, then looked at Yi Xian. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Lian Wanli. I changed my name myself. Does it sound nice?" King Kaoshan. Yi Xian stopped. He had naturally heard of this name. The name of Great Cloud Empire's King Kaoshan, who didn't know of Great Cloud Realm. The woman took a sip of the soup and shook her head. "It's a bit bland." "What's the matter?" Yi Xian asked. The woman smiled and said, "Nothing, I just came to see you." After saying that, she stood up and looked at Yi Xian. "Your strength is passable, and you're also quite handsome. How about this? Follow me. This king will take you flying." Yi Xian put down his chopsticks. "A straightforward person doesn't beat around the bush. Do you like me?" Lian Wanli was stunned. Yi Xian said, "Sorry, I already have someone I like." Lian Wanli said seriously, "My palace's imperial doctor is not bad. Do you want to go see him?" Yi Xian. Lian Wanli walked to Yi Xian's side. She gently patted Yi Xian's shoulder. "Now, follow this king back to the palace. Let the imperial doctor take a look at you. Maybe you can still be saved." After saying that, she walked away. In front of the noodle stall, Yi Xian was silent for a moment, then began to eat the noodles. Soon, Yi Xian left. Half an hour later, Yi Xian arrived at Karaki College. At this moment, Karaki College was already filled with people. The surrounding roads were blocked so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Yi Xian was speechless. "These people are all here to watch the show?" "Excuse me." Yi Xian squeezed forward. Excuse me. At this moment, the man in front of Yi Xian suddenly turned around and glared at Yi Xian. "What are you squeezing for? You don't want to live anymore." Yi Xian cupped his fists. "Excuse me, I have something to do." The man said angrily, "Something? Am I fine? Do you know that today is the day my brother-in-law comes to challenge Karaki College?" Yi Xian was stunned, then asked, "Your brother-in-law is?" The man snorted coldly. "Yi Xian. Have you heard of him? Let me tell you, he is my brother-in-law. My sister is already pregnant with his child for 8 months. Yi Xian. 8 months. Yi Xian's face was full of black lines. What the hell was this? Becoming a father? More and more people were crowding around, and there was no space left. In the crowd, Yi Xian felt helpless. He had wanted to keep a low profile, but he had no choice but to leap into the air. In the air, he pointed with his fingers, and a sword landed firmly under his feet. Just like that, he slowly rode the sword into the distance. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Yi Xian. In the air, Yi Xian stood on the sword with his hands behind his back. He looked calm, and his hair fluttered in the wind, looking very elegant. "He is Yi Xian." In the field, someone suddenly shouted. Yi Xian. In an instant, the crowd was in an uproar. Yi Xian, the youngest sword master of Qingzhou, and could be said to be the most monstrous person in Qingzhou, the elegance of a swordsman. Many people came here not only to watch the show, but also to see the elegance of a swordsman. After all, there were not many powerful swordsmen in Qingzhou. In the crowd, a man looked at Yi Xian in the air with a dumbfounded expression. Bro. Brother-in-law. In the air, Yi Xian's speed on the sword was very slow. It was not that he wanted to be slow, but he could not go fast at all. He had not mastered the sword flight technique at all. His current state could not be considered sword flight at all. But others did not think so. In their eyes, he was slowly flying on the sword. Soon, under the crowd's gaze, Yi Xian came to a huge rock at the foot of Karaki Academy's mountain. He pointed with his right hand, and the sword under his feet turned into a sword light and flew in front of him in a very elegant posture. This move immediately caused the crowd to boil. Too handsome. On the huge rock, Yi Xian turned around and pointed the sword in his hand to the ground. He looked up at Karaki Academy's mountain. Karaki Academy, does anyone dare to fight? Does anyone dare to challenge me? The crowd quieted down, and countless people raised their heads to look at Karaki Academy. How would the superpower of Qingzhou respond? They didn't have to wait too long. Soon, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared not far away from Yi Xian. Mu Qingxian, the dean of Karaki Academy. Mu Qingxian looked at Yi Xian and was about to speak when Yi Xian suddenly pointed his sword at Mu Qingxian. Don't talk nonsense. I'm here to kill, not to listen to your nonsense. With that, he raised his sword and rushed towards Karaki Academy's mountain. Below, countless people were stunned. How could he be so tough? Mu Qingxuan's face was extremely gloomy. Since the establishment of Karaki Academy, no one had ever treated them like this. Mu Qingxian suddenly turned around and roared, Yi Xian. As his voice fell, his aura grew weaker and weaker. In an instant, it had fallen to the divine combination realm, suppressing one's realm. Everyone in the surroundings was dumbstruck. This Mu Qingxian was going to take the field personally. In the distance, Yi Xian stopped. He hadn't expected that Mu Qingxian would actually take the field himself. If Mu Qingxian were to forcefully suppress his realm here, then it would mean that it would truly be a battle of life and death. Because Mu Qingxian would absolutely not dare to return to the Dharma realm if he couldn't win. If Mu Qingxian did that, then the reputation of Karaki Academy that had existed for 1,000 years would be instantly destroyed. Mu Qingxian stared fixedly at Yi Xian. Don't you want to fight? I'll fight you. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly vanished. A sharp and ear-piercing sound of something tearing resounded, and then a fist shot straight at Yi Xian's face. The fist contained a peerlessly overbearing and ferocious force that seemed capable of destroying everything. Yi Xian didn't greet this fist head-on. He dodged to the side and avoided it. At the same time, he twisted his wrist, and the spirit elegant sword in his hand slashed horizontally towards Mu Qingxuan's abdomen. Unfortunately, the sword hadn't even reached Mu Qingxuan's abdomen when a hand grabbed it. Mu Qingxuan's left hand, his 5 fingers gripped Yi Xian's sword tightly. Yi Xian's sword seemed to be welded, and it couldn't move at all. In the blink of an eye, Mu Qingxuan's left hand slid forward. His fist slammed into Yi Xian's abdomen. Bang! Yi Xian instantly retreated 200 feet, the surroundings quietened down. After repelling Yi Xian with a single strike, Mu Qingxian didn't attack again. He lowered his head and looked at his arm. There was a shallow sword mark there. At the last moment, when he sent Yi Xian flying with his fist, Yi Xian's sword had also slashed across his arm. It could be said that he only had a slight advantage in this confrontation. Mu Qingxian raised his head and looked at Yi Xian, who was not far away, with a solemn expression in his eyes. The exchange just now had allowed him to understand one thing, and that was that no one in the younger generation of Karaki Academy could contend against Yi Xian. It should be said that there were very few people in the younger generation of Qingzhou who could contend against Yi Xian. In the distance, Yi Xian rubbed his abdomen. At this moment, he was somewhat astonished. Because at the critical moment just now, he had used the kindness sword intent to protect the crucial part of his abdomen. Originally, he had merely wanted to counteract Mu Qingxuan's power, but he discovered that if he gathered the kindness sword intent in one place, it was actually equivalent to a piece of armor, and this armor was even more useful than his armor of the earth. Mu Qingxuan's punch just now hadn't injured him at all, and he had only been shaken for a moment. This discovery made Xian extremely pleasantly surprised. So the kindness sword intent could be used in this way. Or perhaps it should be said that the kindness sword intent was actually a way of defense. Because he discovered that the kindness sword intent's lethality wasn't that great. On the contrary, it was very useful in the aspect of defense. Quickly fight! Someone suddenly shouted from the crowd below. Everyone was speechless. Mu Qingxian glanced at Xian. Come, let me see how monstrous you are. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly flew to a boulder that was dozens of feet tall beside him. He abruptly kicked the boulder, and the boulder instantly flew out and smashed towards Xian, who was not far away. Xian's face was expressionless as he took a swift step forward and stabbed with his sword. It was a simple and direct strike. Hiss! The boulder was instantly split into two, but Xian's sword was forcefully stopped because two fingers had clamped down on the tip of his sword. After clamping down on Xian's sword, Mu Qingxian was about to attack when a flying sword suddenly slashed out from within Xian's body. Mu Qingxuan's pupils constricted slightly, and he put his right hand together and flicked. Bang! The flying sword was slashed away, but another flying sword slashed over. Mu Qingxian tapped the tip of his foot lightly, and his entire body floated backward. However, the flying sword was still in front of him, and it was only a few inches away from his forehead. At this moment, he could clearly feel the sword light emitted by Xian's flying sword. It was sharp and piercing. Mu Qingxian suddenly tilted his head and dodged the flying sword by a hair's breadth. However, another flying sword appeared in front of him. Mu Qingxian instantly retreated a few meters, but he quickly sprinted forward and punched out. Bang! He punched out, and the powerful force emitted from his fist forcibly blocked the 7 flying swords in front of him. However, it was unable to repel the 7 flying swords. At this moment, Xian, who was riding his sword in the distance, suddenly rushed toward Mu Qingxian like a gust of wind. He held the spirit elegant sword, and within the sword, a wave of sword force was increasing at a terrifying speed. Gathering force, when Xian was only a few meters away from Mu Qingxian, the sword force contained within the spirit elegant sword in Xian's hand had far exceeded the force that a divine combination realm expert should have. Mu Qingxuan's expression became even more serious when he saw the scene. It should be said that it had changed from serious to fearful. At this moment, Xian suddenly leaped up. In the next moment, he held the sword with both hands and slashed down from above Mu Qingxuan's head, one sword to decide life and death. The moment Xian's sword slashed down, the sword force instantly increased by several times. At this moment, the force contained within this sword was already approaching the myriad Dharma realm. Xian hadn't reached the myriad Dharma realm, but this sword was approaching the myriad Dharma realm. Below, a trace of savagery flashed in Mu Qingxuan's eyes. His right foot swept backwards and he put his palms together. In an instant, the aura around his body surged. However, it hadn't recovered to the myriad Dharma realm. He was executing a powerful martial technique. When Xian's sword was about 10 inches away from Mu Qingxuan's head, Mu Qingxian suddenly stomped on the ground with his right foot. He put his palms together and pushed upwards. Void obliteration. As soon as he said this, the top of Mu Qingxuan's head turned pitch black, and the sword light emitted by Xian's sword disappeared without a trace. Not only that, but the pitch-black darkness was also spreading towards Xian at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, Xian had been devoured. The surroundings quietened down. Everyone looked into the distance. Xian died just like that. One breath later. Boom! A terrifying white stream of air suddenly erupted from the pitch-black darkness. Kindness sword intent. This kindness sword intent actually began to devour the pitch-black darkness. At the same time, a sword light slashed down from the white stream of air. Bang! Under the gazes of countless people, Mu Qingxian was instantly blasted hundreds of feet away. Only when he crashed into a mountain wall did he stop. The mountain wall behind him violently trembled and directly cracked. Everyone turned their heads to the right. The pitch-black space had returned to normal. There stood a man holding a long sword. The man's body emitted a white mist. Materialized sword intent, Xian. Numerous people looked at each other in disdain. Did Xian win? Xian carried his sword and walked towards Mu Qingxian in the distance. At this moment, blood constantly flowed from the corner of Mu Qingxuan's mouth. There were more than a dozen sword wounds on his body. Each of them was extremely deep and injured his insides. Seriously injured, Xianxia wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared at Yi Xian. What an overbearing sword technique. What a strong sword intent. Materialized sword intent. What kind of sword intent is this? Yi Xian stopped several feet away from Xianxia. He pointed his sword at Xianxia. Restore the 10,000 Dharma realm. Restore the 10,000 Dharma realm. Everyone was stunned. What did Yi Xian want to do? Was he courting death? It must be known that Yi Xian was only at the ethereal opening realm. Xianxia stared at Yi Xian. Yi Xian said again, don't worry. The world will not say that your Karaki Academy is bullying the weak, nor will they say that you are greedy for life and afraid of death. They will not say that your Karaki Academy is shameless. It should not affect your Karaki Academy's 1,000-year reputation. Come, don't have any worries. Quickly restore to the 10,000 Dharma realm. Everyone, P.S. I borrowed a wireless update from the roadside. I ran 3 streets before I found a wireless update that didn't require a password. He had recovered to the Dharma realm. Everyone present looked at Xianxia. Would Xianxia recover to the Dharma realm? Xianxia looked at Yi Xian while blood flowed incessantly from the corners of his mouth. He was about to speak when Yi Xian suddenly raised his sword and charged at him. Yi Xian was extremely swift, and he arrived in front of Xianxia in the blink of an eye. Then, a sword was pointed straight at Xianxia's forehead. It was extremely swift, like a white steed flashing past a crack. Xianxia's pupils constricted slightly, and he suddenly pressed his hands together in front of him. Bang! Xianxia's palms forcefully pressed against Yi Xian's spirit elegant sword, but the ground beneath his feet instantly cracked open. At the same time, a flying sword suddenly slashed at him from the side like a bolt of lightning. Xianxia's expression changed drastically. He spread his hands apart, and then he pressed them forward. A powerful force poured out from his palms. Bang! Yi Xian's flying sword was forcefully blocked by this force. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly leaped up lightly and slashed down with his sword. Xianxia's eyes narrowed slightly, and there was a wisp of ferocity in them. At this moment, he had nowhere to retreat because the mountain wall was right behind him. There was no way out. Xianxia suddenly squatted down, and the ground beneath his feet that had already cracked open instantly exploded apart. In the blink of an eye, he suddenly rose up from the ground, and his fist met Yi Xian's sword. When his fist was around 10 inches away from Yi Xian's sword, his fist suddenly spun. Hiss! The sound of air exploding suddenly resounded. Meanwhile, Yi Xian's sword descended. Bang! Xianxia's fist forcefully blocked Yi Xian's sword, but his feet were still squatting down. Moreover, the mountain wall behind him was cracking layer by layer, and the cracks were spreading towards the surroundings at an extremely fast speed. The surroundings suddenly fell silent. Countless elders and students stared fixedly at the mountain wall, and they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. In midair, Yi Xian held his sword with both hands and suddenly pressed it downwards. The spirit elegant sword directly broke through the light on Xianxia's fist, and the sword descended straight down. Xianxia's entire right arm was instantly cut off, but Xianxia clenched his left hand into a fist and punched Yi Xian's abdomen. Bang! Yi Xian's entire body flew in a circle in the air before crashing to the ground. Where he landed, the ground instantly exploded. However, it didn't take long for him to crawl back up. After that, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and pointed forward. A flying sword flew past and headed straight for the distant Xianxia. Xianxia rushed forward and punched with his left hand. Bang! The flying sword was instantly blasted away, but after this flying sword, there were 6 sword lights. Xianxia's pupils shrank to the size of needles. He pointed a finger at his forehead, and in an instant, a powerful aura swept out of his body. This aura was close to the Dharma boundary, but it was not the Dharma boundary. Even he couldn't bring forth the strength of the Dharma boundary while at the divine combination realm. Under the gazes of everyone, Xianxia took a step forward and pointed a finger forward. Space actually became slightly illusory where his fingertip descended, and Yi Xian's 6 swords were forcefully stopped and couldn't move an inch forward. However, Xianxia's entire body trembled violently. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly pointed a finger at himself, and the 6 swords transformed into 6 rays of light that flew back into the sword chest on his back. A moment of silence ensued. A sword howl suddenly resounded, and in the blink of an eye, 7 rays of light suddenly shot into the sky from behind Xian. This chapter isn't finished. Please continue to the next page. Xian took a step forward and pointed his right hand at Mu Qingxian. In the sky, the 7 swords shot down like 7 bolts of lightning. Mu Qingxian looked up from below, and his eyes were filled with madness. At this point, he had no way out, and he could only fight with his life on the line. The swords hadn't descended when Mu Qingxian suddenly stomped his right foot on the ground, and his figure shot into the sky to greet the swords. In midair, he slapped his palm forward, and the entire sky instantly became slightly illusory. This palm strike was comparable to the Dharma boundary. It could be said that it was similar to Xian's attack from before, and it had attained the limits of the divine combination realm. Bang! In midair, the 7 swords were forced to a stop by a powerful force, and the light on them vanished at this moment. Right at this moment, Xian suddenly charged over with his sword in hand and slashed. Bang! Mu Qingxian was blasted flying. Xian was just about to attack again when countless people obstructed him. Besides the instructors and elders of Karaki Academy, countless students of Karaki Academy surrounded Xian. A wave of hissing instantly resounded from the crowd below when they witnessed this scene, a one-on-one battle. Xian and Mu Qingxian were fighting one-on-one, and Mu Qingxian was a realm higher than Xian. Under such circumstances, Karaki Academy actually wanted to gang up on him. Shameless, too shameless. The expressions of the elders, instructors, and students of Karaki Academy instantly turned unsightly. Not far away, Xian shook his head and sighed. What are all of you trying to do? As he spoke, he looked at Mu Qingxian. Dean Mu, if you can't beat him, then just say it. I absolutely won't kill you. There's no need for so many people to surround me. Pooh! Mu Qingxian spat out a mouthful of blood, and he stared fixedly at Xian. Besides resentment, there was also a complicated look in his eyes. At this moment, he finally witnessed how terrifying Xian was. After all, Xian was only at the Nether Passage realm now. If Xian reached the divine combination realm, at that time, it was very likely that Xian would be able to fight against the Dharma boundary. Too monstrous. In the distance, Xian suddenly smiled and said, Dean Mu, in the end, do you want to fight one-on-one or gang up on me? Just say it. One-on-one. A voice suddenly resounded from the crowd below. One-on-one. Soon, more and more voices resounded. Xian suddenly faced the crowd below, and his left hand lightly pressed down. Everyone immediately quieted down. Xian smiled and said, let me introduce myself. I'm Xian, the Dean of Blue Waves Academy, nicknamed the most handsome man of Jiang country. Hearing this, countless people below couldn't help but burst into laughter. Xian pointed his sword at the students of Karaki Academy. Karaki Academy, is there anyone who wants to fight? Xian. A student of Karaki Academy stood up, and he stared fixedly at Xian. You, whoosh, the sound of breaking air resounded, and the student's voice came to an abrupt stop, because a sword had unknowingly pierced his throat. In an instant, the surroundings became quiet. Xian lightly moved his finger, and the sword in the throat of that student immediately flew back to him. He took out a white silk handkerchief and gently wiped the blood on the sword. I came to kill, not to chat. Finished speaking, he looked at the students of Karaki Academy not far away. Next. Those students of Karaki Academy stared fixedly at Xian, and each and every one of them had an ashen complexion, but no one dared to move. This chapter is not over, please turn the page. Xian suddenly shook his head and smiled, then he looked at Mu Qingxian not far away. Dean Mu, isn't your Karaki Academy trying every means possible to get rid of me? Now, I am standing in front of you, but why are you all so cowardly? Xian. A student suddenly stood up, and he glared at Xian. Don't go too far, my Karaki Academy. At this time, Xian held the sword in his right hand and swung it to the right. Chi, more than 10 zhang away, the head of the student of Karaki Academy instantly flew. Blood spurted out like a fountain. Xian opened his palm, and the spiritual beauty sword flew back into his palm. Holding the sword, he pointed it at the students from Karaki Academy who were extremely enraged. Going too far? Today, I will go too far. I won't talk nonsense with you. Come, all of you under the 10,000 laws realm of Karaki Academy, come at me together. I will fight all of you alone. As soon as he said this, the crowd immediately went into an uproar. One must know that there were over 1,000 students of Karaki Academy, one person against 1,000, was Yixian crazy, and when those Karaki Academy students heard Yixian's words, their faces instantly turned purple from anger. At this time, how could they still endure? Soon, the students dashed towards Yixian one after another. Yixian grinned, and the sword sheath on his back violently trembled. In an instant, 7 swords suddenly flew out, and in an instant, 7 Karaki Academy students were pierced through the chests by these 7 swords, and they fell to the ground on the spot. Stay your hand. Mu Qingshuan's voice suddenly resounded, and the students of Karaki Academy stopped successively. However, Yixian didn't stop at all. He held his sword in hand as he charged at them, and everywhere he passed, the students of Karaki Academy fell to the ground. How presumptuous! Mu Qingshan suddenly roared furiously. In an instant, he'd vanished on the spot, and he was in front of Yixian when his figure appeared once more. However, Yixian grinned instead. Mu Qingshuan's expression changed drastically when he saw Yixian's smile, and he was just about to recover his cultivation. However, it was slightly too late. Unknowingly, 12 golden men had appeared around him. The 12 golden figures attacked in unison. At the same time, a strand of light flashed, a single strike to decide life and death. The expressions of the myriad laws realm experts of Karaki Academy changed drastically when they witnessed this scene, and they were just about to attack. However, the 12 golden figures had already retreated behind Yixian. At this moment, Yixian's sword had stabbed into the center of Mu Qingshuan's forehead. The surroundings fell silent once more. That's it, that's it. The minds of all the instructors and students of Karaki Academy had gone blank. Mu Qingshan stared fixedly at Yixian and grinned. You've been waiting for this moment for a long time, right? Do you think it's over now? No. This is just the beginning. Yixian, even if I die, there are still countless Mu Qingshuans in the headquarters. You. Meanwhile, Yixian raised his sword and slashed forward. Hiss, the sword pierced through Mu Qingshuan's head, and Mu Qingshuan's voice stopped abruptly. Yixian looked at Mu Qingshan and shook his head. Countless Mu Qingshuans? I'm so scared. As soon as he finished speaking, he slashed with the sword in his hand. Hiss, Mu Qingshuan's head instantly flew into the air. The surroundings were completely silent. Yixian flicked the spirit elegant sword lightly, and Mu Qingshuan's spatial ring instantly flew to him. He didn't look at it and just put it away. After that, he looked up at the instructors and students of Karaki Academy. You haven't had your fill of killing, and you still want to kill? What do you think I should do? Everyone was speechless. End of this chapter. He hasn't had his fill yet, he still wants to kill. The surroundings were deathly silent as everyone looked at Yixian. Does Yixian really want to challenge the entire Karaki Academy by himself? Halfway up the mountain, a woman was sitting on a tree branch, her smooth jade-like feet swinging gently. The corners of the woman's mouth curled up slightly as she gazed at Yixian. He hasn't had his fill yet, he still wants to kill. A man should be like this. Behind the woman was an armored woman who wore a sword. She glanced at Yixian and didn't speak. The woman seemed to have thought of something, and she suddenly turned around to look at the armored woman behind her and said with a smile, Azwa, compared to him, whose sword Dao is superior. The armored woman lowered her head slightly and didn't speak. The woman grinned as she turned around to look down, and then she lightly twirled a strand of her beautiful hair in her hand. Everyone in the world says that Yixian is the youngest sword master of my Pine Prefecture. Actually, Azwa, you're the youngest sword master of my Pine Prefecture. A sword master being a guard by my side is such a waste of talent. The armored woman's expression changed slightly when she heard this, and then she suddenly knelt down on one knee. My king, Azwa is willing to follow you for eternity. The woman smiled and said, Stand up. Let's see how this farce will end with me. As soon as she finished speaking, she looked at Yixian with a faint smile on her face. Below. Yixian stood in confrontation with over 1,000 Karaki Academy students with his sword in hand. Meanwhile, an elder of Karaki Academy walked over to Yixian. Yixian, why do you have to be so ruthless? Ruthless? The corners of Yixian's mouth curled up slightly. I should be the one asking you, Karaki Academy. Since the beginning until now, how many times has your Karaki Academy pursued me? Have you counted? The elder was about to speak when Yixian suddenly said, Cut the crap. either all of you die, or I die. I won't stop until I'm dead. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his sword and charged towards the students of Karaki Academy. The expressions of those students from Karaki Academy turned grim when they saw Xian attack, but they didn't flee, and they charged towards Xian instead. 1 person against 1,000, seeing that Xian was really going to fight 1,000 people alone, countless people below were dumbfounded. 1,000, as for these Karaki Academy students, were they all ordinary trash? Obviously not, they were the elites of Great Cloud Empire, of course, regardless of whether he could win or not. Countless people here still admired Xian very much, because Xian dared to hit them. In the crowd, Xian wielded the spirit grace sword and slashed continuously. Every time he slashed, a Karaki college student would fall. Although these Karaki Academy students were elites, none of them could take a single blow from Xian. However, Xian didn't have it easy either, because every time he killed one, another would immediately charge at him. At this moment, he had some injuries on his body. Fortunately, he had the protection of the kindness sword intent. Otherwise, his situation would be even more serious. As for the 12 golden men, he didn't want to use them for the time being. He only had less than 1 million supreme-grade spirit stones, which meant that he could only activate them once at most. This time, he had to save them for the critical moment. Kill. In the crowd, Xian had gone crazy. He had killed 50 to 60 people since the beginning. All of them were killed with a single strike. None of the 10,000 Laws Realm experts from Karaki Academy made a move. They could only watch as Xian slaughtered the students of Karaki Academy. Sword Immortal. Everyone in the world knew that there was a Sword Immortal behind Xian, and this Sword Immortal was very protective of his people. After all, there was still a sword and a head nailed to the righteous hall of Karaki Academy. Helplessness, confusion. This was the mood of the 10,000 Laws Realm experts of Karaki Academy at this moment. If the few of them made a move, they would definitely be able to kill Xian. However, they just couldn't. And if they didn't make a move, Xian might really kill all of the younger generation of Karaki Academy if things went on like this. At that time, Karaki Academy would really exist in name only. Bang! At this moment, Xian suddenly flew out heavily. After flying for more than a dozen feet, he crashed to the ground. He had just gotten up when more than a dozen Karaki Academy students had already rushed in front of him. At this moment, these students were also in a killing frenzy. Xian suddenly opened his eyes. 2 rays of sword light shot out from his eyes like 2 thunderbolts, and the dozen Karaki Academy students who had just rushed in front of him were instantly killed by these 2 rays of sword light. But soon, more than a dozen people rushed up. Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, raised his sword, and rushed up. Kill. At this moment, there was only one thought in Xian's mind, and that was to kill. At this moment, a man in black suddenly appeared behind Xian, and Xian suddenly turned around and slashed down with his sword. Bang! The man in black was directly slashed in half, and blood splattered. However, another man in black had suddenly appeared behind Xian. A dagger stabbed into the back of Xian's neck, but it was blocked by Xian's goodwill sword intent. However, a few more rays of cold light quietly appeared around Xian, and these cold lights were aimed at his various vital points. At this critical moment, the sword box behind Xian suddenly trembled violently, and in an instant, 7 rays of sword light shook from within the sword box. Bang! 6 men in black were instantly blasted away by more than a dozen feet, but soon, these 6 men in black disappeared on the spot. Xian frowned deeply, and just as he was about to attack, a petite figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Xian was stunned. Little Demon Tuoba grinned. Swordsman, your horse. With that said, she pointed below, and there stood a black flame horse. Xian was about to say something, but Little Demon Tuoba suddenly turned around and swung her hammer down. Bang! A Karaki college student was instantly sent flying. Little Demon Tuoba looked around, and she spat at the crowd. Tui, so many people attacking one person. Shameless. With that said, she leaped and smashed down with her hammer. Bang! The entire ground shook violently, and more than 30 Karaki college students were sent flying. Xian hurriedly came to Little Demon Tuoba's side, and he pulled her sleeve. What are you doing here? Little Demon Tuoba rolled her eyes at Xian. I'm here to help you fight, of course. Xian said in a low voice, this is my business. don't get involved. Little Demon Tuoba thought for a moment, and then she said, my father said that when we're outside, we must be loyal. Do you know what loyalty means? Loyalty is. I won't say it. In any case, you know what it means, right? Yi Xian was speechless. Little Demon Tuoba moved closer to Yi Xian, and then she asked in an extremely serious manner, I'm very loyal, right? Yi Xian smiled bitterly, Little Demon, Karaki College and Dark World are very powerful in the Central Divine Continent. If you get involved, you might implicate your family. Little Demon Tuoba waved her hand, and she didn't seem to care at all. Don't worry, my father is very good at fighting, my uncle is very good at fighting, and my third uncle is not bad as well. Yi Xian intended to say something else, but Little Demon Tuoba suddenly patted him on the shoulder. My father always said that a man will die for those who understand him. Even though I can't die for you, I can still help you fight. As soon as she finished speaking, she glanced at the surroundings while holding the hammer in her hand. I'm Little Demon Tuoba. My father is very good at fighting, my uncle is very good at fighting, and my third uncle is very formidable as well. Don't worry, Little Demon Tuoba, don't rely on my father. If I can't defeat all of you, then I absolutely won't call myself my father. Of course, if my father himself comes to fight all of you, then it's none of my business. All of them were speechless. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. He didn't attack again, and he started walking up the mountain instead. Little Demon Tuoba glanced at the others in the surroundings, and then she said seriously, my father is really very good at fighting. As soon as she finished speaking, she quickly followed behind Yi Xian. As they watched Yi Xian and Little Demon Tuoba walk up the mountain, all the students of Karaki College had extremely unsightly expressions on their faces. However, none of them dared to attack, none of the 10,000 Dharma Realm experts dared to stop them either. Just like that, Yi Xian and Little Demon Tuoba arrived at Karaki College's mountain without a hitch. Yi Xian and Little Demon Tuoba passed through several halls and finally arrived in front of Karaki College's Noble Hall. As he stood in front of the Noble Hall, Yi Xian raised his head and looked at the horizontal board above the Noble Hall. On the board was a sword condensed from tree leaves, and there was a head impaled on the sword. Tree leaf sword, Yi Xian grinned. With a light tap of his feet, his entire body flew into the air. Very quickly, he grabbed the leaf sword, it was ice cold to the touch. Yi Xian pulled out the tree leaf sword and landed steadily on the ground. However, he frowned deeply. This was because he realized that there was nothing special about this tree leaf sword, it was just a simple tree leaf. What was going on? Wasn't this a divine weapon? Yi Xian was a little confused. At that moment, he truly felt that this sword was just a tree leaf. There was nothing special about it. It was not even comparable to an ordinary sword. If he was given time, he could even make a tree leaf sword like this. It was a sword condensed from tree leaves. Yi Xian held the tree leaf sword and stood rooted to the spot. At that moment, Yi Xian was petrified and did not say a word. Countless Karaki College students surrounded them, but no one dared to make a move. Little Demon Tuoba swung the small nail hammer in his hand and constantly sized up the Karaki College students with an unfriendly expression. Just like that, after a stalemate of about 15 minutes, Yi Xian suddenly laughed. Little Demon Tuoba looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. I understand. Little Demon Tuoba blinked. Understand what? Yi Xian chuckled. Sword Immortal Sister wants to tell me a principle. Swordsman, if a person is strong, even if he is holding a tree branch, he can still destroy the world. Talent is the foundation. Just as he finished speaking, the tree leaf sword in his hand suddenly transformed into a sword beam and soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, the tree leaf sword disappeared over the horizon. The country of Jiang. Leaves suddenly appeared on countless barren trees, Central Plains, Karaki College. After the tree leaf sword disappeared, Yi Xian's heart warmed. This was because Sword Immortal Sister was not only teaching him Sword Dao, but also many other principles. Reining in his thoughts, Yi Xian turned to face the Karaki College students. Just as he was about to attack, he seemed to think of something and suddenly turned to Little Demon Tuoba. Little Demon, go to Karaki College's treasury. Take whatever you see. Take everything that's valuable. Little Demon Tuoba blinked. I'm a little embarrassed. Yi Xian was about to console him when little demon Tuoba turned and ran to Karaki College's treasury. Yi Xian was speechless. Was this what you meant by embarrassed? Yi Xian. At this moment, a nearby 10,000 Dharma realm powerhouse from Karaki College glared at him. Don't go too far. I'm going too far. Yi Xian suddenly pointed his sword at the 10,000 Dharma realm powerhouse. You don't like it? Hit me if you don't like it. The 10,000 Dharma realm powerhouse was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He suddenly turned to look at the other 10,000 Dharma realm powerhouses beside him and roared, "You've already bullied us to this extent. What are you still holding back? Let's join forces and fight to the death with him. At worst, we'll just die. Fight to the death." Countless Karaki College students roared in unison. The other 10,000 Dharma realm powerhouses also looked at each other with determination in their eyes. Kill him. At this moment, a 10,000 Dharma realm powerhouse suddenly roared. The next moment, all the people from Karaki College were about to attack. At this moment, all the people from Karaki College, whether they were mentors, elders, or students, were ready to fight to the death. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly looked up. Master? You're here? In an instant, everyone from Karaki College stopped. P.S. How many readers have formed the habit of opening it before 9 every day to see Sword Venerable? If there are, leave a message. I want to see if there are any familiar faces from the beginning of Sword Domain until now. If there are, I'll reply you. I've been writing books for 3 or 4 years, punctually at 8 or 9. I don't need to be popular, but I want to have a clear conscience. Love you all, leave the most handsome blue phoenix. Master, in the field, the 10,000 Dharma realm powerhouses from Karaki College looked up, their faces full of dread, or rather, fear. Sword immortal, in the land of Qingzhou, a sword immortal was enough to sweep away everything. Especially at this moment, with Mu Qingxuan's death, the current Karaki College simply could not compete with a sword immortal. A sword immortal was enough to destroy them all. Not far away, Yi Xian raised his head and listened. After a moment, he suddenly shook his head. No, master, you don't have to do anything, disciple can deal with these people myself. After saying that, he raised his ear a little more, as if listening to something. After a moment, Yi Xian shook his head again. Master, if you do everything, how can disciple grow? Don't worry about this matter for now, disciple can deal with it myself. What? 10,000 Dharma realm? No, the 10,000 Dharma realm powerhouses have not made a move yet. If they do, you can do it, how about it? Hearing Yi Xian's words, the 10,000 Dharma realm powerhouses from Karaki College suddenly looked ugly. 10,000 Dharma realm powerhouses, wasn't this referring to them? At this moment, Yi Xian bowed deeply to the sky. Master, rest assured, as long as the 10,000 Dharma realm powerhouses do not come, disciple will not call you. However, if the 10,000 Dharma realm powerhouses come, disciple can only ask you to help. Everyone, Yi Xian looked up at the 10,000 Dharma realm powerhouses. You guys, did you just say that you want to fight to the death? One of the 10,000 Dharma realm powerhouses said fiercely. Yi Xian, do you think your master can scare us? Yi Xian smiled. Scare you? No. I really hope that you can help, really, as long as you do it, my master will definitely help, and then, your Karaki College can be easily destroyed. For me personally, it is really a great thing. After saying that, he walked in front of the 10,000 Dharma realm powerhouse. Come, hit me, hurry, I promise not to fight back. The myriad law realm expert's eyes were red with anger. He was about to attack, but he was stopped by a few people next to him. Among the people who stopped him, an old man said in a deep voice, "Don't fall for it. This person is intentionally provoking you, wanting you to make a move. Once you make a move, you will fall into his trap." The rest of the people nodded their heads in agreement. The Dharma realm powerhouse stared at Yi Xian with bloodshot eyes and undisguised killing intent. Yi Xian took 2 more steps forward. Kill me. Come on. Come here. Hearing that, the Dharma realm powerhouse almost went berserk, but he was stopped by the others. Yi Xian didn't say anything else. He shrugged and retreated to the side. It could be seen that if he continued to provoke him, things might really go south. At that moment, Tuoba came out. Little Tuoba skipped over to Yixian and said excitedly, "Do you know how many gold coins there are?" Yixian shook his head. Little Demon Tuoba glared at Yixian. "Guess, hurry up and guess." Yixian was speechless. How was she supposed to guess? Little Demon Tuoba suddenly raised his hand and slapped Yixian's shoulder. Then, he excitedly raised 2 or 3 fingers and said, "That's a total of 3 billion gold coins. And a total of 26 million supreme-grade spirit stones. 26 million. As she said that, she approached Yixian and smiled strangely. "Guess what else?" Yixian shook his head. A spirit stone suddenly appeared in Little Monster Tuoba's hand. It was not a top-grade spirit stone, but a jade-grade spirit stone. Little Demon Tuoba grinned. A total of 1,300 jade-grade spirit stones. As she said that, she hugged Yixian and planted a fierce kiss on Yixian's cheek. "I'm rich. I'm rich, haha." Yixian, at the side, the expressions of the Karaki Academy students were as ugly as could be. This was robbing Karaki Academy right in front of them. After Little Demon Tuoba rejoiced for a while, she suddenly looked at Yixian. "Did I kiss you just now?" Yixian hurriedly shook his head. "No, no." Little Demon Tuoba stared straight at Yixian. "I kissed you. I'm very sure." Yixian thought about it and then approached Little Demon Tuoba and kissed her little cheek. "Alright, we're even." Little Demon Tuoba was stunned on the spot. She touched her cheek that Yixian had kissed. "You kissed me?" Yixian nodded. "You kissed me just now as well. We didn't lose out. What do you think?" Little Demon Tuoba thought about it and then nodded. "That seems to be true." As she said that, she looked around. "What do we do now?" "What do we do?" Before Yixian could speak, the Karaki Academy students had already surrounded the two of them. Little Demon Tuoba pointed at the Karaki Academy students one by one. Moments later, she looked at Yixian. "I counted. There are still over 800 people. I can fight 300. Can you handle the remaining 500? Yixian thought about it and then said, "It's a little difficult." Little Demon Tuoba thought about it and then said, "Then give me another 100. I can fight 400. But I might not be able to win." Yixian asked, "How confident are you?" Little Demon Tuoba said, "Less than 90%, 90%. Yixian looked at Little Demon Tuoba and said with astonishment, "Less than 90%? Little Demon Tuoba nodded. "I'm not 100% confident." As she spoke, she gazed at Yixian. "My dad said that it's best not to do something that I'm not 100% confident in. But I'm willing to take a risk for you." Yixian spoke seriously, "I'm very touched." "I really am." Little Demon Tuoba blinked. "Then why aren't you crying?" "I would cry when I'm touched." Yixian was speechless. Little Demon Tuoba wanted to say something else. However, Yixian suddenly said, "Why don't we start fighting? We can't let them wait for us for too long." Little Demon Tuoba nodded, and then she turned around to look at the Karaki Academy students. "I'm not lying to all of you. All of you will die if I hit you with my hammer." As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly smashed the hammer against the ground. Bang! The ground in front of her instantly cracked open, and the crack spread extremely quickly. In the blink of an eye, they had spread to the group of Karaki Academy students. Their expressions changed drastically, and they retreated explosively. Meanwhile, Little Demon Tuoba smashed the hammer against the ground once more. Bang! The ground beneath the group of Karaki Academy students in the distance instantly cracked open, and a few dozen of them were blasted flying. At the instant that they were blasted flying, 7 of them were instantly pierced through the chests by 7 swords, and they perished on the spot. Yixian and Little Demon Tuoba were just about to attack again when a strand of formidable pressure suddenly enveloped them, causing their expressions to change drastically. Yixian hurriedly pulled Little Demon Tuoba behind him, and then the kindness sword intent swept out from within him to form a thick barrier in front of him. Bang! The kindness sword intent barrier collapsed in an instant, and then Little Demon Tuoba and Yixian were instantly blasted 300 m away. As soon as they stopped moving, a wisp of blood seeped out from the corner of Yixian's mouth, and it flowed incessantly while the clothes on his chest were instantly dyed red with blood. On the other hand, a middle-aged man had suddenly appeared in front of Xian and little demon Tuoba. The middle-aged man wore an embroidered and luxurious robe, and an ancient tree was embroidered on the robe. There were numerous white clouds around the top of the tree. Moreover, there were 3 large golden words on the left side of his chest: Left Academy Emissary, Left Academy Emissary. The expressions of the instructors and elders of Karaki Academy changed drastically when they saw these 3 words, and then all of them arrived before the middle-aged man and bowed deeply. Greetings, Left Academy Emissary. Left Academy Emissary, he was the true second in command of Karaki Academy's headquarters. In Karaki Academy's headquarters, the highest authority was naturally the dean, and beneath the dean were the left and right academy emissaries. They were the true figures that held true authority in Karaki Academy's headquarters. The left academy emissary glanced at everyone here and spoke indifferently. Is Mu Qingxian here? One of the Karaki Academy elders had a downcast expression. Dean Mu has perished. The left academy emissary frowned slightly. Has that sort of mortal woman already taken action? The elder shook his head. Not that sort of mortal, but that Xian. Dean Mu lowered his realm to fight Xian, and in the end. When he heard this, the left academy emissary's gaze fell on Xian. He sized up Xian. A sword master who isn't even 20 years old. Your talent is rare, even in the central divine continent. Little demon Tuoba stood in front of Xian and looked coldly at the left academy emissary. Tui. You shameless bastard. How dare you bully the weak? The left academy emissary glanced at little demon Tuoba. Tuoba family. Fine, I'll give your Tuoba family some face. With that, he waved his right hand lightly. Little demon Tuoba, who was nearby, was immobilized by a force. She quickly floated to the side. The left academy emissary glanced at the Karaki Academy elder. Take her to the side. Don't hurt her. The elder nodded and hurriedly took little demon Tuoba to the side. During this time, little demon Tuoba could not move at all. The left academy emissary looked at Xian and slowly walked to a spot several dozen feet in front of Xian. Today, we shall settle the grudge between you and my Karaki Academy. Of course, I didn't come here for you. You don't have the honor to make me come here personally. With that said, he slowly clenched his right hand. Have your master come out. As his voice fell, a thin old man appeared behind him. The old man's back was slightly hunched and he held a black walking stick in his hand. Around the walking stick, there were 3 strands of black air currents. At the top of the walking stick, there was an eye that was moving. The thin elder glanced at Xian and grinned. His smile was somewhat sinister. I heard that your master is very good at fighting. We want to spar with her. With that said, 11 people suddenly appeared behind him. These 11 people were all dressed in black robes and black felt hats. They held long staffs in their hands, including the left academy emissary. There were a total of 13 people. These 13 people were unfathomable, like the vast starry sky. Xian was silent. This time, they were not here for him. They were here for Sister Sword Celestial. Sister Sword Celestial, they're here for you, not me. Xian said softly in his heart. He had thought that there would be no response. However, a long-lost voice suddenly sounded in his mind. I really want to destroy your world with my sword. It's so annoying to watch. Xian, at this moment, the left academy emissary suddenly said calmly, Why? You don't dare to come out? Afraid to come out, Xian had a strange expression on his face. He knew that the left academy emissary and the others were very, very strong, so strong that it exceeded his current understanding. But he also knew that the sword immortal sister inside him was even stronger. There was no basis for it. It was just an intuition. His intuition told him that the sword immortal sister was not joking when she said that she could destroy the world with a single strike. She might really be able to do it, even though he felt that destroying a world with a single strike was absurd. Who was the sword immortal sister? How strong was she? That was what Xian had always wanted to know. Opposite Xian, the left academy emissary said indifferently, What? You're a mighty sword immortal. Are you going to be a coward? The mysterious woman still did not come out. Something was not right. Xian frowned slightly. He knew that the mysterious woman had a bad temper. Under normal circumstances, she should have already come out. But now, she had not come out despite the left academy emissary's insults. It was very strange, Xian was about to ask when the mysterious woman's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Let me think about it. Think about what? Xian asked instinctively. Think about whether I should destroy your world with a single strike. Xian, the left academy emissary, frowned impatiently when he saw that the mysterious woman still had not appeared. He was about to speak when an old man suddenly appeared. The old man wore a loose robe, and his hair and beard were all white. A trace of seriousness appeared in the left academy emissary's eyes when he saw the old man. World Protector. In the firmament world, each of the 3 prefectures was protected by a group of mysterious people. These mysterious people were the world protectors. This was an extremely mysterious power. Let alone Karaki Academy, even some of the superpowers of the Central Divine Prefecture didn't dare to offend them. Their duty was to protect the states. The old man glanced coldly at the left academy emissary. So many people have come here. Do you want to completely destroy Azure Prefecture? The left academy emissary smiled slightly. How could that be? It's just killing a sword immortal. It's not to that extent. The old man said indifferently, no matter who you want to kill, coming here with your strength is already against the rules. The minister of the left pondered for a moment. After a moment, he flicked his finger and a storage ring flew in front of the old man. Please make an exception. The old man glanced at the storage ring. There were 1,000 purple crystals the size of fists inside, violet origin crystal. This was an extremely precious item. A single purple Genesis crystal was equivalent to 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. Most importantly, it was relatively difficult to obtain. Hence, under normal circumstances, 100,000 top-grade spirit stones would not even be enough to exchange for a single purple Genesis crystal. Top-grade spirit stones and jade-grade spirit stones were useful for martial artists under the 10,000 Dharma boundary, but they were not very useful for experts in the 10,000 Dharma boundary and above. The purple origin crystal could satisfy experts of the Dharma-controlling realm and above. 1,000 purple Genesis crystals could be said to be a very large sum. After a moment of silence, the old man glanced at the left dean. Don't make too much noise. With that, he put away the storage ring, turned around, and disappeared into the horizon. After the realm protector left, the left dean's gaze once again fell on Xian. Are you sure she won't come out? Xian said seriously, my master is already on his way. You can wait for a moment. The left dean frowned slightly. On his way? From where? Xian pointed to the sky. From above. The left dean turned and exchanged a glance with the skinny old man behind him. The skinny old man said in a low voice, Left dean, are you sure that person is just a sword immortal without any background? The left dean nodded. Elder Su, don't worry. Before coming here, Karaki Academy had already asked the Heaven Secrets sect to investigate this person. The Heaven Secrets sect has already investigated this person. There is no record of this person in any of the major transcendental forces. Even some of the super forces in other realms have no records of this person. Therefore, the Heaven Secrets sect has concluded that this person is an itinerant sword immortal with no background. Elder Su asked in a low voice, did you investigate her background? The left dean shook his head. Not yet. However, Karaki Academy has investigated. There is no such person in any of the transcendental forces. For a sword immortal to be so low-key, she must be an itinerant cultivator. She is alone and has no background. Elder Su nodded. That's for the best. Of course, even if she has some background, as long as it is not one of the top transcendental forces, we have nothing to fear. The left dean smiled. Don't worry. She is just a sword immortal. There is nothing to worry about. With that, he turned to look at the nearby Xian. If she does not arrive in 15 minutes, I will skin you alive and hang your corpse in front of Karaki Academy's main gate. Not only you, but everyone around you will also die. I want the world to know what happens to those who oppose Karaki Academy. Xian ignored the left dean. He only wanted to know why the sword immortal sister had not come out yet. At that moment, the mysterious woman's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. By some time. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. Senior, are you still considering whether or not to destroy the world? The mysterious woman said calmly, do you think I can't do it? Yi Xian hurriedly said, of course you can. With your strength, you can destroy the entire Azure world in the blink of an eye, much less this Qingzhou. However, Karaki Academy is too arrogant. They dare to look down on you. This is intolerable. The mysterious woman said calmly, don't you know that experts only appear at the critical moment? The atmosphere is not good enough. If I appear now, it will be too embarrassing. Just wait. When the atmosphere is good enough, I will come out. Yi Xian was dumbfounded, he was completely dumbfounded. The atmosphere is not good enough, appearance depends on the atmosphere, is she serious? At that moment, the left dean suddenly said, Yi Xian, 15 minutes are up. Since your master is not coming out, I will start with you. With that, he was about to make his move. At that moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, wait. The left dean gazed at Yi Xian, didn't say anything, and waited silently for Yi Xian to continue. Yi Xian took a deep breath, and then he walked over to the left dean and said, I know that I have no chance of survival this time, so I have a small request before I die. I hope you can fulfill it. I've heard that the left dean of the Central Divine Prefecture is a peerless expert. Today, I, Yi Xian, would like to seek guidance from you. Seek guidance, everyone here was stunned. Seek guidance from the left dean, has Yi Xian gone mad? Not to mention that Yi Xian was only at the Nether Passage realm, even if he was at the Dharma realm, it would still be impossible for him to fight the left dean, because the left dean's cultivation had clearly surpassed the Dharmic control realm. After all, the main institute had once sent a Dharmic control realm expert here. Unfortunately, that mysterious woman had killed him with a single swing of her sword. So, it was absolutely impossible for the Dharmic control realm expert that Karaki Academy's main institute had sent again, yet now, Yi Xian had challenged the left dean who he didn't know his limits. Has he gone mad? The left dean glanced at Yi Xian and said, he wants to challenge me? Are you sure? Yi Xian nodded and said, yes. The left dean nodded slightly and said, you, Yi Xian, are quite a figure amongst the younger generation. Fine, I'll fulfill your wish. As soon as he finished speaking, his aura suddenly dropped to the Dharmic control realm in an instant. However, it didn't stop there and continued to drop. In next to no time, the left dean's aura dropped to the Dharma control realm under the gazes of countless people. At this moment, he couldn't go any lower. The left dean gazed at Yi Xian and said, the Dharma realm is my limit. Make your move. Yi Xian nodded, and then he charged at the left dean with his sword in hand. As he charged, the spirit grey sword in his hand trembled violently, and the aura of his sword skyrocketed madly. Borrowing the aura, not only did he possess his own sword aura, but he could also borrow the aura of the earth, the surrounding wind, and any other aura that he could borrow. In addition to that, with his own battle intent and sword intent, the aura of his sword could be said to have completely exceeded the scope of the divine combination realm. When he used the life and death sword, the aura of his sword once again reached a new height. Strictly speaking, the life and death sword was not just a sword technique, but more of a belief in the sword Tao. The moment the sword was unleashed, countless people in the field turned to look. Even the left dean's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise and shock. This was because Yi Xian's sword had already reached the scope of the Dharma realm, and this sword could be said to be Yi Xian's strongest sword. He had really used all his strength in this sword. Facing an expert of the left dean's level, he knew very well that he only had one chance to unleash his sword. Therefore, he had to give it his all. The sword stopped a dozen or so inches away from the left courtyard envoy's face because a palm had blocked the sword. The left dean's palm blocked Yi Xian's sword. Yi Xian's spirit elegant sword could not move an inch further. At this moment, Yi Xian grasped the hilt of the sword with both hands and suddenly spun it. Bang! The left dean retreated a dozen steps, but only a dozen steps. Just as Yi Xian was about to attack again, the left dean's palm suddenly shook forward. Bang! Yi Xian was instantly sent flying. 100 feet away, a mountain wall shook violently and a black hole appeared in the mountain wall. This hole was more than a dozen feet deep, and at the bottom of the hole was Yi Xian. The left dean looked down at his palm. His palm had split open and blood was flowing out. After a slight groan, the left dean raised his head to look at Yi Xian who had already come out. He narrowed his eyes and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. You really have to die. In the distance, Xian sat paralyzed on the ground. The spirit-elegant sword in his hand was broken, and blood flowed continuously from the corner of his mouth. This time, not only was he seriously injured, but his sword was also destroyed. The destruction of his sword meant that he had no dantian. At this moment, he was even weaker than an ordinary martial artist. It was the first time in history that he had suffered such a serious injury. At this moment, he thought of many people. His sister, Shaoan, Mo Yunqi, Baizhe, Ling Han, Yili, Jiangjiu. In the distance, the skinny old man behind the left dean suddenly said, "Kill him, then go find his master." The left dean nodded and was about to attack when a woman in a plain dress suddenly appeared in front of Xian. The woman in the plain dress had her hands behind her back. She looked down at Xian, who sat paralyzed on the ground. "Do you blame me?" Xian shook his head. "I don't." The woman in the plain dress was about to speak, but at this moment, the left dean behind her suddenly said, "I thought you were going to be a coward and not come out." At this moment, the woman in the plain dress plucked out a strand of her hair. 10 feet away, the left dean's voice stopped abruptly because a strand of hair had already pierced through the space between his eyebrows. The woman in the plain dress turned to look at the left dean. "Did I allow you to speak?" Everyone. P.S. Last night, I dreamed that I earned tens of millions a year and went to Thailand and Singapore every day. Then, I updated every 3 days and lived a happy life. The surroundings were deathly silent. The left courtyard emissary's eyes widened in disbelief. He was not dead, but his life force was disappearing at an extremely fast rate. Not only that, he could not move at all. What was pinned down was not his body, but his soul. At this moment, his life force and soul were disappearing at an extremely fast rate. At most a moment, he would no longer be in this world. Not only that, he would not even have the possibility of an afterlife. When people die, there is reincarnation and reincarnation. However, the prerequisite for all of this was that there must be a soul imprint. And this strand of hair was very likely to erase his soul imprint. Under normal circumstances, the soul imprint was protected by the reincarnation of heaven and earth. Under normal circumstances, a person's death was like an extinguished lamp, but the soul imprint could not be erased. Even he, or rather, out of all the people he knew, no one had the means to erase the soul imprint, but the woman in front of him was very likely to be able to do it. She was definitely not a sword immortal, or rather, not a simple sword immortal. At this moment, the left courtyard emissary was horrified. He knew that Karaki College had seriously underestimated the strength of this mysterious woman. Not only the left courtyard emissary, but the skinny old man and the others were also stunned. She had pinned down the left courtyard emissary with a strand of hair. What kind of method was this? The skinny old man and the others stared at the mysterious woman as if they were facing a great enemy. They were extremely vigilant. The mysterious woman ignored the skinny old man and the others. Instead, she turned to look at Xian. "How do you feel?" Xian smiled bitterly. "How do I feel?" At this moment, he felt that he was completely crippled. The destruction of his sword meant that his dantian had been destroyed. He was now really an ordinary person, not even a warrior. Xian looked up at the mysterious woman. He wanted to see what she looked like, but unfortunately, he could not see her at all. The mysterious woman was standing right in front of him, but he could not see her. The mysterious woman said indifferently, "Do you know why I asked you to come and get the sword?" Xian thought for a moment and then said, "The sword is strong because the person is strong." The mysterious woman nodded slightly. "It's not bad that you can think of this. However, there is another reason why I asked you to come and get the sword. As for what it is, think about it yourself." Xian bitterly smiled. "Senior, I'm already crippled." "Cripple?" The mysterious woman sneered. "What do you mean by trash? Without the dantian sword, are you no longer a swordsman?" After a moment of silence, Xian asked, "I can still be saved?" The mysterious woman said coldly, "No, you're hopeless. Just wait for death." Xian was speechless. The mysterious woman did not speak to Xian again. Instead, she turned around and walked towards the skinny old man and the others. Behind her, Xian lowered his head slightly, deep in thought. At this moment, there was only one sentence in his mind. Without the Dantian sword, was he not a swordsman anymore? Xian fell into deep thought. As for the plain-dressed woman, she had already walked in front of the thin elder and company. The thin elder stared intently at the plain-dressed woman. You are not a sword immortal. Sword immortal? The corners of the plain-dressed woman's mouth curled into a mocking smile. That was over 100,000 years ago. The thin elder looked at the plain-dressed woman. His right hand tightly gripped the crutch in his hand. His expression was incomparably calm, and there was not the slightest fluctuation in his eyes. However, his heart was already in turmoil. Over 100,000 years ago, could anyone live that long? Could the legendary supreme existence live for so long? Who was this mysterious woman in front of him? In an instant, a series of question marks flashed through the thin elder's mind like a spark. Moreover, if this woman had already reached the level of a sword immortal more than 100,000 years ago, then what kind of existence was this woman now? Impossible. The thin elder's eyes narrowed slightly. A trace of malevolence flashed in his eyes. Are you trying to scare the old man? As his voice fell, he lightly tapped the ground with the crutch in his hand. Borrow the sky's eye. In an instant, the sky changed color. The entire sky instantly darkened. Dark clouds covered the sky above Karaki Academy, and a pitch-black eye appeared amidst the dark clouds. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled around the eye. At the same time, a shapeless pressure pressed down from the sky. The pressure was so strong that it seemed like the sky was collapsing. Countless people below were horrified, and they fled in all directions. The thin elder grinned fiercely in front of the plain-dressed woman. Woman, have a look at the old man's ability. As soon as he finished speaking, he pointed the crutch in his hand up into the sky. The enormous eye in the sky suddenly looked down, and its gaze just happened to descend onto the plain-dressed woman. In the next moment, a pillar of lightning shot down from the eye, and the entire ground instantly trembled violently when it appeared in the sky. The ability of a god, some people in the surroundings gazed at the pillar of lightning in astonishment. Such ability had far exceeded the scope of an ordinary person's ability. It was the ability of a god. Could that sword immortal resist it? Some people looked at the plain-dressed woman. The woman had her left hand behind her back while 2 fingers of her right hand held a strand of her beautiful hair, and then she slowly slid it down along her hair. When the pillar of lightning arrived over 30 m above her, she pressed her fingers together and pointed upwards. A strand of beautiful hair shot up into the sky. Under the gazes of countless people, the pillar of lightning suddenly began to be annihilated inch by inch. In practically less than half a breath's time, the pillar of lightning completely disappeared in the sky. However, the strand of beautiful hair did not stop, and it went straight into the sky. Boom! In the sky, the enormous eye suddenly exploded and was annihilated. The sky returned to normal. The surroundings were completely silent. The thin elder's face was pale, and he stared blankly at the sky as if he had lost his soul. How is this possible? How is this possible? A strand of hair had destroyed his great divine ability. At this moment, the thin elder's mind was completely blank. The 11 people behind him also had expressions of disbelief, especially the left academy emissary who was not far away and had yet to die. At this moment, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Because this was not something that a sword immortal could do, not a sword immortal, above a sword immortal, the left academy emissary's hands had already begun to tremble. The woman did not continue to attack. Instead, she turned around and walked before Xian. She looked down at Xian. Have you thought it through? Xian raised his head to look at the woman. Can you give me a little more time? The woman nodded slightly. All right. With that, she turned around. At this moment, the thin elder suddenly said, You are not a sword immortal at all, you. At this moment, the thin elder's voice stopped abruptly because a strand of beautiful hair had pierced into his forehead. Just like the left academy emissary, the thin elder could not move at all. He could not fight back at all. The plainly dressed woman lightly tapped the skinny old man with her lily-white hand. Did I allow you to speak? The skinny old man looked at the woman in the plain dress in horror. At this moment, he was already extremely shocked. The woman before him was not a sword immortal at all. She might even be a supreme existence of legend. The thin elder's face was as white as a sheet when he thought of this. It's over, that was the only thought in his mind. The woman did not care about the thin elder. Instead, she looked at the 11 people not far away. When they saw the scene, they were horrified and were about to flee. At this moment, the woman's right thumb and index finger pressed together, and then she pulled them apart. A ray of sword light shot out from between her fingers. In the distance, the heads of the 11 people who had fled flew out one after another. In an instant, all 11 of them were dead, not a single one was left, all of them were instantly killed. The woman turned to look at Xian. Have you thought it through? Xian nodded. The woman in the plain dress walked up to Xian. Tell me. Xian said, a swordsman cultivates a Tao, a philosophy, a belief, not some Xian energy. Therefore, even without a dantian, I am still a swordsman. The woman looked at Xian and did not speak. Xian said cautiously, am I wrong? The woman said calmly, you're not as stupid as I thought you were. Xian was speechless. The lady in the plain dress waved her hand lightly, and the broken pieces of the spiritual beauty sword beside Xian instantly flew into her hand. Looking at the pile of broken pieces, she wiped her hand lightly, and in an instant, the spiritual beauty sword returned to normal. She held the spirit elegance sword and patted Xian's shoulder lightly. This is the last time I help you. After today, you will have to face everything in the future by yourself. It's time for you to learn how to grow. With that, she pointed with her finger and the spirit elegance sword sank into Xian's body. The woman turned and walked before the left courtyard emissary. He was about to speak when the strand of hair between his brows suddenly pierced through. Pissed, the left courtyard emissary began to disappear. The left courtyard emissary looked at the woman in fear. However, no matter what he did, it was useless. He could only feel himself disappearing from this world bit by bit. Not only the left courtyard emissary, but the scrawny old man beside him also began to disappear bit by bit. The scrawny old man did not struggle. He stared at the woman in the plain dress. How strong are you? Can you answer my question? The woman walked towards the scrawny old man. In your eyes, who is the strongest? The scrawny old man stared at the woman in the plain dress. The supreme realm. No one in the firmament world has ever reached it. The woman in the plain dress nodded slightly. To me, they are like ants. The scrawny old man was stunned. Even when he was completely annihilated, his eyes were still lifeless. The supreme realm was like an ant. At this moment, an old man suddenly appeared in the air. The realm protector. The old man stared at the woman in the plain dress. Why did you come to Qingzhou, you? The woman in the plain dress pointed her finger upwards. Pissed, a strand of hair pierced through the old man's brows. The old man's body stiffened in the air. In the air, the old man looked at the woman in the plain dress in shock. You dare to kill the realm protector, you. The woman in the plain dress glanced at the old man. Come, call for help. The old man did not hesitate and crushed a voice transmission talisman. Killing the realm protector. How many years had it been since anyone had dared to do this? Forget about this Qingzhou, even in the divine central continent, no one dared to do this. The woman in the plain dress ignored the old man and turned to look at her surroundings. After a moment, she shook her head. This world is annoying to look at. With that, she looked at Xian. I'll teach you a sword technique that descends from the sky. With that, she pointed with her finger. In an instant, the spirit elegant sword in Xian's body shot into the sky. The sword began to descend slowly. In an instant, the entire sky turned illusory. Not only that, but the ground began to crack inch by inch, and countless mountains collapsed. Doomsday. When the exquisite sword slowly descended from the sky, everyone felt the aura of doomsday. If that sword was allowed to descend, then the entire Azure Prefecture might be destroyed. It wasn't just the Azure Prefecture, even the entire firmament world might be destroyed. She's going to destroy the world. At this moment, countless people were horrified. Especially the old man from the world protector in the sky. At this moment, his mind was completely blank. What sort of expert is capable of destroying a world with a single sword strike? Is she even human? Xian was stupefied as well. Because he'd never imagined that the mysterious woman would actually want to destroy this world. She's going too far. Xian hurriedly stood up and charged behind the mysterious woman. Senior, you must calm down. Calm down. He naturally didn't want this world to be destroyed. If this world was destroyed, then what would happen to the Jiang Kingdom of Azure Prefecture? What would happen to Little Nine, Mo Yunqi, and the others? The woman remained expressionless. Calm down? The ants of this world have come looking for trouble with me time and time again and disturbed my sleep. They truly deserve death. She'd just finished speaking when the exquisite sword in the sky suddenly descended by 3 m. In an instant, the entire Karaki Academy was instantly transformed into powder. Moreover, the mountains around Karaki Academy started to collapse layer by layer at this moment. Xian was greatly shocked when he sensed this scene, and he hurriedly said, "Senior, aren't you looking for someone? If that person is in this world, then wouldn't that person be destroyed along with this world when this sword of yours collapses?" The woman's beautiful brows knit together slightly when she heard this. After a short moment, she glanced at the surroundings. Actually, this glance had already covered the entire Azure prefecture. After a while, her gaze finally descended onto Xian. She just looked at Xian without saying a word. Even though Xian couldn't see the woman's appearance, he was able to sense that she was looking at him. Xian felt his scalp go numb from being stared at. He didn't dare to be mischievous when facing the woman as he didn't want to suffer a beating. It was truly too painful when the woman hit him. After a while, the woman in the plain dress slowly closed her eyes. In the air, the elegant spirit sword also stopped and did not descend any further. Everyone in the surroundings shivered, and they didn't even dare breathe loudly. Just like this, after about 15 minutes, the woman suddenly pointed at Xian. "I'll give you face." As soon as she finished speaking, she pointed her jade-like hand at Xian. The elegant spirit sword directly entered Xian's body. Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He sat down on the ground and wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Even he found it hard to believe. "I actually saved the world." At this moment, the space in the sky suddenly trembled. Under the gazes of countless people, a crack suddenly appeared in the sky. Soon after, a middle-aged man walked out from within. The middle-aged man looked down below, and his gaze first landed on the old man in the sky who was being stared at by a strand of the mysterious woman's hair. The middle-aged man frowned when he saw the old man. Then, his gaze fell on the mysterious woman. The old man suddenly roared, "Hurry up and leave!" He didn't know what realm the mysterious woman was at, but he knew that the mysterious woman before him wasn't someone that he and the middle-aged man could fight against. The middle-aged man was about to speak, but at this moment, the mysterious woman suddenly pinched a strand of hair with 2 fingers. In the next moment, a ray of sword light shot into the sky. Within the ray of sword light was a strand of hair. In the sky, the middle-aged man's expression changed abruptly. He placed his hands together and pressed them down. In an instant, the entire sky shook violently, and the space distorted into a strange vortex. However, the strand of hair directly pierced through the strange vortex, or rather, the strand of hair and the distorted space vortex didn't belong to the same space at all. Pissed, under the middle-aged man's terrified gaze, the strand of hair directly pierced through the space between his eyebrows. The entire sky instantly returned to normal. The woman suddenly appeared in front of the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man stared at the woman in the plain dress. "We are the world protectors. We honor the Tendo and the gods. We guard the 9 continents and the 10 worlds and protect billions of living beings. If you kill the 2 of us, you will be punished by the heavens. The 9 continents and the 10 worlds will not tolerate it." Punished by the heavens? A wisp of ridicule arose on the corners of the woman's mouth, and she looked at the middle-aged man as if she was looking at an ant. "Who in the world dares to order me around? If it isn't for the person I'm looking for in this world, then what Tendo? The gods? The 9 continents and the 10 worlds? The billions of living beings? I'll annihilate them all with a single strike of my sword." Arrogant. The middle-aged man stared fixedly at the woman in the plain dress, and he roared furiously like a wild beast. "You lack reverence towards the Tendo and the gods. In the future, you will surely suffer." The middle-aged man's voice stopped abruptly because his head had already flown into the air. The woman in the plain dress was expressionless as she looked at the bloody head. "Ignorant ant. Even if it's the Tendo and the gods that you speak of, they still have to maintain reverence towards me. Otherwise, if I want them to die, then they must die." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned her head slightly to look at the old man that was on the verge of death. "Come, call for more people. Continue calling for more people. Don't call for trash like you. You're wasting my sword chi." call the Tendo and the gods that he spoke of earlier. Let's see if they can withstand a single strike of my sword. The old man looked at the mysterious woman without saying a word, and he didn't continue calling for more people. Because if he did, he would undoubtedly be calling them to their deaths. Just like that, the old man slowly faded away, and after a short while, he completely disappeared from this world. The mysterious woman raised her head to look at the horizon. She had her hands behind her back, and her expression was cold and her eyes were indifferent. Not far behind the mysterious woman was Xian. At this moment, Xian was slightly cautious because he realized that this sort of mortal sister didn't seem like a good person. She seemed to want to destroy a world at the slightest provocation. Her temper was truly too violent. At this moment, the mysterious woman slowly closed her eyes. After a long time, she spoke softly. 13,000 years, 21 people, but none of them were you. Now, I don't know if it's you either. However, even if the chance is 1 in 10,000, I won't give up. Senior? Xian walked behind the mysterious woman, and just as he was about to speak, the mysterious woman suddenly said, "Your sword intent is the good and evil sword intent. With this sword intent, one good thought can cross thousands of rivers and mountains, and receive the help of heaven, earth, and man. One evil thought can change the world, and destroy all living beings. The path of good thought is incomparably complicated and difficult to understand. Good people can do evil, and evil people can do good. No matter how good or evil is defined, it's all based on the heart." After carefully pondering the mysterious woman's words, Xian bowed slightly. "I understand." The mysterious woman slowly walked in front of Xian. Both of them were very close, but Xian still couldn't see the mysterious woman's appearance. The mysterious woman said again, "After today, you'll have to face everything in the future by yourself. A swordsman's path is walked by oneself, not paved by others." Xian bowed deeply. "I'll remember Senior's words." The mysterious woman nodded slightly. "After you recover, you'll have to find the second Tao law as soon as possible. There are 9 Tao laws in that broken tower, and 6 of them are in this firmament world. You'll have to collect these 6 Tao laws as soon as possible and reach the Dharma realm. Not only that, you'll also have to reach the Sword Emperor realm. Only then will you have the ability to protect yourself when this world faces a great disaster in the future." "A great disaster in this world?" Xian was a little confused. The mysterious woman nodded slightly. "When I looked at the starry sky earlier, there was an extremely evil aura outside this world. This aura is watching over this world, and it's constantly devouring the origin of this world. However, it's doing it very secretly, so the people of this world haven't discovered it. According to my speculation, it'll be able to break through with the help of this world's origin soon. When that time comes, this world will face a great disaster." Xian's expression changed slightly. "Is it very strong?" The mysterious woman looked up and said calmly, "To the people of this world, it's undoubtedly very strong." Xian asked hurriedly, "What about you, Senior?" "Like an ant." The mysterious woman's voice was extremely calm. Xian was stunned, and then he said, "Senior, then annihilate it with a single strike of your sword." The mysterious woman glanced at Xian. "I'm already being very merciful by not annihilating this world." "Save the world? So long as it doesn't offend me, then what does the life and death of the myriad of living beings in this world have to do with me?" Xian was speechless. The mysterious woman asked abruptly, "Do you want to save the world?" Xian shook his head. Save the world? Actually, he wasn't that great, and he just wanted to protect the people by his side. As for saving the world, he'd never thought about it. The mysterious woman walked over to Xian. "Do things according to your ability. It's very important to know yourself clearly. If you're unable to find the second Tao law within a year, then you'll become a passerby in this pagoda." As soon as she finished speaking, she vanished directly. "She's returned to the pagoda." Xian shook his head and sighed. Where should I go to find the second Tao law? He had no clue at all, and that god on the second floor, he had no idea where that god had gone to wander off to. It was fine to wander around, but he had to bring the Tao law back. Tao law. At the thought of this, Xian's expression suddenly changed drastically. The next moment, he let out a shrill cry and fell straight to the ground, curling up into a ball in pain. Backlash. It's coming again, this time, without the suppression of the Tao law. he suffered all the backlash alone. That feeling was truly excruciating. He, Yi Xian, was not afraid of death, but he was truly afraid of this backlash. At that moment, Tuoba Little Demon walked over and looked at Yi Xian on the ground. Tuoba Little Demon frowned, and there was a trace of worry in her eyes. Swordsman, are you alright? Yi Xian did not answer. At that moment, he was already unable to answer, and his consciousness was somewhat fuzzy. Tuoba Little Demon took out her hammer, and she was somewhat hesitant. Swordsman, why don't I knock you out? It won't hurt if I knock you out. But, I'm afraid I'll beat you to death. Yi Xian, while Tuoba Little Demon was still hesitating, a woman suddenly appeared beside Yi Xian. The person who had come was Lian Wanli. Lian Wanli glanced at Yi Xian on the ground, and the corners of her lips curled up slightly. Her smile was somewhat strange. Tuoba Little Demon looked at Lian Wanli. What's the matter? Lian Wanli pointed at Yi Xian on the ground. I can save him. Tuoba Little Demon blinked, and she was somewhat delighted. Really? Lian Wanli nodded and said very seriously, really? Just like that, Tuoba Little Demon and Lian Wanli each dragged one of Yi Xian's legs as they walked into the distance. As for Yi Xian, because he had been sent flying by the left academy custodian, his clothes were already torn, especially between his legs. There was nothing there, and something was exposed to the air without reservation. Along the way, Tuoba Little Demon pointed at Yi Xian's crotch and asked curiously, what's that? Why don't I have it? Lian Wanli glanced at Yi Xian's crotch with a look of disdain. That's the root of evil. Without it, a man can't do evil to us women. Tuoba Little Demon thought for a moment, and then said, this swordsman is a good person, and he's a friend of mine. How about this, we help him get rid of this evil? Lian Wanli nodded, alright. Tuoba Little Demon turned to look at the half-conscious Yi Xian. Swordsman, bear with it. With that, she held the hammer and smashed it down on Yi Xian's crotch. Bam, something seemed to shatter. P.S. Recently, some people have come to scold me, saying that my writing is rubbish and that my writing is not good. And I've reflected on it, and I feel that what they said is not unreasonable. But it's alright, I'm still young, I'm only 18 years old, and I still have a lot of room for improvement. What do you guys think? In his daze, Yi Xian felt a sharp pain coming from his lower body as if something had broken. However, he couldn't care less because his consciousness was getting more and more blurry. Just like that, little Tuoba and Lian Wanli each dragged one of his legs as they walked towards the distance. On the way, little Tuoba was obviously someone who couldn't stay still. She turned around and glanced at a certain part of Yi Xian. Big sister Lian, do you think he will thank us if I help him get rid of the source of his evil? Lian Wanli blinked and seemed rather mischievous. Maybe not. Why? Little Tuoba was puzzled. I'm helping him. Lian Wanli thought for a moment and said, Little demon, although that thing is the source of a man's evil, it is also the source of his happiness. When you get rid of his evil, you also get rid of his future happiness. So, he might not thank you. Little Tuoba puckered her lips. What source of happiness? Aren't I very happy without that ugly thing? Lian Wanli thought for a moment and seemed to be deep in thought. Actually, what you said does make sense. Little Tuoba was extremely happy to be acknowledged. Big sister Lian, why don't we get rid of the source of all the evil of all the men in the world? Lian Wanli thought for a moment and said seriously, that's a good idea, but it's rather difficult to implement. We have to think about it at length. Little Tuoba nodded. She seemed to have thought of something and her expression suddenly became slightly solemn. Big sister Lian, did you see that big sister in a plain dress just now? Lian Wanli nodded and her expression gradually became solemn. Little Tuoba's eyes were filled with a trace of admiration and respect. That big sister is so powerful. My father might not be able to defeat her, and my uncle might not be able to defeat her either. Perhaps I can give it a try. Lian Wanli was slightly dumbfounded. At this moment, little Tuoba said again, my father said that it doesn't matter if you can't defeat her, but you can't embarrass yourself. So, even if I can't defeat her, I have to say that I can defeat her. In any case, I'm not fighting her, so who knows if I can defeat her or not. Lian Wanli thought for a moment and said softly, that does make sense. Just like that, the two women dragged Yi Xian and slowly disappeared into the distance. Now, Karaki Academy was in ruins. Karaki Academy had been destroyed, and more than a dozen peak powerhouses had been killed. Even the two world protectors had fallen. However, the matter was not over yet. This was because the spirit chi in the Azure province was disappearing at an extremely fast speed. Not only the Azure province, but the Azure world was also affected to a certain extent. The Azure province was the most severely affected, because the Azure province's source chi had been heavily damaged. Although the sword of the plain-dressed woman had yet to completely descend, the might of that sword was not something that the Azure province could endure. Spiritual energy was the foundation of a world, and every world had its own source. The world protector's job was to protect the world origin, preventing it from being destroyed by the local powerhouses. Yet now, the Azure province's quintessence had suffered a heavy injury. This meant that it wouldn't be long before the Azure province would become a wasteland. To the entire Azure province, this was truly the end of the world. Or rather, it would be a disaster for the entire Azure world. In the sky above the ruins of Karaki Academy, a middle-aged man suddenly walked out of space. The middle-aged man swept his gaze over his surroundings, and after a moment, he frowned deeply. His eyes were solemn. An old man suddenly appeared not too far away from the middle-aged man. The old man glanced at the middle-aged man and said, "I never thought that Supremacy Lu would personally come to Azure province." Supremacy Lu was the world protector of the Azure world. In the entire Central Divine Prefecture, his strength was at least in the top 5. Of course, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was his identity. As the world protector, all the world protectors of the Azure world were under his command. The world protectors were transcendent existences in the Azure world, and the world protector's supremacy was even more transcendent. In the Central Divine Prefecture, there were only a few exceptions. This chapter is not over. Please continue to the next page. Apart from special factions and special people, no one dared to disrespect the world protectors. To put it simply, the world protectors were equivalent to the government of the people. Supremacy Lu looked at the old man. "Deanly, your Karaki Academy paid a great price to invite 12 warlocks from the sorcerer world, but this is the result. What do you think?" The old man was expressionless. "I admit defeat." "Admit defeat?" Supremacy Lu said indifferently. "This time, Swordsman's sword has severely damaged the Azure world's origin, especially this Azure province. The spirit chi in this province is rapidly dissipating, and it won't be long before it's completely exhausted. In the end, this all happened because of your Karaki Academy. Don't you have any other thoughts?" Li Qing chuckled. "Supremacy Lu, are you trying to make my Karaki Academy a scapegoat?" Supremacy Lu was expressionless. "Deanly, it's not like you don't know the rules of the Azure world. In this tiny Azure province, Dharma realm powerhouses can attack, but they cannot destroy the spirit chi and origin of the province. But your Karaki Academy invited 12 warlocks above the Dharma controlling realm into Azure province. This is a serious violation of the rules." Li Qing narrowed her eyes. "Supremacy Lu, your realm protector didn't stop the 12 warlocks from entering the Azure province." Supremacy Lu sneered. "My realm protector didn't stop them. Does this mean that your Karaki Academy can violate the rules at will?" Li Qing's eyes gradually turned cold. "Supremacy Lu, you seem to have forgotten one thing. The 12 warlocks and the left court emissary of Karaki Academy died. The one who destroyed the spiritual energy origin of this world is that woman Swordsman. That woman is the culprit." Supremacy Lu glanced at Li Qing. "Deanly, you don't need to worry about that woman. The Realm Protector Alliance will deal with her. Your Karaki Academy violated the rules and should be punished. Deanly, you have 3 days to pay 20 billion gold coins and 10,000 purple source crystals to the Realm Protector Alliance. If you fail to pay within the time limit, you will bear the consequences." With that, without waiting for Li Qing to answer, he turned around and disappeared into the boundless horizon. In his place, Li Qing clenched his fists, his expression extremely unsightly, and his eyes filled with frigid killing intent and anger. The Realm Protector Alliance clearly wants to rob Karaki Academy when it is at its weakest. 20 billion gold coins and 10,000 purple source crystals. This wealth is enough to greatly damage Karaki Academy's vitality. It is truly a great blow to its vitality. It may take decades for Karaki Academy to recover its vitality. Because the competition in the Central Divine Region is very cruel. If Karaki Academy suffers a heavy blow, it will no longer be able to compete with others for resources. Without resources, Karaki Academy will either perish or withdraw from the Central Divine Region. He is naturally unwilling to withdraw from the Central Divine Region. Karaki Academy was able to gain a foothold in the Central Divine Region thanks to the unremitting efforts of countless people. If it withdraws from the Central Divine Region, he will be a sinner of Karaki Academy. Moreover, the hostile forces of Karaki Academy will not let go of this opportunity to suppress Karaki Academy. Not only those hostile forces, but some other forces may also come to add insult to injury and even join forces to divide up Karaki Academy. Karaki Academy's current situation is equivalent to a hopeless situation. Just then, a black-robed old man suddenly appeared not far from Li Qing. This person is the black-robed old man who followed Xianxia back then. However, this person is not from the Yin family. When she saw the old man in black, Li Qing's expression instantly turned icy cold. It was the old man in black who had introduced the 12 warlocks to Karaki College. It was also the person in front of her who had solemnly vowed that the 12 of them could kill a sword immortal, but the fact is that the 12 warlocks and Karaki Academy's left court emissary have all been killed. Karaki Academy has paid a great price to invite the 12 warlocks. Coupled with the extortion from the Realm Protector Alliance, Karaki Academy has been forced into a desperate situation. The black-robed old man glanced down and said indifferently, "It seems that we have failed again." Li Qing sneered, "Didn't your excellency say that the 12 warlocks can definitely kill a sword immortal?" The black-robed old man's eyes narrowed slightly, a trace of darkness in them. It is the old man's estimation that was wrong. That woman can kill a sword immortal. This chapter is not finished, please continue to the next page. To kill 12 warlocks, she should be at least a pinnacle great sword immortal. Pinnacle great sword immortal. Without saying anything, Li Qing turned and left. For Karaki Academy, whether it is a sword immortal or a great sword immortal, it is meaningless, because Karaki Academy can't win. At this time, the black-robed old man suddenly appeared in front of Li Qing. "Dean Li, Karaki Academy is in a worrying situation now. What are your plans?" Li Qing's expression was cold. "What plans? What can my Karaki Academy do now?" The black-robed old man said, "Dean Li, don't be angry, the old man has no malice. Karaki Academy is in a worrying situation now. According to the old man, Karaki Academy has many enemies, and I'm afraid that there are already many forces eyeing Karaki Academy. If Dean Li has no other plans for the time being, the old man can point out a path for Dean Li." Li Qing looked straight at the black-robed old man and didn't speak. The black-robed old man said sternly, "Dean Li, to tell you the truth, the old man is an elder of the Sidhu family from the upper realm." "The upper realm?" Li Qing frowned. "You are from the upper realm?" The black-robed old man nodded. Li Qing was silent. The so-called upper realm was actually also the Azure world. The Azure world was very big and contained many things. It was a diverse world. The so-called upper realm was a special existence. In other words, it was a world that was established independently. It belonged to the Azure world, but it was also an independent world. Opening up a world independently was something only a true transcendent force could do, and this upper realm was not created by a single person or force, but by many forces working together to create it. In this independent upper realm, there were some transcendent forces, and the Sidhu family was one of them. The black-robed old man said again, "Dean Li, why don't Karaki Academy attach to my Sidhu family? With my Sidhu family, no one in the lower realm would dare bully your Karaki Academy." Lower realm, the Azure world was actually a world, but to the people of the upper world, the worlds of the people outside were all lower worlds. Although it was a little high and mighty, the forces in the upper world were indeed stronger than the forces in the lower world. Li Qing was silent for a moment. "This matter is very important. The old man must discuss it with the elders of the academy." The black-robed old man smiled. "I understand." As if thinking of something, Li Qing suddenly looked at the black-robed old man. "Your Sidhu family also seems to want that Xianxia dead. Why?" The black-robed old man sneered. "Brotherly may not know, but in the upper realm, many forces want to form a marriage alliance with the Yin family. My Sidhu family is the same. Moreover, the Yin family's patriarch also wants to form a marriage alliance with my Sidhu family. That Xianxia doesn't know what's good for him and actually dares to approach Miss and Humph." let alone the fact that he has a great sword immortal backing him. Even if he has a person above sword immortal, our Situ clan will definitely not spare him. Li Qing glanced at the black-robed old man. You still want to target him? The black-robed old man nodded. Of course, the higher-ups have already ordered that this person must die. Missin can only be my Situ family's daughter-in-law. Li Qing nodded slightly. I wish the Situ family good luck. With that, he turned and left. At the end of the distant horizon, Li Qing suddenly stopped, his expression fierce. Fool. Rather than relying on your Situ family, I might as well rely on the Yin family. Speaking of this, he was slightly stunned, and after a moment, he said softly, Yi Xian and that Missin. Rely on the Yin family, so be it. With that, he directly disappeared on the spot. In the sky above Karaki Academy, after Li Qing left, the black-robed old man looked down coldly. Great sword immortal? Woman, when you see my Situ family, you will realize how insignificant you are. Below, Great Cloud Empire's imperial palace. Yi Xian suddenly woke up, and the next moment, a heart-wrenching scream sounded from the depths of the imperial palace. My eggs. Where are my eggs? End of this chapter. On the bed, Yi Xian lay quietly with a lifeless look on his face. Not far away, little Tuoba held her head and drew circles with her index fingers. After a long silence, little Tuoba slowly walked to the side of the bed and kicked it lightly. She whispered, It's just 2 eggs. Why are you so angry? I'll compensate you. Yi Xian was so angry that he almost vomited blood. It's just 2 eggs? Oh my god. Are these normal eggs? Are these normal eggs? Little Tuoba pursed her lips. It's just 2 human eggs. I'll compensate you with 2 tiger eggs. Yi Xian was speechless. In the end, Yi Xian did not argue with little Tuoba anymore because he realized that this girl did not know the crux of the matter at all. To her, it was just 2 broken eggs. That was all. At this moment, Lian Wanli suddenly walked in. She was wearing a light muslin dress. The dress was very long and dragged on the ground. At the back of the dress, there was a black phoenix. The phoenix raised its wings, wanting to soar into the sky. Her beautiful hair was spread out behind her head, and the end of her beautiful hair was gently tied up by a purple ribbon. As she walked, that small tuft of hair gently fluttered in the wind, looking very elegant. Lian Wanli walked to the side of the bed and bent down to look at Yi Xian. She smiled. Don't be angry. I have the best imperial physician in the palace. I've asked and it's not a big deal. I'll ask the imperial physician to treat you later. However, I'm afraid the fee will not be cheap. It'll cost at least 2 million supreme-grade spiritual stones. 2 million supreme-grade spiritual stones. Yi Xian's expression froze. Lian Wanli blinked. The imperial physician said that it's not too late to save you now. If it's too late, I'm afraid. Save me. Yi Xian did not hesitate. I'll save you now. The world was big, but the eggs were the biggest. Lian Wanli stretched out her hand and said with a smile, Pay up first. Yi Xian was speechless. In the end, Yi Xian reluctantly handed over 2 million best-grade spirit stones. He knew that he had been cheated, however, there was nothing he could do about it. Who asked him to be in someone else's hands? It's all because of that crazy girl, Tuoba. At this moment, he wished for nothing more than to rush up and give this crazy little girl a beating. However, when he thought of this crazy little girl's strength and his current condition, he forcefully endured it. After receiving the 2 million top-grade spirit stones from Yi Xian, Lian Wanli stretched out her lily-white hand again. I need another 1 million top-grade spirit stones. Yi Xian instantly went berserk. You still need 1 million? Woman, are you a bandit? Even if you're a bandit, can't you have some professional ethics? Lian Wanli patted Yi Xian's shoulder lightly. Don't get excited. I never take advantage of others when they are in a precarious situation. The previous 2 million were used to buy the medicine you needed. Now, this 1 million is for my imperial physician. My imperial physician is the best medical expert in the Qingzhou region. Every time he performs a treatment, it will cost at least 1 million top-grade spirit stones. Of course. At this point, she paused and then said, If you're not willing, we won't force you. I will return you 1,500,000 top-grade spirit stones. Yi Xian was shocked. Why 1,500,000? Isn't it 2 million? Lian Wanli said seriously, penalty fee. Do you understand? Yi Xian was speechless. Lian Wanli sat aside and took a bite of a fruit. Then she said, don't be angry. The imperial physician said that anger is not good for you, especially for your lower body. If you're not careful, you might be impotent for the rest of your life. Impotent? Not far away, Tuoba asked curiously, Sister Lian, impotent, this chapter is not over. Please continue. What does that mean? Lian Wanli thought for a while and then said, it should mean that it's not hard. Tuoba blinked. Will that part of him be hard? Lian Wanli nodded. Under normal circumstances, it will be. But now, it's been broken by you. I don't think it will be hard anymore. Oh, Tuoba looked at Yi Xian's lower body curiously. So it could be hard there. On the bed, Yi Xian's face was full of black lines. These two women were seriously discussing whether he was hard or not in front of him. What was wrong with this world? Lian Wanli suddenly leaned in front of Yi Xian and said with a smile, State Scholar Yi, do you want treatment or not? If not, I'm leaving. No treatment. The one who spoke was not Yi Xian but Tuoba. She glanced at Yi Xian's lower body and snorted coldly. Swordsman, that thing is quite ugly. Don't take it. Yi Xian was speechless. 15 minutes later, Yi Xian finally chose to compromise. This was related to his future sexual happiness, so he had to compromise. Lian Wanli beamed from ear to ear when he had received another 1 million best-grade spirit stones from Yi Xian. Someone, summon my royal physician. Soon, a woman walked into the hall. The woman was wearing a white palace dress with a purple belt around her waist. Her waist was slender and slender. There was no makeup on her exquisite face. Her fine black hair was tied with 2 white ribbons. The rest of her hair fell down and danced in the wind. There was not a trace of emotion in her eyes, only coldness, giving off a feeling of distance that kept people at a distance of 1,000 miles. The woman walked in front of Lian Wanli. Lian Wanli smiled. Ah Lung, I'll leave this patient to you. The woman called Ah Lung nodded slightly. Then she walked in front of Yi Xian. She dragged Yi Xian to the edge of the bed and squatted between Yi Xian's legs. Yi Xian sensed that it was a woman. He hurriedly said, a woman? Lian Wanli smiled. My imperial physician is naturally a woman. Why, do you have a problem? Yi Xian was about to speak. Just then, Ah Lung took out 2 silver needles and pierced them into his thighs. In an instant, he lost all feeling in his legs. Yi Xian was shocked. You, what are you doing? Before he could finish, he felt a pair of hands grabbing his lower body. It was warm and slightly itchy. Ah Lung raised her head and looked at Yi Xian. She was expressionless. I'm just grabbing your legs. Why are you moving around? Furthermore, your essence energy is out. You're no longer a virgin. What are you being shy about? Yi Xian, little demon Tuoba walked to Ah Lung's side. He asked curiously. Essence energy is out. You're no longer a virgin. What does that mean? Yi Xian, Ah Lung looked at little demon Tuoba. You don't know? Little demon Tuoba nodded. I don't know. My father said that if any man dares to take off his clothes in front of me, I will beat him to death. Ah Lung pointed at Yi Xian on the bed. Why didn't you beat him to death? Little demon Tuoba blinked his eyes. He took off his pants. Not his clothes. Yi Xian was completely speechless. Lian Wanli was also dumbstruck. This king has truly widened his horizons today. Ah Lung looked at little demon Tuoba for a long time. Finally, she asked seriously. Do you know the difference between a man and a woman? Little demon Tuoba immediately replied. Of course I do. What's the difference? Ah Lung asked again. The difference? This chapter is not finished. Please continue to the next page. Where? Little demon Tuoba blinked his eyes. He stuttered. This. I definitely know what the difference is. Even if I don't say it, you know it, right? Ah Lung shook her head. She grabbed onto one of them. Do you know what this is called? Yi Xian, little demon Tuoba looked at the thing in Alung's hand. He then looked at Lian Wanli. Lian Wanli had a face of confidence. This king knows the stars, sun and moon. I know the geography of the mountains and rivers. How can I not know this? According to the ancient books, this thing is called root. It can be hard or soft. It can be big or small. What's its use? Alung suddenly asked. Lian Wanli blinked his eyes. Use? Saying that, she looked at little demon Tuoba. Little demon Tuoba immediately retracted his doubtful gaze. He said with a serious face. Use? I think it should be, saying that, she suddenly looked at Alung. Anyway, you know. Everyone, Alung still wanted to say something. Just then, Yi Xian suddenly said. Big sister, I beg you. Can we treat him first? These three women were simply too strong. Alung looked at Yi Xian coldly. Don't worry. With me here, this thing of yours won't be broken. With that, she opened a box beside her. She took out 2 eggs that were emitting a faint red glow. The 2 eggs were not big. They were about half the size of an egg. The surface of the eggs was emitting a red glow that was slightly hot. Alung looked at the 2 eggs in her hands. She then looked at Yi Xian. This is the egg of a spirit dragon of the spirit demon king level. It contains extremely strong energy. But don't worry. I have already checked your body. Your body is very strong. You can take it. Yi Xian nodded. Come. Right now, he did not want to think about anything else. He just wanted to quickly return to normal. He did not want to become a eunuch. Alung nodded her head. She then took out an exquisite small knife. Very quickly, she started waving it. At the side, little demon Tuoba and Lian Wanli curiously surrounded her. The 2 women just stared at her. As for Yi Xian, he did not feel much. He only felt that his lower body was cold. Sometimes it was warm. After a while, it was itchy. It was very strange. Half an hour later, Lian Wanli walked out of the main hall. Outside the main hall, a woman with a sword and armor came in front of her. She bowed slightly. My Majesty, all over the Qin province, the spiritual energy has dried up. Especially in my great cloud realm. In many places, the spiritual energy has completely disappeared. Without spiritual energy, to a martial artist, it is like a fish out of water. It is difficult for them to survive. Right now, there is already chaos everywhere. The price of top-grade spirit stones and all kinds of energy are also skyrocketing. Speaking of this, she paused slightly. She then continued, right now, the spiritual energy is quickly dissipating. At this rate, the entire Qin province will be in chaos. What should we do, My Majesty? Please make a decision as soon as possible. Lian Wanli was silent for a long time. After a quarter of an hour, she raised her head and looked at the sky. Right now, there are only 2 paths. These 2 paths must be taken at the same time. The first is to find a spirit vein to solve the urgent problem. The second is to find a cure to save the entire Qin province. Speaking of this, her expression gradually became solemn. That sword hurt the foundation of the Azure world. Not only my Qin province, but the entire Azure world will be in chaos. Once the world is in chaos, humanity will be lost. Countless ugly sides will appear one by one. Never mind, let it be chaos. This Majesty's Azure Dragon Knife has long been thirsty. Armored Woman. P.S. Seeking monthly votes. Seeking support, no monthly votes? No problem. You can leave a message to praise me. For example, praise my handsomeness. End of this chapter. Inside the palace, Yi Xian laid there quietly. Alung was fiddling around below him, while little demon Tuoba was staring at him, her eyes filled with curiosity. Alung suddenly looked at little demon Tuoba, who hurriedly stood up straight with a serious expression, as if she had seen this scene countless of times, and was not surprised at all. Alung pointed at Yi Xian's lower body. This is a man's weakest spot. If you fight with someone in the future, you can focus on this spot. With one hammer strike, the enemy will definitely lose the ability to fight. Yi Xian, little demon Tuoba nodded thoughtfully, looking at her expression. It was obvious that she would definitely try it in the future. Just like that, Alung fiddled around for about another hour, before she dusted her hands and walked to the side to wash her hands. This time, she washed for a whole hour, and as she washed, she kept muttering to herself. No one knew what she was muttering. Little Demon Tuoba sat beside Yi Xian's bed, curiously staring at something on Yi Xian's lower body. Yi Xian was speechless, and immediately took out a set of clothes and put them on again. Little Demon Tuoba glared at Yi Xian, stingy. Yi Xian shook his head speechlessly. He already did not want to talk to Little Demon Tuoba anymore. This lass, she was too careless. At the side, Alung suddenly walked over. She looked coldly at Yi Xian. 2 hours later, you should be able to regain feeling in that part of your body. And there might be some side effects, be careful. Saying that, she turned and left. Side effects? Yi Xian hurriedly sat up. What side effects? Hey, don't go. Speak clearly. Alung did not turn back, and quickly disappeared out of the palace. Yi Xian's face darkened. Side effects? What side effects would there be? He was naturally worried. After all, that was his lifeline. What imperial doctor? He was a little unreliable. At this moment, little monster Tuoba suddenly sat down in front of Yi Xian and waved the storage ring in her hand with a grin. Swordsman, do you know what's inside? Yi Xian shook his head. What is it? Little Demon Tuoba immediately became excited. That's a total of 3 billion gold coins. And supreme grade spirit stones, that's a total of 26 million. 6 million. Speaking of this, she blinked her eyes, and the corner of her mouth lifted slightly. Also, 1,300 jade grade spirit stones. Other than that. As she spoke, she secretly glanced at the surroundings and then leaned over to Yi Xian's ear. There's still a supreme grade spiritual vein, which I've already secretly hidden in my Qianquan bag. I don't even dare to tell anyone. Top grade spirit vein. Yi Xian's expression became solemn when he heard this. In the Azure province, the most common things were gold or veins, and gold coins were considered as commodities in circulation in the Azure province. And the most standard was actually the spirit vein, because a place with a spirit vein meant that there was an abundance of spirit qi, and it was suitable for cultivation. Moreover, the spirit vein was hidden underground, and it could also produce spirit stones, which was an endless source of wealth. Spirit veins were divided into low grade, high grade, supreme grade, jade grade, earth grade, and heaven grade. Rumor had it that heaven grade spiritual veins possessed their own consciousness and could take form, and such spiritual veins were extremely rare even in the divine central continent. In the Azure province, the most precious spiritual vein that had ever appeared was a jade grade spiritual vein. In the entire kingdom of Jiang, one had once appeared in Two World Mountain, but it had been taken away. Spiritual veins were something that sects and powers fought for, and a spiritual vein. This chapter is not over. Please continue to the next page. Top-grade spiritual veins could be said to be extremely precious in the Azure province. Yi Xian pondered deeply for a short moment before he said, Little demon, this spiritual vein is very important to me. How about this? I'll take it, and you can choose whatever you want from the rest. Tuoba shook his head. If it's important to you, then I'll give it to you. We'll share the rest equally. In any case, I have many of them at home, and I don't lack them. Moreover, I wouldn't have been able to obtain so many things if it wasn't for you. As soon as she finished speaking, she gave half of what she'd obtained from Karaki Academy to Yi Xian. By then, Yi Xian had 2 billion gold coins, 13 million top-grade spirit stones, 2 volumes of martial techniques on the heaven level, 1 volume of cultivation method on the heaven level, 8 volumes of martial techniques on the earth level, and 2 spiritual weapons on the true level. Unfortunately, the 2 spiritual weapons on the true level were not swords, but a spear and a knife. Besides that, there were 6 bright rank spirit artifacts and 50 top-grade spirit artifacts. There were also 20 sets of black flame cavalry equipment, a sudden windfall. To him, he was undoubtedly a windfall, and these things were sufficient for him to advance to the Dharma imperial realm. Tuoba was overjoyed as well. Even though she didn't lack money, these things were really expensive, and it wasn't easy for her family to take out so many things at once. Now that she'd obtained such a huge amount of wealth, she would definitely be able to use it as a divine weapon when she returned, because the reason she'd come out was because her father often said that she was a wastrel. Now, she didn't have to ask for money from her family before she reached the Dharma imperial realm. A sense of accomplishment, To Tuoba, this feeling of accomplishment was something she enjoyed very much. After he sent Tuoba away, he started to inspect his own condition. Earlier, he'd been heavily injured by the left academy emissary, and his spirit grey sword had been broken. At that moment, he was actually equivalent to an ordinary person. However, under the circumstances where he didn't have any cultivation, he understood something. A swordsman. Without a sword, is he no longer a swordsman? This was what the mysterious lady had asked him, and he'd previously answered her. However, he knew that he only understood the surface of this sentence. This sentence wasn't simple, and there were some things contained within that he might not be able to understand at the moment. This was because the mysterious lady's power could no longer be described with words, and she, who didn't even have a sword, was still so powerful. His current understanding was that talent was the foundation. If the person was strong, the sword would be strong. Even a strand of hair could be made into a peerless sword. If the person was weak, the person wouldn't be able to subdue the best sword in the world, much less use it. No matter which path of cultivation one took, it was all about cultivating one's heart. Know one's heart, follow it, and subdue it. Of course, this was easy to say, but it was extremely difficult to actually do it. On the bed, Xian shook his head and sighed. At this moment, he realized that the path of swordsman Daoyi was much more complicated and difficult than he'd imagined. What he could do now was not to think about the future path, but to take every step properly. This was the most important thing. At this moment, Lian Wanli suddenly walked in. She glanced at Yi Xian, who was lying on the bed, and smiled. "State Scholar Yi, are you feeling better?" Yi Xian sat up and lightly patted his slightly numb feet. "Miss Lian, if there's anything, just get straight to the point." Lian Wanli took light steps and arrived in front of a soft chair opposite Yi Xian. After sitting down, she folded her hands and gently placed them on her knees, very elegant. She looked at Yi Xian with a kind smile. "State Scholar Yi, how do you feel now?" Yi Xian replied. "This chapter is not finished, please continue to the next page." "Miss Lian, if there's something you want to say, just say it." He finally understood that this woman in front of him was not someone who was easy to deal with. Don't be fooled by her kind and amiable appearance, she was a person who would eat people up without spitting out the bones. Lian Wanli said seriously, "State Scholar Yi, I'm afraid you have some misunderstanding towards me." No. Yi Xian shook his head repeatedly. "Miss Lian helped me, how could I have any misunderstanding towards Miss Lian? If Miss Lian has anything to say, please speak frankly." Lian Wanli smiled. "All right, I won't waste any more time." State Scholar Yi had been unconscious for 2 days. During this period of time, State Scholar Yi did not understand the current situation in the Azure region. It's like this, the spiritual energy source in the Azure region has been damaged, and the spiritual energy has been exhausted everywhere. According to what I know, there are already several cities in your country that have exhausted their spiritual energy, and a few of them are even in turmoil. Yi Xian was silent. Needless to say, it was definitely because of the mysterious woman's sword. She really wanted to destroy the world with a single sword strike. It was not a joke. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly. Now that he thought about it, he felt a lingering fear. If he hadn't stopped her at that time, there was no doubt that the Azure region would have been destroyed by her sword. This sword immortal sister was simply too hot-tempered. Lian Wanli suddenly stood up and walked in front of Yi Xian. She said seriously, "State Scholar Yi, the land of the Azure region is in turmoil. If this continues, there might be all sorts of riots. At this critical moment, we still need State Scholar Yi to stand up and save the common people of the world. This king represents the billions of lives in the Azure region. To thank State Scholar Yi, Yi Xian suddenly shook his head and interrupted Lian Wanli. "Save the common people of the world? Miss Lian, did I say that I wanted to save the common people of the world?" Lian Wanli blinked her eyes. "Don't you want to save the common people of the world?" Yi Xian shook his head. "Miss Lian, I am just a small swordsman at the Nether Passage stage. It is not my turn to save the common people of the world. After I recover, I will return to the state of Jiang. As for the chaos in the state of Jiang, you don't have to worry about it. We will handle it well." Lian Wanli sat back down and didn't say anything. She gently waved her hand and an apple on the table flew into her hand. After taking a bite, she said indifferently, "State Scholar Yi, I'm afraid you don't deserve the title of state scholar. Yi Xian smiled, I am a state scholar of the state of Jiang, not a state scholar of the Great Cloud Empire. Lian Wanli looked straight at Yi Xian. The reason why the Azure region is like this is all because of state scholar Yi. Does state scholar Yi not have the slightest compassion? Yi Xian smiled, the cause of this matter seems to be Karaki Academy and the Dark World. Why don't you pursue the matter, Miss Lian? Lian Wanli wanted to say something, but Yi Xian waved his hand, Miss Lian, I am not stupid. If you still want to say such nonsense, it will only make me look down on you. Lian Wanli stood up and walked to Yi Xian, it is not just the Azure region. The entire firmament world is in chaos. I have received intelligence that many mercenaries and factions from the Divine Central Continent have come to Azure region. These people are here to plunder. At this point, she suddenly wrapped her arms around Yi Xian's shoulders and said excitedly, since they can come to plunder us, why can't we plunder them? If we join forces, we will directly attack the Divine Central Continent and unify the firmament world. Yi Xian was about to speak when his lower body suddenly straightened. At the same time, all the blood vessels in his body bulged, his entire body was filled with blood. In an instant, Yi Xian's mind went blank. He hugged Lian Wanli and pressed her under his body. His and Lian Wanli's clothes were almost instantly burned to ashes by the heat radiating from his body. End of this chapter. Side effects. That was the last thought in Yi Xian's mind before he woke up. In the hall, the sudden change caused Lian Wanli's mind to go blank for a moment. When she regained her senses, she felt as though something had entered her lower body. It was very rough, very barbaric, in the blink of an eye. Bang! Yi Xian's entire body flew out, and with this flight, he flew out a few hundred feet away from the hall. When he landed on the ground beneath him instantly cracked, and along with it, Yi Xian's body also cracked. At that moment, his entire body had completely cracked, like a spiderweb. Fresh blood flowed out from the cracks, and in an instant, he became a blood man. At the entrance of the hall, Lian Wanli walked out. The current Lian Wanli was dressed in a dark red robe, her long hair fluttering in the wind, her expression cold, holding a green dragon blade in her hand. The blade was very long, 9 feet 9, and weighed at least 1,000 pounds. The blade had a green dragon swallowing the moon. Lian Wanli held the green dragon blade and walked towards Yi Xian, the blade dragging on the ground. Everywhere it passed, the ground started to crack. Just at that moment, little demon Tuoba suddenly appeared beside Yi Xian. She carried Yi Xian and ran. Lian Wanli frowned. Just as she was about to chase, Aleng suddenly ran in front of her. Did that Yi Xian offend my king? Lian Wanli looked at Aleng. Why did his personality change so much? Her voice was cold, with a trace of killing intent. Seeing that Lian Wanli was really angry, Aleng was shocked. She lowered her head. My king, the item that Yi Xian exchanged for is a spiritual flood dragon's egg. Spiritual flood dragons are naturally lascivious, and within the egg, there is the strongest aphrodisiac in the world. If any female comes near, this item will automatically enter his blood vessels. At that time, he might. Lian Wanli's frown deepened. Why did you exchange for such an evil item? Aleng looked at Lian Wanli, and said softly, my king, you said to exchange for something that has side effects, and not let him have it too easy. Towards the end, her voice became softer and softer, like a mosquito. But Lian Wanli still heard it clearly. Hearing Aleng's words, Lian Wanli did not say anything and left with her blade. Little demon Tuoba immediately heaved a sigh of relief. This was the first time she saw Lian Wanli so that she was so angry. She did not know what Yi Xian had done. Little demon Tuoba brought Yi Xian and left the palace. Because Tuoba had orders not to stop little demon Tuoba, thus, she was able to bring Yi Xian without any obstructions. After leaving the palace, little witch Tuoba brought Yi Xian to a dilapidated old house. She put Yi Xian on the ground and took out a small purple bottle. She poured out a purple elixir from the bottle and fed it to Yi Xian. After of Yi Xian, Yi, from, Yi, from. After of Yi Xian, Yi, of Yi, of. Seeing that, little demon Tuoba heaved a sigh of relief. She turned to look at the direction of the palace and exclaimed, Sister Lian is so powerful. Saying that, she looked down at Yi Xian. Swordsman, did you do something bad? Yi Xian did not reply. At that moment, he had already sobered up a little. The moment when he flew out of the hall, he was almost killed by the shock. If not for the fact that his body was strong enough, he would already be dead. At that moment, Lian Wanli truly had the intention to kill. Actually, he felt wrong too, because at that moment, he felt his whole body congested with blood, adding on to the fact that he was at his weakest. He could not suppress that hot feeling at all, so he did something that he could not control at that time. And as for whether he did it or not, actually he was not very clear. Seems like, this chapter is not finished, please continue to the next page. Thinking of something, he suddenly sat up and used his sword eye to look at his lower part. After a moment, he sighed softly and lay back down. At that moment, little demon Tuoba pointed at Yixian's lower part. Swordsman, are you bleeding down there? You. Yixian quickly took out a set of clothes and put them on. This little demon, really, does not know the difference between a man and a woman at all. Little demon Tuoba glared at Yixian. How stingy, it won't spoil even if I take a look. Yixian was speechless. How did this girl grow up? So heartless. Ignoring little demon Tuoba, he began to heal his wounds. At that moment, he was shocked to discover that the wounds all over his body were almost healed. Yixian hurriedly asked, Little demon, what elixir did you give me to eat just now? Little demon Tuoba was slightly proud. Purple spiritual elixir, it's very expensive. A single one costs about 2 million supreme spiritual stones, and it's not even guaranteed to be able to buy it. My father only gives me 5 every month, and now there are only 4 left. 2,000,000 supreme spiritual stones. Yixian blushed with shame. It's really expensive. Although it's expensive, its effects are really too good. As if he thought of something, Yixian suddenly said, Little demon, how long have you been out? Little demon Tuoba thought for a moment, and then said, Even if I don't tell you, you would know, right? Yixian's face was full of black lines, and he almost jumped up to give this girl a slap. If you don't know, then you don't know. What do you mean you would know even if I don't tell you? Is this how you play? At that moment, little demon Tuoba suddenly sat on the ground and hugged his knees unhappily. Anyway, I won't go back. Why? Yixian asked curiously. Little demon Tuoba said coldly, My father said that I'm a wastrel. He said that I'm the number 1 wastrel in my family. Yixian asked again, What did you lose? Little demon Tuoba remained expressionless. Nothing much. I just lost a heaven-grade treasure in my family. Yixian was dumbfounded. A heaven-grade treasure? Lost? Lost it? Little demon Tuoba grunted coldly. I didn't want it to. I just wanted to take it out to play, but it ran away on its own. It ran away on its own, and I didn't ask it to run away. My father didn't blame it, but he actually blamed me. Is there any justice left in this world? If he wasn't my father, I would have killed him a long time ago. Killed him a long time ago. Yixian was speechless. Little demon Tuoba was clearly still a little upset. She sat next to Yixian and said angrily, Swordsman, you're the most honest one. Tell me, can you blame me for this? I didn't ask the heaven-grade treasure to run away. It really ran away on its own. I was also very helpless. Yixian thought for a while and said, I understand. You can't be blamed for this. It's mainly the heaven-grade treasure's fault. Why did it run away? If it didn't run away, then all problems would be solved, right? Little demon Tuoba glanced at Yixian and said seriously, If my father had half your intelligence, I wouldn't have to run away from home. Yixian shook his head and smiled. He decided to persuade her. Little demon, you've been away from home for so long. Your father must be worried. What do you think? Little demon Tuoba grunted, If he doesn't come looking for me, I definitely won't go back. Why? Yixian was a little puzzled. Little demon Tuoba said indifferently, If I go back like this, wouldn't I lose face? If he doesn't come looking for me, I definitely won't go back. Yixian was speechless. Little demon Tuoba waved her hand. Don't talk about my father. This is a sad topic. As she spoke, she looked at Yixian. Little Yi, are your injuries almost healed? Yixian checked his body. At this moment, his body was almost healed. If this chapter is not finished, please continue to the next page. Done. Yixian thought for a while and said, Little demon, why don't you follow me to Jiang country for the time being? I've established Blue Waves Academy there. I'm the dean. Dean? Little Demon Tuoba's eyes lit up. You're the Dean? Yi Xian nodded. If an outstanding person like you goes to my Blue Waves Academy, you'll at least be a vice dean. What do you think? Little Demon Tuoba blinked her eyes. Why only a vice dean? Yi Xian sternly said, as a dean, you have to deal with a lot of things every day. It's very tiring. But as a vice dean, you don't have to deal with anything. It's very relaxing. Little Demon Tuoba thought for a while. In the end, she said reluctantly, vice dean then. In any case, I'm also a dean. Yi Xian smiled. Don't worry. Blue Waves Academy is very fun. Let's go. After speaking, he left the old residence with Little Demon Tuoba and went to Drunken Immortal Inn. After the Battle of Karaki Academy, the entire Qingzhou was in an uproar. However, because of the sudden depletion of spiritual qi, there weren't many people paying attention to the matter of Karaki Academy and Yi Xian. Now, the entire Qingzhou was in a state of panic. Martial artists could increase their lifespan through cultivation. However, if there was no spiritual qi, it meant that they couldn't cultivate. And if they couldn't cultivate, it meant that their lifespan couldn't increase. If there was no spiritual qi, they would really die. Currently, the price of spirit stones in Qingzhou had skyrocketed. 3,000 gold coins couldn't even buy a single top-grade spirit stone. Gold coins were depreciating, but top-grade spirit stones were increasing in value. It could be said that the current currency in Qingzhou was no longer gold coins, but spirit stones. With the arrival of chaos, many people lost their humanity. As a result, there were already a lot of robberies, massacres, and other inhumane things happening all over Qingzhou. And now, Yi Xian wanted to rush back to Jiang country as soon as possible. Yi Xian brought Little Demon Tuoba to Drunken Immortal Inn. The person who received them was a steward. The steward bowed slightly to Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, what do you need? Yi Xian said, give me a cloud ship. I want to rush back to Jiang country immediately. The steward nodded. Young Master Yi, please wait a moment. I will arrange it now. It will take at most a quarter of an hour. After speaking, he turned around and left. Yi Xian faced Little Demon Tuoba. Little Demon Tuoba sat on a chair and looked around thoughtfully. What's on your mind? Yi Xian asked. Little Demon Tuoba ran in front of Yi Xian and whispered, this Drunken Immortal Inn is very rich. Do you want to rob it? Yi Xian, at that moment, Little Demon Tuoba and Yi Xian's expressions changed drastically. In the next moment, the two of them vanished from where they were. When they reappeared, they were outside Drunken Immortal Inn. Behind them, Drunken Immortal Inn collapsed. In the sky above the ruined Drunken Immortal Inn stood a man in a black cloak. The man's right hand was pinching an old man. It was the steward of Drunken Immortal Inn from before. The man looked at the steward and grinned. His smile was somewhat sinister. I rushed here from the Divine Central Continent. You actually told me that this Drunken Immortal Inn only has 2 million top-grade spirit stones? Are you joking with me? As he spoke, he slowly exerted force. The steward's face immediately turned purple, and he found it difficult to breathe. At that moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, Brother, can you give me some face and let him go? The cloaked man turned to glance at Yi Xian. In the next moment, he exerted force with his right hand. Crack! The steward's neck was snapped, the cloaked man loosened his grip, and the steward fell to the ground, no longer breathing. As for the cloaked man, he looked at Yi Xian and grinned. Let him go. End of this chapter. End of chapter 206. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.